After failing the examination, I became a concubine's male favorite, holding power over the world. Synopsis: my name is Ji Taichu. I traversed into the Great Liang Dynasty, enduring a decade of arduous study to partake in the imperial examination. Despite crafting an exquisite essay, I was wrongfully replaced and imprisoned. Fortunately, I encountered a childhood companion who had entered the palace as a eunuch. Returning to my homeland, I assisted the noble concubine in selecting male favorites. Since the examination route proved futile, I resolved to pursue power through a different path. I desire 99 beauties from all corners of the world. Chapter 1. Assisting the concubine in finding male favorites. In the Great Liang Dynasty in Jinsi County, within the county jail, isn't it better to be a humble failed scholar? Doesn't it dawn on you that the head of the case bears the surname E, just like the county magistrate? Do you expect the magistrate to assist you in investigating his nephew? The scorching August sun blazed relentlessly. Ji Taichu lay on a straw bed, his entire body aflame with pain, yet his heart felt unusually cold. 17 years had passed since his journey began. From the tender age of 6, he toiled for 11 years, laboriously crafting his literary masterpiece, only to have it easily snatched away. Simply because the perpetrator bore the surname E, being the magistrate's nephew, he could arbitrarily alter the name on the examination paper. Not only did he seize the top position that rightfully belonged to Ji Taichu, but he also imprisoned him, coercing him to sign confessions of non-existent crimes. Should I be granted a chance to escape, woe betide you. Ji Taichu clenched his fists, filled with resentment. As night descended. Indeed, the landscapes of Jiangnan are splendid. I encounter you once more amidst falling blossoms. A slightly sharp voice suddenly resonated outside the cell. Ji Taichu furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, spotting a figure in black robes holding an oil lamp. The figure removed the hood of the black robe, revealing a familiar face, smiling as he fixed his gaze upon Ji Taichu. Little Ji, do you still remember me? Ji Taichu was taken aback, scrutinizing the figure, growing increasingly familiar, and suddenly felt a spark of recognition. Are you Lu Erwa? The figure in black smiled. You even bestowed upon me a new name back then. Do you recall? Ji Taichu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling a fragment of his childhood memory. He had traversed into this world, possessing memories and consciousness even before birth. Upon his arrival, he was placed in a wooden basin and cast into a river, ultimately drifting to Tianhe village near Jinsi County, where he was adopted by an elderly gentleman. Surnamed J.I.A.S., a time traveler, Ji Taichu had been the leader of children in Tianhe village from a young age, forming good relationships with many local children. The Lu Erwa before him had once been one of Ji Taichu's younger companions. When Ji Taichu was 9, a white-haired elder clad in splendid robes visited the Lu family, rumored to have come from the imperial capital. At that time, Lu Erwa excitedly approached Ji Taichu, proclaiming that he would follow grandfather Lu to the palace to become an official. Ji Taichu understood that this meant entering the palace as a eunuch. He had warned Lu Erwa about the costs of such a decision, but Lu Erwa was indifferent, believing that following grandfather Lu would guarantee a life of luxury and abundance. After his persuasion bore no fruit, he had given Lu Erwa a new name. Lu Jin, the figure in black, now displayed clear excitement, smiling. I knew it. Little Ji, you would certainly remember me. Ji Taichu, observing Lu Jin, self-deprecatingly remarked, I recall you always referred to me as Brother Ji. Lu Jin's face shone with pride as he chuckled. After all, times have changed. In the past, I was your shadow, but now I am a favored individual from the palace, while you are a prisoner. Ji Taichu smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate, pondering Lu Erwa's intentions. Lu Jin regarded Ji Taichu with raised eyebrows, stating, Little Ji, if you call me godfather, I shall rescue you. Ji Taichu frowned, gazing at Lu Jin with curiosity. How did you come to be here? Lu Jin did not answer directly, but continued, If you call me godfather, I truly can rescue you. Ji Taichu contemplated and shook his head. At most, I shall call you Brother Jin. Lu Jin expressed dissatisfaction, huffing lightly. Do you realize how many wish to call me godfather, yet lack the qualification? Ji Taichu, with a flicker of understanding, replied, It seems you are faring quite well in the palace. Lu Jin raised his chin slightly, smiling. Before you stands the chief steward of Zhongxiu Palace. Ji Taichu inquired directly. So, what exactly do you seek from me? Lu Jin pouted, lightly scoffing. Naturally, I am here to rescue you. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow, asking, Is that all you intend? Lu Jin chuckled, fixing his gaze on Ji Taichu, whispering, I recall that when we urinated together, yours was the largest and sprayed the farthest. Ji Taichu was momentarily stunned by the absurdity of the question. Lu Jin continued, Now, Listen closely to what I am about to say. It must not reach the ears of a third party. Ji Taichu frowned, muttering, "Can I refuse to listen?" He sensed that Lu Jin's forthcoming words were likely ominous. Yet, he understood that, given his current predicament, this could be his sole opportunity for escape. Only by first leaving this jail could there be hope. Lu Jin grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of teeth. "If you refuse to listen, there will be a corpse here tonight. If you listen but disagree, there will still be a corpse here." Tonight, Ji Taichu's expression shifted. Lu Jin reassured him, "Fear not. I have great faith in you, little Ji. You will surely aid me. It is out of our past camaraderie that I traveled thousands of miles to find you." Ji Taichu retorted coldly, "If you truly valued our past, you would have rescued me directly." Lu Jin sighed. "Of course, I shall rescue you. But little Ji, do you not see your former companion in dire straits? Would you truly stand idly by? Moreover, having been framed and reduced to a prisoner, transforming a decade of diligent study into a farce, do you not yearn for revenge?" At a loss for words, Ji Taichu could only mutter, "Just say it plainly. What do you want me to do?" Lu Jin glanced around cautiously, leaning closer to the cell, whispering, "I am here to assist my lady in selecting male favorites to..." Ji Taichu was taken aback, staring blankly at Lu Jin. "If memory serves, male favorites should refer to male concubines, correct?" Lu Jin cleared his throat. "Those aware of this matter are either allies or corpses." Ji Taichu's cheeks stiffened, realizing that Lu Jin's words were far from mere threats. Involving the harem, any gossip could prove fatal. Lu Jin continued, "Little Ji, your appearance pleases me greatly. I am certain the lady will not disdain you. You must now demonstrate your capabilities to us. If your abilities are insufficient, it is indeed quite regrettable." Ji Taichu felt a chill run down his spine and asked in a muffled voice, "How can one prove their capabilities?" Lu Jin replied candidly, "Remove your trousers and allow us to have a look. If we find it satisfactory, we shall depart tonight. Before we leave, we will assist you in capturing Magistrate E and his nephew, who has usurped your top position. You must then execute them as a token of allegiance." Ji Taichu fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, acutely aware that he had reached a point of no return. Assisting the palace's ladies in finding a consort is undoubtedly a matter of utmost secrecy. Anyone privy to this information could potentially face dire consequences. Since Lu Erwa has spoken of seeking a consort, should he fail to fulfill that role, he would undoubtedly be silenced. Yet, to remove one's trousers in the presence of a eunuch is indeed a profound humiliation. However, should it truly be I who feels the shame? Ji Taichu, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, rose to his feet, facing Lu Jin outside the cell, his expression filled with reluctance. Taking a deep breath, he unfastened his belt. Chapter 2. The Killer, the Case of Jinsei County, Ji Taichu. Lu Jin felt a twitch in his eyelids, a faint blush momentarily gracing his cheeks. Ji Taichu remained expressionless, gazing at Lu Jin with a cool detachment. At this moment, he profoundly understood a saying, "As long as I am unashamed, it is others who should feel shame." Lu Jin fixated on Ji Taichu's lower body for a moment and, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Little Ji, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Our family has traversed from the imperial capital, where we have encountered numerous charming scholars, yet none compare to you." Ji Taichu remained calm, well aware of his own exceptional endowment. Had it not been for his lingering obsession with the martial arts of this realm, fearing that losing his virginity might hinder his future cultivation, he would have long sought to explore whether, with his looks, talent, and considerable assets, he could indulge freely in the brothels. Lu Jin scrutinized him further, retrieving a small black vial from his robes and tossing it to Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu hastily caught it, raising his gaze to Lu Jin, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Lu Jin smiled, saying, "This is a Zuelianden from the palace. Consume it, and your injuries will heal completely, granting you additional strength. A single Zuelianden, if it were to fall into the hands of the wandering world, would fetch no less than 1,000 taels of silver." Zuelianden? Ji Taichu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he uncorked the vial and peered inside. A glistening white pill catching his eye. Without hesitation, he poured the pill into his mouth and chewed it. Regardless of whether it was a miraculous elixir or a slow-acting poison, in his current predicament, he had no choice but to swallow it with resolve. As the crushed pill dissolved in his mouth, an indescribable fragrance overwhelmed his taste buds. A refreshing coolness washed over him as the pill slid down his throat. Ji Taichu's eyes brightened, As the medicine flowed into his abdomen, he could distinctly feel the once cooling substance now radiating warmth within him. Lu Jin's smile widened as he said, "Little Ji, once you arrive at the palace, do not carelessly consume whatever is offered to you." Ji Taichu, still savoring the effects of the pill, casually replied, "You traveled a great distance to find me. If you intended to harm me, there would be no need to waste such a precious pill." Lu Jin chuckled. "When you reach the palace, do not act too clever." Ji Taichu remained silent, already feeling the medicinal effects spreading through his limbs, dispelling the fiery pain that had afflicted him. Lu Jin stepped forward, producing a key from his sleeve and inserting it into the lock of the cell. With a click, the iron lock opened, and Lu Jin swung the door open, looking at Ji Taichu with a grin. Ji Taichu took a deep breath and stepped out of the cell, reflecting on his experiences of imprisonment with a bitter smile. Having traversed through 17 years, he once believed that diligent study could alter his fate, aspiring to ascend the ranks through the imperial examination and, after achieving high office, gather the world's martial arts and treasures while cultivating. Who could have anticipated that he would be thrust into the depths of a prison at this preliminary exam? 11 years of hard study could not compete with the influence of a relative who was a county magistrate. It was unacceptable. However, now that he had failed, he resolved to pursue a different path. If a kept man could become a marquis, could Ji Taichu not aspire to greater heights? With an oil lamp in hand, Lu Jin led Ji Taichu out of the county jail. Ji Taichu noticed that the guards and other inmates in the cell lay quietly, and he could not determine whether they had been rendered unconscious or poisoned. As they approached the exit, Lu Jin drew a black dagger from a guard's waist and handed it to Ji Taichu, saying, "If you are unwilling to kill that magistrate E and his nephew, you may try using this dagger on me instead." Ji Taichu accepted the dagger and scoffed, "Even without your arrival, as long as I can escape this prison, those two are as good as dead." Lu Jin chuckled, walking ahead. "Follow me. They are currently dreaming of a bright future in the county office." Ji Taichu said nothing further, gripping the black dagger tightly as he followed Lu Jin closely. Moments later, they arrived outside the county office. Lu Jin produced a long black incense stick and lit it at the oil lamp. Ji Taichu glanced at the incense and was astonished to see that as it burned, the white smoke seemed to split into 26 wisps, flowing towards the county office. Unable to contain himself, he whispered, "Do you understand martial arts?" Lu Jin remained silent. Ji Taichu pursed his lips, his gaze returning to the swirling white smoke and concluding that Lu Erwa surely possessed martial expertise. Otherwise, he could not explain the scene before him. After a while, Lu Jin exhaled deeply and said, "At this moment, only Magistrate E and his nephew remain conscious within the county office." He then stepped toward the entrance, adding, "Indeed, I understand martial arts. After I entered the palace for purification, an old attendant was assigned to teach me. However, the techniques I practiced are not suitable for you, little Ji." "Curious?" Ji Taichu inquired, "How powerful are you now?" Lu Jin replied with a smile, "I cannot compare to the palace attendants, but when facing someone like you, I could easily dispatch 100 or more." Ji Taichu rolled his eyes. Lu Jin glanced sideways at him. "What? You don't believe me?" Ji Taichu shook his head. "I do, but had I practiced like you from a young age, I wouldn't need your assistance now." As they spoke, they arrived at the back courtyard of the county office. Ji Taichu noticed a pavilion to the right where Magistrate E and his nephew were seated, engaged in conversation over drinks, completely oblivious to the fact that nearby servants and guards had already been incapacitated. Lu Jin urged, "Let's proceed." Ji Taichu took a deep breath, gripping the black dagger tightly as he strode toward the pavilion. As he approached, perhaps sensing Ji Taichu's murderous intent, the uncle and nephew looked up simultaneously, momentarily stunned, as if questioning their own perceptions. At this moment, Ji Taichu, still clad in his prison garb gray and white, stained with blood, stood in stark contrast to the black dagger he wielded. Yong, the nephew, recognized Ji Taichu at once and shouted, "Ji Taichu, what do you intend to do?" "To kill you." Ji Taichu sneered, advancing swiftly onto the pavilion and bringing the black dagger down upon Yong, the top candidate of this year's Jinsi County examination. With a swift motion, a head rolled onto the table, blood splattering across Magistrate Yi's plump face. He paused for a moment, then his entire body trembled violently as he fell backward, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Ji Taichu. How dare you?" Ji Taichu's lips quivered as he gripped the dagger tighter, glaring coldly at Magistrate E, and demanded, "Why wouldn't I dare? I wish to ask you, who gave you the audacity to alter my name on the examination paper? Magistrate Yistamerit. I will fix it right away. You are the top candidate. Please do not kill me. It is too late." Ji Taichu stepped forward again, striking Magistrate E with the dagger, delivering over 10 powerful blows before finally halting. His breath came in heavy gasps, his face and clothes drenched in blood, yet his eyes remained clear and resolute. Clap, clap, clap. In the courtyard, Lu Jin lightly applauded, chuckling, "Little Ji, in the matter of killing, you surpassed the earlier version of myself. When our family first committed murder, I vomited profusely, and for 2 days and nights. I dared not sleep, fearing that I too would have my throat slit." Ji Taichu took a deep breath, turned to Lu Jin, and inquired, "Is my token of loyalty accepted?" Lu Jin regarded Ji Taichu and replied slowly, "Little Ji, once you enter the palace, it is as deep as the ocean. Escaping becomes exceedingly difficult, especially since you are to become a favored concubine. You must ponder carefully whether you truly wish to follow me." Ji Taichu, exasperated, retorted, "Can I even refuse you?" Lu Jin was taken aback, then smiled gently and nodded, "Then let us depart." Ji Taichu glanced around, swiftly removed his upper prison garb, dipped his hand in the blood of the 2 officials from E County, and inscribed upon his prison attire, "The murderer, Ji Taichu of Jinsi County." Chapter 3. Bowing is not a sign of respect, but fear of alarming you. In the Daliang Dynasty, the imperial capital, Chaoga City, a carriage entered an ancient residence in the Peace Square of Chaoga City. Lu Jin, now donned in a blue civilian outfit, led Ji Taichu into the hall of the ancient residence. Lu Jin looked at Ji Taichu and cautioned, "You shall stay here temporarily. Do not venture outside or meet anyone. I will soon arrange for you to meet the Empress." Ji Taichu nodded in understanding. According to Lu Jin, the Emperor had sustained grave injuries and likely had little time left. Lu Jin's master, consort Zhong, had no offspring and shared a poor relationship with the Empress. Following the Emperor's demise, there was a significant chance that she would be buried alongside him. The solution that consort Zhong contemplated was to bear a dragon's seed, prompting her to seek a favored concubine to replace the Emperor for propagation. Since she decided to find a favored concubine, consort Zhong clearly did not wish to settle for less and instructed Lu Jin to find a young, handsome, robust man endowed with exceptional talent. Naturally, the man must also be obedient and discreet. Lu Jin fixed his gaze upon Ji Taichu and said, "Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. If you offend the consort, even if you escape from Chaoga City, you will not escape the entirety of Daliang. In that case, you will not only implicate me, but also the entire Tiana village. Having read extensively, you should comprehend the concept of collateral punishment." Ji Taichu felt a chill in his heart, nodded again, and stated, "I have but one question that I have hesitated to ask you." Lu Jin furrowed his brow and asked, "What question?" Ji Taichu pondered for a moment and subtly inquired, "Our esteemed consort, surely she cannot be over 50? Given his current predicament, he was unable to refuse the role of a favored concubine, and his only glimmer of hope lay in the hope that the consort would be youthful and attractive." Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback, then retorted irritably, "The consort is in the prime of her beauty. Do not make baseless assumptions about her age. It is a taboo." Ji Taichu responded with an "Oh," feeling somewhat relieved. Lu Jin shook his head, reiterating in a hushed tone, "Remember, do not allow others to see you. The consort may arrange for you to assume a false identity within the palace. If you are seen outside, complications may arise in the future." Ji Taichu nodded affirmatively. Lu Jin, still feeling uneasy, offered a few more cautions before quietly departing. Ji Taichu wandered through the entire ancient residence and found no signs of anyone. Finally, he entered a bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, and retrieved a yellowed booklet from his bosom, Warm Sun Technique. On the way to Chaoga City, Ji Taichu had pestered Lu Jin, discussing martial arts. Initially, Lu Jin was quite interested, but as time progressed, he grew weary. When they passed a Taoist temple named Senyangwan, he stealthily entered and stole a copy of Warm Sun Technique, tossing it to Ji Taichu. This book contained the principles for cultivating internal energy. According to Lu Jin, Taoist techniques were gentle and harmonious, making them suitable for novice practitioners. Ji Taichu already knew how to cultivate, but had not found the time to concentrate on his training amidst the days and nights of travel and the jolting of the carriage. He reread the warm sun technique, then removed his shoes, sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to attempt cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Daliang Imperial Palace. Within Zhongxiu Palace, Lu Jin returned and immediately sought out its mistress, Consort Zhong. Consort Zhong dismissed the surrounding maidens, retaining only Lu Jin to attend to her. "Speak," she commanded, reclining on a soft couch, glancing at Lu Jin who was bowing before her. "Do not worry about old eavesdroppers. This is the Emperor's sleeping quarters. The walls are made of special materials that insulate sound, and no old fool would dare to eavesdrop here." Lu Jin retrieved a white scroll from his robe, unfurling it to display before Consort Zhong. As she gazed at the image on the scroll, her previously reclined posture straightened, and she fixated intently on the handsome figure depicted. After a prolonged silence, she quietly asked, "Is there a significant difference between the real person and the image?" Lu Jin replied softly, "The image does not compare to the real thing." Consort Zhong's cheeks flushed with color as she continued to inquire, "How is his physique?" Lu Jin considered before gesturing a distance with his hands. Consort Zhong was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining her composure, her face turned red and her breath quickened. Lu Jin continued in a low voice. He said that if he becomes enraged, it would be as if an extra arm had grown, and he could even lift the covers without using his hands in the morning. Lift the covers without hands? Consort Zhong was taken aback, her mind conjuring images that made her heart race and her cheeks warm. She inquired nonchalantly, "Is that merely what he said? You did not see it with your own eyes?" Lu Jin's expression grew slightly awkward as he replied, "I saw it. It startled me." Consort Zhong covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, then gazed at the image for a while before murmuring, "Go check the eunuch quarters. If there are any newly castrated eunuchs who cannot endure, have him replaced. Tomorrow morning, bring him to me." Lu Jin nodded respectfully, replying, "I will arrange it immediately." Consort Zhong casually waved her hand, tossing the scroll back to Lu Jin. "Burn it." After saying this, she reclined once more on the soft couch, leisurely perusing a colorful illustrated book. Lu Jin withdrew respectfully. At midnight, outside the eunuch quarters, under Lu Jin's arrangements, Ji Taichu arrived at the eunuch quarters located in the western corner of the imperial city, donning a black eunuch robe and acquiring a new name, Shao Li Zi. Li Sangum. Newly castrated eunuchs would reside in the quarters for a period of recuperation, during which they could not be exposed to light or wind. Each bed in the quarters was separated by partitions. After ensuring Ji Taichu's arrangements, Lu Jin, before departing, inscribed upon Ji Taichu's palm, "Act according to the situation." Ji Taichu nodded, indicating his understanding. Lu Jin scrutinized Ji Taichu for a moment before suddenly extending his right hand swiftly and slapping it on Ji Taichu's left shoulder. In an instant, a searing pain surged through Ji Taichu, his complexion paling as he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Ji Taichu silently cursed under his breath, realizing that Lu Jin's actions were meant to make him appear more frail. After all, his current persona was that of a eunuch who had barely survived the ordeal. "I am walking a tightrope," Ji Taichu thought to himself as he quietly returned to the darkened quarters, feeling his way to the bed designated for Li Sanging, sitting on the edge, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. To serve as a false eunuch in the palace, only to also become a favored concubine for the consort, if discovered. The potential outcomes would be grim, either dismemberment or 1,000 cuts. Truly, fortune lies in peril. Shaking his head inwardly, Ji Taichu cast his gaze downward, slightly furrowing his brow. Due to his exceptional talents in this regard, he was chosen to be a favored male consort. However, such extraordinary gifts were rather conspicuous within the palace. While others were unremarkable, his mere presence would draw attention, leading others to suspect he had pilfered treasures of the palace and hidden them in his trousers. This was untenable. Being overly noticeable was not permissible. He must blend in with the other eunuchs. After some contemplation, Ji Taichu conceived an idea. Just as women can bind their chests when disguising as men, men could cinch their waists when masquerading as eunuchs. Moreover, eunuchs typically needed to bow and curtsy. His bowing was not a sign of deference, but rather a precaution to avoid startling others. The next morning, the sound of a door creaking open filled the air. 3 eunuchs clad in black entered the chamber, 2 of whom approached the northern window and opened it. Sunlight poured in. Lying in bed, Ji Taichu feigned discomfort from the brightness, shielding his eyes with his hand as he regarded the trio of eunuchs. The lead eunuch held a booklet, opening it to announce in a shrill voice that the time had come for a roll call, instructing those still alive to respond. He began calling names. Zhao Zhong. A weak voice emerged from the farthest corner of the room, affirming his presence. The lead eunuch cast a cold glance at Zhao Zhong, who hastily corrected himself, stating he was present. The lead eunuch continued, calling out Tianji, to which a voice responded affirmatively. Then he called Zhang Xiang, but this time, silence ensued. The two eunuchs who had opened the window approached Zhang Xiang's bed, lifting his lifeless body and exiting the large silkworm room. Without any expression, the lead eunuch continued with the roll call. When he called Li Sangeng, Ji Taichu, feigning weakness, replied affirmatively. After the roll call concluded, the lead eunuch closed the booklet and surveyed the new eunuchs with a smirk that did not reach his eyes. He advised those who could still move to present themselves well. Soon, the heads of various palaces would arrive to select individuals from the silkworm room. Being chosen by a noble could lead to a meteoric rise, while not being selected would mean being consigned to the Jidiansi or Huanyi, both of which were notoriously understaffed. Ji Taichu held his breath slightly. He had already learned from Lu Jin that the Jidiansi was responsible for tasks such as cleaning toilets, mopping floors, collecting corpses, and transporting refuse carts. This was the last place any eunuch wished to end up. Lu Jin must have already made arrangements for him. Ji Taichu mused, feeling somewhat at ease. He had come to be a consort. Surely he would not be relegated to scrubbing toilets. If he were to scrub toilets, it would be repugnant not only for him, but also for the noble consort. Shortly after the three eunuchs departed, a plump woman dressed in a green skirt entered the silkworm room, surveying the beds before her gaze fell upon Ji Taichu. She paused momentarily before directly inquiring, "What is your name?" Ji Taichu respectfully replied, "I am called Li Sangeng. From now on, you shall be known as Xiao Li Zi. Follow me," the plump woman said nonchalantly before turning to leave. "Yes," Ji Taichu responded, rising and slightly bending at the waist as he followed her. In a corner near the silkworm room, Lu Jin observed Ji Taichu trailing behind the plump woman, his expression shifting slightly. After confirming it was indeed Ji Taichu, he hastily turned and returned to Zhongxiu Palace. Within the innermost chambers of Zhongxiu Palace, the noble consort's expression also changed slightly as she fixed her gaze on Lu Jin, asking in a low voice, "Are you certain it was Yi Hongyu who chose him?" Lu Jin quickly replied, "In this palace, apart from His Majesty, only the Queen's selections can precede ours. I would not mistake it." The noble consort's face grew cold. Her teeth clenched as she responded, "How could Yi Hongyu select him?" Lu Jin envisioned Ji Taichu's appearance and refrained from further comment. Though he thought that if he were Yi Hongyu, he would likely choose Ji Taichu as well. The noble consort asked coldly, "What should we do now?" Lu Jin hastily assured her, "There is no need for concern. Ji Taichu would never betray us." The noble consort scoffed. "He has already entered Qingning Palace. How can you expect me not to worry?" Lu Jin's eyes darted, and a thought struck him as he quickly replied, "The one we should be concerned about is not us. You just mentioned that he is in Qingning Palace. So what does that have to do with us in Zhongxiu Palace?" The noble consort paused, then realized the implication. Yes, that man was in Qingning Palace, and the one harboring men was that wretched queen, not I, the noble consort of Zhongxiu Palace. With this thought, the tension in her brow eased slightly. Yet recalling Ji Taichu's appearance caused her to frown once more, muttering, "We cannot allow that wretched woman to benefit from this." Lu Jin, understanding her implication, cleared his throat and quietly said, "There is no need for concern. Our plans can proceed as usual. Furthermore, now that he is in Qingning Palace, if he is discovered, you can easily shift the blame onto them. After all, he is in Qingning Palace." The noble consort's gaze flickered, and she nodded, instructing, "Keep a close watch. If he is discovered, you must inform me immediately." "Understood. Also, arrange for him to meet with me as soon as possible. His Majesty has been seriously injured for several days and cannot perform his duties. If we delay any longer, even if I could conceive, the timing would be off." "Yes." Meanwhile, along the passage leading to the Queen's residence, Qingning Palace, the plump woman, Yi Hongyu, spoke as they walked, "The place you are going is the Queen's quarters. Qingning Palace, where you will serve from now on. As you are newly entered into the palace, There are many rules you may not yet understand. I will first assign you to the reading hall where the queen reads. The queen's quarters? Shouldn't it be Zhongxiu Palace belonging to noble consort Zhong? Ji Taichu's heart quickened, feeling his lips dry, yet he respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance." Yi Hongyu glanced back at Ji Taichu, stating, "My surname is Yi. You may call me Aunt Yi." "Yes, Aunt Yi," Ji Taichu responded promptly. Moments later, they arrived at Qingning Palace, standing outside the reading hall. Yi Hongyu looked at Ji Taichu and asked, "Can you read?" Ji Taichu respectfully replied, "I know a few characters." Yi Hongyu did not ask further. Summoning a palace made in green and instructing, "He is new," called Xiao Li Zi. Arranged for him to have accommodations, attire, an identity token, and 2 volumes of basic knowledge. Teach him the rules. He will serve in the reading hall. "Yes," the green-clad maid responded respectfully. After Yi Hongyu departed, the green-clad maid studied Ji Taichu with curiosity, her cheeks slightly flushing as her gaze lingered on his face. Ji Taichu also examined the maid before him, silently praising her beauty. This seemingly casual maid possessed striking features. In a soft voice, the green-clad maid asked, "Are you called Xiao Li Zi?" Ji Taichu nodded and quietly replied, "My full name is Li Sanging." "I do not yet know your name, sister." "My name is Chu Rue," the green-clad maid said, her cheeks slightly reddening. "Chu Rue, Jia," Ji Taichu called out, with a rosy complexion. The maid led Ji Taichu to a courtyard in the southeast corner of Qingning Palace, whispering, "This is Dongpei Courtyard, where the eunuchs of Qingning Palace reside. I will select a nice room for you." As she spoke, she brought Ji Taichu to a house, opened the door, and stepped inside. Ji Taichu surveyed the room, noting it comprised 2 chambers, a hall, and a bedroom. Chirue handed the key to the room to Ji Taichu, softly uttering, "Remember this place. You shall reside here from now on." "Thank you, Sister Chirue," Ji Taichu expressed her gratitude. Chirue chuckled lightly and said, "Come, I will take you to collect other items." Throughout the morning, Ji Taichu followed Chirue as they hurriedly gathered eunuch garments, shoes and socks, an identification badge, bedding, 2 volumes of foundational knowledge, and 2 taels of silver. She discreetly handed 1 tael of silver to Chirue. Chirue's heart raced slightly, and she shook her head, refusing to accept it. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Taichu grasped Fei's small hand and forcefully placed the silver in her palm, whispering, "I will trouble you to take care of me, Sister Chirue." Chapter 5. How could there be a man in the Empress's chambers? Chirue, her cheeks flushed, withdrew her hand and shot Ji Taichu a teasing glance before leading her to the dining hall, where she quietly explained, "We, the maidservants, eat here. After finishing, we must rinse our mouths. There must be no lingering taste, or else it would be a grave offense to the noble ones." "Understood," Ji Taichu nodded. After lunch, Ji Taichu returned to the study hall. Following Chirue's instructions, she removed her shoes at the side door, donned a pair of pure white cloth socks, and stepped lightly into the hall. Her tasks were simple: opening and closing windows, managing the lamps at night, and patrolling to ensure the Empress could read without disturbance. In the afternoon, 4 palace maids, including Chirue, arrived at the study hall. Chirue glanced at Ji Taichu, who stood beside a bookshelf, and directly commanded, "Xiao Li Zi, wait in the back. The Empress will be coming to read shortly. I will call you if needed." "All right," Ji Taichu nodded and proceeded to the back of the hall, standing by the side door. Before long, several palace maids accompanied a distinguished lady clad in a gold and red phoenix robe, entering the study hall. Ji Taichu bowed, recalling Lu Jin's earlier instructions, and dared not steal a glance at the Empress. According to Lu Jin, many eunuchs and palace maids in the palace possessed considerable strength, and some consorts were skilled in martial arts with keen senses. At the south window of the study hall, the Empress reclined on a soft couch, casually picking up a yellow-covered booklet, flipping through it while delicately waving her fair, slender fingers. The corpulent lady-in-waiting, Yi Hongyu, exchanged knowing glances with the palace maids. One by one, the maids quietly withdrew from the study hall. The Empress lowered her voice and inquired, "What news?" Yi Hongyu replied softly, "Your Majesty, tonight, the esteemed Xuanji Jinren will be dining with us. If all goes well, Your Majesty's injuries may heal by tomorrow." The Empress scoffed, "Xuanji Jinren, the leader of the Taoist sect, is not easily swayed." It was said that Yi Hongyu's voice grew softer. "Gong Gong Hong has already gone to the Yangxin Palace and brought a vial of Qijing Yangsha blood for Your Majesty." The Empress furrowed her brow, murmuring, This action will surely offend the Taoist sect. Ye Hongyu remained silent, contemplating that offending the Taoist sect was better than facing death. The Empress shook her head, softly stating, "Let it be. You must keep a close watch on Qingning Palace tonight. Xuanji Zhenren may bring calamity." Ye Hongyu's expression turned serious, and she nodded earnestly. The Empress focused her attention back on the booklet in her hands. As evening fell, the Empress and her entourage departed. Ji Taichu, who had been standing at the back of the hall, couldn't help but stretch, feeling a twinge of resentment towards Lu Jin. Not only had he failed to become a favored consort, but he also had to stand guard for half the day. As dusk approached, Ji Taichu moved to the west side of the hall, retrieving a fire stick from a cabinet and lighting the lanterns on the 7 lampstands in the study hall. Prior to this, he had ensured there was sufficient oil in the lamps. It must be mealtime by now, he thought. Approaching the main door of the study hall, he peeked outside and observed that most of the other palace attendants in Qingning Palace were still attending to their duties, leaving him momentarily hesitant about whether it would be too abrupt to go for a meal at this time. After waiting a while longer, he spotted Chirui approaching the study hall, and his eyes brightened, knowing that the little maid must be coming to find him. As expected, Chirui reached the entrance of the study hall and asked, "Why haven't you gone to eat?" Ji Taichu sighed helplessly. "I lost track of time and didn't know when to eat. I saw that the others in the other halls hadn't moved, so I didn't dare to stir." Amused, Chirui took out an oil paper bag from her bosom and handed it to him, whispering, "From now on, go for breakfast as soon as you wake up. At noon, as long as the Empress is not in the study hall, go for lunch. For dinner, wait until the Empress leaves before you eat. If the Empress hasn't left by the time the lamps are lit, wait until after they are extinguished. You must not leave while the lanterns are lit. You need to keep watch. Otherwise, if a fire breaks out, it could cost you your life." Ji Taichu accepted the oil paper bag with heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Chirui. Without you, I fear I would have met a dire fate today." Chirui's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied, "Eat slowly, and be careful not to drop anything on the floor." "All right," Ji Taichu nodded. Chirui said no more, glanced at Ji Taichu's face, and then turned to leave. Sighing with relief, Ji Taichu returned to the study hall, aware that he would not be able to return to his quarters for sleep until after extinguishing the lamps. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from above the Yangxin Palace. An assassin. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the Daliang Imperial Palace. In Qingning Palace, Ye Hongyu, who stood beside the Empress, turned pale. The Empress, remaining calm, stated, "Xuanji Zhenren is a formidable figure who will not allow herself to be easily controlled. We must be on guard. She could do anything at this moment." "Yes." Ye Hongyu nodded, her gaze sharp as she scanned the surroundings. In the depths of the Zhong Guifei's chambers, where she had been tossing and turning in bed, the sudden commotion outside caused her to sit up abruptly, her voice trembling as she called out, "Xiao Jinzi." "I am here," Lu Jin responded promptly. Arriving at the chamber and respectfully looking through the beaded curtain toward Zhong Guifei, whispering, "Do not worry, Your Grace. The noise just now came from the Yangxin Palace." "Yangxin Palace?" Zhong Guifei paused, her brow furrowing as she wondered, the Emperor is already gravely injured. Who would dare to assassinate him at this time? Lu Jin, equally puzzled, suggested quietly, "Shall I send someone to inquire?" Zhong Guifei nodded, insisting, "Go quickly and return promptly. I must know what has transpired." "Yes." In the Qingning Palace, within the study hall, Ji Taichu, hearing the commotion outside, couldn't help but lean toward the main entrance, peering out. "Is there an assassin on my very first day in the palace?" he thought, feeling both speechless and anxious. He worried that if the palace guards conducted a search for the assassin, there was a significant chance they would discover his true identity as a false eunuch. Just then, a gust of wind brushed against his cheek. In the next moment, Ji Taichu felt a sudden jolt, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, and the world around him spun into a whirlwind of vivid yellow. At the very heart of this space lies a milky white jade platform. Upon this platform sits an enchanting woman, draped in a purple robe, her figure tall and graceful. At this moment, Ji Taichu suddenly finds himself atop the jade platform, bewildered and utterly perplexed by the recent events, having no inkling of how he arrived here. Just moments ago, he had been in the reading hall. Ji Taichu holds his breath, gazing at the captivating woman, who possesses an extraordinary beauty. Her cheeks are flushed, and her hair appears somewhat disheveled. How could there be a man in the Empress's palace? As chapter 6 unfolds, the purple-robed woman opens her eyes, lifting her gaze toward Ji Taichu, her voice trembling slightly with urgency. Ji Taichu's complexion shifts, and with a hint of hope, he replies, "You are mistaken. I am a eunuch." The purple-robed woman scoffs. "If you are truly a eunuch, would I seek you out?" Ji Taichu is taken aback, his attention drawn once more to the woman's visibly abnormal cheeks. And a suspicion begins to form in his mind. Could she be under the influence of an aphrodisiac? The purple-robed woman coldly inquires, "What is your connection to the De Liang royal family?" Ji Taichu hastily responds, "I have no connection whatsoever." Furrowing her brows, the purple-robed woman speculates, "Are you the Empress's favored consort?" "No, your vital essence remains intact. You are clearly still a virgin." Ji Taichu feels a chill run down his spine. How could this woman discern such details? With her cheeks growing even redder, the purple-robed woman nearly grits her teeth as she demands, "What is your name?" Ji Taichu replies, "Li Sanzheng." "You are fortunate," she murmurs, and without warning, she leaps onto Ji Taichu. In a state of shock, Ji Taichu quickly comprehends the situation. This purple-robed woman is indeed under the influence of an aphrodisiac and urgently requires a man to assist in her detoxification. The woman's strength is evidently formidable, leaving Ji Taichu with no room to resist as their garments soon lay scattered upon the jade platform. Retaining some semblance of reason, Ji Taichu cautions, "This is the reading hall. Making too much noise will certainly attract attention." The purple-robed woman, breathing heavily, retorts in my Su Shinding, "Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will hear you." "Su Shenzing," Ji Taichu exclaims, unable to contain his curiosity. "Then who exactly are you?" "My lady?" The purple-robed woman ignores his question, pressing her lips against his. Ji Taichu, reassured that their activities are unlikely to be overheard, relinquishes his restraint. His purpose for entering the palace was indeed to serve as a consort, and although the beauty beneath him is not the favored concubine Zhong, the essence of their actions remains unchanged. As time passes, and taking advantage of the purple-robed woman's hazy awareness, Ji Taichu uncovers her identity and the cause of her intoxication. The woman is the leader of the Taoist sect Tianzong, known as Xuanji Zhenren, specifically invited by the Emperor of De Liang as a revered guest. The source of her intoxication is straightforward. Recently, the emperor suffered a severe assassination attempt, sustaining grave injuries. In an effort to restore his health, he orchestrated a banquet intended to forcibly absorb the celestial Ling Long from Xuanji Zhenren's body. As Xuanji Zhenren is inherently of the Taoist constitution, her body contains celestial Ling Long, which, upon consummation with a man, would transfer half of her power and the celestial Ling Long into him. Upon realizing this, Ji Taichu feels a surge of exhilaration, as if invigorated by an electric current. He yearns to meld Xuanji Zhenren entirely into himself. As night deepens, in another part of the palace, the Yangxin Hall, the Emperor Liang Guang lies on a soft couch, his body convulsing, his face alternating between pallid and flushed in an unsettling manner. The elderly eunuch Hong Gonggong places his right hand against the emperor's chest, continually infusing him with vital energy. Meanwhile, an old physician grips the emperor's right arm to check his pulse. Furrowing his brow tightly, after a prolonged moment, he whispers to Hong Gonggong, "Your vitality can temporarily sustain his majesty, but he has consumed the blood of the Qi Jing Yang snake, which is too potent for his body to bear. He will never be able to engage in sexual relations again." With a stoic expression, Hong Gonggong replies, "First, ensure the emperor's survival." The old physician nods and ponders. "If we could capture Xuanji Zhenren, the Ling Long within her might extend his majesty's life for another spring." Hong Gonggong remarks, "Xuanji has vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. She must have practiced the Taoist sect's ultimate technique, Higuang Tong Chun. The likelihood of capturing her is slim. She has also consumed the blood of the Qi Jing Yang snake. Even if we manage to catch her after tonight, it would be of no avail." The old physician, resigned, states, "Then I shall prepare some restorative medicine for His Majesty." Hong Gonggong suddenly interjects, "Prescribe a larger quantity of nourishing herbs." The physician, surprised, nods without further inquiry. As night deepens, shadows flit through the palace, each hall having been thoroughly searched. In Qingning Palace and the Reading Hall, the oil lamps burn low, gradually extinguishing. The entire palace grows increasingly tranquil. Yet within the Su Shan Ding, an entirely different realm unfolds. For 3 consecutive hours, Ji Taichu remains tireless, growing more fervent with each passing moment. Under normal circumstances, he would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago, yet tonight is different. He distinctly feels as though a great volcano within him has erupted, unleashing a continuous flow of power. Once Xuanji Jinren regains her senses, she forcefully pushes Ji Taichu away, summoning her purple robe to shield her. Her expression is a complex blend of emotions as she glares at Ji Taichu, upon noticing the crimson stains upon the jade platform. Her eyes reflect an indescribable mix of shame and anger. Ji Taichu sits up, clearing his throat to remind her, "It was you who sought me out. I was merely assisting in detoxification." Xuanji Jinren fixes a cold, piercing gaze upon Ji Taichu, remaining silent. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Ji Taichu continues, "I am willing to take responsibility." Xuanji Jinren scoffs, "How do you plan to take responsibility? Can you restore my powers?" Powers? Ji Taichu's heart skips a beat as he recalls the overwhelming heat that surged through him during the detoxification process. His pulse quickens as he discreetly states, "All of this is the fault of that despicable emperor. He poisoned you to take advantage of you. I merely happened to save you." Xuanji Jinren glares at Ji Taichu, gritting her teeth. "You are not without fault either." Ji Taichu chuckles awkwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had indeed acted inappropriately while Xuanji Jinren was inebriated to illicit information. "I was simply unable to control myself. You are too beautiful." Upon uttering this, Ji Taichu feels heat rising to his cheeks. Xuanji Jinren's face also flushes, and she shoots Ji Taichu another fierce glare before closing her eyes to assess herself. Upon discovering that half of her power has vanished and the celestial Linglong has dissipated entirely, her complexion pales. When she realizes that the poison from the Qi Jing Yang snake blood has not been fully resolved, she can no longer hold herself together. Having already lost half of her powers, must she continue? Ji Taichu gazes at Xuanji Jinren, acutely aware of the volcanic energy surging within him, filling every limb with strength. After a considerable time, Xuanji Jinren opens her eyes once more, fixing a chilling stare upon Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu's eyelids flicker, and he quickly asks, "What do you require of me? Please, do not hesitate to speak." Xuanji Jinren takes a deep breath and slowly states, "Tomorrow night, you shall return." Ji Taichu is taken aback, hesitantly inquiring, "Can I leave now?" Xuanji Jinren fixed her gaze upon Ji Taichu and coldly remarked, "If you venture outside now, you will undoubtedly be apprehended and subjected to dismemberment." Alarmed, Ji Taichu inquired, "Is the area surrounded?" Xuanji Jinren replied nonchalantly, "You possess half of my power within you, and my Xian Linglong has been largely siphoned away by you. Currently, your abilities and vitality are leaking. The moment you step outside, others will instantly perceive your anomaly." With a growing sense of urgency, Ji Taichu asked, "What should we do?" After a prolonged silence, Xuanji Jinren ominously commanded, "Come here." Chapter 7. A First Encounter with the Empress. Do you wish to be recognized? Ji Taichu promptly rose and approached Xuanji Jinren, mimicking her posture as he seated himself cross-legged on the jade platform. Xuanji Jinren's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she shot a disapproving glance at the unclothed Ji Taichu, gritting her teeth as she said, "I will impart to you a method of cultivation that can assist in concealing your inner strength and restraining your leaking vitality, allowing you to appear more ordinary. However, the fact that you are a man must be concealed by your own efforts." Understood. Ji Taichu eagerly nodded. Xuanji Jinren did not elaborate further. She placed both hands upon Ji Taichu's chest, and 2 streams of true energy surged into his body. Feel the flow of true energy carefully. The technique I am bestowing upon you is called Yin Long Ju. Once mastered, it will not only obscure your internal strength and vitality, but also conceal your aura. Ji Taichu closed his eyes, diligently attuning to the path of true energy within him. After approximately 15 minutes, Xuanji Jinren withdrew her hands and scrutinized Ji Taichu once more, stating, "Your strength and vitality have been concealed, but your gaze is still not quite right." "My gaze?" Ji Taichu queried in surprise. "What is wrong with it?" Xuanji Jinren gently explained, "There is an occasional glint within your eyes. Avoid making eye contact with skilled individuals, or they may detect the anomaly." Understanding this, Ji Taichu nodded. Understood. He could not help but ask, might you teach me another technique to enhance my strength? Xuanji Jinren frowned and coldly inquired, what do you wish to learn? With a resigned expression, Ji Taichu replied, I am utterly ignorant of various martial arts and what they entail. I simply wish to grow stronger. Xuanji Jinren responded indifferently. Come to me tonight, and I shall teach you. Very well, Ji Taichu said, his face brightening. Xuanji Jinren shook her head, waving her right hand, sending a sharp stream of true energy sweeping over Ji Taichu's entire form. In an instant, Ji Taichu felt as though a layer of shackles had been removed, and he was imbued with a newfound lightness. Put on your clothes and leave, Xuanji Jinren stated with an impassive expression. Ji Taichu glanced down, his cheeks flushing crimson as he hurriedly searched for his garments on the jade platform. After dressing, he looked around once more before turning to Xuanji Jinren. Close your eyes, she instructed. Ji Taichu complied. In the next moment, he acutely sensed the temperature around him drop several degrees, and the light dimmed slightly. He opened his eyes to discover that he had returned to the Guanshu Dian. Is this a dream? Ji Taichu thought, clenching his right fist, the overwhelming sensation of power assuring him that this was indeed reality. Truly, those who escape great peril are destined for fortune. Reflecting on the recent days spent in confinement, he marveled at how the legendary leader of the Taoist sect, Tianzong, had graced him, sharing her half of her power, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Especially considering that this was the unparalleled beauty coveted by the Dog Emperor, his spirits soared even higher. Approaching the grand hall's entrance, he gently pushed open a crack in the door and noticed the sky was already beginning to brighten. Have you been here all this time? A cool voice suddenly echoed. Ji Taichu's heart leaped as he turned to see the voluptuous and graceful court lady, Yi Hongyu, approaching the Guanshu Dian. I was waiting for the lights to be extinguished last night and must have fallen asleep, Ji Taichu replied, bending slightly and lowering his head in a posture of guilt. He recalled Xuanji Jinren's warning and dared not meet Yi Hongyu's gaze lest his eyes betray him. As Yi Hongyu arrived outside the Guanshu Dian, she appraised Ji Taichu, noting his disheveled hair, and instinctively imagined him having fallen asleep directly within the grand hall. Return and change into clean clothes. Bathe thoroughly, she instructed. Yes, Ji Taichu nodded. Stepping out of the Guanshu Dian, just as he was about to leave, Yi Hongyu called out to him, have you practiced your Tongzi Gong? Ji Taichu blinked and gently shook his head, murmuring, I haven't had the chance yet. Yi Hongyu replied coolly, in the palace. Possessing some strength is akin to having an extra life. Ji Taichu promptly assured her, I will diligently practice. Yi Hongyu said nothing further, casting a final glance at the Guanshu Dian before turning to leave. Ji Taichu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Returning to Dongpei courtyard, he found that many eunuchs were already awake and bustling about. Ji Taichu lowered his head as he entered his quarters, changed into a fresh eunuch's robe, and sat before the bronze mirror to tidy his hair, all the while unable to shake the passionate memories of the previous night. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a stunning woman, especially with that ethereal quality, combined with her insatiable desires, rendering him utterly captivated. In the morning, Ji Taichu stood guard in the Guanshu Dian, holding the first 2 volumes of Tongzi Gong, perusing them repeatedly, planning to consult Xuanji Jinren that evening regarding whether a man could continue to cultivate Tongzi Gong after having lost his virginity. In the afternoon, amidst a throng of palace maids, the empress once again arrived at the Guanshu Dian. After perusing a book, she rose and approached the bookshelf to browse further. Yi Hongyu followed closely behind her. Upon reaching the end of a bookshelf, as the empress turned to gaze at another row, her peripheral vision caught a figure, prompting her to halt and look toward the side door at the rear of the hall. There stood a tall silhouette, although slightly hunched. The empress perceived an undeniable elegance in the figure. Dressed in eunuch attire, she faintly sensed an air of scholarly refinement about him. Is he new? The empress mused as she focused on Ji Taichu, standing by the side door, her lips parting slightly. Yi Hongyu glanced at Ji Taichu and nodded, softly saying, This servant was just chosen from the silkworm room yesterday. He has only recently been cleansed. Being physically weak, I haven't assigned him any strenuous tasks, allowing him to serve here in the Guanshu Dian. Turning to Ji Taichu, Yi Hongyu called out, Xiao Lizi, come here and answer. Ji Taichu's heart raced slightly as he bent down, lowered his head, and hurriedly approached, stopping a distance of 10 paces from the Empress and Yi Hongyu. The Empress gently commanded, "Lift your head." Ji Taichu held his breath momentarily before obediently raising his gaze, casting a somewhat anxious glance at the Empress. This was his first true encounter with her, and in that singular glance, he suddenly comprehended the essence of the term noble elegance. At first glance, the Empress appeared to be around 30 years old, clad in a phoenix robe that accentuated her voluptuous figure, her skin as smooth and white as snow, and her cheeks exquisitely beautiful, flushed with a rosy hue, rendering her utterly captivating. After merely a glance, Ji Taichu slightly lowered his eyelids, his heart racing with increased fervor. This Empress was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed an allure of noble grace that was utterly enticing. While Ji Taichu discreetly observed the Empress, she too was assessing him. With a single glance, the Empress confirmed that she had not been mistaken. The handsome young eunuch before her indeed emanated an aura of scholarly refinement. This handsome young eunuch has certainly received an education, the Empress thought, directly inquiring, "Have you studied?" Ji Taichu respectfully replied, "I have read a little." The Empress inquired, "Since you have studied, why do you not aspire to attain fame and fortune through examinations, but instead come to the palace as a eunuch?" Reflecting on Li Sanjin's situation, Ji Taichu answered, "My family has encountered misfortune, and in a desperate situation. I came to the palace to serve. At least I can have my fill." The Empress gazed intently at Ji Taichu, asking, "You came to the palace merely to have enough to eat?" Ji Taichu's heart stirred, and he softly said, "If I could gain the favor of a noble person, I would willingly face any danger." The Empress raised an eyebrow and said, "Let's use this favor as a theme. If you can compose a poem, I shall reward you with my acknowledgement." Chapter 8. Surely she does not think I am insulting her? Before entering the palace, I had heard tales of the scenery beyond the Great Wall and had drafted a poem. If your majesty does not mind, I can recite it for you. Ji Taichu pondered. The Empress nodded, saying, "Please do recite." Ji Taichu began to recite. Black clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to topple it. The armor gleams golden in the sunlight. Upon hearing these lines, both the Empress and Yi Hongyu displayed a hint of intrigue in their eyes. Ji Taichu continued. The sound of horns fills the autumn sky. The rouge of the frontier deepens into night. The Empress savored the words, her intrigue intensifying. Half a roll of red banners approaches the Yishui River. The frost heavy, the drum's cold sound does not rise. Ji Taichu did not pause, finishing the last two lines. I report to you on the Golden Terrace's intentions, lifting the jade dragon to die for you. The Empress's eyes sparkled with admiration, and after a moment of contemplation, she looked at Ji Taichu and curiously asked, "Where is Yishui?" Ji Taichu casually replied, "A great river from story." The Empress let out a soft "oh," eyeing Ji Taichu with suspicion. With such poetic talent, why did you enter the palace? Ji Taichu thought of the injustice he faced during the imperial examinations and could not help but say, poetic talent pales in comparison to power. The Empress was taken aback. Yi Hongyu cast a sidelong glance at Ji Taichu. Realizing his misstep, Ji Taichu corrected himself. What I meant to say is, while there are often fine horses, true connoisseurs are rare. The Empress pondered, are the fine horses perhaps a reference to good steeds? And what does the connoisseur refer to? Ji Taichu explained. The connoisseur is a person's name, known for his skill in discerning the quality of horses. He once saw a horse struggling to haul a load in the mountains, weary and laboring, while the driver continuously berated it, deeming it inferior. However, the connoisseur recognized it as a top-notch steed and immediately purchased it, caring for it. It is said that the horse, feeling the connoisseur's sincerity, let out a long neigh, overwhelmed with gratitude. Consequently, many began to use the term connoisseur to denote those adept at recognizing talent. The Empress curiously asked, "Where did you learn this?" Yi Hongyu looked at Ji Taichu with surprise. Ji Taichu calmly replied, "From some ancient books that others discarded." The Empress's eyes brightened, asking, "Do you remember the names of these ancient texts?" Ji Taichu shook his head, saying, "My family is poor, and most of the books I read were without covers." The Empress understood and gently said, "As a scholar, you should not refer to yourself as a servant in the future." Understood. Ji Taichu felt that referring to himself as a servant was indeed too awkward. The Empress scrutinized Ji Taichu and asked, "If I were to promote you, what would you most desire to do?" Ji Taichu replied, "That would depend on what pleases your majesty." The Empress chuckled lightly, You have not been in the palace long, yet you have learned the art of flattery quite swiftly. Ji Taichu smiled shyly. The empress did not elaborate further and turned back to select books from a shelf. Ji Taichu, understanding the situation, retreated to the side door of the main hall to wait, speculating that the empress would soon send someone to investigate Li Sanjian. Only by clarifying Li Sanjian's origins could the empress consider promoting him. Lu Jin must have already made arrangements, right? As evening approached, taking advantage of the empress's absence and the sky not yet fully darkened, Ji Taichu slipped out of the reading hall and made his way to the dining hall of Qingning Palace. After serving himself a meal, he noticed Chu Rui was also in the dining hall, so he walked directly over with his food tray. Upon catching sight of Ji Taichu, Chu Rui's cheeks involuntarily flushed. Ji Taichu grinned and sat down directly across from her. Just as he settled in, he felt several piercing gazes glancing around. He discovered several young eunuchs staring at him unfavorably. Chu Rui also sensed the attention from others, and after a moment's thought, she asked, "Did the empress specially call for you to chat in the reading hall?" As soon as she spoke, the hostile gazes that had been directed at Ji Taichu vanished without a trace, and the entire dining hall seemed to fall silent. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Rui, giving a gentle nod. Chu Rui's cheeks were rosy, and she lowered her head to eat without uttering another word. This little palace maid is quite clever, Ji Taichu mused, admiring the way Chu Rui ate, truly finding her captivating, and he began to eat heartily as well. After dinner, Ji Taichu and Chu Rui left together. Chu Rui whispered, "In the palace, do not be too ostentatious. It may invite jealousy. Do not be too low-key either, as it may lead to bullying." Ji Taichu nodded and softly replied, "I was just so delighted to see you, Sister Chu Rui, that I couldn't help but sit directly across from you." Chu Rui's face turned red, and she shot Ji Taichu a playful glare, quickening her pace to distance herself from him. Ji Taichu chuckled softly. Upon returning to the reading hall, he took out a fire stick to light the lamps one by one. As night deepened, Ji Taichu's anticipation grew. "You seem quite excited?" A cool voice suddenly broke the silence. Startled, Ji Taichu turned around to find the plump lady-in-waiting, Yi Hongyu, had appeared behind him without his notice. Yi Hongyu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Ji Taichu. "What? Are you feeling guilty?" Ji Taichu's heart skipped a beat, but he retorted, "If one day I were to suddenly appear behind you and gently tap your shoulder, your reaction would surely be even more pronounced than mine." Yi Hongyu remained non-committal and asked, "What has you so excited?" Ji Taichu cleared his throat and shook his head, "Nothing much." Yi Hongyu exhaled softly, "Speak." Ji Taichu's cheeks flushed slightly as he whispered, "I was imagining myself as a favored person beside the empress, second only to her." Just as he was reveling in such grand thoughts, he was startled by your voice, Aunt Yi. Yi Hongyu scoffed lightly. "Second to her? What? Do you wish to be above me?" Ji Taichu met Yi Hongyu's gaze and said, "Aunt Yi will always be Aunt Yi. Without you, I would likely be in a state of discomfort right now." Yi Hongyu fixed her gaze on Ji Taichu and suddenly asked, "Do you know why I chose you? Is it because of my good looks?" Ji Taichu silently scoffed but shook his head gently. Yi Hongyu replied coolly, "Because you do not resemble a eunuch." "Huh?" Ji Taichu was taken aback. Yi Hongyu continued, "In that silkworm room, while others appeared lost, you seemed as if you had just awakened, completely devoid of anxiety about the future." Ji Taichu smiled shyly and said softly, "I'm actually quite scared." This was the truth. Coming to the palace to pretend to be a eunuch, especially as a mere scholar without any strength, who wouldn't be afraid? Yi Hongyu observed Ji Taichu's expression and reminded, "The empress does not favor those who are overly clever. Do not think that composing a poem will earn her favor. If you can only compose poetry, you may find yourself confined within this pavilion of reading for a lifetime." Ji Taichu felt a stir in her heart and quickly responded, "I humbly request Aunt Ye's guidance." As she spoke, she retrieved the only 2 taels of silver from her bosom, glancing at Yi Hongyu and then at the silver, her face revealing a look of embarrassment. Presenting a mere 2 taels as a gift seemed inadequate. If she truly offered it, would Aunt Yi not perceive it as an insult? Chapter 9. Heroine, are you well? Yi Hongyu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Your Highness speaks truly. Though your time in the palace is brief, you have swiftly mastered the art of flattery." Ji Taichu clarified, "I merely wish to express my gratitude to Aunt Yi, but aside from these 2 taels, I possess nothing else." By the end of her statement, a hint of awkwardness appeared on Ji Taichu's face. Yi Hongyu's expression softened as she replied, "Do you not possess a wealth of talent? If you wish to thank me, recite a poem for me to hear." Ji Taichu blinked and said, "Then please provide a theme, Aunt Yi, and I shall give it a try." Yi Hongyu softly uttered a single word. Ji Taichu was momentarily taken aback before she began to openly assess Yi Hongyu. Before her stood Yi Hongyu. Like the empress, appeared to be around 30 years of age. Her skin was fair and smooth, her figure tall and voluptuous, her features dignified and beautiful, exuding an aura of serene maturity. This mature charm differed from that of a young matron, for it also contained an element of purity. Almost instinctively, Ji Taichu softly recited, "The clouds yearn for garments, flowers aspire for beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, the dew sparkles intensely. Had I not encountered you atop the mountain of jade, I would have met you beneath the moon at the pavilion of Yao." Yi Hongyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she regarded Ji Taichu. "Asking spring breeze?" Ji Taichu stated earnestly, "This is the essence. I am saying that Aunt Yi is a celestial being." Yi Hongyu's cheeks reddened further as she replied, "I shall present this to the empress for her appreciation." Ji Taichu cleared her throat and quickly said, "That is unnecessary. This poem is exclusively for you, Aunt Yi." Yi Hongyu shook her head, stating, "The empress has encountered a dilemma. His Majesty is gravely ill and unable to attend court, while the crown prince is currently in charge. Yet, the crown prince's relationship with the empress is not favorable. The empress has no offspring, but her rapport with the ninth prince is relatively good." Ji Taichu pondered for a moment. He recalled that the Liang Dynasty once had a crown prince, who was later deposed due to treason. The current empress of Qingming Palace is not His Majesty's original consort and has yet to conceive. Consequently, the position of crown prince within the Liang Dynasty remains unresolved. With the emperor gravely injured, various factions are sure to be restless. Ji Taichu quietly inquired, "How was His Majesty's health?" Although he was asking, he understood that the emperor's condition was likely quite severe. Last night, the use of aphrodisiacs on Xuanzhi was for the purpose of treating his injuries, ultimately benefiting him, the false eunuch. Ye Hongyu softly admonishit. "Do not speak carelessly about His Majesty's health." Ji Taichu responded, "I too believe that His Majesty is the one true sovereign. Even if he does not attend court, he can still oversee the realm. The crown prince's regency is granted by His Majesty. As long as His Majesty lives, he possesses the authority to revoke the crown prince's power. The empress, as the imperial consort, is the one closest to His Majesty." Yi Hongyu contemplated this, saying, "The court and palace possess intricate power dynamics. The empress has always managed matters within the inner palace and has never participated in court affairs." Ji Taichu remarked, "Traditionally, men govern outside and women govern within. The empress is His Majesty's wise helpmate. As long as she cares for His Majesty, he will surely feel it." Yi Hongyu raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on Ji Taichu. Did this man just imply that he hoped the empress would control His Majesty? She calmly replied, "Those who wish to undermine the empress are not limited to the crown prince. There is also a favored concubine within the palace who harbors resentment towards the empress." Was she referring to concubine Zhong? Ji Taichu thought to himself, maintaining a calm demeanor as he said, "With His Majesty gravely ill, the inner palace must remain united. And only one voice should prevail, the empress's voice. Anyone daring to challenge her authority at such a time would not only disrespect her, but also insult His Majesty." Yi Hongyu seemed to grasp his intent. Did he wish for the empress to take control of the concubines during His Majesty's critical condition? Shaking her head, Yi Hongyu remarked, "Your understanding is quite superficial. It would be best not to speak so boldly in public, lest you become a laughingstock." Ji Taichu nodded, whispering, "I only dare to speak nonsense before Aunt Yi. I would not dare to do so in front of others." Yi Hongyu said no more and turned to leave. Ji Taichu let out a sigh of relief. In truth, he was not well acquainted with the palace and court situation. After all, his purpose in this palace was to serve as a male consort, sowing seeds for the emperor, and thus he had no right to comprehend the dynamics at play. What he had just spoken was merely a collection of insights derived from the history of his previous life. The emperor was not merely gravely ill, but had sustained sudden and severe injuries, indicating that he held considerable control over the court. As long as he lived, he could alter the line of succession, especially since no crown prince had been established yet. If the regent crown prince became too arrogant, it would surely incite the emperor's suspicion. As night deepened, he waited until the oil lamps burned out and all the lanterns extinguished, yet he did not await Xuanji Jinren, leading him to indulge in anxious thoughts. Could something have happened to Xuanji Jinren? In the darkness, Ji Taichu circled the pavilion of reading, finding no signs of any anomalies. Return to your residence. A clear, delicate voice suddenly resonated in Ji Taichu's ear. Ji Taichu blinked and promptly exited the pavilion of reading, making his way back to Dongpei courtyard under the cover of night. Just as he reached his bedside, the world before him shifted. Familiar golden hues, the well-known jade platform, and the recognizable figure of Xuanji Jinren all came into view. Ji Taichu observed Xuanji Jinren seated upon the jade platform, her cheeks flushed crimson, radiating an alluring charm. And he instantly understood that the poison afflicting her had yet to be resolved, likely reaching an unbearable threshold. "Heroine, are you well?" Ji Taichu asked knowingly. In the next moment, a surge of energy rushed toward him, and he found himself flying into Xuanji Jinren's embrace, toppling her onto the jade platform. The newly donned eunuch's attire was torn to shreds in an instant. Meanwhile, in the Yangxin Hall, Emperor Liang Wang had regained consciousness. He lay languidly upon the dragon bed, unable to move his body below his neck, and speaking was a considerable effort. According to the old physician, it would take another half-month for him to regain mobility. Gong Gong Hong stood beside the dragon bed, quietly stating, "Xuanji Jinren has gone silent. This old servant suspects she may have fled the imperial capital." Anger flashed in Liang Guang's eyes, and with his pale lips moving, he managed to utter in a hoarse voice, "Fetch me medicine." Gong Gong Hong nodded, saying, "Your Majesty need not worry. This old servant has already made arrangements, and the healing elixirs from all the major sects will be sent in succession. As long as this old servant is here, Your Majesty will surely be safe." Liang Guang's expression softened as he inquired, "How is the eldest?" "The eldest referred to the crown prince, Liang Chengyuan." Gong Gong Hong replied, "The crown prince is currently regent and possesses adequate capability, though he is overly apparent in suppressing dissenting factions. Furthermore, the crown prince wishes to take General Qin Feihu's daughter, Qin Lingyan, as a secondary consort." On Liang Guang's nearly expressionless face, a fleeting cold smile crossed his lips as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What audacity!" Gong Gong Hong nodded in agreement and remarked, "Qin Feihu is a favored servant of His Majesty. Should he dare to betray the emperor, I shall be the first to show him no mercy." Liang Guang refrained from further comment, feeling a deep furrow form on his brow. His body was devoid of any sensation. In the latter part of the night, the dark sky enveloped the palace in profound silence. Within Qingning Palace, in the Dongpei courtyard, the fierce battle had concluded, and heavy breaths gradually returned to calm. The Xuanji Jinren lay with closed eyes upon the jade platform, her cheeks flushed abnormally, her hair in disarray. At that moment, she felt like a fallen enchantress, entirely at the mercy of the man beside her. Once fully regained, Xuanji Jinren pushed away Ji Taichu, sitting up and casting a complex gaze upon him. This man had only just lost his virginity the previous night, yet his prowess in seducing women was self-taught and seemingly boundless. Ji Taichu cleared his throat, but said little. What needed to be said had already been addressed during Xuanji Jinren's moment of hazy consciousness. It was best to remain prudent now, lest he provoke her ire. Xuanji Jinren coldly inquired, "Do you wish to cultivate?" Chapter 10. One must pluck the flower while it blooms. Ji Taichu nodded eagerly. Xuanji Jinren pondered, "You are not a disciple of my Tianzong. Thus, the supreme techniques of Tianzong cannot be imparted to you. In the palace, the eunuchs primarily practice rudimentary techniques. However, I possess a method suitable for your cultivation that can disguise your true energy as that of a novice." Ji Taichu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Xuanji Jinren. She softly asked, "Do you know the origin of this Xushinding?" Ji Taichu contemplated before responding. "It must be a sacred artifact of your Taoist Tianzong." Xuanji Jinren shook her head, stating, "This Xushinding was indeed discovered by me in the Yunhai secret realm of Tianzong, yet no records of it exist in our scriptures. There has never been a legend of the Xushinding in this world. When I found it, there was a corpse within, along with a blood-written farewell and a technique." Ji Taichu's heart stirred as he speculated. "This technique is what you wish to impart to me?" Xuanji Jinren gently nodded and explained. According to the farewell inscribed within the ding, he cultivated this technique for 60 years, achieving great mastery, but instead of encountering the then leader of Tianzong, Zhang Zhenren, he mistakenly entered the Yunhai secret realm and met an elderly Taoist with white hair. This Xushan Ding belongs to the old Taoist. After a fierce battle, the old man was defeated and resorted to using the Xushan Ding. They were trapped within, and despite his formidable powers, he could not break free. The old Taoist was killed, and in despair, he inscribed his technique in blood within the Ding. Curiously, Ji Taichu asked, "What is the name of this technique?" Xuanji Zhenren softly uttered 5 words, Jiu Yang Yulong Jing. Afterward, she looked at Ji Taichu and continued, "I have studied this technique, but cannot ascertain its full potential. The individual who left it did not truly prove his strength. I can only say that with half of my power within you, cultivating this technique will yield remarkable results. Furthermore, the Jiu Yang true energy you cultivate can seamlessly masquerade as novice energy." Ji Taichu promptly assured, "The technique you impart, I shall diligently cultivate." Without further ado, Xuanji Zhenren began to explain the method. Ji Taichu listened intently and soon realized that the Jiu Yang Yulong Jing was far more intricate than either the warm sun technique or the novice technique. The Jiu Yang Yulong Jing is divided into 9 levels, emphasizing a step-by-step approach. With each level of cultivation, one's power exponentially increases. Upon reaching the 9th level, one can command dragons and traverse the heavens. After absorbing this knowledge, Ji Taichu felt a surge of excitement and grasped Xuanji Zhenren's hands, pressing them against his chest, urgently requesting, "Hurry, help me circulate the energy once." Xuanji Zhenren's cheeks flushed slightly, shooting him an annoyed glance yet refusing to decline. She focused her energy, transmitting a strand of true energy into Ji Taichu, guiding along the path of the Jiu Yang Yulong Jing within his body. Continuing her explanation, she noted, "The true energy flows through the meridians and acupoints, ultimately converging in the dantian. Typically, one must first clear the meridians and open the acupoints at the start of cultivation. Your situation is unique. You possess half of my power within you without having cultivated. In future practice, do not merely pursue speed. First, clear the blockages in your meridians and open the acupoints." After about half an hour, they paused. Ji Taichu, unable to restrain himself, suddenly lunged forward, toppling Xuanji Zhenren onto the jade platform. Her complexion shifted, turning crimson as she glared at him, demanding, "What are you doing?" Ji Taichu remained silent, his gaze fervently fixed on her. Xuanji Zhenren's heart raced, and after glaring at him, she closed her eyes, internally reassuring herself, the poison has yet to be purged. A smile danced on Ji Taichu's lips as he decided not to hold back any longer. As dawn approached, satisfied with their earlier encounter, new ambitions swelled within Ji Taichu, and he turned to Xuanji Zhenren, declaring, "I wish to learn another defensive martial art." Xuanji Zhenren frowned and replied curtly, "It is getting late. We shall discuss this tonight." Ji Taichu nodded in satisfaction, interpreting her words as a promise that she would remain, allowing them to continue their discussions. Xuanji Zhenren cautioned, "Several eunuchs in this courtyard have been watching your residence." Ji Taichu paused, quickly realizing, and inquired softly, "Are you saying they are monitoring me?" Xuanji Zhenren shook her head, clarifying, "Perhaps they are not monitoring you, but are merely envious or seeking to curry favor. I am quite curious about your true identity. Why have you come to impersonate a eunuch in the Empress's quarters?" After a moment, she added, "No need to answer. I do not wish to know too much about you. The more I know, the harder it will be when it comes time to part." Unhappy, Ji Taichu fixed his gaze on Xuanji Zhenren, asking, "Are you planning to leave?" Xuanji Zhenren replied calmly, "There is no love between us. I will not hold you responsible." Ji Taichu retorted, "It is you who should be responsible. I have grown gaunt over the past few days, saving you. Can you truly just walk away?" Xuanji Zhenren's face darkened as she shot him a fierce glare and scolded, "Shameless." Ji Taichu grinned, locking eyes with her earnestly. "If you intend to leave, please inform me in advance." Xuanji Zhenren murmured, "If you do not depart soon, someone will come knocking at your door." Ji Taichu responded, "Then promise me you won't leave tonight." Xuanji Zhenren furrowed her brow, coldly remarking, "Your audacity grows bolder." Ji Taichu, appearing nonchalant, replied, "If you do not agree, then I shall not leave." With that, he prepared to lay down. Xuanji Zhenren's eyelids twitched, and she pushed against Ji Taichu's chest, exasperatedly stating, "You will not leave tonight." Ji Taichu smiled gently, reaching out to caress the elegant nose of Xuanji Jinren before leaping into the air. In the next moment, before he could react, a strong gust of wind swept over him, and he found himself landing directly on the bed in his quarters. Sitting up, he realized he was unclothed and hurriedly sought out the eunuch attire he had changed out of the previous day. One set of eunuch clothing had been torn to shreds by Xuanji Jinren, and he would need to find a way to acquire another set. With nothing to occupy him in the morning, by afternoon, when the Empress Dowager came to the reading hall, Yi Hongyu summoned Ji Taichu, commanding him to attend to the Empress Dowager. The Empress, glancing at the book in her hands, casually remarked, "This palace has heard from Hongyu that you gifted her a poem last night." Ji Taichu, not looking at Yi Hongyu, respectfully replied, "It is but a superficial work. I hope the Empress can pardon it." The Empress stated directly, "Compose another for me." Ji Taichu inquired, "Is there a specific theme?" The Empress closed her book, cast a sidelong glance at Ji Taichu, and said, "What a pity." Ji Taichu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he softly recited, "I urge you not to spare the golden silk attire. I urge you to cherish your youth. When flowers are ready to be picked, they should be plucked. Do not wait until there are no flowers to grasp at branches." The Empress read it through lightly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes, and fixed her gaze on Ji Taichu. "You have only just cleansed yourself, yet you possess such insights?" Ji Taichu fell silent. How could he respond to that? There was no way to answer. The choice to convey this poem was certainly not due to being a eunuch. Rather, his thoughts had been occupied by Xuanji Jinren. It was almost certain that Xuanji Jinren would not remain by his side indefinitely. Once the debauchery was entirely eradicated, she would likely depart. What he could do was to relish the time he had with her, striving to leave the most profound memories and minimizing any sense of regret. The Empress suddenly inquired, "If I wish to reuse someone, how can I ensure their unwavering loyalty?" Ji Taichu's heart stirred, and after a moment's reflection, he responded, "If they are not a trusted confidant raised from childhood, to ensure a person's loyalty, I have 3 strategies to offer your highness, 1 superior, 1 moderate, and 1 inferior." The Empress lifted the white jade teacup from the table, sipping as she commanded, "Please elaborate." Ji Taichu continued, "The superior strategy is to treat them with sincerity. The moderate strategy is to promise them great rewards. The inferior strategy is to hold leverage over them." The Empress gazed at Ji Taichu. "What about my treatment of you?" Ji Taichu promptly replied, "Your kindness is as weighty as a mountain." The Empress chuckled, teasing, "It seems I have yet to promote you, and you already claim that my kindness is as weighty as a mountain?" Yi Hongyu nearby appeared somewhat speechless. Ji Taichu maintained a calm demeanor, stated, "Your Highness allowing me to serve before you is already a tremendous honor." The Empress laughed lightly. "If you say it that way, how can I reward you?" "Without a reward, how can it be considered a great benefit?" Ji Taichu replied, "The favor of your Highness is indeed a great benefit. That is still insufficient." The Empress shook her head, pondering. "I recall that the Yunnan kingdom from the western regions once offered a dragon elephant pill." Yi Hongyu, surprised, nodded indeed. There was such a pill said to grant immense strength. The Empress commanded, "Reward him, and also have him select a lightness technique from Wanzhong Pavilion." Yi Hongyu acknowledged yes. Ji Taichu's heart raced with excitement, and he respectfully expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous gift." The Empress turned to Ji Taichu and inquired, "What do you mean by the inferior strategy of holding leverage?" Ji Taichu pondered for a moment and asked, "Does Your Highness possess any valuable personal belongings?" The Empress, understanding, responded, "Are you plotting to steal my personal belongings as leverage?" Ji Taichu remained respectfully silent. The Empress's personal belongings were not merely leverage. They were also tokens of power. She remarked, "Merely providing personal belongings may not suffice. What if you were to discard them after leaving? Who would I turn to for justice?" Ji Taichu quickly replied, "I would not dare to discard Your Highness's belongings, even if I had 10 times the courage. I would keep them close, even while sleeping." The Empress did not respond, but commanded, "Compose a love poem for me." Ji Taichu was taken aback for a moment, before quickly realizing the implications, his cheeks slightly stiffening. Writing a love poem for the Empress? That was quite a significant leverage indeed. Yi Hongyu nearby also appeared somewhat startled. Ji Taichu understood that he had no grounds to refuse at this moment. He stepped forward to the writing desk, took up a fine brush, dipped it in ink, contemplated briefly, and swiftly wrote, "There is a beauty unforgettable upon sight. A day without seeing her drives me to madness. The phoenix soars, seeking a mate across the seas. Upon reading the first line, the empress held her breath slightly, her cheeks subtly tinged with color. By the time she finished reading the entire poem, her face was distinctly flushed, and she cast several reproachful glances at Ji Taichu. Yi Hongyu, nearby, also held her breath, casting an admiring glance at Ji Taichu. This poem dedicated to the empress was likely to lead to dire consequences for his family. Once completed, Ji Taichu felt a hint of discomfort cross his face. The poem was titled Feng Qiu Huang, quite fitting for the occasion, though his identity did not quite align. The empress, maintaining her composure, inquired, "Does it have a title?" Ji Taichu cleared his throat and replied truthfully, "Feng Qiu Huang." The empress's cheeks flushed once more, casting a reproachful glance at Ji Taichu, stating, "Write the title. And you must also sign your name," adding the words for the Empress Dowager, Ximei Yang. Ji Taichu, feeling pressured, complied with the empress's instructions. Although he signed as Li Sanging, the handwriting had already implicated him in a way that bound him to the empress. The empress glanced at Yi Hongyu, who stepped forward and took the poem Feng Qiu Huang. The empress regarded Ji Taichu, contemplating, "You should follow Hongyu to learn the proper conduct, then improve your skills. In a few days, I will arrange for you to serve in the Yangxin Palace, attending to His Majesty." Serve His Majesty? Ji Taichu was taken aback, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness." He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Initially, he had presumed the empress would assign him to a significant role in the inner court, perhaps even to become a feared enforcer in the Dongchang. He did not anticipate being sent to the Yangxin Palace. The Yangxin Palace was the Emperor Liang Guang's inner sanctum, essentially the epicenter of power. However, was he to serve an injured old man? Ji Taichu felt reluctant. Staying here seemed preferable, especially since Emperor Liang Guang was an enemy of Xuanji Junren. The empress scrutinized Ji Taichu. "You do not appear very excited?" Ji Taichu shook his head, explaining, "I am merely still processing this immense favor." The empress reminded him, "His Majesty is gravely ill. Many matters require the inner servants to handle." Ji Taichu nodded, "I understand." The empress advised, "Once you are there, work diligently and speak less. When important figures are speaking, do not interject and avoid appearing distracted." "Understood." The empress continued, "His Majesty is ill and has a volatile temperament. You must be perceptive." Ji Taichu affirmed yes. After the empress's instructions, she instructed Yi Hongyu to take him away. The two arrived outside a grand hall on the south side of Qingning Palace. "Wait here," Yi Hongyu instructed before stepping forward to open the hall doors and entering. Ji Taichu looked up at the plaque under the eaves of the hall. "Fengku." It is presumed that this should be the treasure vault of the empress. Moments later, Yi Hongyu emerged, holding a delicate golden wooden box, roughly the size of a fist. After securing the Fengku, Yi Hongyu approached Ji Taichu, presenting the small box while saying, "Inside, there is a Longxiang Dan. I suggest you wait until you cultivate true qi before consuming it." "Understood," Ji Taichu replied, placing it into the hidden pocket of his sleeve. "Let us proceed to Wanzhong Pavilion, where I will assist you in selecting a lightness technique." The two departed, heading south after exiting Qingning Palace. Along the way, Ji Taichu glanced at Yi Hongyu, several times hesitating to speak. Yi Hongyu, with a hint of indifference, remarked, "You wish to inquire why I presented that poem to the empress?" Ji Taichu remained silent. In truth, he could surmise that Yi Hongyu might have intended to present the poem Yun Xiang Yichang, Hua Xiang Rong to the empress. His hesitations were merely an attempt to initiate conversation. Yi Hongyu, with a meaningful expression, stated, "All matters within Qingning Palace cannot escape the empress's notice." Ji Taichu, taken aback, curiously asked, "Is the empress a master?" Yi Hongyu did not respond directly, but instead cautioned, "When assisting the empress, ensure your heart remains steadfast. Otherwise, it is you who will suffer." "Oh," Ji Taichu murmured softly, pondering whether he currently harbored any ulterior motives. At his core, he was sent by Lu Jin to serve consort Zhong, thus aligning himself with her faction. Emotionally, he had not only gained the maidenhood of Xuanji Junren, but also half of her power, along with her celestial Ling Long, naturally drawing him closer to her. Presently, he was indeed a subject of the empress, with certain leverage in her hands. To whom should he pledge his loyalty? Undoubtedly, He must remain loyal to himself. Chapter 12. Am I so shameless in your eyes? Arriving at the exterior of Wanzhong Pavilion on the south side of the palace, Yi Hongyu instructed Ji Taichu to wait outside before entering alone. Ji Taichu stood at the stone steps, surveying Wanzhong Pavilion, which was entirely adorned in a warm brown hue. Boasting 5 stories, ancient in style, and exuding an aura of grandeur and tranquility. Outside the main hall of Wanzhong Pavilion, 2 squads of soldiers clad in black armor stood guard, while patrolling soldiers on the granite path appeared notably dense. The sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Ji Taichu instinctively turned to look, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Lu Jin. Lu Jin, with hands tucked into his sleeves, leisurely passed by Ji Taichu, ascending the stone steps and entering the main hall, neither glancing at Ji Taichu nor engaging in any form of communication. Ji Taichu furrowed his brow, observing Lu Jin's retreating figure, contemplating without uttering a word. In his current position, he lacked the qualification to speak. Only Lu Jin could initiate dialogue. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yi Hongyu emerged from the main hall with a black booklet in hand. Ji Taichu immediately looked at her with anticipation. Let's go. Without pausing, Yi Hongyu tossed the black booklet to Ji Taichu. He caught it and quickly fell in step beside her, perusing the contents. Moing Mizongbu. Ye Hongyu A Planet. This is one of the supreme lightness techniques inherited from the 9 Abyss Palace of the demon sect. Ji Taichu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined it closely. Yi Hongyu continued, since the Empress has taken a liking to you, any technique you wish to learn will not be an issue. The key is to be diligent in your service to her. Understood, Ji Taichu promptly affirmed. Yi Hongyu chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, in Zongxiagong, deep within the chambers, Lu Jin reported to Consort Zhong about his encounter with Ji Taichu, whispering Yi Hongyu selected the Moing Mizongbu for him, indicating she values him highly. It is likely he will soon be assigned a new position. Consort Zhong furrowed her brows, coldly retorting, that vile Xiaomei is being so kind to him? He cannot possibly have become her male pet. Lu Jin hastily replied, absolutely not. While at Wanzhong Hall, I intentionally engaged Yi Hongyu in conversation, and she showed no particular reaction. Furthermore, that lad is clever. We know his background all too well. If he dares to align himself with the Empress, it will be tantamount to courting death. Consort Zhong's brows knitted tighter, her irritation evident as she declared, enough of this useless chatter. I give you 3 days to bring him to me. The Emperor can barely move, and time is of the essence. Lu Jin promptly nodded, saying yes. I will ensure that lad is brought over swiftly. However, he felt a pang of difficulty within, given the sensitivity of matters involving male favorites. He dared not send word through others, and Ji Taichu remained ensconced within Qingning Palace, making contact impossible. To bring Ji Taichu to Qingning Palace within 3 days. He could only hope that Ji Taichu might venture out alone during that time. Once he did, Lu Jin would have a means to escort him to Zongxiagong. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Ji Taichu returned to his residence in Dongpei Courtyard. After waiting a moment, he reappeared within the Shushan Ding. The familiar bright yellow, the familiar jade platform, and the familiar Xuanji Jinren came into view. Unlike the previous night, Xuanji Jinren's cheeks now bore a slight flush. It was evident that the poison within her had significantly diminished. Ji Taichu stepped closer to Xuanji Jinren, softly inquiring, "Are you anxious?" Xuanji Jinren paused, then comprehended the implication behind his words, her cheeks flushing as she glared fiercely at him. Ji Taichu produced the exquisite wooden box containing the Longxiang Dan, as well as the black booklet titled Moing Mizongbu, and proceeded to relay certain arrangements made by the Empress to Xuanji Jinren. Xuanji Jinren frowned, fixing her gaze on Ji Taichu, sneering, "You intend to serve that vile emperor?" Ji Taichu shook his head, stating, "I share this with you to clarify my stance. I will heed your counsel regarding this matter." Xuanji Jinren's expression softened slightly, and she retorted, "That vile emperor will not have much time left. Before he poisoned me, he had already survived an assassination attempt, leaving him severely injured and reliant on the power of that old eunuch and the palace's precious tonics to sustain him. On the night he poisoned me, I struck him as well." Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow, asking, "How much longer do you estimate he has to live?" Xuanji Jinren pondered. "There's an old physician in the palace who is exceptionally skilled. combined with Hong Yi's prowess, they might extend his life by about 8 months. However, Ji Taichu prompted, however what? Xuanji Jinren frowned. There are indeed miraculous substances capable of prolonging his life. As the emperor of Daliang, with ample rewards, he may find opportunists willing to provide him with elixirs for longevity. Ji Taichu grasped the situation. This realm was unlike the ancient past of his previous life, where emperors sought immortality solely through alchemy and quests for elusive immortals on distant mountains. In this world, martial arts could be cultivated and miraculous elixirs truly existed. For instance, Xuanji Jinren herself had once served as an elixir of life for Emperor Liang Guang, only to be intercepted by that pretender to the eunuch position. Xuanji Jinren scrutinized Ji Taichu, asking, "Are you certain you wish to serve that vile emperor?" Ji Taichu explained, "It is not my desire to serve the dog emperor. This is the empress's arrangement. My purpose in going to Yangxin Palace is to act as the empress's eyes and ears." Xuanji Jinren regarded him with suspicion. "Are you aligned with the empress?" Ji Taichu met Xuanji Jinren's gaze and replied, "I am yours." A flush crept across Xuanji Jinren's cheeks as she shot Ji Taichu a glare and huffed. "If you are mine, then help me eliminate the dog emperor." Ji Taichu nodded affirmatively, saying, "Very well." Xuanji Jinren was taken aback, her expression filled with doubt as she scrutinized Ji Taichu. "You entered the palace with the intention of assassinating the dog emperor, did you?" Ji Taichu shook his head and said, "Not quite, but for you, I am willing to do anything." As he spoke the last words, a deep affection shone in his eyes. Xuanji Jinren felt her face flush again and was about to respond when she keenly observed Ji Taichu lunging toward her. Her heart raced, and, for a fleeting moment, she hesitated but did not evade, reassuring herself. The poison of the Qi Jing Yangshi blood has yet to be fully resolved. An hour later, in a moment of leisure, Ji Taichu picked up a small wooden box containing Longxiang Dan, opened it, and handed it to Xuanji Jinren. "Please, help me ascertain whether this elixir is safe for consumption." He recalled Lu Jin's previous admonition. One should not consume anything from the palace lightly. Xuanji Jinren pinched the Longxiang Dan, examined it thoroughly, and gently inhaled its subtle fragrance, pondering aloud. "This is a powerful tonic. Its effects are quite potent. A common person consuming it directly may suffer from hemorrhaging. However, you are different. You possess half of my power within you, making your physique significantly stronger than an ordinary person. Thus, it is safe for you to consume." Ji Taichu's eyes brightened as he glanced at Xuanji Jinren and inquired, "Will it be beneficial for you?" Xuanji Jinren cast a sidelong glance at Ji Taichu and scoffed, "If it were beneficial for me, would you willingly let me consume it?" Ji Taichu blinked and replied, "Then you should eat it." Xuanji Jinren was momentarily taken aback, then retorted with a cold laugh. "Are you afraid it is poisonous and wish for me to test it for you? Am I truly so shameless?" Chapter 13. What did I say? Why are you blushing? Ji Taichu appeared speechless as he immediately pushed Xuanji Jinren down once more. "If I am perceived as shameless in your eyes, then I shall embrace that shamelessness to its fullest." Xuanji Jinren's cheeks flushed as she reached out to place the Longxiang Dan into Ji Taichu's mouth, exasperatedly instructing, "First, refine the elixir's effects." Ji Taichu chewed slightly before swallowing the entire pill and then earnestly declared, "The time has come to test you. I shall continue to help you detoxify while you assist me in refining the elixir's effects." Xuanji Jinren's expression darkened, yet she found herself unable to refuse. Later that night, with Xuanji Jinren's assistance, Ji Taichu completely refined the effects of Longxiang Dan, noticeably feeling a significant enhancement in his strength and vitality compared to before. He held Xuanji Jinren's hands firmly, regardless of her struggles, managing to keep her restrained. Xuanji Jinren's face turned red as she murmured, "Will you not let go?" Ji Taichu asked, "Am I now stronger than you?" Xuanji Jinren scoffed, "Only stronger than my current self." Despite her words, she could not calm her heart. The effects of that Longxiang Dan were far greater than she had anticipated. The man before her, whom she could easily push away just the night before, was now immobilizing her effortlessly. Ji Taichu curiously inquired, "Having acquired half of your power, does that imply I possess half of your peak strength?" Xuanji Jinren, at a loss for words, huffed, "Power is not currency. Possessing half of my power merely means you have half of my energy, which does not equate to strength." The power resides within you now, and while you may utilize it simply, this half-power has not truly transformed into your strength. To genuinely convert it into your strength, you must continually cultivate and allow your body and consciousness to comprehend and master this power. This process is neither immediate nor effortless. Ji Taichu understood, releasing Xuanji Junren and drawing her into his embrace, softly requesting, "Teach me a defensive martial art." Xuanji Junren regained her composure and did not resist, contemplating. "Now that you possess half of my power and have cultivated the Zhuoyang Yulong Ju as a foundation, along with recently acquiring a divine strength, I believe you could also learn Imo Imi Zongbu. Although it is a demonic technique, you're not a paragon of virtue. So, practicing it should pose no issue. As you're pretending to be a eunuch in the palace, weaponry is not suitable for you. Thus, I shall teach you a palm technique, the 36 palms of Tiangang." After speaking, Xuanji Junren's figure flickered, and she stood up, donning her purple Taoist robe, and began demonstrating upon the jade platform. Ji Taichu observed intently. After a considerable time, Ji Taichu commenced practicing. Xuanji Junren stood beside him, explaining the meridian flow techniques corresponding to the 36 palms of Tiangang. As dawn approached, Xuanji Junren halted Ji Taichu and reminded him that it was time to depart. Ji Taichu looked at Xuanji Junren and said, "I have yet to master it." Xuanji Junren calmly replied, "Then return tonight." Ji Taichu smiled and nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. He understood that Xuanji Junren would inevitably leave, but an extra day was still a gain. At that moment, Xuanji Junren hesitated and said, "If you intend to go to Yangxin Palace today, you must find a way to return here first." Ji Taichu, taken by surprise, scrutinized Xuanji Junren for a moment before agreeing, "Very well." In the morning, Yi Hongyu arrived at the Guanshu Pavilion and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ji Taichu sweeping the floor, instantly discerning something unusual about him. "Yegu, Ji Taichu greeted." Yi Hongyu fixed her gaze on Ji Taichu and asked, "Did you consume that Longxiangdan?" Ji Taichu nodded, smiling as he replied, "The effects are remarkable. I feel stronger than an ox now." Yi Hongyu scrutinized Ji Taichu closely, inquiring, "Have you also cultivated Tongzigong?" Ji Taichu nodded again, stating, before taking the elixir, "I had already cultivated my true energy. After consuming it, my true energy has significantly increased." Ye Hongyu remarked, "You must diligently practice the Mo Ingmi Zongbu as well. It could save your life in critical moments. If you encounter anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me directly." "Understood," Ji Taichu nodded. Yi Hongyu looked at Ji Taichu and said, "Your task today is to learn all the protocols of the palace." Ji Taichu quickly responded, "Thank you for your guidance, Yi Gu." Subsequently, Yi Hongyu wasted no time and began to impart the various regulations of the palace to Ji Taichu. The palace had numerous rules, which ultimately distilled down to two characters: respect and hierarchy. All protocols stem from the relationship of respect and hierarchy. For instance, while walking in the palace, only the emperor's imperial carriage is permitted to traverse the central axis of the road, while eunuchs, inner servants, and palace maids are only allowed to walk along the edges. Dressing, dining, residing, traveling, and communication all exhibit a clear distinction of respect and hierarchy. Throughout the day, Yi Hongyu elaborated on every detail, even explaining the process of serving nobles during bathing with clarity. Ji Taichu listened attentively. Yet his perspective was not that of a servant or palace maid serving others, but rather that of the noble being served. His purpose in entering the palace was to serve as a favored consort, and as long as he made the noble consort comfortable in bed, that would suffice. If he were to continually serve others at all times, would he not be wasting his role as a consort? As night fell, Ji Taichu eagerly returned to the Su Shanding to assist Xuanji Junren with her detoxification. In a moment of respite, Xuanji Junren unexpectedly remarked, "I will be leaving tomorrow night." "What?" Ji Taichu was momentarily stunned, a tightening sensation gripping his heart. Xuanji Junren softly stated, "The poison within me has been cleared, and my powers have recovered to 70%. Ji Taichu hastily remarked, "Why not restore to full strength before we depart?" Xuanji Junren gazed at Ji Taichu and responded, "Before we leave, I shall pay a visit to the treasure vault of the Dog Emperor. There are numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures within, and restoring strength will not be an issue." Ji Taichu murmured, Consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures to regain strength will lead to an unstable foundation. It is better to remain here and recover gradually. Xuanji Jinren shook his head and said, "The most crucial matter is that if I do not leave, you will perish." Ji Taichu was taken aback. Xuanji Jinren continued softly, "If you were to serve the dog emperor, the old eunuch Hong Yi by his side will undoubtedly discover your true identity as a false eunuch." Ji Taichu's eyelids twitched. "Why didn't you mention this last night?" Xuanji Jinren replied, "Last night, I had yet to decide whether to assist you." "Assist me?" Ji Taichu's eyes brightened as he stared at Xuanji Jinren. "You can help me?" Xuanji Jinren nodded, saying, "If you can refine this Su Shundang, as long as you do not undress in front of Hong Yi, he will not realize you are a false eunuch." "I refined the Su Shundang?" Ji Taichu's heart raced, yet his expression remained hesitant. "Are you truly going to give this divine cauldron to me?" Xuanji Jinren gently bit her crimson lip, momentarily speechless. Ji Taichu softly said, "If you give it to me, what will you do? I'm more concerned about you than myself. Even if you must leave with this divine cauldron, you will have a means of turning peril into safety should danger arise again." Xuanji Jinren shook her head, stating, "You underestimate me. Whether or not I possess this cauldron makes little difference to me. My heavenly sect's ultimate skill, Higuang Tong Chun, can, to a certain extent, transform the tangible into the intangible, achieving effects not dissimilar to that of the Su Shindang." Ji Taichu fell silent, and after a while asked, "Once I refine it, can't you continue to stay within the divine cauldron?" Xuanji Jinren's eyes flickered, her cheeks suddenly flushed, and she playfully glared at Ji Taichu. "Ji Taichu, puzzled, wondered. What did I say to make you blush?" Xuanji Jinren, still blushing, began to explain the method of using the divine cauldron to conceal a man's identity. After listening, Ji Taichu was left speechless, fully comprehending why Xuanji Jinren had blushed so suddenly and why it was unsuitable for her to remain in the cauldron any longer. This Su Shundang possessed three remarkable attributes. First, it contained a cauldron space. Second, it could become hidden within the void. Third, it could adjust in size. The method to conceal Ji Taichu's masculine identity was simple. It involved using the divine cauldron as one would use undergarments, enveloping the substantial form beneath. By manipulating the properties of the cauldron, it could perfectly conceal the substantial form. In such a case, when touching the waist, nothing would be felt. As long as one did not remove their trousers, no one would notice. However, it was evident that once the cauldron was used as undergarments, it was clearly not suitable for habitation within, at least not while serving that purpose. Chapter 14. Xuanji gifts the divine cauldron. Together they share the Hehuan wine. Ji Taichu remarked, "I cannot believe you thought of such a method." Xuanji Jinren's cheeks flushed, unable to contain her embarrassment, and shot Ji Taichu a glare. The method was indeed too shameful. Xuanji Jinren huffed lightly. "Do not become too pleased with yourself. This Su Shindang is not given freely. You must help me with a task." Ji Taichu quickly replied, "Speak freely. I am willing to assist you with anything." Xuanji Jinren's brow softened as she gently said, "Do you recall, when I taught you the Jiu Yang Yulong Jing, I also mentioned a will?" Ji Taichu nodded. "You did indeed mention it. The powerful being trapped within the Su Shindang left behind not only the Jiu Yang Yulong Jing, but also a will." Xuanji Jinren quietly said, "In that will, there was a mention of a matter concerning the De Liang imperial palace. This was also one of the reasons I was willing to serve the De Liang royal family. The will stated that within the De Liang imperial palace, there lay an ancient array disk that pertains to the mystery of longevity." "An ancient array disk? The mystery of longevity?" Ji Taichu exclaimed in surprise. Xuanji Jinren looked at Ji Taichu and gently said, "Help me search for it. If you find it and are willing to share with me, you may come to the heavenly sect to find me." "All right," Ji Taichu nodded earnestly, promising, "As soon as I locate the ancient array disk you mentioned, I will deliver it to you immediately." Xuanji Jinren replied, "There is no need to force it. It may have already fallen into the hands of some high-ranking eunuch." Ji Taichu pondered and asked, "Have you discovered any clues?" Xuanji Jinren shook her head. "The will contains a passage of profound text, and I will recite it to you. Remember it well, as spending time in the palace may allow you to comprehend it later." "Understood," Ji Taichu nodded. Xuanji Jinren softly chanted, "Nine nines are the most mysterious. Do not mistakenly enter the maze. The 8 trigrams and 9 palaces rest in the palm. Clarity grants divine comprehension." Positions should align with the mysterious yellow, encompassing the universe. The art of longevity, profound and true. After hearing it, Ji Taichu contemplated for a while, yet was left bewildered, with no immediate understanding. Xuanji Jinren gently reassured, "There is no need to rush, nor to force it." Ji Taichu nodded and looked at Xuanji Jinren, hesitating. "You give me the cauldron, and I shall be safe. But I cannot help but worry about you." Xuanji Jinren felt warmth in her heart, and softly replied, "Most of the immortal Linglong within me has been absorbed by you, and I am no longer perceived as a significant medicinal item in others' eyes. Moreover, you greatly underestimate my strength." Ji Taichu fixed his gaze on Xuanji Jinren and asked, "After leaving the palace, will you return to the heavenly sect?" Xuanji Jinren hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded. "The relationship between my heavenly sect and the De Liang royal family has already fractured. I must return to the heavenly sect first. If nothing else occurs, I should be in seclusion there." "Understood." Ji Taichu nodded and said, "Let us continue then." Xuanji Jinren was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to ask what to continue, but quickly realized. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a fierce glare at Ji Taichu, yet did not reject his closeness. After a night of frenzy, morning arrived. In the Guanchu Hall, Yi Hongyu produced a thick stack of portraits, introducing each to Ji Taichu. The individuals depicted included civil and military officials, royal relatives, as well as concubines of various ranks from the harem and eunuchs of different grades. Upon seeing the portrait of concubine Zhong, her expression remained impassive, yet inside, she felt quite relieved. Judging by the portrait alone, one could say concubine Zhong possessed a skin as delicate as ice and a figure as beautiful as jade, with eyes and brows like a painting, which was not an exaggeration. After viewing the portraits of the harem, Ji Taichu couldn't help but feel envy towards the emperor. Upon seeing the portrait of his majesty, Ji Taichu involuntarily raised an eyebrow. The waxy yellow complexion, puffy eyes, and faintly bluish lips, clad in a dragon robe, gave Ji Taichu the impression of someone dressed in mourning attire. Yi Hongyu quietly said, "This is His Majesty's latest appearance. He was once quite valiant." Ji Taichu replied with feigned indifference, "His Majesty is indeed valiant. Even at this moment, he appears quite remarkable, clearly a true dragon among men." Yi Hongyu stared intently at Ji Taichu. "Ji Taichu maintained a calm demeanor." Yi Hongyu nodded. "You have already grasped one of the secrets to serving His Majesty." Ji Taichu humbly smiled, all thanks to Aunt Ye's excellent guidance. Yi Hongyu paused, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, uncertain whether this statement was a compliment or a reprimand. As evening approached, the Empress arrived at the Guanchu Hall, calling for Ji Taichu and inquiring, "How are the preparations coming along?" Ji Taichu did not respond, but instead looked towards Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu spoke up. "He is very clever, has learned the rules swiftly, and knows everyone." The Empress scrutinized Ji Taichu and inquired, "Is there anything else you need to prepare?" Ji Taichu gently shook his head. The Empress pondered for a moment and replied, "Then first thing, tomorrow morning, report to the Yangxin Palace. As for other matters, Hongyu will assist you." "I am grateful, Your Highness." Ji Taichu expressed his thanks. The Empress unfastened a golden red pouch embroidered with a phoenix from her waist and handed it to Ji Taichu, saying, "This is a personal token of mine. Should you encounter any life-threatening challenges within the palace, take out this pouch, and it may save your life." Yi Hongyu accepted the pouch and passed it to Ji Taichu. His eyes sparkled as he took it, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will give my utmost effort and not disappoint your trust." The Empress regarded Ji Taichu and asked, "Is there anything else you desire?" Ji Taichu blinked and tentatively suggested, "Perhaps another Longxiang Dan?" The Empress smiled and rose to depart. Ji Taichu felt a bit bewildered and hurriedly glanced at Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu scolded, "There's only one Longxiang Dan. You squandered an opportunity." Yi Taichu's cheeks stiffened, watching the Empress's departing figure with hope that she might turn back. Unfortunately, she did not. Yi Hongyu instructed, "You may return now. Wait at the palace gate early tomorrow." Understood. Ji Taichu left with a hint of regret. Upon returning to his quarters, he sat at the bedside, waiting in silence for a moment. But Xuanji Jinren did not come to find him. He shook his head quietly and took out the manual for Mo Ingmi Zongbu, carefully studying it. As night fell, a momentary daze enveloped him, and when Ji Taichu looked up, he found himself once again in the familiar bright yellow space. Xuanji Jinren was seated on the jade platform. Unlike before, there were now two jade gourds the size of water buckets beside her, one a deep azure and the other a fiery red. What are these gourds? Ji Taichu inquired with curiosity. Xuanji Jinren replied calmly. They are treasured wines of the De Liang royal family. Bing Sui Huiyuan Jiao. The Bing Sui wine is extremely cold, while the Huiyuan wine is extremely hot. Consumed separately, each contains lethal cold and fire toxins. If mixed together, the clash of cold and heat can easily lead one to madness. Ji Taichu, astonished, asked, "How should one drink them?" Xuanji Jinren softly explained, "Take a sip of Bing Sui wine to absorb the cold toxin. Then follow it with a sip of Huiyuan wine to counteract the cold toxin with the fire toxin." There is also another method. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Ji Taichu squatted beside her and speculated, "What if you drink a sip of Bing Sui wine, and I drink a sip of Huiyuan wine?" Xuanji Jinren's cheeks flushed slightly, and she softly acknowledged. Ji Taichu chuckled. "Then what are we waiting for?" Xuanji Jinren gently stated, "After tonight, I must take my leave." Ji Taichu fell silent for a moment, and then said with determination, "Thus, I shall ensure this night becomes unforgettable for you." Xuanji Jinren's cheeks grew even redder as she gazed at Ji Taichu, conceding, "Tonight, I'll let you take charge, but come dawn, you must not impede my departure." Ji Taichu raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded, agreed. Without further ado, Xuanji Jinren raised her hands, and the two gourds leaped into the air. In perfect synchrony, they each caught a gourd and gazed into each other's eyes, pouring the wine into their mouths. As Ji Taichu swallowed a mouthful of Huiyuan wine, a wave of warmth surged in his abdomen, rapidly spreading to his limbs. With each sip of Huiyuan wine, Ji Taichu's eyes gradually reddened, fixating ardently on Xuanji Jinren. She emanated a faint chill, yet her cheeks appeared exceptionally rosy and alluring. Next, without any superfluous dialogue, Ji Taichu embarked on his journey to detoxify Xuanji Jinren once more. Both understood that they would part at dawn, thus they indulged freely. As the night wore on, during a moment of respite, Xuanji Jinren began to assist Ji Taichu in refining the Su Shinding. After about an hour, she transferred ownership of the Su Shanding to Ji Taichu, meticulously imparting the methods of its use. This encompassed three main aspects. First, the manipulation of the ding's size, which depended on the owner's cultivation. The stronger the power, the larger or smaller the ding could become. Second, the alteration of the ding's state, which could manifest as either real or illusory. In its illusory form, it could be entirely intangible or merely invisible, yet still tangible upon contact. Third, the control of the internal space of the ding, wherein one outside could directly absorb everything within, while one inside could not relocate the ding's position. When explaining the last point, Xuanji Jinren softly remarked, "When you are inside the Su Shun Ding, you cannot move it. Outside, you cannot make it leave you." These are perhaps two shortcomings of the ding. However, it may simply be that I do not yet fully understand it. You should study it well, with the Su Shun Ding by your side. You should at least be safe. Ji Taichu nodded. As dawn approached, Xuanji Jinren vanished like a specter, leaving no trace behind. Ji Taichu sat at the bedside, gazing at the emptiness between his legs, feeling a profound sense of loss. At this moment, he had fully mastered the Su Shen Ding, which he could now conceal perfectly. This was an enigmatic divine ding, yet Xuanji Jinren had directly gifted it to him. Such a gesture carried an immense weight of affection. "I will come to find you," Ji Taichu silently vowed, for Xuanji Jinren was the first woman he encountered in this realm, and, thus far, the only one who had treated him with such kindness. Unforgettable. Eternally unforgettable. This must be what is referred to as a vermilion mole. After dawn, Ji Taichu had a simple meal in the dining hall before proceeding to wait outside the gates of Qingning Palace. At the end of the northern path, a familiar figure caught his eye. Lu Jin? Ji Taichu feigned nonchalance and confirmed it was indeed Lu Jin with a glance. Could it be that he is rather likable? He mused silently, choosing not to approach or linger. Before long, Yi Hongyu emerged from Qingning Palace, glanced at Ji Taichu, and continued on. Understood. Ji Taichu followed closely behind Yi Hongyu, his heart racing slightly. As they walked, Yi Hongyu asked, "Are you nervous?" Ji Taichu replied softly, "A little." Yi Hongyu reassured him. You're favored by the Empress. Those in the Yangxin Palace will not intentionally mistreat you. Your only concern should be to serve the Emperor diligently and make no mistakes. Ji Taichu nodded and then quietly inquired, what will I need to do once I arrive at the Yangxin Palace? Ye Hong Yu A Planet. That will be arranged by Gong Gong Hong. Simply follow his instructions. Understood. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they arrived outside Yangxin Palace. A black-clad eunuch stepped forward. Bowing respectfully, Auntie. Yi Hong Yu responded, this is Xiao Lizi, assigned by the Empress to attend to the Emperor. Please take him to meet Gong Gong Hong. He is aware of this matter. Understood. The black-clad eunuch cast a glance at Ji Taichu before turning and stepping through the palace gates. I trouble you, Aunt Yi. Ji Taichu expressed his gratitude to Yi Hong Yu, slightly lowering his head as he followed closely behind the black eunuch. Yi Hong Yu watched Ji Taichu enter the Yangxin Hall, lingering for a moment before departing. Inside the Yangxin Hall, Ji Taichu, trailing the black eunuch, noticed that the entire hall was significantly larger and far more splendid than the Empress's Qingning Palace. The bustling eunuchs and palace maids were also more numerous than those in Qingning Palace. Though it was called Yangxin Hall, it was in fact an independent grand courtyard. Silence enveloped them as they approached the sleeping quarters at the back of the Yangxin Hall. The black eunuch commanded Ji Taichu to wait at the steps. After a brief moment, the black eunuch gestured for Ji Taichu to enter a side chamber of the sleeping quarters. In the innermost part of the side chamber, an elderly man with white hair and beard sat upon a dark, soft couch, eyes closed in meditation. Ji Taichu halted in the center of the side chamber at the black eunuch's prompting. The black eunuch discreetly withdrew. The white-haired elder opened his eyes and gazed at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu lowered his head, appearing both respectful and obedient. From the moment he entered, he recognized that this elder was Hong Yi, the esteemed eunuch. The numerous portraits Yi Hong Yu had shown him yesterday included that of this very eunuch. Ong spoke. I have heard that the Empress has bestowed upon you the dragon elephant pill. Ji Taichu gently nodded and respectfully replied, indeed. It seems the Empress holds you in high regard, but His Majesty will not favor you. Do you know why? Ji Taichu, taken aback, shook his head and replied, I, Xiao Lizi, am unaware and hope the venerable ancestor can enlighten me. Hong Gong replied nonchalantly, His Majesty is gravely ill, almost incapacitated, and cannot bear to see those around him brimming with vitality. You have just consumed a dragon elephant pill, and your strength is like that of an ox. His Majesty will surely notice. Ji Taichu found himself at a loss for words, yet he comprehended the elder's perspective, akin to how many single individuals cannot bear to witness others flaunting their affections. Hong Gong continued, if you were to be assigned to serve His Majesty at his dragon couch, you would surely be in peril within 3 days. Ji Taichu hastily replied, I implore the venerable ancestor to guide me towards a clear path. Hong Gong stated, you have been placed here by the Empress, and we cannot allow you to return. We must not disappoint the Empress's goodwill towards you. There is a task suitable for you, though I wonder if you possess the courage to undertake it. Ji Taichu quickly affirmed, as long as it is arranged by the venerable ancestor, Xiao Lizi will do his utmost. Hong Gong tossed Ji Taichu a white, lustrous token, about the size of a palm. Ji Taichu received it, observing that one side bore the inscription of a decree from heaven, while the other side read Yangxin Hall. Hong Gong explained, the previous decree messenger at Yangxin Hall was executed for deliberately exaggerating the Emperor's commands while delivering an edict. The position is now vacant, and you are perfectly poised to fill it. Ji Taichu promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, venerable ancestor, for your promotion. Hong Gong scrutinized Ji Taichu and cautioned, this task is lucrative but will also earn you many enemies. Ji Taichu pondered for a moment, then understood the elder's implication. It was clear that incurring enmity was understandable if the edict conveyed was punitive. Conversely, the lucrative nature was also clear. If the edict was one of reward or an ambiguous admonition, the recipient would likely offer some form of tribute. Ji Taichu declared, I merely wish to assist the venerable ancestor in fulfilling this duty and fear no adversaries. Hong Gong closed his eyes. You may go. Seek out Wangu, who will instruct you in the rules. Understood. Ji Taichu obediently retreated. Upon exiting the side chamber and glancing around, he made his way directly outside the hall. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered a voluptuous woman clad in a purple ruchuan, possessing an exquisite beauty that suggested she was around 35 or 36 years of age. Following her were two palace maids in green attire. She was Wan Biyu, an official of a Yangxin hall. Ji Taichu recalled seeing her portrait among the many Hong Yu had shown him the day before. Lady Wan scrutinized Ji Taichu, inquiring, "Li Sangung?" Ji Taichu promptly nodded and respectfully greeted. Xiao Lizzie pays his respects to Aunt Wan. Lady Wan cast a glance at the token in Ji Taichu's hand, a flicker of intrigue passing through her eyes. "Has Hong Gonggong appointed you as the decree messenger?" "Yes," Ji Taichu confirmed. "Hong Gonggong mentioned that I should seek you out for guidance in the rules. Come along." Meanwhile, Lu Jin, who had watched Ji Taichu enter Yangxin Hall, hurried back to Zhongxiu Palace to relay the news to concubine Zhong. Concubine Zhong was taken aback, staring at Lu Jin as she questioned, "Are you implying that the vile Xiao Mei has arranged for that boy to enter Yangxin Hall?" "It is likely so," Lu Jin replied, laced with envy. "I do not comprehend how that boy managed to garner such importance from the Empress." Concubine Zhong furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, "Are you certain she values him? Or is it merely a ploy devised by Xiao Mei?" After a moment's thought, Lu Jin hesitated. "That boy was personally delivered to Yangxin Hall by Yi Hongyu. Should it be revealed that he is a false eunuch, the emperor would undoubtedly hold the empress accountable. I surmise the empress regards that boy highly and wishes to cultivate him." The rumors circulating from Qingming Palace also indicated that the empress had engaged in multiple discussions with that boy in the study hall. Concubine Zhong's brows knitted tighter as she pondered. In just a few days, he has managed to win over Xiao Mei's favor? Lu Jin, somewhat speechless, reflected on his own time entering the palace, where he had relied on the support of the Lu family elder to survive. Yet this boy, having only recently entered the palace, had already been sent to Yangxin Hall by the empress. Concubine Zhong fixed her gaze on Lu Jin. "Are you certain he will not betray me?" Lu Jin hastily replied, "He certainly will not, for he is a true man. Just this quality alone ensures he will never betray us. Otherwise, he would be the first to suffer." Concubine Zhong pondered. "So how did he achieve this? I have never witnessed Xiao Mei promote someone so swiftly." Lu Jin pondered. "Perhaps it is because he possesses a rather likable appearance?" Chapter 16. Is there a professional for finding lovers in the palace? Likable? Concubine Zhong's mind recalled Ji Taichu's portrait, and she silently nodded. Indeed, his striking features were quite charming. Lu Jin added, "That boy is quite talented. When I found him, he had just completed the county examination, originally earning the top rank. However, due to a lack of connections, his name was erased by the county magistrate of Jingxixian and replaced with that of the magistrate's nephew." Concubine Zhong considered this. Xiao Mei does indeed have a penchant for the refined and shows favoritism toward scholars. Lu Jin glanced at Concubine Zhong and quietly remarked, "Now that he is in Yangxin Hall, it will be easier for you to see him." Concubine Zhong raised an eyebrow. Then her expression darkened again as she discontentedly replied, "Are you suggesting I engage in flirtation with him in Yangxin Hall?" Lu Jin quickly shook his head, clarifying, "What I mean is, Your Highness can legitimately recruit the eunuchs of Yangxin Hall by offering them small benefits, akin to how you would with other eunuchs and palace maids. You could enlist him to gather information regarding the emperor. Even if Hong Gonggong notices, he likely won't overthink it." Concubine Zhong's expression softened as she stood, declaring, "Then I shall visit Yangxin Hall at once." Lu Jin hesitated, suggesting, "Perhaps it would be better to wait until evening. I could arrange for someone to prepare a nourishing soup for you to personally deliver to His Majesty." Zhong Guifei pondered for a moment, then settled back down and commanded, "Please inquire further about his duties within the Yangxin Palace." Understood. Lu Jin exhaled with relief. In the Yangxin Palace, the Wan Nuguan led Ji Taichu into a hall known as the Xuanji Room. Inside the chamber, two eunuchs clad in black immediately rose to their feet upon Wan Nuguan's arrival, respectfully greeting her. Wan Nuguan introduced them, stating, "These are Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi, both serving as deputy envoys for imperial edicts under your command." The two black-clad eunuchs were momentarily taken aback and simultaneously cast their gazes towards Ji Taichu, who stood beside Wan Nuguan. She continued, "This is Li Sangung, the envoy for imperial edicts appointed by Lord Hong." The two eunuchs displayed subtle discomfort on their faces, but quickly composed themselves and respectfully addressed Ji Taichu. "We pay our respects to Lord Li." Ji Taichu nodded without further comment, having discerned their unease. and suspected that he had unwittingly encroached upon their prospects for advancement. For in the court, there is only one position for each role. With his appointment as envoy, they were relegated to remain as deputy envoys without the possibility of further promotion. Wan Nuguan approached the front of the grand hall, fixing her gaze on the deep crimson ceremonial robe before her, and spoke. When issuing edicts, you represent His Majesty. Thus, every word and action must uphold the dignity of the imperial family. When delivering edicts, one must don the ceremonial robe, wear the embroidered black cap, and step into gilded boots. Your two deputies shall hold the golden box of edicts in the left hand and the dragon-patterned sandalwood desk in the right. Within the palace, 3 may proceed to convey the imperial decree. However, outside the palace, in addition to the 3 of you, 8 members of the Feiyu guards and 2 ceremonial attendants must accompany you. Ji Taichu listened intently, knowing that errors in etiquette could lead to dire consequences, especially given his precarious position. Upon completing the briefing about the edict, Wan Nuguan escorted Ji Taichu to a large chamber named the Jinzhao Hall. Wan Gu, 3 eunuchs within the hall, stood as Wan Nuguan entered, eager to greet her. Wan Nuguan ignored their salutation and led Ji Taichu directly to the sole writing desk in the room, explaining, "This is where the imperial edicts are issued. From now on, when you receive a task to convey an edict, you will come here directly. If it is a verbal order, you must return to record the details after conveying it." Ji Taichu nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Wan Nuguan arranged for Ji Taichu's lodging, provided him with 2 sets of eunuch attire, and allocated 6 taels of silver as salary. Finally, she regarded Ji Taichu and inquired, "Is there anything you do not understand?" Ji Taichu contemplated briefly, then noticing the absence of others, he handed 5 taels of silver to Wan Nuguan, stating, "As I am new here, I am unfamiliar with many matters. I hope Wan Gu will provide guidance in the future." Wan Nuguan raised an eyebrow, accepting the 5 taels without refusal, and replied, "Please convey my regards to Her Majesty the Empress." Ji Taichu felt a stir within him and nodded subtly in acknowledgement. "You may remain in the Xuanji room during your shifts or wait in the side chamber of His Majesty's sleeping quarters," Wan Nuguan continued as they walked. "It is best that one of you from the Xuanji room stays close to His Majesty, particularly when conveying verbal orders, should you not hear directly. The meaning may be altered when relayed by others. If issues arise, the first to face the consequences would be the one conveying the verbal order." Ji Taichu felt a chill at her words and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, Wan Gu." Wan Nuguan offered no further comments. After parting ways, Ji Taichu returned to the Xuanji room. Inside the room, upon seeing Ji Taichu's return, Xiao Zhaozi immediately stood and respectfully called out, "Lordly." Xiao Fangzi remained seated, casually acknowledging him as well. Ji Taichu nodded to both and approached the ceremonial robe to scrutinize its intricate embroidery, realizing that the patterns depicted were not merely bulls, but rather a combination of python heads, bull horns, dragon bodies, and fishtails. Xiao Zhaozi leaned closer to Ji Taichu, cheerfully suggesting, "Lordly, why not try it on to see if it fits?" Ji Taichu pondered aloud. "Is this attire reserved solely for the issuance of edicts?" Xiao Zhaozi's eyes flickered with amusement as he replied, "There are no strict rules. It can be worn at other times as well." Ji Taichu shot a sideways glance at Xiao Zhaozi and then turned to Xiao Fangzi, who had remained seated in an ornate chair on the left, and inquired, "Do you concur that it can be worn at other times?" Xiao Zhaozi's smile faltered slightly. Xiao Fangzi frowned, momentarily lost in silence. Ji Taichu stated coolly, "As the envoy for imperial edicts appointed by our ancestors, should I mention to Wan Gu that you two are uncooperative and constantly creating obstacles for me? You may find yourselves unable to maintain your positions as deputy envoys." Xiao Fangzi's expression shifted, and just as he was about to respond, Xiao Zhaozi, who had been standing beside Ji Taichu, suddenly knelt before him, a mournful expression on his face as he slapped his own cheeks and wept. "I acted thoughtlessly and forgot the rules. I beseech you to forgive me, my lord." Ji Taichu narrowed his eyes, inwardly cursing the scheming eunuch, realizing that had he been careless enough to don the ceremonial robe, he might find himself dismissed from his position before the day was out. Xiao Zhaozi continued to bow, the sound of his forehead striking the floor echoing as he pleaded, "Please, my lord, spare me this time." Ji Taichu shook his head, his tone icy as he instructed, "Rise." Xiao Zhaozi quickly lifted his head, gradually standing upright, his face a mask of ingratiation as he expressed, "Thank you for your magnanimity, my lord." Ji Taichu observed the blood on Xiao Zhaozi's forehead, momentarily at a loss for words, fully realizing that the palace was far more treacherous than he had anticipated. Ji Taichu turned his attention to Xiao Fangzi, who, sensing the tension, hastily stood and bowed towards him. Ji Taichu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Sit down. Continue your duties as usual." Afterward, he focused on Xiao Zhaozi and asked, "Wangu mentioned that I could wait in the side chamber of His Majesty's sleeping quarters. If I were to go there now, what attire should I wear, or what item should I bring?" Xiao Zhaozi promptly replied, "Normal inner servant attire will suffice. If an edict needs to be conveyed, we will have ample time to change once the Jinzhao Hall prepares the decree. As for verbal orders, as long as you carry the invoice token, you need not wear the ceremonial robe." Ji Taichu turned to Xiao Fangzi, who nodded in agreement, adding, "That is correct. However, it would be wise to carry a cinnabar brush and a notebook to be prepared for recording His Majesty's verbal orders at any moment." Ji Taichu shot a glance at Xiao Zhaozi, coldly commanding, "Why aren't you preparing?" Xiao Zhaozi hurriedly dashed to the nearby bookshelf, swiftly retrieving a capped cinnabar brush and a notebook that shimmered with gold. Ji Taichu accepted them, then, feeling uneasy, inquired about any other potential taboos. Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi exchanged glances before simultaneously detailing several prohibitions regarding His Majesty. Moments later, Ji Taichu departa. As he left, both Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi sighed in relief. Xiao Zhaozi touched the wound on his forehead, gazing towards the door with envy, as he remarked, "Worley is quite handsome. If His Majesty were to see him, he would undoubtedly take a liking to him." Xiao Fangzi frowned, retorting, "His background must surely be superior to ours, given that he has been appointed by our ancestors. You would do well to refrain from causing further trouble." Xiao Zhaozi shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Fangzi, offering a soft huff but choosing to remain silent. In the side chamber adjacent to the Yangxin Palace, the atmosphere was thick with intrigue. Ji Taichu displayed the imperial edict insignia, granting him entry into the side hall. He cautiously stepped inside and discovered a gathering of 16 individuals, 9 palace maids for eunuchs, and 3 bearded imperial physicians. The entire side hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Ji Taichu seated himself on a bench beside the 4 eunuchs, who glanced at him but remained silent, maintaining absolute quietude. Ji Taichu understood that the Emperor Liang Wang's chamber was adjacent, and even the faintest sound could provoke dire consequences. The hierarchy within the imperial palace was starkly defined. Even the slightest utterance from a lowly individual was considered a transgression. Ji Taichu noted that he could hear sounds emanating from the emperor's chamber. He had discerned the rhythmic sound of Liang Guang's breathing when he listened intently. Normally, the sleeping quarters in the palace were soundproof, but this side hall seemed deliberately designed to allow waiting eunuchs and maids to remain attuned to the emperor's needs and commands. As dusk approached, a eunuch clad in black gestured from outside the side hall. The eunuch seated next to Ji Taichu promptly rose and swiftly moved towards the door. Ji Taichu observed with intrigue as the eunuch moved without making a sound. Moments later, the eunuch returned and proceeded directly towards the emperor's chamber. Ji Taichu strained to listen. After assisting Xuanji Jinren in detoxification, he had acquired half of Xuanji Jinren's palace power, significantly enhancing his physical strength, vision, and hearing beyond their former capabilities. "Your Majesty, concubine Zhong requests an audience, claiming she has personally prepared a golden ginseng soup for you." The eunuch's voice resonated clearly in Ji Taichu's ears. "Concubine Zhong?" Ji Taichu blinked and couldn't help but glance towards the side hall's entrance. "Let her in," came the voice of Gong Gong Hong. Upon hearing Gong Gong Hong's voice, Ji Taichu suppressed the peculiar emotions bubbling within him and unobtrusively displayed the insignia at his waist. A moment later, concubine Zhong entered the side hall, carrying a food box. As she walked, her gaze swept across the assembly until it landed on Ji Taichu, causing her heart to race. She averted her gaze after a fleeting glance, but Ji Taichu did not steal a glance at her. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that concubine Zhong might reveal a flaw. He was acutely aware that she had seen his portrait, which he had personally painted for Lu Jin. He hoped for professionalism in her demeanor. In the imperial palace, was there a professional way to seek a lover? In the sleeping chamber, concubine Zhong approached the dragon bed, gazing at Emperor Liang Guang. whose exquisite features were marred by visible distress. Her eyes, glistening with compassion, were particularly heart-wrenching. Liang Guang fixed his gaze upon her and spoke slowly, "I am fine." Concubine Zhong sat by the bed, accepting a jade bowl and spoon from a nearby maid. She scooped a spoonful of golden ginseng soup and brought it to Liang Guang's lips. He opened his mouth to sip it. Concubine Zhong tenderly dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief while continuing to feed him, softly saying, "Your Majesty, you must recover. Zhener cannot be without you." A faint smile graced Liang Guang's pale cheeks as he replied, "In a few days, I shall regain my strength." Concubine Zhong's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully chastised him, her thoughts drifting uncontrollably to Ji Taichu. Just as Lu Jin had said, Ji Taichu was far more handsome than the portrait suggested, especially his tall stature, which made him stand out like a crane among chickens when seated with the other eunuchs. As her cheeks grew redder, Concubine Zhong cast lingering glances at Liang Guang. Liang Guang's eyes burned with desire, yet his body, immobilized from the neck down, could only watch helplessly. After finishing the golden ginseng soup, Concubine Zhong cautioned as she prepared to leave, "Your Majesty, once you are well, you must come to Zhong Xiugong first." Liang Guang agreed. Concubine Zhong left, her demeanor a blend of shyness and grace. Gong Gong Hong furrowed his brow, glancing at Liang Guang's flushed face. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from speaking. To inform the emperor that he would no longer be able to perform as a man would surely drive him to madness. Liang Guang suddenly declared, "Convey my edict," granting concubine Zhong a snow-skin jade beauty pill. Gong Gong Hong was taken aback, but in an instant, he vanished from the sleeping chamber and made his way to the side hall, directly approaching Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu quickly rose. "Did you hear? Gong Gong Hong inquired. Ji Taichu nodded earnestly. "Go then," Gong Gong Hong instructed. "Yes," Ji Taichu replied, exiting the side hall and hastening to the edict room to relay Emperor Liang Guang's command to Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi, inquiring, "Where do I collect the pill?" Xiao Zhaozi promptly responded, "There is no need for concern, Gong Gong. Someone will deliver the snow-skin jade beauty pill shortly. You should change your attire first." Xiao Fangzi nodded in agreement, adding, "Since this edict involved a reward of a pill, it must be formal." As they spoke, Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi each moved to their respective sides to change into official robes. Ji Taichu hesitated no longer, shedding his outer garment and donning a deep purple ceremonial robe, followed by gilded boots and a black embroidered cap. Glancing into the large bronze mirror, several phrases inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Poised elegance, born of noble lineage and radiant charm. Gong Gong truly resembles a prince, remarked Xiao Zhaozi, now dressed. As he approached the mirror and smiled at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu chuckled, but soon sensed something amiss, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Zhaozi and retorting, "Are you trying to trap me again? To say a eunuch resembles a prince is certainly not a compliment. Should such words reach the imperial ears, it would spell disaster." Xiao Zhaozi quickly knelt, confessing, "This servant spoke without thinking. I hope Gong Gong will forgive me." Xiao Fangzi shook his head discreetly. "Ye Daihu cold livarnd. If there's a next time, you might want to prepare for a new position." Xiao Zhaozi hastily assured, "I dare not. I absolutely will not allow a next time." Ji Taichu paid him no further mind, focusing on his reflection in the mirror, his brow slightly furrowed. In this imperial palace, being a handsome eunuch might not necessarily be advantageous. Indeed, being too attractive could bring its own troubles, Ji Taichu mused. Before long, 3 eunuchs arrived at the edict room. The foremost one presenting Ji Taichu with a delicate wooden box. "Gong Gong, I must verify that everything is in order before returning to report," Li Gong Gong stated. Ji Taichu opened the box and examined the glistening white pill within, uncertain if it was indeed the snow-skin jade beauty pill. He glanced at Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi, who approached. Xiao Fangzi hesitated. "This should be the snow-skin jade beauty pill." Xiao Zhaozi smiled. "The treasure vault personnel would not dare deceive us in such matters." Ji Taichu nodded and closed the box, addressing the eunuch in front of him. "I will remember you. You may return to report." The leading eunuch chuckled before turning to leave. Ji Taichu, Xiao Fangzi, and Xiao Zhaozi did not linger, exiting the edict room together and making their way towards Yangxin Palace. Along the way, Ji Taichu inquired about the protocols for delivering edicts, and Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi took turns explaining. At the end, Xiao Fangzi hesitated and remarked, "This concubine Zhong is quite favored, but her temperament can be rather disagreeable at times." Ji Taichu, maintaining an impassive demeanor, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Fangzi whispered when delivering the imperial edict, "It would be wise to speak some flattering words. If she refuses to kneel, it is best not to insist." Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow and pondered. "Are you suggesting that under normal circumstances, everyone should kneel before us when the edict is proclaimed?" Xiao Fangzi nodded and explained as the right vice envoy, "One of my duties is to observe who does not kneel and who fails to display the proper respect." Ji Taichu understood and, with a hint of helplessness, replied, "If this is my first time delivering an imperial edict on behalf of His Majesty, it would not reflect well if someone does not adhere to the protocol, would it?" Xiao Fangzi fell silent. Xiao Zhaozi, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, observed the situation. By the time they arrived outside Zhong Xiugong, the sky had completely darkened. The two palace eunuchs stationed at the gate recognized Ji Taichu and his companions, and, upon noticing their attire, one of them immediately turned and rushed back to the palace to relay the news. Standing at the palace gate, Ji Taichu glanced at the other guarding eunuch and then at Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi. Xiao Fangzi, with a touch of resignation, suggested, "Given concubine Zhong's current favor, we might as well wait outside." Ji Taichu shrugged, choosing not to say much, and raised his gaze towards Zhong Xiugong, feeling a mix of emotions. As a favored male consort, he was finally about to meet the esteemed concubine. It seemed that tonight, not only would he deliver an edict for His Majesty, but he would also have to sow a seed before he could leave. In the innermost chamber of Zhong Xiugong, Lu Jin, having received the news, promptly approached concubine Zhong and whispered, "He has arrived. You should go to deliver soup and medicine to His Majesty. He will be pleased and reward you." As the imperial envoy, he most likely brings an edict from His Majesty. Sitting on the soft couch, concubine Zhong's cheeks flushed as she asked, "What should I do?" Lu Jin pondered for a moment, an idea occurring to him. He suggested softly, "When you receive the edict, deliberately make it difficult for him. After receiving it, feign anger, and I will help you delay those two vice-envoys." Concubine Zhong raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Wouldn't that be too audacious?" Lu Jin smiled and replied, "If anyone perceives you as overbearing, we can leak the news of your rivalry with the Empress from Qingning Palace. Everyone in the palace is aware of it. Thus, we can rightfully make things difficult for him." Concubine Zhong's expression softened as she waved her hand, allowing them to proceed with the edict, and requested, "Also, fetch my jade whip." "Understood." Chapter 18. For every drop of the whip, 10 lashes in return. Outside Zhong Xiugong, Ji Taichu noticed Lu Jin approaching and subtly raised an eyebrow. Lu Jin arrived at the palace entrance, smiling, "The Empress summons you." Ji Taichu glanced at Xiao Fangzi to his left. Xiao Fangzi quickly interjected, "Please, master," holding a small wooden box containing the Xueji Yuan Dan. Ji Taichu stepped into Zhong Xiugong. Lu Jin walked beside Ji Taichu and, with a light chuckle, asked, "You seem rather unfamiliar. May I ask your name?" Ji Taichu replied, "You may call me Li Gongong." Li Gongong, Lu Jin acknowledged, then leaned in to whisper, "The temper of our empress is rather formidable. She has just returned from Yangxin Palace and may be fatigued. Please, do your best to avoid making her kneel." Ji Taichu understood Lu Jin's unspoken implication. Forcing concubine Zhong to kneel would provoke her wrath, providing the small eunuch ample justification to remain for a while. Ji Taichu feigned a frown and offered no reply. Lu Jin discreetly produced a plump golden pouch from his sleeve and quietly handed it to Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow and looked down to find a small note attached to the pouch. "The soundproofing in the chamber is adequate. Do not worry about eavesdropping." In the next moment, the note turned to ash, leaving no trace. Ji Taichu's heart raced slightly, but he maintained a facade of difficulty, returning the pouch to Lu Jin, saying, "Please, do not put me in a difficult position. I am representing His Majesty in this attire." Lu Jin's expression stiffened, forcing a smile, and he refrained from further comment. Behind Ji Taichu, Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi exchanged glances, both swallowing hard. After a brief moment, under Lu Jin's guidance, the three of them arrived at the outer chamber of Zhong Xiugong. Ji Taichu surveyed the beaded curtain ahead, then turned to glance at Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi. Xiao Fangzi looked towards Xiao Zhaozi, who cleared his throat and announced, "Imperial edict from His Majesty. Concubine Zhong, please receive the edict. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin and the palace maids behind the chamber knelt, bowing their heads in reverence. Ji Taichu peered through the beaded curtain at concubine Zhong, who was seated on the bed, his brows knitting together. Xiao Zhaozi, feeling anxious, repeated, "Imperial edict from His Majesty. Concubine Zhong, please receive the edict." Concubine Zhong's cold voice echoed, "What? Do you wish for me to kneel before you?" Startled, Xiao Zhaozi stammered, "I would not dare." "If you do not dare, then hurry and deliver the edict." Concubine Zhong's commanding tone brooked no argument. Xiao Zhaozi lowered his head, casting a furtive glance at Ji Taichu, too intimidated to speak further. Had he not been clad in the formal attire of an envoy, he would have considered kneeling himself. Ji Taichu frowned and proclaimed, "Concubine Zhong, please receive the edict." Concubine Zhong smiled, her tinkling laughter imbued with an indescribable charm. Ji Taichu watched as she stood gracefully and stepped towards the entrance. He held his breath slightly, observing quietly. As concubine Zhong passed through the beaded curtain, she paused just outside, fixing her gaze intently upon Ji Taichu. He, in turn, appraised her as well. This marked their first encounter. Prior to this, he had seen a portrait of concubine Zhong from Yihong Yu, and he had thought her exceedingly beautiful, describing her as having an ethereal beauty and delicate features. Now, witnessing her in person, it was clear why she garnered such favor amidst a sea of beauties in the imperial palace. To say she appeared as though she had stepped out from a painting would not be an exaggeration. Particularly adorned in her finery, concubine Zhong radiated captivating allure. Noticing Ji Taichu's gaze, concubine Zhong's cheeks flushed, yet she coolly inquired, "Do you wish for me to kneel?" Ji Taichu regained his composure and calmly responded, "It is not my request, but that of His Majesty. As the imperial envoy, I would never dare to demand that the esteemed concubine kneel. However, should you refuse to kneel, it would be seen as disrespect towards His Majesty." Concubine Zhong replied with a cold smirk, "Remember your words now. I hope you can maintain such righteous fervor later." With that, she bent her legs, preparing to kneel. At that moment, Lu Jin promptly presented a bright yellow soft cushion to place beneath her knees. Ji Taichu held the small wooden box aloft, gazing at concubine Zhong, and announced, "By decree of His Majesty, the esteemed concubine Zhong is awarded a Xueji Yuruan. He then bowed slightly, extending the box towards her, saying, "I kindly ask you to inspect it." Concubine Zhong did not take it, but raised her head to scrutinize Ji Taichu, asking, "Has the edict been delivered?" Ji Taichu cleared his throat softly, nodding, "The edict has been delivered. You may rise now." Concubine Zhong chuckled lightly, but did not stand. Instead, Lu Jin rose, turning to Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi, and smilingly suggested, "Gentlemen, why not stay for a cup of tea before you depart?" Without waiting for their response, he extended his hand and led them away. Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi exchanged a knowing glance, silently choosing not to look at Ji Taichu as they quietly followed Lu Jin out of the palace. Ji Taichu hastily remarked, "We shall not disturb the esteemed lady any longer." With that, he turned to leave. Consort Zhong sneered, "Dare to move a step, and the precious Xueji Yuru Dan within that box shall be revealed as a counterfeit." Ji Taichu's expression stiffened, and he turned to face Consort Zhong. Rising from her seat, she glided through the beaded curtain and into the inner chamber, her voice floating back, "Come in." No sooner had she spoken than a sharp crack echoed as a jade whip struck the floor. Ji Taichu stood motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Consort Zhong within the chamber. She coldly challenged, "Do I need to repeat myself?" A hint of resignation crossed Ji Taichu's face as he stepped forward into the inner chamber. Passing through the curtain, he approached Consort Zhong directly, his gilded boots clicking on the floor as he implored, "I beseech the esteemed lady to spare Shaoli this time," with a smile playing on her crimson lips. Consort Zhong gently pressed the jade whip against Ji Taichu's chin, mocking, "Spare you?" Suddenly, Ji Taichu stepped closer, wrapping his right arm around her waist. A jolt of surprise coursed through Consort Zhong, her cheeks flushing crimson. Thud, thud, thud. Ji Taichu lifted Consort Zhong and began walking toward the bed, each step resonating with a rhythmic thud reminiscent of a kneeling supplicant. Upon reaching the edge of the bed, he tossed her onto it and seized the jade whip from her grasp. Lying on the bed, Consort Zhong regarded Ji Taichu with a bewitching gaze, her heart racing. Crack, crack, crack. Ji Taichu wielded the whip in his right hand, striking his left palm with a series of sharp sounds. "Kneel properly," he silently commanded her. Feeling a stir within, consort Zhong coldly ordered, "Kneel with the whip held high. Drop it once, and you shall receive 10 lashes." Chapter 19. What face does a favored concubine have that is devoid of grievances? Ji Taichu chuckled softly, mimicking consort Zhong's earlier demeanor as he lightly pressed the jade whip against her delicate chin. With eyes like silk, she playfully reproached him, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms in early spring. At that moment, Ji Taichu shed any pretense of politeness. In a calculated maneuver, as he lunged onto the bed, he silently enveloped the area above with the Xuxinding. As the master of the Xuxinding, he could manipulate it at will, allowing consort Zhong to see or to be oblivious to its presence. Their relationship had not yet reached the level of sharing such secrets. In fact, aside from Xuanjizhenren, he intended to keep the existence of the Xuxinding concealed from all others. It was his trump card. Outside the palace, within a pavilion in Zhongxiu Palace, Lu Jin arranged a lavish banquet for Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi, who dared not refuse. As Lu Jin poured wine for them, he extolled the virtues of their lady. "My lady has a kind nature, yet even esteemed ladies can have their moods." Seeing his majesty gravely ill has weighed heavily on her heart, further compounded by the obstinacy of Gong Li. "Rest assured, esteemed sirs, I am well aware of the protocols regarding imperial edicts. As for Gong Li's share, let the two of you divide it." After receiving the gift, Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi's cheeks flushed as they exchanged pleasantries with Lu Jin. Meanwhile, in Qingming Palace, the empress was dining when she received word that consort Zhong had presented the emperor with a golden ginseng soup, delighting the emperor and earning consort Zhong a Xueji Yuru Dan as a reward. Beside her, Yi Hongyu murmured, "That fellow is now the imperial messenger of Yangxin Hall. He has gone to Zhongxiu Palace." The empress raised an eyebrow and instructed, "Summon him when he exits Zhongxiu Palace." Understood, Yi Hongyu replied. After the evening meal, the empress turned to Yi Hongyu, a glint of curiosity in her eyes. "Go and see," she quietly commanded. Moments later, Yi Hongyu returned, whispering, when he delivered the edict. He ordered consort Zhong to kneel, which irked her. Frowning, the empress inquired, "Did consort Zhong make things difficult for him?" Yi Hongyu responded, "He has not emerged from consort Zhong's chamber since entering." Lu Jin, the chief steward of Zhongxiu Palace, was currently drinking with the two imperial messengers. Additionally, it was said that consort Zhong specifically took the jade whip that His Majesty had bestowed upon her. The empress glanced at her own long, lustrous nails, and after a moment, softly said, "Wait until he comes out, then summon him." Consort Zhong has yet to dare harm someone from Yangxin Hall. Indeed, in the innermost chamber of Zhongxiu Palace, after a considerable time had passed, Ji Taichu gazed at the alluring figure of consort Zhong beneath him and quietly asked, "Are you satisfied with me, esteemed lady?" Enveloped by the Xuxinding, he felt no concern that anyone could overhear. Consort Zhong's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded him. Pausing for a moment before responding, "You should leave." Ji Taichu replied softly, "I am now under the empress's protection. Should you wish to seek me, do so directly, as you did this time. Never let your infatuation be evident in public." With a light scoff, consort Zhong retorted, "Do I need your instruction?" Ji Taichu smiled gently, reflecting, "Men may forget their debts once their trousers are raised, but women can be no different." The woman who had so recently pleaded for mercy now referred to herself as this palace. Shaking his head inwardly, Ji Taichu picked up the Xueji Yuru Dan gifted to consort Zhong by Emperor Liang Guang, gently placing it to her lips. Consort Zhong blinked, parting her lips slightly to nibble the elixir, casting a sultry glance at Ji Taichu. He leaned down, taking half of the pill from her mouth. Subsequently, he dressed himself and departed, leaving her watching him intently. Barely had he left when Lu Jin arrived outside the curtain, quietly inquiring, "How was it, esteemed lady?" Consort Zhong reclined on the bed, her mind replaying the recent fervor, her exquisite face flushed with delight as she murmured, "He is a true man." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin instinctively exhaled in relief, only to feel his expression stiffen. "He is a true man? Am I not?" Suddenly, Lu Jin found everything rather dull. This thought came fleetingly, and just as quickly dissipated as he recalled the situation in Qingming Palace, hurriedly whispering, "The Empress will likely realize you have kept that fellow in your chamber." Consort Zhong snapped back to reality, her delicate brows knitting together as she huffed. And what of it? Lu Jin hesitated. He has been here too long. It may raise suspicion. Consort Zhong's cheeks deepened in color. Too long, indeed. She had never imagined a man could be so formidable. Suspicion? He hails from Qingning Palace. If discovered, it would be Xiaomei who bears the brunt of it. Though she spoke confidently, an undercurrent of anxiety began to surface. After all, this was a matter of borrowed seed. If discovered, the consequences would be dire, likely resulting in a death sentence or poison. Moreover, the man had been utterly reckless, treating her as if she were not a consort at all. Lu Ji nodded. He was previously brought to Qingning Palace by Yi Hongyu, and now it appears this serves as a strategic advantage for us. However, since someone has attacked the Empress, this matter cannot simply end here. It is certain that the Empress will retaliate. After calming down, Gongfei Zhong inquired, "What do you propose?" Lu Jin pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps tomorrow morning, the Empress could send a gift to the Empress Dowager, stating that we were unaware that Shaoli Zi was associated with her. Send a gift to that wretched woman? Gongfei Zhong frowned, displaying her displeasure. Lu Jin quickly replied, "The main point is to make the Empress understand that we initially had no idea Shaoli Zi was in her service. Moreover, we need to solidify this matter. In the future, even if Shaoli Zi is exposed, it will not implicate us." Gongfei Zhong felt quite resistant, but thought for a moment and said, "Fine, I will heed your advice this time. Prepare a gift, but do not make it too extravagant." Understood, Lu Jin sighed in relief. Outside Zhongxiu Palace, the night had deepened, and the bright moon hung in the sky. Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi followed Ji Taichu closely, not daring to breathe, secretly observing him. Both could faintly sense the cold aura emanating from Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu suddenly asked in a low voice, "Are other nobles also this difficult to please?" Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi paused, then exchanged glances. Xiao Fangzi replied softly, "Not entirely. Many nobles do seek to curry favor with us. However, there are indeed quite a few who look down on us. When there are no outsiders around, it is best for us to turn a blind eye to whether they kneel or not." Ji Taichu responded with a simple "oh" and did not inquire further. As they passed a corner, the figure of Yi Hongyu suddenly appeared, startling Ji Taichu and his companions. Yi Hongyu appraised Ji Taichu and said, "The Empress summons you." Ji Taichu instinctively turned to look at Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi. Xiao Zhaozi hurriedly said, "You go on, master. We will return to report." After speaking, they lowered their heads and walked away. Ki Taichu yalkit alongside Yi Hongyu, softly kalink, aontie. Yi Hongyu asked in a low voice, "Have you been wronged?" Ji Taichu fell silent. Was it a grievance? Is there any favored consort not feeling wronged? Fortunately, he was no longer the naive newcomer to the palace. Had he still been the same as when he first entered, he would undoubtedly have been easily manipulated by Gongfei Zhong. Now, possessing divine power, he could restrain Gongfei Zhong's hands, rendering her incapable of movement or uttering threats, ultimately forcing her to plead for mercy. Yi Hongyu inquired softly, "Did she strike you?" Ji Taichu nodded and replied, "She hit me." Yi Hongyu's eyes flashed with concern, asking, "How many lashes?" Ji Taichu considered for a moment and shook his head, saying, "I didn't count, but it didn't hurt. After taking that Longxiang Dan, it seems I gained not only immense strength, but also improved significantly in health. When I left, there were no marks left." Yi Hongyu's expression softened, and she advised, "When you meet the Empress, you may embellish a little, saying that she will support you." Understood. Ji Taichu nodded, pondering whether he was now considered part of the Empress's faction or the consorts. It seemed he belonged to both. The man caught between two women found himself in quite a predicament. In Qingning Palace, within the Empress's chamber, a bowl of steaming ginseng soup was placed before Ji Taichu. The Empress gently said, "Sit down and drink." Ji Taichu felt a wave of emotion and took a seat, glancing at the Empress, unsure of what to say, feeling rather awkward. Just moments ago, he had been indulging in delicacies with Gongfei Zhong, and now he was here with the Empress, partaking in ginseng soup. The Empress urged, "Drink up." "Yes," Ji Taichu replied, lowering his head to sip the soup. The Empress observed him and said softly, "While working in the palace, you may need to be a bit flexible. You are under my protection. As long as I remain Empress and you do not make significant mistakes, I can ensure your safety." Ji Taichu explained, "This was the first time Shaoli Zi delivered a message. I did not dare to be negligent." The empress nodded, stating, "Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. After being reprimanded by Gongfei Zhong, when you go to other palaces to deliver edicts, they will likely not dare to make things difficult for you." Ji Taichu acknowledged with a sound, having finished the ginseng soup. The empress turned to Yi Hongyu and instructed, "Take him to Xianglu Palace and arrange for someone to tend his injuries." Yi Taichu's eyelids twitched. Xianglu Palace? Medical treatment? What could that entail? Chapter 20. It can be confirmed that he has been thoroughly castrated. Yi Hongyu nodded, then led Ji Taichu to Xianglu Palace. Upon discovering that Xianglu Palace was a bathing area, Ji Taichu's scalp tingled as he comprehended the implications of the medical treatment. Yi Hongyu summoned 4 palace maids, commanding, "Serve Master Li with a bath and apply medicine afterward." Ji Taichu quickly protested, "I should have no injuries." Yi Hongyu ignored him and turned to leave. Ji Taichu's face stiffened slightly as he looked at the 4 palace maids gathered around him, noticing that Chu Rui was among them. And he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Chu Rui's cheeks flushed as she softly said, "I will assist Master Li in changing." As she spoke, she approached Ji Taichu. His scalp prickled at the thought that if he changed clothes, everything would be exposed. He glanced at the nearby bath filled with red petals and suddenly had an idea. He promptly removed his deep purple robe and instructed, "You all turn around." The 4 palace maids, led by Chu Rui, blushed and obediently turned away. Ji Taichu exhaled in relief, quickly shedding all his clothes before leaping into the bath, hastily gathering the petals to stash in the Su Shinding. He then manipulated the Su Shinding between his legs, causing the petals to cluster at the opening, creating the illusion of being closely pressed against his body. After completing this, he glanced down and felt a bit relieved. The petals effectively obscured the truth, although it was apparent that there was nothing beneath. At that moment, Chu Rui's slightly shy voice broke through, "Master Li, ain't ye arranged for us to bathe you? We cannot do nothing." Ji Taichu considered for a moment, leaning his head back and saying, "Please help me wash my hair." Understood. The 4 palace maids visibly relaxed, each taking their respective tasks as they began to busy themselves by the bath. Soon, Ji Taichu felt his hair submerged in warm water, and 2 delicate hands were gently massaging his scalp. It was quite pleasant, yet he dared not indulge, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. After a while, footsteps echoed. Ji Taichu held his breath slightly, recognizing that it was Yi Hongyu approaching. Yi Hongyu discreetly approached the edge of the bath, glancing at the petals covering Ji Taichu's vital area. She paused, then blushed, leaving a small red bottle for Chu Rui before turning to depart. She went to the innermost chamber of Qingning Palace and quietly recounted everything she had just witnessed, concluding, "It can be confirmed that he has been thoroughly castrated." The empress, seated on the soft couch, mused, "It seems I have overthought this." Yi Hongyu remained silent. In truth, she had also harbored doubts, as Ji Taichu did not possess the demeanor of other eunuchs, appearing more like an uncastrated scholar. This incident, where Ji Taichu had been held by Gongfei Zhong for nearly an hour, had led her to entertain errant thoughts. The empress suddenly inquired, "What are your feelings towards him?" Yi Hongyu was taken aback and hesitantly asked, "Your Majesty, whom do you refer to?" The empress replied nonchalantly, "Your partner." "Partner?" Yi Hongyu's cheeks flushed, and she quickly shook her head, saying, "Your Majesty, please do not jest. I only wish to remain by your side and serve you for a lifetime, never contemplating sharing my life with anyone else." A partner in this context refers to a mutual companionship formed between eunuchs and palace maids, essentially living together as a couple. The empress gazed at Yi Hongyu and asked, "Are you certain you do not wish for this?" Yi Hongyu's heart raced, yet she respectfully replied, "I only desire to stay by your side for eternity." The empress continued, "If you share a partnership with him, you may still accompany me for a lifetime." Yi Hongyu hesitated, ultimately shaking her head gently, stating, "I have not considered such matters." The empress fixed her gaze upon Yi Hongyu and remarked, "If you are unwilling, I shall find someone else for him." Yi Hongyu's brows furrowed slightly, and she asked in confusion, "Why must your Majesty find him a partner?" The empress calmly replied, "To compensate him. He has only recently entered the palace and has already endured such grievances. I need him to understand that I hold him in high regard." Yi Hongyu comprehended, momentarily vavering. The empress queried, "Do you truly not wish for this?" Yi Hongyu's cheeks reddened as she whispered, "It is not that I do not wish, but I fear it may draw too much attention. I am a trusted confidant of your Majesty, And if others were to discover that he is my partner, it might attract undue scrutiny. The empress pondered. You have a point. Then you may select a partner for him. Understood. Ye Hongyu replied. Exiting the palace and gazing toward Xianglu Palace, feeling a sudden emptiness within. Shaking her head, she arrived at Xianglu Palace, where she found Ji Taichu reclining bare on the white jade couch, with Chirui applying medicine to his back, which was smooth and unmarred. After observing for a while, Yi Hongyu spoke. Xiao Lizi, what do you think of Chirui? Chirui, who was assisting Ji Taichu, immediately held her breath, afraid to make a sound. Ji Taichu, lying on the couch, turned his head toward Yi Hongyu and whispered, Sister Chirui is certainly wonderful. Chirui blushed. Yi Hongyu continued, the Empress intends to find you a partner in Qingning Palace. If you are satisfied with Chirui, she shall be your partner. Partner? Ji Taichu was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at Chirui, who blushed and shyly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Ji Taichu's cheeks turned red as he looked back at Yi Hongyu and softly inquired, I am not well versed in the palace's customs. What does partner mean? Yi Hongyu replied. You may understand it as a husband and wife outside the palace. However, in the palace, a partner can live together regardless of gender, between eunuchs and palace maids, or between palace maids. Moreover, there are no legal constraints. As long as you declare yourselves partners, you may live together. If the relationship does not work out, you can part ways without any obligation. Ji Taichu understood and curiously asked, Is this the Empress's intention? Ye Hongyu affirmed. Her Majesty wishes to assist you in finding a partner in Qingning Palace. If you are dissatisfied with Chirui, you may also choose another. Chirui gently bit her lip, stealing a glance at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu quickly responded, I am naturally very satisfied with Chirui. Chirui blushed deeply, feeling a great sense of relief. Ye Hongyu remarked, Since you are satisfied. Before she could finish, Ji Taichu curiously asked, I have seen men outside the palace with multiple wives. Is there a similar arrangement for partners within the palace? Yi Hongyu and Chirui exchanged glances at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu cleared his throat and said, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Yi Hongyu retorted, As a eunuch, isn't having a partner sufficient for you? Chirui also looked somewhat forlorn. Yet Taichu explained, I am genuinely just curious, merely asking. Yi Hongyu scoffed, Do not be naive. I can plainly tell you that if you were the chief eunuch of the Ministry of Rites or the head of the Eastern Depot, you could have as many palace maids as you desire. Ji Taichu smiled bashfully and replied, I will follow Aunt Ye's arrangements. Yet, he knew this was undoubtedly a tactic to win him over by the Empress. He had already realized that being summoned to Xianglu Palace for disrobing and applying medicine was likely the Empress's way of confirming whether he had been fully castrated as a eunuch. Once she was assured of his authenticity, the reward of a partner would follow. Yi Hongyu scrutinized Ji Taichu and asked, Are you certain it is Chirui? Ji Taichu suddenly felt a stir in his heart, looking up to meet Yi Hongyu's gaze, and finally softly replied, Yes, it is Chirui. He surmised that Chirui might be among those he could choose as a partner. However, having mentioned Chirui from the outset, changing partners now would cause her significant distress. In serving the noble consort Zhong, Ji Taichu knew he could not consider himself a good person, yet he could not bear to hurt Chirui, who had once aided him. Yi Hongyu, her expression impassive, declared, From this moment forth, you and Chirui shall be partners. You may reside in Chirui's quarters, and she may also stay with you. Should your position change in the future, you may directly bring Chirui with you. The Empress will not impede this. Very well, Ji Taichu nodded, suddenly recalling something. He quickly turned to Chirui and softly asked, I forgot to ask you, Sister Chirui, would you be willing to be my partner? Chirui's cheeks flushed, and she shyly murmured her agreement. Yi Taichu smiled gently. Yi Hongyu said nothing further and turned to leave. After a while, Ji Taichu emerged from Xianglu Palace, fully dressed. Glancing around, but not spotting Yi Hongyu, Chirui cast a furtive glance at Ji Taichu before departing with 3 other palace maids to return to their quarters. Ji Taichu watched Chirui leave, then turned to head outside Qingning Palace. Although they had become nominal partners, it was evident that they would not be able to live together or share a bed just yet. At this moment, Ji Taichu needed to return to Yangxin Palace promptly to return the deep purple robe and sign the imperial decree left in Jinzhou Palace. He had no trust in the character of Xiao Fengzi and Xiao Zhaizi. Upon exiting Qingning Palace, he spotted Yi Hongyu standing outside. She stated calmly, "I shall escort you back to prevent you from losing your way and being mistaken for an assassin, thus causing a great calamity." Ji Taichu chuckled lightly and walked alongside Yi Hongyu. They walked in silence for a while until Ji Taichu quietly remarked, "Could I have chosen you before?" Yi Hongyu paused her steps, then continued forward, her expression unreadable, without responding. Ji Taichu understood and continued softly, "I am not yet worthy to be your partner. But I shall not give up. I will climb step by step, and one day, I will ask the Empress to grant you to me." Yi Hongyu shot Ji Taichu a sidelong glance and scoffed, "Grant you? What do you think I am?" Ji Taichu mumbled, "An immortal. Ye Hongyu's chicks fudushit." And she shot him a glare before choosing not to engage further. Ji Taichu continued in a low voice, "On that day, you shall not refuse me." Yi Hongyu replied calmly, "You think too much and speak too much. We are in the imperial palace. One must be cautious with words and actions." Ji Taichu refrained from further discourse, having comprehended Yi Hongyu's stance. Yet, he pondered whether this woman would feel joy or faint in shock upon discovering that he was indeed a true man. Upon arriving outside the Yangxin Hall, Yi Hongyu, before departing, whispered, "Be careful in all matters." Ji Taichu smiled and nodded, watching her leave. After returning to the decree room and shedding his attire, Ji Taichu made his way to the Jinzhao Hall, where he inscribed Li Sangjing's name upon the document pertaining to tonight's verbal decree. Having completed this task, he exhaled in relief, reflecting on the myriad emotions of the evening. His entry into the palace as a companion to concubine Zhong marked a preliminary progress. It remained unfinished. The true completion would be to ensure that concubine Zhong bore his dragon offspring. With the Emperor Liang Guang severely injured and incapacitated, what would happen if concubine Zhong were to conceive? The thought caused Ji Taichu a momentary headache, for serving as a companion to the concubine was no enviable task. The following day, after the news of concubine Zhong's visit to His Majesty and the reward she received spread, the other women of the harem began to take action, each carrying food boxes towards the Yangxin Hall. Initially, Emperor Liang Guang felt gratified, but as the visitors multiplied, his patience waned. Especially when he realized that these concubines were merely imitating concubine Zhong and did not genuinely wish to see him. Disappointment filled his heart, leading him to decree that no concubine was to visit him. Consequently, none received rewards. In the side chamber of the emperor's sleeping quarters, Ji Taichu observed over a dozen exquisitely adorned concubines, a flicker of envy crossing his gaze towards Emperor Liangguang. Each concubine possessed unique charms, truly regarded as beauties among beauties. However, having encountered these women, Ji Taichu began to understand why concubine Zhong received such favor. In contrast, concubine Zhong was even more striking, especially when she displayed a playful demeanor, exuding not only allure, but also an indescribable purity that rendered one utterly captivated. Meanwhile, a throng of palace maids accompanied concubine Zhong to the entrance of the Qingning Palace. Concubine Zhong cast a glance inside, her delicate brows knitting tightly. Ultimately, with a soft huff, she turned away without entering, instructing Lu Jin to deliver a gift on her behalf. Lu Jin, feeling helpless, braved the task of carrying the gift to the Qingning Palace. Upon meeting the Empress, he briefly recounted the events of the previous night, clarifying that at the time he had not realized that the eunuch Li Sangyong, who delivered the decree, was affiliated with the Empress. He hinted that, given the Emperor's grave injuries, concubine Zhong had no intentions of opposing the Empress. The Empress's response was straightforward. "You think a gift can absolve the offense against my people?" Lu Jin, without recourse, knelt on the floor, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. The Empress, taken aback, paused for a moment before halting Lu Jin, fixing him with a cold gaze, and reminded him, "If your mistress were to learn of your excessive apologies, she might not only refuse to reward you, but also perceive it as a loss of her dignity." Lu Jin hastily replied, "I merely wish to prevent any misunderstanding that might injure the harmony between your majesty and my mistress." The Empress chuckled disdainfully. "Harmony between me and her?" Lu Jin cleared his throat and continued, "With his majesty gravely injured, my mistress's position is precarious. At such a time, improving relations with your majesty would be greatly desired by her." The Empress contemplated before directly asking, "What news have you received?" Lu Jin's eyes flickered as he softly replied, I have heard that concubine Zheng has personally acted as a matchmaker, arranging a marriage between His Highness the First Prince and Qin Lingyan, the daughter of General Qin Feihu of the Jingwu Guard. The Empress narrowed her eyes, fixating on Lu Jin with a cold smile, and queried, "Are you informing me of this to incite discord?" Lu Jin quickly shook his head, insisting, "Your Majesty misunderstands. I merely wish to convey that my mistress's relationship with concubine Zheng's faction is quite poor. At this time, we cannot afford to offend your Majesty." The Empress was momentarily speechless. The first prince was the son of concubine Zheng, and years ago, during a royal banquet, he had cast glances at concubine Zheng, which she promptly reported to the emperor. Since then, a bitter enmity had formed between concubine Zheng and concubine Zheng, each wishing the other ill. Should the first prince ascend, concubine Zheng's favorable days would undoubtedly come to an end. The empress waved her hand, dismissing Lu Jin, who departed with great understanding. Just as he left, Yi Hongyu remarked softly, "Lu Jin surely seeks to use us to deal with the first prince." The empress nodded, saying, "When consort Chen was deposed, concubine Zheng was the favored candidate to ascend as the new empress, yet I became the empress instead. While concubine Zheng despises concubine Zheng, she harbors even greater animosity towards me." Lu Jin was evidently aware of this matter, deliberately mentioning the first prince in front of the empress. "Ye Hongyu inurit kuyutli." Should we involve ourselves? General Qin Feihu, commanding the Jingwu Guard, was responsible for guarding the capital. If he were to ally with the first prince, the empress pondered for a moment before slowly stating, "Spread this news. We must ensure the emperor is made aware of it." With His Majesty gravely injured and incapacitated, some of his informants may have developed ulterior motives. Once the emperor learns of this, he will surely take action. Understood. Ye Hongyu replied, nodding. In the evening, concubine Zheng once again arrived at the Yangxin Hall, carrying a food box. Inside the chambers, upon receiving the news, Emperor Liang Guang's expression softened as he instructed, "Let her in." The eunuch complied and departed. By the dragon couch, Gong Gong Hong murmured, "This morning, concubine Zheng visited the Qingning Palace. She stood outside but did not enter. However, she sent someone inside." Liang Guang paused, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What did she seek from the beautiful lady?" Gong Gong Hong replied quietly, "The eunuch who delivered the decree to concubine Zheng last night was inexperienced, which angered her, leading to her reprimanding him. Later, she discovered he was from the Qingning Palace." Liang Guang self-deprecatingly remarked, "Even the beautiful lady has placed her people beside me?" Gong Gong Hong continued in a hushed tone, moreover, "The matter of concubine Zheng arranging a marriage between the first prince and Qin Lingyan has also circulated within the Yangxin Hall, seemingly originating from the Qingning Palace." Liang Guang frowned and murmured, "It appears the beautiful lady senses a threat. When I appointed her as empress, the one who despised her the most was Baiyun. The name of concubine Zheng was Zheng Baiyun." Gong Gong Hong refrained from further comment. In the side chamber, concubine Zheng approached gracefully, her gaze unwavering yet unable to resist casting sidelong glances at Ji Taichu, who sat on a stool to her right, his head slightly bowed, avoiding her gaze and feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had a strong premonition that concubine Zheng's visit to deliver food was primarily to see him. Perhaps she even hoped for the emperor to bestow further rewards, allowing him to convey decrees in the Zhongxiu Palace once more. This woman, was she insatiable? Ji Taichu silently shook his head. Within the chambers, upon seeing concubine Zheng's approach, Emperor Liang Guang's eyes brightened, and he chuckled. "It seems the effect of that Shueji Yu Rongdan is quite remarkable." Gong Gong Hong glanced at concubine Zheng, noting a hint of intrigue in his eyes. This evening, concubine Zheng appeared significantly more radiant than the night before. Concubine Zheng blinked, her cheeks slightly flushed, her heartbeat quickening. Yet she dismissed the notion that her transformation was primarily due to the Shueji Yu Rongdan. Ultimately, she had consumed several of those prior, and any transformations that were to occur had already manifested. Last night, she could only be considered to have ingested half a pill. Even if there were changes, they would hardly be significant. She believed her transformation was entirely due to the influence of Ji Taichu from the outside. It was the nourishment provided by Ji Taichu last night that rendered her changes so conspicuous. As Zhong Guifei served Emperor Liang Guang's soup, she smiled and said, "Last night, I had a dream in which Your Majesty became vigorous and spirited. Upon waking this morning, I felt entirely refreshed. Emperor Liang Guang raised his brows slightly and replied with a smile. Zhener's dreams will surely come to fruition soon. Zhong Guifei's cheeks flushed as she softly expressed, I eagerly await that day. After finishing the soup, Zhong Guifei cast a flirtatious glance at Emperor Liang Guang before departing. Liang Guang watched her leave and then commanded, Bring me a Shueji Yuron. Perhaps it will be beneficial for my health. Gong Gong Hong was speechless and glanced at the eunuchs at the palace gate. One of them nodded and quietly withdrew. Gong Gong Hong whispered, Should we summon Qin Feihu? Since Zhong Guifei personally acted as the matchmaker, he might mistakenly believe it was your majesty's intention. Liang Guang's expression darkened slightly, and he coldly replied, There is no need. Gong Gong Hong was taken aback. Liang Guang stated, Fengyin. Gong Gong Hong felt a surge of true energy envelop him. In an instant, he established a barrier of true energy around himself and Emperor Liang Guang. It is done, Liang Guang commanded. Secretly draft an imperial edict to confer Qin Lingyan the title of Yin Marin and bring her into the palace. Deliver this edict to the new envoy, instructing him to leave the palace in advance. When the eldest prince goes to the general's residence to fetch the bride, the edict shall be proclaimed there, and Qin Lingyan shall be taken away. Additionally, everyone must know that the envoy represents the beautiful maiden. A flicker of intrigue appeared in Gong Gong Hong's eyes as he nodded. This old servant will personally arrange it. Liang Guang continued. Inform the envoy that the message conveyed to Zhener should be conveyed in the same manner at the general's residence. Fairness must be maintained. Understood. Gong Gong Hong nodded, feeling a sense of admiration. Once this edict is issued, many will be astonished, and the situation in Daliang will undergo a swift transformation. Soon, a Shueji Yuron was delivered. After consuming it, Liang Guang felt no reaction and could not help but feel a wave of disappointment. It seemed only truly exceptional treasures would be effective for him. As night fell, after confirming that Emperor Liang Guang had retired, Ji Taichu left the side hall accompanied by 2 other eunuchs. Just as they were about to head to the dining hall of Yangxin Palace, they were halted by the female official Wan Biyu of Yangxin Palace. Gong Gong Hong requests your presence. Ji Taichu was taken aback, but quickly followed Wan Biyu to the palace where Gong Gong Hong awaited. In the palace, Gong Gong Hong sat on a soft couch, eyes closed in repose. Ji Taichu stealthily approached the center of the hall, glancing at Gong Gong Hong without speaking. After a considerable time, Gong Gong Hong initiated the conversation. His Majesty is already aware that you belong to the Empress. Ji Taichu was startled, and anxiety gripped her heart as she hastily replied. Xiao Lizi comes from Qingning Palace, but Xiao Lizi is His Majesty's person. Gong Gong Hong reassured her, there is no need to be anxious. We summoned you not for punishment, but to assign you a secret task. Ji Taichu sighed in relief and respectfully responded, Please give your orders, esteemed ancestor. Gong Gong Hong explained, His Majesty intends to confer the title of Yin Marin upon Qin Lingyan, daughter of General Qin Feihu, and bring her into the palace. The edict has already been drafted, and we will arrange for someone to escort you out of the palace soon. Your duty is to publicly proclaim the edict when the eldest prince visits the general's residence to fetch the bride. Ji Taichu pondered and cautiously inquired, Should Xiao Lizi wait at the eldest prince's side? Gong Gong Hong opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Ji Taichu. Realizing that this young eunuch was unaware that the eldest prince intended to take Qin Lingyan as a concubine, he subtly shook his head, choosing not to enlighten him, and replied blandly, Before proclaiming the edict, no one must know of your presence, nor should the contents of the edict be disclosed prematurely. You must remain near the general's residence, ensuring that you can proclaim the edict before the eldest prince and General Qin Feihu. Moreover, just as you conveyed the message in Zhongxiu Palace last night, you must treat both Qin Feihu and the eldest prince equally in your proclamation. Both must show the edict the respect it deserves. Although Ji Taichu still appeared somewhat perplexed, he understood what he needed to do and promptly nodded, saying, Then I shall go and fetch the Donya robe. Gong Gong Hong scrutinized Ji Taichu, remarking, You likely do not yet grasp the situation. Once you leave the palace, you will understand. This matter must not be disclosed to your 2 deputy officials. Ji Taichu questioned in surprise, Will they not accompany me? Gong Gong Hong replied, This is your task. They have their own duties. You only need to fulfill yours. Understood. Ji Taichu nodded, turned, and departed. Upon returning to the edict room, he noticed that both Xiao Fong and Xiao Zhao were absent. Leaving him puzzled, uncertain whether they had gone to dinner or had been deliberately reassigned. Not dwelling on it, he quickly removed the deep purple donyo robe, the embroidered black cap, and the gilded boots, wrapping them in a piece of black silk before shouldering the small bundle and exiting the edict room. Night had fallen. Passing by Jinzhou Palace, he spotted a black carriage ahead. Ji Taichu looked up and recognized that the driver was Wan Bu from Yangxin Palace. Immediately realizing it must be the vehicle arranged by Gong Gong Hong. Approaching the carriage, Wan Nuguan quietly instructed, "Get in." Very well. Ji Taichu stepped into the carriage, discovering a set of blue attire inside, along with a golden embroidered wooden box for the imperial edict, causing his heart to race slightly. The golden embroidered wooden box likely contained an authentic imperial edict. The carriage moved silently, and they remained quiet until it left the palace grounds. Then, Wan Nuguan's voice broke the silence. "Be cautious. Such covert tasks often carry the risk of assassination." Hearing this, Ji Taichu's eyelids involuntarily twitched, and he leaned toward the carriage window, whispering, "Might I trouble you to guide me, esteemed aunt?" While driving, Wan Nuguan replied softly, "I do not know the specifics of your task. I only know that your disappearance will undoubtedly reach the ears of various factions by morning. Your identity is quite unique, and many astute individuals may surmise what you might possess." Ji Taichu quickly asked, "What should I do then?" Wan Nuguan advised, "Before the edict is proclaimed, do not reveal your whereabouts. How you proceed will depend on the nature of your task." "Do not reveal my whereabouts?" Ji Taichu softly mused, his brows gradually easing. If it were simply a matter of maintaining secrecy, that would be quite manageable for someone possessing the Shu Shinding. However, this task felt rather perplexing. Moments later, the carriage came to a halt. Wan Nuguan instructed, "Change into your clothes, pack the items from the carriage, and then leave." Ji Taichu promptly opened the bundle, stowed the golden embroidered edict box inside, retied the bundle, and then removed his eunuch garb, donning the blue attire from the carriage instead. Once everything was in order, he leaped from the carriage, glancing around to find himself at the corner of a narrow alley. He was unsure of the exact location. Wan Nuguan cast one last glance at Ji Taichu before driving the carriage away. Suddenly, Ji Taichu remembered something and felt a pang of anxiety. He hurriedly called out to Wan Nuguan. She frowned and looked at him with indifference. Ji Taichu's face revealed a hint of shyness as she inquired in a tentative tone, "Aunt, could you possibly lend me some silver? I left in such haste that I don't possess even a single coin." Wan Nuguan slightly tugged at the corners of her mouth, retrieved a lotus-shaped money pouch from her waist, and tossed it to Ji Taichu, saying indifferently, "There are 50 gold beans within. Upon your return to the palace, you must repay me 60. Ji Taichu grinned and nodded in agreement. Though repaying 10 extra was indeed a steep interest, cultivating a favorable relationship with Wan Nuguan would undoubtedly yield greater benefits in the future. Wan Nuguan cast a glance at the black package Ji Taichu carried on her back and cautioned, "The safety of Chaogu City at night fluctuates. Be cautious." With that, she drove away. "Thank you, Aunt Wan." Ji Taichu expressed her gratitude, watching the carriage disappear completely before glancing around once more and proceeding down the narrow alley to the right. Upon exiting the alley, she found herself in a spacious street, approximately 15 zhang wide, lined with various shops and buildings, some of which were still brightly lit. Ji Taichu walked eastward along this thoroughfare and arrived at the entrance of a tavern named Wang Xianlu. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped into the lobby of the tavern. The night had deepened. Although Wang Xianlu had not yet closed, the lobby was already devoid of patrons, save for a young waiter dozing at the counter. Knock, knock, knock. Approaching the counter, Ji Taichu rapped lightly on the surface. The young waiter, stirring from his slumber, instinctively asked, "Are you here to dine or to stay?" Ji Taichu produced 3 gold beans from the pouch gifted by Wan Nuguan and inquired, "Do you accept these gold beans?" Upon seeing the gold beans in Ji Taichu's hand, the young waiter became fully alert and eagerly replied, "We do. But you must wait a moment. I will call the manager." He then dashed toward the inner part of the lobby. Ji Taichu furrowed her brow, contemplated briefly, and chose not to leave, instead discreetly manipulating the Su Shinding, readying herself to vanish at any moment. After a short while, a middle-aged, portly man approached the counter, glanced at the gold beans in Ji Taichu's hand, and smiled. "We can offer 10 taels of silver for each gold bean." Ji Taichu did not haggle. She directly placed the 3 gold beans on the counter and stated, Please exchange them for 30 taels of silver and prepare a room for me, renting for 3 days. A standard room will suffice. Very well, the middle-aged man nodded, retrieving the silver from the counter as he continued. Staying here at Wang Xianlu for 3 days will cost you 9 taels of silver, which means I shall return you 21 taels. 9 taels for 3 days? Ji Taichu's cheeks stiffened. During her time as a eunuch at Qingning Palace, her monthly salary seemed to be only 2 taels. And even when transferred to Yang Xiandian as a decree messenger, her monthly pay was merely 6 taels. She began to comprehend why the eunuchs and maidens in the palace resorted to corruption. Their salaries were evidently insufficient for their expenses. I need to register your name. May I? The middle-aged man held a fine pen, looking up at Ji Taichu. Li Bai, she casually replied. The man chuckled lightly and inscribed the name Li Bai in the register, then led her to a room in the west side of the courtyard. Room 7 on the second floor of the west wing. After settling in, Ji Taichu sat on the bed without lighting the nearby oil lamp. Instead, opening her package in the darkness to retrieve the gold-embroidered imperial edict box. To ensure safety, she manipulated the formless Su Shan Ding to shield the box above. Then opened it. No unusual occurrences were detected. She breathed a sigh of relief and carefully unfurled the bright yellow scroll of the edict. After reading its contents, Ji Taichu felt perplexed. The edict was nearly identical to what Gong Gong Hong had described, appointing the daughter of the general of the Golden Guard, Qin Ling Yan, as Yan Meiren, instructing her to enter the palace immediately. Surely there are matters beyond my knowledge, Ji Taichu pondered. After a considerable time, she shook her head, returned the edict to its box, and placed the box, the package, and the pouch into the Su Shan Ding. Subsequently, she conjured the Su Shan Ding to hover above the bed. Seated cross-legged on the bed, she began to cultivate the Jiu Yang Yulong Jing. In the latter part of the night, Ji Taichu suddenly sensed a disturbance from the Su Shan Ding. Upon further inspection, she noticed wisps of vapor emanating from the exterior of the ding. She opened her eyes slightly and glanced toward the window. In the moonlight, a slender, translucent tube pierced through the window paper, continuously releasing white smoke into the room, the smoke seemingly directed toward the bed. Misty smoke with poison, Ji Taichu frowned. Although she had anticipated that this mission would not proceed smoothly, she had not expected trouble to arrive so swiftly. After contemplating, she feigned unconsciousness, collapsing toward the head of the bed, and discreetly manipulated the Su Shan Ding to absorb the toxic smoke. Moments later, a soft creak echoed as the door opened gently. Ji Taichu slightly squinted one eye and observed a shadow clad in black, masked, slipping into the room. After a brief appraisal, a flash of surprise crossed her mind. This figure in black possessed long legs and a slender waist, yet her bosom appeared quite ample, unmistakably a woman. Chapter 23. I could never be so perverse. The masked woman approached the bed, glanced at Ji Taichu, then scanned the bed for any signs of items, failing to find anything. Her brow slightly furrowing as her gaze returned to Ji Taichu. With both hands, she began searching Ji Taichu's body. Ji Taichu directed the Su Shan Ding to release the collected toxic smoke around the masked woman's head. The masked woman, having found nothing on Ji Taichu, lowered herself to peer beneath the bed. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Taichu sprang up, extending her right hand directly to seize the back of the masked woman's neck. Applying just enough pressure to confirm she could effortlessly crush it. The masked woman's expression shifted dramatically. Under Ji Taichu's control, she reluctantly raised her head to face Ji Taichu. With a stoic expression, Ji Taichu extended her left hand and directly removed the black veil from the masked woman's face. In the darkness, a delicate and beautiful oval face came into view. A palace maid? Ji Taichu mused silently. Maintaining her cold demeanor, she asked, "What are you searching for?" The masked woman's face turned pale, her lips pressed together as she softly replied, "If I said I have somnambulism and walked here in my sleep, would you believe me?" Ji Taichu chuckled softly and retorted, "If I were to tell your corpse that I forgot my strength and accidentally crushed your neck, would you believe me?" The masked woman's complexion changed again, her scalp prickling as she felt the substantial grip on her neck. Ji Taichu stated coldly, "Speak. Who sent you? There have been no consequences yet, so if you confess honestly, we can all coexist peacefully." The masked woman bit her red lips, helplessly saying, "No one sent me." Ji Taichu frowned, scoffing, Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? The masked woman hastily responded, I swear. I am merely interested in your gold beans and wish to exchange a few for silver. Gold beans? Ji Taichu glared coldly at the masked woman, mockingly saying, Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? The masked woman explained, I'm serious. At this point, I wouldn't dare deceive you. I only came to borrow a few gold beans. There is no need for you to kill me. Ji Taichu inquired, What is your name? The masked woman showed a hint of hesitation. Ji Taichu smirket. The woman clad in black hastily declared, I am called Nongyu. Ji Taichu continued to inquire, From where do you hail? The black-clad woman hesitated, responding, I am here purely on my own accord. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Ji Taichu replied nonchalantly, If I were to kill you, it would also be unrelated to anyone else. The woman's face twitched, and she murmured, Hua Ingmen. Hua Ingmen. Ji Taichu gwiriet. His expression one of confusion. What palace is that? He coldly asked, Who is your master? The woman hesitated once more, stating, Our sect leader is Yi Yaorao. Ji Taichu understood, realizing that Hua Ingmen was a faction rather than a palace within the imperial grounds. He pressed further, What is the primary purpose of your Hua Ingmen? The black-clad woman replied helplessly, We are merely a small gang, hardly worth mentioning. Ji Taichu remarked, Your words are hard to believe, for tonight seems nothing more than a coincidence. The woman implored, I can swear to it. I believe you, Ji Taichu said gently. Gazing at her, I ask that you trust me as well. Everything I am about to do is out of necessity. The woman's complexion shifted. Her gaze fixed on Ji Taichu as her voice trembled. What do you intend to do? Ji Taichu calmly stated, As I understand it, when a thief is caught, it is not uncommon for them to lose their hands and feet. He reassured her, Do not worry, I will not sever your limbs. I merely wish to ascertain whether your previous statements were truthful or false. Do not act rashly. The black-clad woman was thoroughly alarmed. Ji Taichu ceased his idle chatter and immediately summoned the Su Shinding to envelop them, silencing all sound. Subsequently, he dislocated the woman's arms, and amidst her pained cries, he coldly executed the Tian Gang 36 palms. He was careful to control his strength, inflicting pain without causing permanent harm. Regardless of her screams, pleas for mercy, or curses, he showed no mercy, relentlessly experimenting with every form of torment he could conceive. Regardless of who sent this woman, the act of releasing poisonous smoke and attempting theft was undeniably real. Thus, while he tortured her, Ji Taichu felt no compassion. Only a vague sense that perhaps spending too long in the palace among the eunuchs had begun to warp his psyche. Surely, he had not been this twisted before entering the palace. As dawn broke, Ji Taichu paused, glancing at Nongyu, feeling a tinge of regret for having only extracted a few details about Hua Ingmen. By the end, she had merely acquiesced to everything he said, utterly broken and unable to remain conscious. Was it truly a coincidence? Ji Taichu remained uncertain. To be cautious, he used Nongyu's original blindfold to cover her eyes and bound her hands and legs with her night attire, unceremoniously tossing her into the Su Shinding, planning to release her once his task was complete. Does this count as hiding a beauty in a golden chamber? Ji Taichu mused as he rose and exited the room. He purchased 4 meat buns from the tavern's main hall, wrapping them in oiled paper, and began to stroll through Chaoga City while eating. Having already witnessed the opulence of the palace, the grandeur of Chaoga City did not particularly captivate Ji Taichu. Rather, it was the bustling activity of the passers-by that drew his interest. Early in the morning, the streets of Chaoga City were already teeming with merchants and a continuous flow of pedestrians, a scene seldom seen within the palace. After wandering for a while, Ji Taichu arrived at Yongxing Fong, where General Qin Feihu of the Jinwu Wei resided in his manor situated in the southeastern corner of Yongxing Fong. He meandered through the various paths of Yongxing Fong until midday. Ji Taichu entered a nearby tavern, where 2 women dressed in light whose skirts were busily serving wine in the main hall. With curled hair and exotic green eyes, Ji Taichu discreetly took a seat at a table near the door. A Hu woman soon approached, swaying her waist and smiling as she inquired, You seem like a new face. Would you care to sample our signature wine? Her voice was clear, not much different from the women of Biliang. Ji Taichu nodded, requesting a jug of wine and 3 pounds of sauce beef. The Hu woman beamed, promptly delivering a jug of grape wine and a large platter of sauced beef, saying, Enjoy your meal. Ji Taichu took a bite of the beef, finding it quite delectable. He poured himself a glass of grape wine and took a sip, noting its refreshing flavor, yet it could not compare to the Bingpa wine. He thought to himself that within the Su Shin Ding, he still had a large gourd of Bingpa wine and another of Hoi Yuan wine, both potent and exquisite. Just as he was savoring the sauced beef, a figure in black suddenly blocked the doorway. Ji Taichu instinctively looked up, and upon recognizing the face of the black-clad figure, his expression changed dramatically. Knowing you? The person standing at the tavern's entrance bore an uncanny resemblance to Nongyu. The woman in black scanned the tavern's hall and strode directly towards Ji Taichu, sitting across from him with a cool gaze fixed upon him. At that moment, a Hu woman approached, smiling as she greeted the black-clad figure. The woman replied indifferently, just like him, a jug of wine and a plate of beef. Hearing this, Ji Taichu could not maintain his composure. Her voice mirrored Nongyu's perfectly. Sensing the Su Shan Ding, which confirmed that last night, as Nongyu still lay within, his heart gradually calmed. The black-clad woman before him was undoubtedly not Nongyu, yet she was undeniably connected to her. Otherwise, she would not have sought him out directly. The black-clad woman asked coolly, "Have you seen me before?" Ji Taichu shook his head. She continued, "If I could find this place and sit before you, do you think that is mere coincidence?" Ji Taichu began. "Last night, while I was sleeping in the tavern, someone sprayed me with poison smoke." The black-clad woman replied calmly, "She made a mistake, and I am willing to compensate on her behalf." At that moment, the Hu woman returned with a jug of grape wine and a large platter of sauced beef, placing them in front of the black-clad woman. Once the Hu woman departed, Ji Taichu curiously asked, "What is your name?" The black-clad woman replied, "Yao Rao." Ji Taichu's understanding deepened, murmuring, "She did not mention that you look exactly like her." The woman frowned, inquiring, "Where is she?" Ji Taichu poured himself a glass of grape wine, stating, "Aren't you the one supposed to compensate for her actions? How do you intend to do so?" The black-clad woman unfastened a black pouch from her waist and placed it on the table before Ji Taichu, saying coolly, "See if this is sufficient." Ji Taichu glanced at the pouch, catching a glimpse of golden glimmers through the opening, realizing it was filled with gold coins. "Not enough," Ji Taichu remarked, fixing his gaze on the black-clad woman. "You may not know, but she nearly killed me last night." The woman frowned and coldly retorted, "Impossible. She would never kill without cause." Ji Taichu explained, "Your words hold no weight. She is in my possession, and what I say should be believed." The black-clad woman's expression shifted as she glared icily at Ji Taichu. Maintaining his composure, Ji Taichu proposed, "Let us discuss this in a different location. It is not convenient here with so many eyes around." The black-clad woman warned coldly, "If anything happens to her, you will not survive the night." Ji Taichu softly replied, "I find your words quite displeasing. Before we proceed with our transaction, you will need to pay a price for that statement." The woman in black furrowed her brow and let out a cold laugh, choosing not to say anything further. Ji Taichu also refrained from speaking and began to eat the marinated beef with great gusto. After finishing his meal, he turned his gaze towards the courtesan in the tavern, inquiring whether the wine could be packaged for him. Upon exiting the tavern, Ji Taichu found himself holding a bag of golden beans and a yellow gourd of wine. The woman in black, resembling Nongyu in every aspect, coldly followed at his side. As they passed the residence of General Qin Feihu, Ji Taichu casually inquired, "I have heard that General Qin has a daughter who excels in Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Is that true?" The woman in black frowned and replied, "Are you referring to Qin Lingying?" "Qin Lingying? Wasn't her name Qin Lingyan?" Ji Taichu asked nonchalantly, "How many daughters does General Qin have?" The woman in black responded coolly, "Naturally, there are two. The elder daughter, Qin Lingying, is indeed the one skilled in all these arts and has already married. The younger daughter, Qin Lingyan, is fond of martial arts with blades and has reportedly just been betrothed to the crown prince, Liang Chengyuan." Chapter 24. Agreed. I agree. Ji Taichu halted. "Betrothed to crown prince Liang Chengyuan?" he murmured, glancing at the woman in black. "Are you certain?" The woman cast a sidelong glance at him, stating indifferently, "I cannot be sure, but that is indeed the rumor." Ji Taichu recalled what Gong Gong Hong had said and suddenly understood everything. No wonder Gong Gong Hong had specifically mentioned waiting until the crown prince's wedding to present the imperial edict. Initially, he had thought the crown prince's wedding was merely to assist Emperor Liang Wang, but he had not realized that the crown prince was actually the groom. At that moment, he comprehended the true nature of the task assigned to him by Gong Gong Hong, to prevent the crown prince from marrying Qin Lingyan. More accurately, it was to humiliate the crown prince. Yi Hongyu had once stated that after Emperor Liang Guang was gravely injured, it was the crown prince who took charge of the state, and this crown prince had become increasingly arrogant. His desire to marry Qin Lingyan likely stemmed from her father, General Qin Feihu's military power. Although Emperor Liang Guang remained secluded in the palace, he certainly did not relinquish control over the court's affairs and was well aware of the crown prince's intentions. It was evident that Emperor Liang Guang could not tolerate a marriage between the crown prince and a general's daughter. This imperial edict was not only a humiliation, but also a warning, a true testament of imperial authority. Ji Taichu's thoughts raced, and he began to understand his precarious situation. The crown prince likely had spies in the Yangxin palace. His sudden disappearance as the imperial envoy could easily attract the crown prince's attention. If the crown prince were astute, he might even surmise some truths. In that case, it was highly probable that he would send someone to eliminate this imperial envoy. Having realized this, Ji Taichu continued forward with a calm demeanor. Although he sensed the peril of this task, he felt no fear within. With the Shushan Ding by his side, he could always seek refuge inside. Upon reaching a corner, the woman in black asked in a muffled voice, "Where are we going?" Ji Taichu paused his steps, turned to face her, and replied thoughtfully, "To your home." "To my home?" The woman in black was taken aback. Ji Taichu said calmly, "Knowing you informed me that Yi Yarue is the leader of the Huaying sect. Please do not tell me that your sect lacks a base of operations." The woman in black furrowed her brow, her heart sinking slightly, and coldly replied, "What have you done to Nongyu?" Ji Taichu glanced sideways at her and said, "I am merely an ordinary scholar. What could I possibly do to her? If I had truly harmed her, would it not be tantamount to walking into a trap by visiting your home?" The woman in black sneered, "It would be for the best, otherwise." She snorted coldly, fell silent, and led the way. Ji Taichu followed her closely, contemplating their next course of action. In truth, he was quite tempted to retrieve the Shushan Ding and stand boldly outside the general's residence, but he feared that during the wedding, the area might be crowded with people, drums beating, and that his sudden appearance would draw unwanted attention. He suspected that Gong Gong Hong had likely arranged for additional personnel, and he even had a nagging feeling that someone had been following him all along. Once they exited Yongxing Fong, the two proceeded westward, ultimately arriving at Pinganfong on the western outskirts of the capital. They stopped outside a textile shop named Jijin Lu. The woman in black glanced at Ji Taichu and coldly stated, "I have brought you to the Huaying sect's base. This is my sincerity. I hope you can reciprocate with some sincerity of your own." Ji Taichu reached into his bosom and retrieved the exquisite white jade tube that had emitted toxic smoke from Nongyu, presenting it to the woman in black. "This should serve as proof that I am acquainted with Nongyu." The woman's expression shifted as she took the jade tube, fully confirming that Nongyu was indeed in the possession of the man before her. They stepped into the main hall of the textile shop, where Ji Taichu observed the wooden weaving machines and the colorful threads scattered throughout. 16 young maidens clad in various whose skirts were diligently working at the weaving machines. Following the woman in black into the courtyard, he noted the colorful silks and fabrics hanging to dry, with young maidens moving gracefully among them. Continuing along a corridor to the right, they turned several corners before arriving at an elegant small pavilion. Upon entering the small hall, the woman in black looked at Ji Taichu and said in a low voice, "This place is sufficiently discreet. Now tell me, how do you wish to conduct this transaction?" Ji Taichu surveyed the small hall and then walked directly to the foremost soft chair, sitting down and gazing at the woman in black. "First, I require an apology for your earlier offense, and then we shall discuss the transaction." The woman in black's expression grew cold as she swiftly drew a silver soft sword from her waist, coldly saying, "How do you wish for me to apologize?" Ji Taichu tilted his head slightly, calmly responding, "First close the door, then kneel at my feet." "Otavais, non udis." The woman's expression shifted slightly, a chilling aura enveloping her as she fixed a piercing gaze on Ji Taichu. After a moment, she swept her hand back, closing the door. Then, she stepped forward to kneel before Ji Taichu, her expression blank as she said, "I implore you, spare Nongyu." Ji Taichu nodded and replied, "Rise and take a seat. I cannot abide harsh words. Even if you wish to scold me in the future, Do not do so in my presence. The woman in black stood up with a sullen face and sat beside the tea table, coldly observing Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu pondered before saying, I shall not take advantage of you. Let us set a time frame of 1 month. During this month, I require you to gather some information for me. If I am satisfied, you shall meet Known You sooner than expected. The woman in black frowned, retorting coldly, I need to first confirm that Known You is still alive. Ji Taichu contemplated for a moment before saying, you can recite a phrase or pose a question that only you and Known You would understand. In a few days, I will bring you a letter written in Known You's own hand. The woman's eyes flickered slightly as she nodded in agreement. Ji Taichu looked at her and said, since you have agreed, our transaction is established. I must warn you beforehand. If you wish to harm me or betray me, you shall never see Known You again. The woman in black's heart trembled slightly, and she nodded once more. Ji Taichu continued, please investigate the date set for the marriage between Qin Lingyan and the crown prince. The woman in black hesitated, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. This may be difficult to ascertain, compared to the general's residence and the crown prince. The Huaying sect is merely an insignificant small sect, and I have no standing to approach them, especially with the crown prince in charge lately. It is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to even gain access to the servants of the prince's residence. I can only say I will do my best to inquire, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Ji Taichu cast a sidelong glance at the woman in black and coldly remarked, they are getting married. Are they not even sending invitations? If we cannot investigate their families, can we not look into their friends and relatives? Yi Yaro nodded and replied, I will find out more. Ji Taichu pondered for a moment and added, furthermore, send someone to keep watch over the Grand Prince's residence and General Qin's estate. All I need is to ascertain the happenings outside their doors. Curious, Yi Yaro inquired, what do you intend to achieve? Ji Taichu regarded her and advised, do not ask what should remain unasked. Knowing too much can be detrimental to you. Yi Yaro pouted in response. Ji Taichu then mused, additionally, please gather information on Sister Qin Lingyan and her sister Qin Lingying. Yi Yaro asked, what do you wish to know? Ji Taichu specified, for instance, her residence, whereabouts, and companions. Yi Yaro promptly replied, if that is all you desire to know, there is no need for further inquiry. 7 years ago, Qin Lingying married the then top scholar Meng Xuanhuan, and has since resided at the Meng estate in Qingpingfeng, Chaoga City. After marrying Qin Lingying, Meng Xuanhuan could not endure the darkness of the court and chose to abandon his official position within 2 years, indulging in wine and merriment day and night. Eventually, he took a liking to wandering the mountains and befriending various figures from the Jianghu, spending years away from home. As a result, Qin Lingying, feeling neglected, has secluded herself, dismissing most of the servants at the Meng estate, leaving only her personal maid, Xiao Qing. Ji Taichu expressed surprise and asked, only 2 people? Is she not afraid of thieves? Yi Yaro furrowed her brow, sensing that the man's words were a veiled mockery of Huingman, and replied in a low voice. Qin Lingying's father is General Qin Feihu of the Jinwu Guard, responsible for safeguarding Chaoga City. The security and patrol of the city are under his control. Who would dare to steal from his daughter? Moreover, Meng Xuanhuan has a sworn brother, Hu Xiaotian, who lives nearby and is a captain in the Jinyue, always taking great care of the Meng estate. Ji Taichu contemplated and suddenly felt something amiss, turning to Yi Yaro and asking, are you implying that Meng Xuanhuan often does not return home, while Qin Lingying spends her days alone, and that Meng Xuanhuan's sworn brother lives nearby, frequently checking in? Yi Yaro was taken aback, realizing what Ji Taichu was insinuating, and her lips twitched as she muttered, well, this is what I have learned. The specifics I cannot say. Ji Taichu did not press further, already formulating a subtle plan in his mind. A sister's marriage necessitates a visit to her sister living in the same city. If he could conceal himself at Qin Lingying's residence, the task would be nearly accomplished. After Yi Yaro departed, Ji Taichu ascended to the top floor of a small pavilion. Retrieving brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, he sat cross-legged on the bed and soon found himself in the Su Shunding. It was already afternoon. Known You, having slept for most of the day, had awakened, her hands and feet bound, her eyes covered, her body aching unbearably. After calling out in trembling tones for a while without receiving any response, despair filled her heart. Ji Taichu sat cross-legged on the jade platform, placing a hand on Known Yu's snowy shoulder. Known You trembled, her voice quivering. Who are you? Ji Taichu gently replied, It is I. Nong Yu's face turned pale. Ji Taichu pondered before asking, If I were to propose that we shake hands and make peace, forgetting your attempt to poison me and steal my belongings, while you disregard my methods of interrogation, would you agree? Nong Yu hesitated and quickly replied, I agree. I agree. I accept. Ji Taichu inquired, What is your relationship with Yi Yaro? Nong Yu hesitated again. We are like sisters. Like sisters? With such identical appearances? Ji Taichu observed her closely and stated plainly, She approached me and proposed a deal. She will assist me in gathering information. Once I learn what I wish to know, I will release you. However, I must first prove to her that you are still alive. Thus, you need to write a message confirming your existence. Nong Yu gradually calmed down and asked, What should I write? Ji Taichu instructed. Yi Yaro asked what wine is the best. Your task is to provide the answer to that question. While speaking, Ji Taichu held Nong Yu in his arms, loosening the bindings on her hands, taking her right hand in his, and dipping the fine brush into ink before placing the tip on the white paper. Nong Yu, suppressing her anxiety, wrote softly, The Spring Intoxication of Wangxian Tower, with 3 scoops of sugar. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow and warned, This not only concerns my collaboration with Yi Yaro, but also your life. If you act with malice, I may indeed fall victim to Yi Yaro's schemes, but if I fail to return, you will undoubtedly starve to death. Nong Yu quickly asserted, That is indeed the answer. Sister Yaro knows it. Ji Taichu nodded. This time, I trust you. Nong Yu exhaled in relief. Ji Taichu then asked, Are we now at peace? Nong Yu lightly bit her red lip and softly affirmed. Ji Taichu stated, To demonstrate our reconciliation, teach me a martial art. Nong Yu was momentarily stunned. Ji Taichu continued, Tell me, what martial arts do you comprehend? I will choose one to learn. Nong Yu's lips curled slightly in exasperation, yet she dared not oppose Ji Taichu, reluctantly stating, I only know the Qing Wei Gong mindset, as well as the Fuyun hand and Yoshin step. Ji Taichu released the bindings on her feet and assisted her to her feet, instructing, Demonstrate the Fuyun hand and Yoshin step. Also, do not attempt to remove the blindfold. The consequences will be yours to bear. Nong Yu's complexion paled, and she took a deep breath, beginning to practice the Fuyun hand and Yoshin step in sequence. During this process, she realized that her night clothes had been destroyed by Ji Taichu the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Chapter 25. Madam, you misunderstand. I meant to say it requires more money. Ji Taichu stood at the edge of the jade platform, quietly observing Nong Yu as she practiced martial arts. He noted that the Yoshin step was not particularly advanced, falling far short of the level of the Moying Mizong step. The Fuyun hand, however, appeared elegant and swift in Nong Yu's execution. The combination of the Fuyun hand and Yoshin step would indeed provide advantages for a thief. After watching for a while, his attention shifted from the martial arts to Nong Yu's physique. During the previous night's interrogation, he had noticed that she was an exceptionally alluring beauty. After completing a round of practice, Nong Yu halted, her cheeks flushed. Uncertain of Ji Taichu's position, she did not know how to turn her back to him. Ji Taichu approached her from behind, grasping her hands, and instructed, Step on my feet, teach me the Fuyun hand, and I will impart a technique to you. However, the technique I teach you must not be used recklessly. Nong Yu's heart raced, and she dared not disobey Ji Taichu. Gently rising on her toes to stand on his feet, Ji Taichu began to demonstrate the Moying Mizong step, compared to the Yoshin step that Nong Yu practiced. The Moying Mizong step was far more complex and demanded a higher level of internal energy. After demonstrating it once, Ji Taichu leaned close to her ear and asked, How much did you remember? Nong Yu's cheeks reddened as she uncertainly replied, About 20%. Being pressed close to Ji Taichu, her eyes covered. She found it impossible to calm her mind, especially as she was completely unclothed. Ji Taichu stated, Then let us continue. Nong Yu's cheeks flushed crimson. She desperately wished to regain her composure, yet found it utterly impossible to do so. As evening descended, she had only retained about 60% of the steps taught to her. Ji Taichu, somewhat exasperated, remarked, I shall teach you again tomorrow. Until then, to prevent you from succumbing to the temptation of unveiling the black cloth before you, I must continue to bind your hands and feet. Nong Yu's expression shifted slightly as she bit her lip and softly assured, I promise I won't untie them. Ji Taichu paid no heed to her words and continued, Your martial prowess is rather lacking. I possess a type of wine that, while potentially painful to consume, will significantly enhance your abilities afterward. Would you care to partake? Knowing you hesitated momentarily, Ji Taichu coldly added, consider this a form of compensation. Once your sister unravels the matters I wish to know, you may find yourself devoid of any opportunity to drink again. Knowing you promptly nodded, I will drink. Ji Taichu said nothing further and bound her hands and feet with the black cloth before pouring a cup of iced spirit wine and presenting it to her lips. Knowing you obediently drank it, and soon her complexion altered. Ji Taichu disregarded her reaction, his thoughts conjuring the Su Shun Ding, which materialized atop the small attic's bed. He exited the room and entered the hall, where he found Yao Rao, who bore a striking resemblance to Nong Yu, gazing at him in bewilderment. Ji Taichu inquired, what troubles you? Yao Rao, uncertainty etched upon her face, asked, have you been here in this attic all along? Ji Taichu, realizing the implication, offered no reply, but instead withdrew Nong Yu's handwritten letter from his pocket and handed it to Yao Rao, stating, your sister asserts that the finest wine is the spring day drunkenness from Wangxian Tower, with 3 spoonfuls of sugar added. Yao Rao received the note, her heart racing as she absorbed its contents, her previous worries dissipating. Nong Yu was indeed alive. Ji Taichu pressed, what have you discovered? Yao Rao regained her composure and responded, on September 8th, the Crown Prince Liang Qingyuan will take Qin Lingyan as a concubine. Ji Taichu asked, what date is today? Yao Rao replied, September 2nd. Ji Taichu scrutinized her. How does your strength compare to your sister's? Yao Rao's gaze shifted slightly as she replied, I'm somewhat stronger than her. Only somewhat? Ji Taichu frowned. Yao Rao stated, just tell me what you need me to do. If it's within my capability, I shall comply. Ji Taichu contemplated briefly before declaring, I intend to hide within the Meng residence of Qin Lingying. Yet I require constant surveillance of the Crown Prince's estate and General Qin's residence. For this, you must possess sufficient strength to infiltrate the Meng residence stealthily and relay information to me. He felt no concern regarding Yao Rao betraying him. After all, Nong Yu was in his grasp, and with the Su Shun Ding at his disposal, even if she chose to betray him, he would remain unscathed, hidden within the confines of the Ding, impervious to discovery. Yao Rao's eyes glimmered as she remarked, if it's merely for relaying messages, that should be manageable for me. Ji Taichu regarded her with surprise, his expression neutral. Yao Rao elucidated, I possess a type of wine that emits a delightful fragrance. When uncorked, its aroma can travel a mile. If the wedding date is altered, I can inform you without even entering the Meng residence. Ji Taichu, understanding dawning upon him, grasped how she had located him in the tavern. He refrained from further inquiries, merely warning, should I miss the Crown Prince's wedding, you must comprehend the consequences. Yao Rao nodded. Then, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, are you planning to abduct the bride? Abduct the bride? Ji Taichu paused, his gaze becoming somewhat distant. Indeed, it was an abduction, though not for himself, but rather for the sake of the Crown Prince's father. Is it truly an abduction? Yao Rao's heart skipped a beat. Ji Taichu glanced at her, scoffing lightly, regardless of whether I am indeed abducting the bride, once the wedding date concludes. You would do well to ensure that you and your Huaying sect vacate Chaoga City and find a secure hiding place. Yao Rao's expression stiffened slightly. Ji Taichu spoke no more, and after ascertaining the general location of the Meng residence, departed. Yao Rao watched him leave, letting out a soft huff. The night deepened. Outside the Meng residence in Qingping Fong, Ji Taichu employed the shadowy steps of illusion, combined with the Su Shin Ding, to conceal himself, his figure flickering in and out of visibility under the cover of darkness. He encountered no obstacles and successfully infiltrated the Meng residence. He remained still against the wall for a time, closely observing his surroundings and detecting no anomalies before moving forward quietly. The entire Meng residence was expansive, a grand estate with twin axes and 3 entrances, adorned with flowing water, artificial hills, small bridges, pavilions, flower gardens, and corridors, all picturesque in their arrangement. However, Ji Taichu felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite the estate's vastness, it was devoid of vitality. He stealthily traversed the premises until he reached the innermost courtyard of the master's sleeping quarters, where he spotted a woman busy in the kitchen. This place felt even more desolate than the palace. At least in the palace, every hall had maids and eunuchs on duty. To be prudent, Ji Taichu concealed himself within the Su Shun Ding, remaining motionless as he observed the woman in the kitchen. She was clad in green, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, tall and slender, with an enchanting countenance. Xiao Qing, the personal maid of Qin Lingying. After a while, the woman carried 2 plates toward the main hall, making 3 trips in total before calling out, "Miss, dinner is ready." Momins latte. A young woman dressed in a white Taoist robe, embodying the appearance of a Taoist priestess, entered the hall. Ji Taichu, positioned just outside the hall, focused intently on this young woman, his eyes flickering with intrigue. She was strikingly beautiful, yet the loose white robe could not conceal her curvaceous figure. What surprised Ji Taichu was not merely her stunning appearance, but the fact that she wore a Taoist robe despite clearly being a married woman. The two sat together at the table, their meal consumed in silence. A series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard gate. Xiao Qing whispered, "It must be Hu Qianhu." Qin Lingying frowned and shook her head, replying, "There is no need to acknowledge him." No sooner had she spoken than a figure clad in brocade garments leapt into the courtyard. Ji Taichu turned to see that the newcomer was a tall, stern-faced man, likely around 30, dressed in the attire of the genie Wei, complete with a spring embroidery blade at his waist. Recalling certain details regarding Qin Lingying, Ji Taichu began to infer the identity of the visitor, Hu Xiaotian, a captain of the genie Wei and also the sworn brother of Meng Xuanhuan, Qin Lingying's husband. Upon witnessing the man in the flying fish robe leap over the gate, Qin Lingying's expression chilled, while Xiao Qing immediately rose to her feet, regarding the approaching figure with apprehension. The man paused at the entrance of the main hall, looking at Qin Lingying in her white Taoist robe, and spoke. Xuanhuan should be returning in the next couple of days to attend Ling Yan's wedding banquet. Qin Lingying remained expressionless, coolly inquiring, "Is there anything else?" The brocade-clad man fixed his gaze upon her, gritting his teeth as he replied, "You should understand why Xuanhuan has been away for so long." Qin Lingying smirked disdainfully. "If you truly possess the means, have him draft a contract to sell me as a wife. If he dares to write it, I shall accept." The brocade-clad man clenched his fists and asserted, "As long as you agree, he would be willing to divorce you without tarnishing your reputation." Qin Lingying retorted sarcastically, "Even if I were to divorce, what concern would that be of yours? Do you believe there exists only you among men, aside from him?" The man in the flying fish robe gazed intently at Qin Lingying, his voice low and deliberate. "If anyone dares to marry you other than me, I shall slay them." Qin Lingying scoffed coldly, "Is that so? If you possess such prowess, then go ahead and kill the Grand Prince." The man's expression faltered slightly, but he took a couple of steps forward, his tone softening. "Your sister's marriage has already been sanctioned by General Qin." Qin Lingying frowned and replied, "You should leave now." The man fixed his gaze on her for a moment longer, then approached, sitting directly opposite her. Qin Lingying's demeanor turned icy as she mocked. "What? Do you intend to violate your sister-in-law?" At this, Ji Taichu, who had been quietly listening, could not suppress a flash of incredulity in his eyes. This woman speaks astonishingly. Beside them, Xiao Qing dared not even breathe. The man in the flying fish robe furrowed his brows, but then spoke with a calm facade. "If we can consummate our union, Brother Xuanhuan will support our cause." Qin Lingying's cheeks stiffened as she shook her head. "You are truly shameless." The man continued to stare at her, declaring, "I have waited far too long. I shall not wait any longer. I will reside here tonight." With that, he seized Xiao Qing as chopsticks and began to eat. Qin Lingying whispered, "Why must you force me?" The man replied, "This is love." Suddenly, Qin Lingying thrust her right hand forward, unleashing a surge of energy aimed directly at his face. The man's expression shifted as he instinctively raised his hands to block the force. In an instant, he was sent flying, crashing against the wall behind him. The wall cracked, sending dust swirling about. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he looked at Qin Lingying. "Lingying, how could you?" Qin Lingying furrowed her brows, casting her gaze towards the hall's doorway. Ji Taichu, concealed within the Su Shun Ding, felt a slight tremor in his eyelids. Qin Lingying's sudden attack had startled him into instinctively manipulating the Su Shun Ding for defense. Though it was but a fleeting moment, she had sensed his presence. The man in the flying fish robe scrutinized Qin Lingying, uncertainty clouding his features. "Lingying, when did you begin cultivating? You have never shown any interest in it before." Qin Lingying's voice was frigid. "Leave or perish." His complexion fluctuated between pale and ashen, and finally, he gritted his teeth. I will not give up on you. With that, he departed decisively. Qin Lingying turned to the door of the hall, observing as the man leaped out of the courtyard. She instructed Xiao Qing, "You should return to rest as well." "Oh," Xiao Qing replied softly, turning to leave. Once Xiao Qing entered the eastern side of the courtyard, Qin Lingying parted her lips slightly. "You possess quite the capability, learning Higuang Tong Chun from the Taoist sect." Ji Taichu's heart stirred, realizing she was addressing him. He recalled that the esteemed Xuanji Jinren had once mentioned that the ultimate technique of the Tianzong, Higuang Tong Chun, could also become imperceptible, achieving effects similar to the Su Shinding in certain respects. After contemplating, he remained silent and did not respond. Qin Lingying frowned and laughed coldly. "What? Are you now too afraid to face me?" Ji Taichu was taken aback, then realized she was mistaking him for Meng Xuanhuan. She continued to taunt. "Upon hearing your elder brother speak of consummating with your wife, are you not particularly excited?" A strange look flickered in Ji Taichu's eyes. Qin Lingying persisted. "You debase yourself, residing day and night in the brothel, merely to incite me to fall for you, my sworn brother. Both you and your sworn brother are hypocrites and shameless." The peculiar expression in Ji Taichu's eyes deepened. After a while, without any response, Qin Lingying's gaze turned cold again as she extended her right hand towards her forehead, coldly declaring, "If you do not reveal yourself, I shall strike myself down." Ji Taichu was stunned, observing her expression closely. It seemed serious, and he felt a pang of concern that she might indeed harm herself. Qin Lingying glared ahead, her right hand poised to strike her forehead. Just then, a voice called out, halting her. Qin Lingying's hand froze before her forehead as she looked in astonishment at the figure before her. Ji Taichu, his face covered with a black cloth, emerged, meeting her gaze. "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Qin Lingying's complexion shifted through various shades, finally settling on a deep crimson as she glared at Ji Taichu. "Who are you?" Ji Taichu replied, "I am here following Hu Xiaotian, investigating a case related to him. I inadvertently wandered in here and disturbed you, which was not my intention. I hope you can forgive me." Qin Lingying frowned and asked, "What case?" Ji Taichu shook his head. "I cannot disclose that. I can only say that he is indeed not a good person, and your refusal is justified." Qin Lingying scrutinized him. "Which department do you belong to?" Ji Taichu shook his head once more. "If I divulged that, it would be a breach of confidentiality. I hope for your understanding." Qin Lingying replied coldly, "You refuse to speak, yet have overheard so many of my secrets, and you still expect me to be understanding?" Ji Taichu pondered and suggested, "Perhaps I could assist you in teaching Hu Xiaotian a lesson?" Qin Lingying responded indifferently, "Do you believe I cannot handle him?" Ji Taichu recalled her earlier display of strength and praised, "Your prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of Hu Xiaotian." Qin Lingying raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on Ji Taichu. "At the very least, I wish to know your name." Ji Taichu replied readily, "Li Bai." Qin Lingying insisted, "Remove your veil. Let me see your true appearance." Ji Taichu declined, "I am afraid I cannot comply." Qin Lingying frowned, laughing coldly. "How can I trust you will not speak recklessly once you leave if I do not even know what you look like?" Ji Taichu contemplated and asked, "If I had remained silent just now, would you have truly struck yourself down?" Qin Lingying fell silent. Ji Taichu continued, "You assumed that it was Meng Xuanhuan hiding in the shadows, certain he would save you, and thus you held nothing back. My word saved you. I am your savior. How could I possibly wish you harm?" Qin Lingying regarded him for a long moment before stating, "Meng Xuanhuan will return soon." Ji Taichu blinked and cautiously suggested, "Shall I take my leave then?" Qin Lingying shook her head. "I wish to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" Ji Taichu inquired, maintaining a neutral demeanor. Qin Lingying stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Ji Taichu held his breath, ever vigilant, manipulating the Su Shunding in readiness. Qin Lingying looked into Ji Taichu's eyes. He pushed me towards Hu Xiaotian, reveling in his debauchery. I wish for him to experience the sting of betrayal as well. Ji Taichu stared in surprise, and after grasping her intent, a fleeting expression of peculiarity crossed his face. He shook his head. "Engaging in such acts with a married woman is beyond my principles." Qin Lingying was taken aback, her cheeks flushing. She had merely intended to incite a reaction in Meng Xuanhuan, unaware that her words would be interpreted in such a manner. In a moment of embarrassment, Her body subtly weakened, yet she refrained from offering any explanations. Steeling herself, she fixed her gaze on Ji Taichu and declared, having spoken thus, "If you were to reject me, what right would I have to continue living?" As she spoke, she extended her right hand towards her forehead. Ji Taichu's lips twitched slightly. Recognizing that this woman was attempting to morally bind him, he remained unfazed, looking at her intently and earnestly stating, "Madam, you have misunderstood. I never indicated that I would refuse you." Qin Lingying paused in surprise. Ji Taichu continued, "What I mean is, I require additional compensation." Chapter 26. Or shall I don your husband as attire? Qin Lingying was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Ji Taichu. He added, "Should I assist you? I would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Meng Xiuanhuan, and Hu Xiaotian would surely harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. If this matter were to reach your father, General Qin Feihu, he would certainly pursue me relentlessly. Thus, while I am willing to help, Madam must offer me adequate recompense." Qin Lingying fell into silence. After a considerable pause, she coolly inquired, "What do you desire?" Ji Taichu looked at her and smiled. "I'm quite intrigued by your strength, madam." The corners of Qin Lingying's brows softened slightly as she replied, "This is rather simple." "Simple?" Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow. Qin Lingying turned and walked towards the right side of the hall into her chamber, saying, "Follow me." Ji Taichu trailed behind her into a room that resembled a study, where the eastern wall bore an image of a Taoist ancestor. Qin Lingying stood before a bookshelf, picked up a deep brown wooden box, and handed it to Ji Taichu, saying, "Inside are 3 manuals. One is the Meng family's Wang Jianju, another is the Ming Yu Xian Jing, and the bottom one is one Dugue Zong." Ji Taichu accepted the box, his gaze fixed intently on her. "All for me?" Qin Lingying pondered. "The Zhuo Wang Jianju belongs to the Meng family. You may read it but cannot take it. The Ming Yu Xian Jing is my own training, and one Dugue Zong was brought by Meng Xiuanhuan last time. He mentioned that this technique contains some remarkable detoxification methods. You may take both of these 2 manuals." Ji Taichu opened the wooden box and gazed at the Zhuoang Jianju with a hint of nostalgia, remarking, "It seems you do not value these martial arts." Qin Lingying replied nonchalantly, "If not for the Ming Yu Xian Jing allowing me to maintain a youthful state, I would have no interest in martial arts whatsoever." Ji Taichu smiled, feeling a profound sense of empathy. As a child, had he been able to acquire even a single manual, he might not have endured 11 years of arduous study. He reflected on this disparity. As a poor boy, how could he ever compare to the daughter of a general of the Genie Wei? Shaking his head in self-deprecation, he lifted his gaze to Qin Lingying and asked, "From Hu Xiaotian's reaction, it seems he was unaware of your martial prowess?" Qin Lingying softly explained, "I am not particularly familiar with him. It was merely Meng Xiuanhuan's misguided belief that if he tarnished his reputation, I would develop feelings for Hu Xiaotian." Ji Taichu remarked, "But you seem quite formidable." Qin Lingying tilted her head slightly, regarding him, in truth, not only Hu Xiaotian, but also Meng Xiuanhuan and everyone else, aside from Xiaoqing, are unaware of the extent of my strength. I do not enjoy training, yet the Ming Yu Xian Jing now operates within me automatically, enhancing my power day by day. Ji Taichu was astonished. "What realm are you in?" Qin Lingying shook her head. "As I mentioned, I do not favor training, so I am not well versed in the intricacies of cultivation. However, if you wish, I can certainly share some of my power with you." At this, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Share some of your power?" Ji Taichu was taken aback, staring intently at her. "How would you do that?" Qin Lingying averted her gaze, suppressing her embarrassment, and said with forced composure, "You and I could harmonize our yin and yang through the Ming Yu Xian Jing, establishing a great circulation, whereby you could absorb my power into your body." She spoke calmly, but upon finishing, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with an unusual hue. Ji Taichu blinked, comprehending the meaning of yin and yang harmonization, and promptly seated himself beside her bed, extracting the Ming Yu Xian Jing from the wooden box to study it rapidly. Qin Lingying's cheeks reddened, her heart racing, yet she maintained an impassive facade, saying, "If you trust me, I can directly operate the Ming Yu Xian Jing within you. It is acceptable if you do not understand it for now." Ji Taichu commanded, "You should bathe first. Consider this your final moment to decide. If you still wish for me to stay the night upon your return from the bath, please bring a black cloth strip with you." Qin Lingying's cheeks grew even warmer as she nodded gently and then turned to leave the chamber. Inside the room, Ji Taichu swiftly perused the Ming Yu Xin Jing and gradually grasped how to acquire Qin Lingying's power. The Ming Yu Xin Jing consists of 9 layers. Upon reaching the 7th layer, Yu Xin Tong Ming, the vital energy within one's body can circulate autonomously without active cultivation. Upon reaching the 8th layer, Ming Yu Wu Xia, the flesh and skin would resemble jade, achieving an eternal youthful appearance. At the 9th layer, Yi Hua Jieyu, one could cultivate alongside their partner, forming a great circulation between their bodies to transfer their power. This woman possesses an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Ji Taichu mused, having been astonished since the moment Qin Lingying sent Hu Xiaotian flying. He had never anticipated that the woman, who seemed like a secluded wife, harbored such unparalleled power. After completing his review of the Ming Yu Xin Jing, he was certain that her strength was formidable, placing her in a category of considerable prowess. At the very least, Hu Xiaotian, a captain of the Jin Wei, stood no chance before her. He comprehended fully why, within the Ming residence, only Qin Lingying and Xiao Qing remained. While no one dared to intrude, it was likely that such attempts had failed. This Ming family's prodigal son was indeed remarkable. How could he forsake such a splendid wife only to think of gifting her to a sworn brother? Ji Taichu shook his head inwardly, pondering the gains and losses. Securing Qin Lingying would undoubtedly grant him a portion of her power, yet it might also risk exposing his false identity as a eunuch. However, relinquishing her was equally difficult to bear. It was not solely the allure of her beauty that tempted him. Rather, the vital energy cultivated from the Ming Yu Xin Jing was irresistibly enticing, promising everlasting youth. This temptation was something no woman could resist, and even Ji Taichu found it challenging to withstand. Approximately 15 minutes later, having bathed and donned a crimson palace gown, Qin Lingying gently pushed open the door to her chamber. Her head bowed shyly as she approached the bedside. In her hand, she held a long black strip of cloth. Ji Taichu raised his gaze, appraising Qin Lingying, silently admiring her. She appeared freshly bathed, her hair slightly damp, and the skin exposed beneath her gown shimmered like jade. Exceptionally alluring. Have you made your decision? Ji Taichu inquired. Qin Lingying's cheeks flushed crimson as she softly responded with an affirmation. Initially, she had merely intended to play along. Yet inexplicably, she found herself unwittingly following Ji Taichu's lead up to this moment. Ji Taichu rose to his feet, taking the black cloth strip from Qin Lingying's hands. After a meticulous examination, he proceeded to wrap the strip around her delicate eyes. I can assist you in humiliating Meng Xuanhuan, but my face must remain concealed from you, as well as from him. Qin Lingying bit her crimson lip, her heartbeat quickening. Once her eyes were covered, Ji Taichu removed the black cloth that shrouded his own face. Fixing his gaze upon Qin Lingying as he inquired, "Do you have anything else to say?" With a slight blush, Qin Lingying murmured, "Would it be possible for us to share a cup of wine together?" Ji Taichu was taken aback, a flicker of peculiarity crossing his eyes, and he instinctively pondered whether he should don Meng Xuanhuan's attire once more. Fortunately, he restrained the impulse. It was prudent to avoid undue stimulation before life had truly taken its course, lest it frighten this enchanting maiden. Thus, he generously retrieved a cup of ice spirit wine and a cup of fire essence wine from the Su Shinding, remarking, "I happen to have brought some fine wine." As they spoke, Ji Taichu guided Qin Lingying to sit at the edge of the bed, their arms entwined as they both savored a cup of exquisite wine. After drinking, Qin Lingying lowered her head, shyly requesting, "I implore you, my lord, to cherish me." Ji Taichu smiled gently and then summoned the Su Shinding to envelop the bedchamber, ensuring that even if Meng Xuanhuan returned, they would remain undisturbed. He then ceased to hold back. As the night deepened, in the imperial palace within the Yangxin Hall, Emperor Liang Guang, reclining upon the dragon bed, casually inquired before sleep, "That imperial envoy has been missing from the palace for a day. What reactions have been noted from various factions?" The attending eunuch Hong replied softly, "The crown prince is already aware of the envoy's disappearance. Concubine Zhong inquired about it during her evening visit to deliver medicinal soup. As for other factions, they have yet to take notice. It is possible they are concealing their awareness, and I have not detected it." Liang Guang pressed further, "What a beautiful lady." What is her response? A strange glimmer appeared in eunuch Hong's eyes as he replied quietly, The empress may still be unaware that the envoy has vanished from the palace. Unaware? Liang Guang mused, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Did you not say he was associated with the beautiful lady?" Eunuch Hong nodded, explaining, "He was indeed assigned to Yangshin Hall by the empress, but after I tasked him with leaving the palace last night, he did not relay a message to Her Majesty." Liang Guang expressed his astonishment, hesitating. What does that imply? Eunuch Hong pondered. He may have been intimidated by my words. It is also possible that it was his first assignment and he lacked experience. Another possibility is that, in his heart, Your Majesty is the true master. Liang Guang chuckled, asking, "How has he fared outside?" Eunuch Hong gently stated, "Both the Eastern Depot and the Nashi Division have the Crown Prince's men. I was concerned that those dispatched might be affiliated with the Crown Prince. Hence, I did not send anyone to follow him." Liang Guang raised an eyebrow, saying, "Subtly hint to the beautiful lady." Later that night, Yi Yaolao, the leader of Huingmen, approached the Crown Prince's residence. In an instant, her visage, which had mirrored Nong Yu's, transformed into that of a man, her attire shifting to a set of black armor. Striding forward, she entered the Crown Prince's abode. As the head of Huingmen, she bore another title, Qianhuan Yaoren. The 6 guards flanking the entrance to the Crown Prince's residence greeted the man. Yi Yaolao had disguised herself as, with respect, Captain Zhao. Yi Yaolao ignored them, proceeding into the inner courtyard. Before entering the study, her figure flickered once more, transforming into a middle-aged woman clad in a purple dress. Not long after, she assumed the appearance of Crown Prince Liang Chengyuan and entered the Crown Prince's study. Under the cover of night, she perused the study, eventually arriving at the desk where her gaze fell upon a portrait, causing her to freeze momentarily. Li Sangong is actually a eunuch, she realized. As she scrutinized the portrait and its accompanying details, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. The image depicted Ji Taichu, labeled as the imperial envoy of Yangshin Hall. Li Sangong, knowing he was a eunuch, suggested that Nong Yu's virtue remained intact. Prior to this revelation, Yi Yaolao had not dared to hope that Nong Yu, in Ji Taichu's grasp, would still be pure. She had merely wished for her survival. Now, upon discovering Ji Taichu's status, she felt a measure of solace. Continuing her search, she found no useful information. The envoy had ventured out, deliberately concealing his identity. Preoccupied with the marriage between the Crown Prince and Qin Lingyan, Yi Yaolao's eyes flickered as she recognized that her previous suspicion of Ji Taichu attempting to seize a marriage was entirely misguided. A eunuch, even if he wished to claim a bride, lacked the means to do so. After pondering for a while, without reaching a conclusion, Yi Yaolao shook her head, cast one last glance at the portrait, and departed. The next morning, in Qingpingfeng, at the Meng residence, Ji Taichu, having toiled through the night, felt not the slightest hint of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated, seemingly transported back to the night he first aided Xuanji Jinren in detoxifying. During the latter hours of the night, he cultivated the Mingyu Heart Sutra, forming a great circulatory cycle with Qin Lingying, an unceasing stream of Mingyu true energy flowing into his body, coalescing in his dantian to create his own source of true energy. Qin Lingying was exceedingly generous, bestowing upon him half of her power in one go. He could distinctly feel that, after receiving her strength, his capabilities had significantly surged. And as the true energy permeated his flesh, his skin began to faintly shimmer. What astonished him even more was the revelation that, following her marriage to Meng Xuanhuan, Qin Lingying had not shared a bed with him, remaining untouched until this night. According to Qin Lingying, prior to their marriage, the two had harbored mutual affection, and when their engagement was confirmed, both had acquiesced to their parents' decisions. However, circumstances soon took a drastic turn when Meng Xuanhuan became acquainted with Hu Xiaotian. Meng Xuanhuan had informed Qin Lingying that Hu Xiaotian had developed feelings for her even before he achieved the rank of Zhuang Yuan. And when he confessed his feelings to Meng Xuanhuan, he was unaware that Meng Xuanhuan was already Qin Lingying's betrothed. Upon learning of Meng Xuanhuan's engagement, Hu Xiaotian, in a drunken stupor, lamented, prompting Meng Xuanhuan to consider breaking the engagement, but he faced Hu Xiaotian's objections. Hu Xiaotian insisted, "Even if you dissolve the engagement, General Qin Feihu would not grant Lingying to me. I am merely a captain of the Jinyui, unworthy of marrying Lingying. If you truly wish to assist me, you may wed Lingying first, and once I attain a sufficient status, you can relinquish her to me." Meng Xuanhuan acquiesced, leading to the current predicament. After listening to Qin Lingying's account, Ji Taichu found himself at a loss for words. In the chamber, with her blindfold removed, Qin Lingying gazed at Ji Taichu, now re-wrapped in a black veil, and softly asked, "Am I a wicked woman?" Ji Taichu gently squeezed her alabaster chin, replying, "If you are a wicked woman, then how is there blood upon the sheets?" Qin Lingying's cheeks flushed, and she bit her lip, murmuring, "But I do not even know what you look like. Yet I so easily surrender myself to you." Ji Taichu inquired, "Do you regret it?" Qin Lingying shook her head, fixing her gaze upon Ji Taichu's eyes, and spoke each word with clarity. "This night spent with you surpasses the joy I felt during the 7 years I was wed to Meng Xuanhuan." Upon finishing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ji Taichu chuckled lightly and said, "Since you are happy, would you mind if I stayed here for a few more days?" Qin Lingying blinked her eyes and shyly replied, "You can stay as long as you wish." Ji Taichu responded, "I shall stay for 3 days initially to observe your conduct." Qin Lingying's cheeks flushed deeper, shooting Ji Taichu a playful glare. After the wild events of the previous night, how could she not comprehend the hidden meaning behind Ji Taichu's words? Ji Taichu then commanded, "Go prepare breakfast for me and let us see your culinary skills." "Very well," Qin Lingying said bashfully. She rose, dressed in front of Ji Taichu, tidied her hair into a simple bun, glanced back at Ji Taichu on the bed, and left the chamber. Ji Taichu's thoughts stirred, and he instantly transported himself into the Su Shanding to check on Nongyu's condition. At that moment, Nongyu, having consumed a cup of isol wine, was curled up on the milky white jade platform, emanating a chill. Observing her, Ji Taichu's mind began to whirl. He believed such a beauty ought to cultivate the Ming Yu Heart Sutra. "I shall impart the Ming Yu Heart Sutra to you to help preserve your beauty, in return for 9/10 of my power." That seems quite reasonable, does it not? Ji Taichu mused. He then gently lifted Nongyu, poured a cup of fire elemental wine, drank it, and passed it to her. Subsequently, he placed his right hand softly on her chest, channeling Jiuyang true qi into her body. Before long, Nongyu, who had been unconscious, awakened, her complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. "Is it you?" she asked, her voice trembling. Ji Taichu replied gently, "It is I. Focus on feeling your body." Upon hearing this, Nongyu instinctively edged closer to Ji Taichu, as if seeking safety. She sensed that the original coldness within her had vanished, replaced by a warm sensation coursing through her limbs, bringing a sense of comfort. She soon realized that her power had significantly increased, which caused a hint of joy to appear on her face. After a moment, Ji Taichu withdrew his hand and inquired softly, "How do you feel now?" "Nongyu," her cheeks flushed, replied in a low voice, "My power has increased greatly." Ji Taichu smiled and said, "This is your reward." Nongyu's cheeks reddened further, and she fell silent, recalling the unbearable coldness she had felt the previous night, a wave of trepidation washing over her. Ji Taichu continued, "Your sister has already helped me uncover the information I sought. Today is September 3rd. Counting today, there are 5 days remaining. After September 8th, you may leave." Nongyu's heart raced slightly. Ji Taichu added, "Thus, cherish these 5 days and diligently cultivate. Furthermore, our agreement stipulates that you must not open your eyes to see this place." Nongyu quickly assured him, "Rest assured, I will not open my eyes." Ji Taichu regarded her and said, "I have recently learned a technique suitable for women to cultivate. Once mastered, it can preserve your beauty indefinitely, if you are obedient enough. After you thoroughly learn the lightness skill I teach you, I can impart this technique to you." Nongyu's face lit up with joy as she fervently promised, "I will definitely be obedient." Ji Taichu looked at her and said, "You must prove this to me. Otherwise, for safety's sake, when I leave, I shall have to continue binding your hands and feet to prevent you from lifting the blindfold." Nongyu's expression turned troubled. "How am I to prove that?" Ji Taichu replied, "If you cannot prove it, I will have to keep binding you. However, you need not worry. I can continue to feed you that wine to help you enhance your power. It is merely 5 days. Endure it, and it will pass." Nongyu bit her lip gently, recalling the icy sensation from the previous night, a thread of fear creeping into her heart. Ji Taichu added, "While I am here, you may move your hands and feet." Nongyu looked up, the black cloth blindfold obscuring her view of Ji Taichu, and she timidly asked, "If I become your woman, will I be able to see this place?" Upon finishing her question, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Ji Taichu calmly replied, "You should understand that if I wished to possess you, I could have done so from the very night I captured you. Though I have tormented you, your purity remains intact." Nong Yu fell silent, her purity indeed still intact, yet she felt as though he had seen through her entirely. Ji Taichu continued, "You are currently in a weak and helpless state, and I do not wish to take advantage of you. Once you are fully restored to freedom, if you still wish to speak those words, I would not mind accepting you." Nong Yu's face flushed deeper as she quietly said, "I am very clear-headed now." "You are not clear-headed." Ji Taichu shook his head and said, "Everything you are saying now is merely to entice me to lift your blindfold." Nong Yu hurriedly shook her head, insisting, "I am truly clear-headed." "That won't do either. While I have some time, you should focus on your cultivation," Ji Taichu asserted dominantly. After saying this, he picked Nong Yu up and began to practice the Mo Imi Zongbu. Though he spoke thus, his thoughts were already busy calculating how to completely tame this beauty during these few days and leave a watchful eye outside the palace. Especially now that he had acquired the Mingyu Heart Sutra, Nong Yu could serve not only as a lookout, but also as a living reservoir of power. Since following Lu Jin to the capital as a concubine, Ji Taichu had never intended to merely be a seed sower. He sought the utmost strength and the highest power. The power within the palace could be cultivated gradually, but the world outside the palace and the martial arts realm could not be neglected. Every bit of accumulation would ultimately lead to greatness. Nong Yu, forcibly engaged in cultivation by Ji Taichu, expressed a hint of helplessness on her face. Feeling the warmth behind her, she blushed again, unable to fully concentrate on her cultivation. After a short while, Ji Taichu tied Nong Yu up again and fed her another cup of ice soul wine. He then donned a veil and returned to Qin Lingying's chamber. Finding her seated at the bedside, tears streaming down her lovely face, he cleared his throat. Qin Lingying's face stiffened, turning to look at the bed, taking a deep breath before repeatedly punching Ji Taichu's chest with her small fists. "You scared me to death. I thought you had run away." After several punches, she leaped into Ji Taichu's embrace, weeping softly. Ji Taichu was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly comprehending a term, a virtuous woman. Although Qin Lingying possessed formidable power, she fundamentally remained a lady of noble birth. Had she not been harmed by Meng Xuanhuan, she would likely have lived her life as a proper virtuous woman. "Enough. Go bring the dishes you prepared and feed me," Ji Taichu ordered directly. Qin Lingying paused her weeping, looked up at Ji Taichu, and asked, "Then you can't run away again?" Ji Taichu replied, "Did you not wish to humiliate Meng Xuanhuan? He has not returned yet. How could I leave?" Qin Lingying sighed in relief and stood up to the hall, bringing the dishes one by one, placing them before the dressing table. In the hall, the curious Xiao Qing peered in, but unfortunately could not see what was happening in the chamber. She had just faintly heard voices, confirming they were neither Meng Xuanhuan nor Hu Xiaotian. "Miss, is this considered stealing a man?" Xiao Qing thought somewhat guiltily, yet she did not dare to step into Qin Lingying's chamber. Inside the chamber, Ji Taichu, with his face covered, found it inconvenient to eat. Thus, he changed tactics, blindfolding Qin Lingying and feeding her while also sending some food to Nong Yu in the Su Shinding. Nong Yu, with her hands and feet bound and her eyes covered, could only lean at an angle on the floor, relying on her sense of smell to locate the food, and had to eat in a very embarrassing position. In the chamber, Qin Lingying, feeling exceptionally shy, ate whatever Ji Taichu fed her. After breakfast was over, two individuals reclined together upon the bed, engrossed in the study of two additional tomes contained within a wooden box. Zhuowang Jianju and one Dugue Zong. The Zhuowang Jianju is a sword technique passed down through the Meng family, accompanied by a specialized mental cultivation method. This particular swordplay is unique, emphasizing a philosophy of non-contention and selflessness, achieving invincibility without injury, retreating into the realm of the formless, and eluding the masses. In simpler terms, both offense and defense are as pliable as cotton, advocating for the soft to overcome the hard, substituting a continuous defensive strategy for aggression, thus embodying the state of Zhuowang, where one weakens in the presence of the weak and strengthens before the strong. One Dugue Zong is the final volume of the three primary teachings, divided into three sections. The first introduces various poisons. The second covers the art of detoxifying through poison, and the third expounds upon the mental cultivation method of Wan Dugue Zong. This method emphasizes the forging of the body through poison. At the outset of cultivation, poison is drawn into the meridians to refine true essence, breaking through barriers and storing it in the Dantian Sea of Qi, transforming it into poison seeds. Once mastery is achieved, one can forge a body truly impervious to all toxins. By afternoon, the two remained inseparable, practicing the Zuo Wang, Jianju together in the courtyard of their quarters. Upon seeing the masked Ji Taichu, Xiao Qing's heart raced, especially at the sight of Ji Taichu intimately dancing with her mistress, Qin Lingying, sparking her imagination. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace at Qingminggong, the empress had learned of Ji Taichu's secret departure from the palace, leaving her momentarily astounded. Yi Hongyu quietly remarked that the recent news from Wan Baiyu indicated that it was Gong Hong who orchestrated the arrangement. Noting that the young man had a golden edict box upon leaving the palace, the empress furrowed her brow and softly inquired, "What do you suspect this entails?" Yi Hongyu replied softly, "Wan Baiyu seems to hint that it relates to the crown prince's intention to take Qin Lingyin as a concubine." The empress, grasping the implications, responded, "Is this a move initiated by His Majesty?" Yi Hongyu hesitated, suggesting perhaps it is not a direct move by His Majesty, but rather one on your behalf, as that young man is aligned with you. The empress fell silent, contemplating the situation, surmising that Ji Taichu's origin from Qingminggong was likely why His Majesty sent him forth. The empress would then be tasked with dealing with concubine Zheng and the crown prince, allowing His Majesty to remain securely in the Yang Exandian, orchestrating the entire scenario. The empress inquired softly, "Do you sense danger?" Yi Hongyu speculated, "It is likely that His Majesty hopes you will intervene to safeguard that young man." The empress frowned, questioning, "How could I intervene when I have no one at my disposal?" Yi Hongyu suggested tentatively, "What if we enlist the ninth prince's assistance?" The empress considered for a moment before shaking her head. Little Jiu's temperament is ill-suited for such matters, and Liang Chengyuan will certainly keep a close watch on him. Should little Jiu act, it could backfire. Yi Hongyu pressed, "Then what is your intent?" The empress's gaze sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, she stated, "His task should be to convey the edict, likely aimed at disrupting the betrothal between Liang Chengyuan and Qin Feihu. You should attempt to send word that the edict's content is to transfer Qin Feihu to guard the borders." Yi Hongyu pondered this, realizing that if the edict contained such information, the various factions' desire to eliminate Ji Taichu would likely diminish. Meanwhile, at Zhongxiugong, concubine Zhong, having learned of Ji Taichu's secret departure from the palace, became exceedingly agitated. Lu Jin, nearby, could only offer constant reassurances, promising that should calamity befall Ji Taichu, he would find a substitute far more formidable than him. This seemed to strike a nerve with concubine Zhong, who glared at Lu Jin, exclaiming, "Do you take me for what? Am I perceived as a woman of loose morals in your eyes?" Lu Jin was taken aback, hastily kneeling and clarifying, "What I meant was, I will do everything in my power to protect him." Concubine Zhong coldly asserted, "Regardless of your methods, you must bring him back to me unharmed." "Understood," Lu Jin replied dutifully, though internally he felt exasperated. He had not anticipated that in less than a night, indeed, not even a full night, this young man could enchant the concubine to such an extent. Even more frustrating for him was that the emperor appeared to hold a significant regard for this young man. Having only joined the Yang Exandian for 2 days, he had already been entrusted with important responsibilities, while he himself had spent over a decade in the palace without ever having engaged meaningfully with the emperor. If this young man were to gain favor with the emperor, Lu Jin's thoughts began to stir. As evening descended, a rich aroma of wine wafted from the vicinity of the Meng residence into its confines. Ji Taichu, accompanying Qin Lingying in her chamber, caught a whiff of this peculiar fragrance and felt a stirring within, recognizing it as the extraordinary wine mentioned by Yi Yaorao, which could scent the surroundings for miles. "Is she seeking me? Has the wedding date between the crown prince and Qin Lingying been altered?" Ji Taichu glanced at the beauty beside him, feeling that to depart abruptly would likely leave her with a most unpleasant experience. After approximately half an hour, Ji Taichu rose, requesting an hour's leave from Qin Lingying. She bit her lip, gazing at him with expectation. Ji Taichu contemplated before advising. "Focus on cultivating the Ming-Yu Heart Sutra. When I return, you shall impart some of your strength to me." Qin Lingying blinked and eagerly nodded. Ji Taichu gently ruffled her hair, before turning to leave. Moments later, he leaped from the Meng residence, removed the black cloth masking his face, inhaled deeply, and stealthily made his way northward. The night was deep, and the streets were nearly deserted. Arriving at an establishment named Xinghua Jiosi, Ji Taichu stepped inside and immediately spotted Yi Yao Rao at a corner table, indulging in wine. To his surprise, seated opposite her was a slender figure clad in yellow garments. Upon noticing Ji Taichu, Yi Yao Rao's face lit up with a smile as she waved, calling, "Lead it go over here." The man in yellow turned to face Ji Taichu. As Ji Taichu approached Yi Yao Rao, he scrutinized the yellow-clad gentleman, estimating him to be in his 30s, strikingly handsome, yet his expression bore a hint of melancholic despondency. Who might this be? The man in yellow rose and smiled, introducing himself. "I am Meng Sun Huan." Chapter 28. What else can a eunuch do besides being hands-on? Ji Taichu was momentarily taken aback. Meng Sun Huan? The very Meng Sun Huan whose wife I just slept with? At this time, Yi Yao Rao also smiled, adding, "Meng Sun and Li Gu are kindred spirits." Not at all, Ji Taichu instinctively refuted. Yi Yao Rao was momentarily puzzled, and Meng Sun Huan regarded Ji Taichu with equal surprise. Clearing his throat, Ji Taichu clarified, "What I meant is, Brother Meng is clearly a person of stature, and I am unworthy." Meng Sun Huan chuckled lightly. Li brother jested. Ye Yao Rao, regaining her composure similet. What I meant by kindred spirits is that you both share a fondness for the type of exquisite wine I brew. Ji Taichu exclaimed in realization and took a seat beside Yi Yao Rao, turning to Meng Sun Huan to inquire, "Do you also enjoy wine, Brother Meng?" Returning to his seat, Meng Sun Huan smiled. "One cannot truly relish life without wine. It seems that you and Miss He have an agreement, while I, unable to resist the allure of this enchanting aroma, have dared to intrude. If I have interrupted your gathering, I shall pour myself a cup as penance." With that, he lifted the cup from the table and drank it down in one gulp, a look of enjoyment spreading across his face afterward. Ye Yao Rao lifted the wine jug and poured another cup for Meng Sun Huan, teasingly remarking, "I perceive that your apology is but a pretext, while your true intention is to indulge in another drink." With a gentle smile, Meng Sun Huan replied, "Such exquisite wine is a rare encounter. Thus, one should seize the chance to savor another cup whenever possible." Ji Taichu wholeheartedly agreed, lifting his glass and gently swirling it, reflecting, "When one encounters such a rare and delightful wine, it is indeed wise to indulge in another cup." Ye Yao Rao cast a sidelong glance at Ji Taichu, sensing that there was more to his words. Meng Sun Huan chuckled lightly, adding, "Li brother speaks wisely. Let us raise our glasses to this sentiment." With that, he lifted his cup and drank it all in one go. Ji Taichu examined the clear liquid in his glass, stole a glance at Ye Yao Rao, and then also drank it down in a single motion. Once more, Ye Yao Rao poured wine for both Ji Taichu and Meng Sun Huan. Ji Taichu, feigning curiosity, asked, "Meng brother, are you a person of the Jianghu?" Meng Sun Huan pondered for a moment before responding, "I suppose I am half a person of Jianghu." Han. What do you mean? Meng Sun Huan replied with a light laugh. "I once participated in the imperial examination, but later abandoned my official post to wander the Jianghu. Though I often roam the seas, I still have a home here in Chaoga City." Ji Taichu appeared enlightened, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! I too participated in the imperial examination, but regrettably, I failed even at the county level and had to abandon literature for martial pursuits. I live far less freely than you, Meng brother." Meng Sun Huan raised his glass with a smile, saying, "Li brother is a man of remarkable talent, and with a beauty like Ye girl as your confidant. You are far better off than I." Ye Yao Rao's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Ji Taichu, lowering her head and falling silent. Ji Taichu looked at Meng Sun Huan, curiously asking, "I see that you are not particularly young, Meng brother. Are you still unmarried?" Meng Sun Huan's expression stiffened slightly as he replied softly, "I married 7 years ago, but..." He shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Ji Taichu, understanding, offered consolation, "I am sorry for your loss." Both Meng Sun Huan and Ye Yao Rao were taken aback, and Meng Sun Huan quickly shook his head, explaining, "Li brother has misunderstood. My wife is still in this world." Ji Taichu paused before saying, "I shall drink to that." He raised his cup and drank it down. Then with curiosity asked, "Given your appearance and knowledge, how could there be discord with your wife?" Ye Yao Rao poured Ji Taichu another cup of wine. Meng Shu and Huan, smiling wryly, replied, "My situation is rather complicated, far too intricate to explain in mere words. Ji Taichu not that zepleting. Every family has its own difficult scriptures to recite." Meng Shu and Huan agreed wholeheartedly and raised his cup in salute to Ji Taichu. After they finished their drinks, Meng Shu and Huan asked with curiosity, "I am still unaware of where you hail from, Li brother." Ji Taichu replied, "I am currently employed in Chaoga City, but I have encountered some troubles and have become entangled with someone." Meng Shu and Huan merely acknowledged with a soft "oh," refraining from further inquiries. However, Ji Taichu continued, "While investigating a person of some repute, I discovered that he intended to assault the wife of a neighbor. Normally, I would not intervene, but the lady threatened to take her own life, leaving me no choice but to step in, which led to complications." A flicker of understanding crossed Ye Yao Rao's eyes as she began to grasp Ji Taichu's narrative. Meng Shu and Huan's sworn brother, Hu Xiao Tian, was a captain in the Jinui, a person of considerable standing, and resided near Meng's estate. Did Hu Xiao Tian intend to assault Meng Shu and Huan's wife? Meng Shu and Huan expressed his surprise, stating, "Were I in your position, I would have made the same choice as you, Li brother. However, I also understand the troubles you face. Serving the court often leaves one with little freedom, which is precisely why I chose to resign from my post." Ji Taichu shook his head, a look of resignation on his face as he remarked, "The troubles I face are not only from the court, but also from the neighbor's wife whom I saved, who has also become entangled with me." Meng Shu and Huan paused in astonishment, instinctively glancing at Ye Yao Rao beside Ji Taichu. Ye Yao Rao blinked and then pouted at Ji Taichu, displaying her displeasure. Ji Taichu naturally placed his hand on Ye Yao Rao's shoulder and playfully pinched her ear. Ye Yao Rao's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. She lowered her head and cursed him under her breath, realizing Ji Taichu was seizing the opportunity to take liberties with her. Yet, a eunuch could only engage in such playful gestures. Ji Taichu turned to Meng Shu and Huan and posed a hypothetical question. "If you were in my shoes, and the woman you just saved requested your assistance in a manner that, if you refused, she would threaten to take her own life, would you help her or not?" Meng Shu and Huan contemplated before replying. "That would depend on the nature of the request." Ji Taichu continued, "She disclosed to me that her husband is a notorious womanizer, devoid of compassion, seeking to sell her to the very man who wishes to assault her. She hopes that I might temporarily reside in her home." Meng Shu and Huan considered this, glancing at Yao Rao, and chuckled lightly, saying whether to assist depends entirely on whether your girl consents. Yao Rao blinked and pouted at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu smiled, "Whatever I do, Raoer supports. The key issue is that if I were to actually stay there, it might be misconstrued as me taking advantage of a married woman. I may be clear of conscience, but the voices of the masses are hard to silence." Meng Shu and Huan smiled. "If I were in your position, and my confidant did not mind, I would not hesitate to assist the lady." Ji Taichu posed another question. "What if she asked you to share her bed, deliberately to provoke her husband?" Meng Shu and Huan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Ye Yao Rao once more. Ye Yao Rao pursed her lips, casting Ji Taichu a resentful look, thinking to herself that as a eunuch, he had no standing to desire such things. Ji Taichu continued, "If she refuses, she will take her own life." Meng Shu and Huan pondered, cleared his throat, and said, "I now understand the predicament you face, Li brother." Ji Taichu inquired, "If it were you, would you agree?" Meng Shu and Huan replied helplessly, "Please do not put me in a difficult position, for I already have enough troubles of my own. Besides your familial issues, what other troubles do you face?" Meng Shu and Huan remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Ji Taichu picked up the wine jug in front of Yao Rao and poured another cup for Meng Shu and Huan, saying, "Do share. Perhaps Raoer and I can offer you some advice." Yao Rao secretly rolled her eyes, but maintained a facade of curiosity. Meng Shu and Huan gazed at his cup, his lips moving slightly as a soft voice resonated in Ji Taichu's and Yao Rao's ears. "This matter is quite sensitive. I can only convey it through thought. You must promise me that it shall not reach a fourth ear." "Thought transmission?" Ji Taichu was taken aback, but subtly nodded. Yao Rao also nodded in curiosity. Observing this, Meng Shu and Huan transmitted, "Not long ago, I saved a severely injured man on the northern frontier, believing him to be a Jianghu figure attacked by enemies. Later, I discovered that he was the notorious rogue, Ouyang Yanhei. At that time, to save him, I brought him into the territory of Daliang, but he remained unrepentant. And in one night, He assaulted 3 disciples of the Piao Miao Palace. I tracked him down and ultimately found that he had arrived in Chaogu City, but lost all traces. After concluding his tale, Ming Shu and Huan raised his cup and drank it down in one go. Ji Taichu pondered and asked curiously, "How did you ascertain that he had arrived in Chaogu City?" Ye Yao Rao also looked at Ming Shu and Huan with interest. Ming Shu and Huan continued to relay through thought. When he assaulted those 3 disciples of the Piao Miao Palace, he became stained with their distinctive fragrance, the butterfly scent, which lasts 100 days. This is a unique fragrant powder that, once it contaminates, cannot be washed away no matter how much one tries. It will only vanish after 100 days. The Qiao Miao Gong taught me the means to identify this butterfly fragrance that lasts for 100 days. Yet after pursuing Ouyang Yunhe to Chaogu City, I lost his trail. Tonight, there remain 12 days until the 100-day mark. Once those 12 days pass, I fear it will become even more challenging to locate Ouyang Yunhe. Ji Taichu fixed his gaze upon Meng Shu and Huan and directly inquired, "Have you already deduced his whereabouts?" Meng Shu and Huan remained silent for a moment before gently nodding and conveying through sound. In Chaogu City, there exists but one place that is truly exceptional, where the scent of the butterfly fragrance is likely to be isolated. A flicker of realization passed through Yi Yaorao's eyes, the Imperial Palace. Naturally, the most distinctive place in Chaogu City is the Imperial Palace. Upon this thought, she glanced at Ji Taichu, who had emerged from the palace as a messenger. Ji Taichu pondered, "If Brother Meng trusts me, you may impart to me the method to recognize this fragrance. Perhaps I can be of assistance to you." Meng Shu and Huan, taken aback, regarded Ji Taichu in silence. Ji Taichu smiled. "For someone like Brother Meng, capturing a lecher is an act of chivalry. But for someone like me, a mere official, capturing a lecher would indeed be a significant contribution." Meng Shu and Huan cautioned, "Ouyang Yunhe is not weak." Ji Taichu contemplated, "How formidable is he?" Meng Shu and Huan replied, "Once he fully recovers, he would undoubtedly rank among the top-tier masters, especially given his exceptional lightness of foot and knowledge of poison." Ji Taichu mused, "There is a eunuch Hong in the palace. Has Brother Meng heard of him?" Meng Shu and Huan paused, pondering. "Are you referring to the Grand Supervisor Hong Yi?" Ji Taichu nodded. "How does Ouyang Yunhe's strength compare to that of eunuch Hong?" Meng Shu and Huan chuckled lightly. "Naturally, he pales in comparison." Ji Taichu smiled. "Then there should be no issue. Simply relay the method of identification to me, and I shall take the credit." Meng Shu and Huan stared at Ji Taichu in surprise, then nodded without inquiring about the relationship between Ji Taichu and Hong Yi. Subsequently, Meng Shu and Huan produced a thin booklet embroidered with a golden butterfly pattern from his bosom and handed it to Ji Taichu, conveying, "This is the nasal inhalation technique from Qiao Miao Gong. Within this tome lies a butterfly wing, the scent of which embodies the fragrance of the 100-day powder. Once you master the inhalation technique, you will naturally know how to track." Ji Taichu accepted the booklet and began to peruse its contents. Ye Yaoro Lyanit inclusive. Her eyes fixed intently on the material. After reviewing it, Ji Taichu closed the booklet and tucked it into his own bosom, turning to Meng Shu and Huan with a bashful expression, as if he had something to say, but hesitated. Meng Shu and Huan's eyelids twitched slightly, and he inquired quietly, "Does Brotherly have further questions?" Yi Yaorao also cast a curious glance at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu cleared his throat and remarked, "I am quite intrigued by Brother Meng's sound transmission technique." Yi Yaorao rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless, thinking this man was excessively greedy, desiring not only the inhalation technique, but also the method of sound transmission. Meng Shu and Huan chuckled. "Brotherly, you are indeed quite forthright." Ji Taichu smiled. "With you, Brother Meng, I need not be reserved." Internally, he added, "After all, the first time I met your esteemed wife, I shared her bed." Meng Shu and Huan smiled. "Give me a reason." Ji Taichu lifted his wine cup, leisurely declaring, "Isn't such exquisite wine reason enough?" Meng Shu and Huan nodded, finding this indeed sufficient. Yi Yaorao felt a bit dazed, wondering if this was how matters were settled. "This wine belongs to me. If anyone should benefit, it should be me." She cast a jealous glare at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu smiled by passing it to me. "You are passing it to yourself." Yi Yaorao's expression softened. Meng Shu and Huan couldn't help but comment, "Clearly, I am imparting to you the technique. Why does it seem all the benefits accrue to you?" Ji Taichu replied, "In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall present Brother Meng with a fine jar of wine." Meng Shu and Huan's eyes brightened as he eagerly proclaimed, It is a promise. Following this, Meng Xuanhuan began to elaborate on the sound transmission technique he understood, the Tianyin technique. Ji Taichu listened attentively, absorbing that to cultivate the Tianyin technique demands a high level of power and an exceptional mastery of true energy. In simple terms, it involves enveloping one's voice with true energy, then transmitting it to the other's ear. The voice enveloped in true energy will burst forth anew in the listener's ear. The drawback is that during transmission, the fluctuation of true energy may easily alert genuine masters, while the advantage is that even if detected, a master can only interrupt the transmission, not capture the content of the voice. After Meng Xuanhuan explained it 3 times, both Ji Taichu and Yi Yaorao grasped the key points of the Tianyin technique. To express her gratitude, Yi Yaorao generously offered the remaining jade liquid wine from the jug to Meng Xuanhuan. Overjoyed, Meng Xuanhuan engaged in further conversation before rising to take his leave. Ji Taichu watched Meng Xuanhuan depart without uttering farewell, knowing they would soon meet again. However, he wondered if the next encounter would allow for such conviviality. As the tavern fell into silence, Ji Taichu glanced at Yi Yaorao. She softly remarked, "The owner of this tavern is my friend." Ji Taichu responded with an "oh," directly asking, "What brings you to summon me? Has something occurred?" Chapter 29. Can a eunuch also be a seducer? Yi Yaorao spoke in a low voice. "Someone is investigating you. The Wangxian Tower has already received your portrait." Ji Taichu, contemplative, surmised that the crown prince must have learned of the mysterious disappearance of a messenger within the palace and advised, "Just ensure your own safety. Do not concern yourself with me." Yi Yaorao calmly queried, "Who exactly are you?" Ji Taichu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yaorao, stating, "My withholding of my identity is not an act of pretentiousness, but rather for your own good. Should you become truly involved in my endeavors, there may be no refuge for you in all of Chaoga City, or even the entire Great Liang Dynasty." Yi Yaorao felt a chill run down her spine, recalling the information she had seen in the crown prince's residence, sensing that this man might not be exaggerating. Ji Taichu gently stated, "Once this matter concludes, if fate permits us to meet again, I would not mind accepting you." "Accepting me?" Yi Yaorao raised her brows playfully, gazing at Ji Taichu with a smile, asking, "How do you intend to accept me?" Ji Taichu turned to Yi Yaorao beside him, fixing his gaze for a moment before suddenly leaning in swiftly to kiss her lips. Yi Yaorao's smile froze instantly, her eyes widening, her fair face flushing with visible rapidity. After the kiss, Ji Taichu stood and walked toward the tavern's exit, casually remarking, "The wine you brew is indeed delightful, quite smooth." As his words fell, his figure had already vanished without a trace. Yi Yaorao's cheeks flushed, her anger causing her to grind her teeth, as she wiped her lips repeatedly while muttering curses at the audacious eunuch. After some time, she managed to calm herself, staring out the tavern's entrance, and recalled Ji Taichu's earlier mention of the neighbor's wife, her heart racing with anticipation. She had a strong premonition that tonight at the Meng residence would undoubtedly be quite lively. Outside the Meng residence, Meng Xuanhuan paused, gazing at the plaque of the Meng residence, his already melancholic countenance shadowed with an indescribable complexity. After a long moment, he sighed softly and continued forward, not returning to the Meng residence. Moments later, he arrived at the estate of his sworn brother, Hu Xiaotian, without knocking, leaping lightly into the courtyard. As he quietly approached Hu Xiaotian's quarters, he discovered a maid in the kitchen brewing medicine. He paused momentarily, inhaling the aroma, to confirm it was a concoction for treating internal injuries, causing his heart to tighten. He hurried to Hu Xiaotian's bedroom, where he found Hu Xiaotian sitting cross-legged on the bed, sweat glistening on his forehead, and his complexion appearing somewhat pallid. "Elder brother, are you all right?" Meng Xuanhuan inquired with concern. Upon hearing the voice, Hu Xiaotian's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly opened his eyes, and upon recognizing Meng Xuanhuan, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Alarmed, Meng Xuanhuan rushed forward, placing his right hand on Hu Xiaotian's back, continuously channeling his vital energy into him. During this process, he discerned that Hu Xiaotian had sustained severe injuries, with damage to his internal organs. After a considerable time, Hu Xiaotian's complexion softened slightly. Meng Xuanhuan released him and stepped back, asking with genuine concern, "Elder brother, what happened to you?" Hu Xiaotian fixed his gaze on Meng Xuanhuan, his tone icy as he replied, "You scared me." Meng Xuanhuan was taken aback, and a moment of awkwardness crossed his face. He cleared his throat and said, "I was inquiring about your injuries." Hu Xiaotian fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain that he had attempted to ravish his wife, only to realize she was proficient in martial arts and nearly struck him dead? He shook his head and sighed. "That's of no importance." He then countered, "Have you seen Ling Ying?" Meng Xuanhuan shook his head and spoke softly. "I have hurt her deeply. Every time I return, I do not know how to face her." Hu Xiaotian inquired coolly, "Are you aware that Ling Ying is also skilled in martial arts and quite formidable?" Meng Xuanhuan was taken aback and shook his head, saying, "There are indeed a few martial arts manuals on her bookshelf, but she has never shown an interest in wielding a weapon, nor have I seen her practice." Hu Xiaotian asked, "What manuals does she possess?" Meng Xuanhuan casually replied, "The Zuo Wang Jianju from my Meng family, the one Du Gui Zong I brought back last time, as well as the Fu Lu Jian Yishibu and Xiaoyang Gong, most of which I brought from outside." Upon hearing one Duvei Zong, Hu Xiaotian's heart quickened, and he inquired nonchalantly, "Which cultivation methods do you think she might have practiced?" Meng Xuanhuan shook his head and said, "She is the daughter of General Qin, whose family undoubtedly possesses a richer collection. If she has indeed practiced, it is likely that she began before marrying me." Hu Xiaotian was momentarily speechless. Meng Xuanhuan regarded him and hesitantly asked, "What is the status between you two?" Hu Xiaotian's expression stiffened slightly. Then he sighed helplessly. "She spends her days in a Taoist robe in her room, and I rarely see her." Meng Xuanhuan fell silent. After a pause, he said, "I will return to check on her." Hu Xiaotian rose. "I will accompany you." "Your injuries?" Meng Xuanhuan asked with concern. Hu Xiaotian calmly replied, "It is of no consequence. I also wish to see Ling Ying again." At Ming Manor, Ji Taichu, who had stealthily entered, noticed the absence of Meng Xuanhuan, which surprised him. He proceeded to Qin Ling Ying's chambers, where he found her seated gracefully by her bed, exuding the fresh fragrance of having just bathed. Upon seeing the masked Ji Taichu approach, Qin Ling Ying's eyes brightened, and her cheeks flushed with shyness as she lowered her head slightly. Ji Taichu stood before her, and Qin Ling Ying offered him a black cloth strip with both hands. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow and instructed, "Tie it on yourself." Qin Ling Ying's cheeks reddened as she playfully glared at him, then obediently followed his command, tying the black cloth to cover her eyes. Ji Taichu removed the black cloth from his face, gently lifted her chin, and leaned down to kiss her. He had a strong premonition that Qin Ling Ying's intention to provoke Meng Xuanhuan would likely come to fruition tonight. As night deepened, Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Xiaotian arrived outside Meng Manor, exchanging a knowing glance before leaping together over the walls flanking the entrance. In the corner, Yi Yaro raised an eyebrow, a peculiar glimmer passing through her eyes. Returning home requires climbing over walls? With that, she gracefully leaped from the corner into Meng Manor. Upon landing, she swiftly transformed into the likeness of Xiao Qing, Qin Ling Ying's maid, whom she had seen earlier that morning while shopping for groceries. In the courtyard of Meng Manor, just as Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Xiaotian reached the entrance, their expressions changed dramatically. Alluring and seductive sounds echoed intermittently. With their impressive abilities, both men instantly recognized the source of the voice. Qin Ling Ying. Hu Xiaotian's face turned icy as he attempted to charge through the door. But before he could take a step, Meng Xuanhuan seized him. Hu Xiaotian glared at Meng Xuanhuan, his expression frigid. Meng Xuanhuan conveyed telepathically, "It could be Ling Ying and Xiao Qing." Hu Xiaotian paused. Then realization dawned upon him. Mojing. Just as Meng Xuanhuan was about to continue transmitting, he felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids. Peering through the crack in the courtyard door, he sensed a presence belonging to Xiao Qing. Unable to remain calm, his heart raced, but reason dictated that he must lead Hu Xiaotian away to prevent any damage to Qin Ling Ying's reputation. He firmly grasped Hu Xiaotian's shoulder and spoke in a hushed tone, "We must leave. If Ling Ying notices, she will be humiliated." Hu Xiaotian had regained his composure, fixated on the door crack, reluctant to depart. What if they barged in now? His heart raced with anticipation. Meng Xuanhuan frowned and disregarded Hu Xiaotian's wishes, dragging him away. Hu Xiaotian felt discontent, but was helpless. Even without his injuries, he could not contend with Meng Xuanhuan, especially within Meng Manor. As they reached a stone bridge, they encountered Xiao Qing dressed in green, freezing both men in their tracks. upon seeing Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Xiaotian. Xiao Qing exclaimed with delight, "Gongzi, you are back." "It's not Xiao Qing." Hu Xiaotian growled through clenched teeth, shoving Meng Xuanhuan aside and sprinting back toward the quarters. Yi Yaro, disguised as Xiao Qing, felt her cheeks stiffen. Had she been discovered so easily? Meng Xuanhuan's face darkened as he muttered, "It's not Xiao Qing." Without further regard for Yi Yaro's guise, he turned and pursued Hu Xiaotian. Yi Yaro furrowed her brow, examining herself in confusion, unable to comprehend where she had revealed a flaw. This was the first time someone had seen through her disguise at a glance. Simultaneously, she wondered why, upon realizing she was not the true Xiao Qing. Both men were fleeing. Driven by curiosity, Yi Yaro stealthily followed them. Once more at the entrance to the quarters, Hu Xiaotian's face hardened as he attempted to push open the door, only to be thwarted again by Meng Xuanhuan. Hu Xiaotian glared at Meng Xuanhuan, his fists clenched, radiating a furious expression. Meng Xuanhuan took a deep breath and conveyed, "What will happen to Ling Ying's reputation if you go in now?" Hu Xiaotian's face twisted in rage as he snarled, "She is being unfaithful." Meng Xuanhuan remained silent, his heart heavy with anguish. Yet he retained some semblance of reason, continuing, "She is the daughter of Qin Feihu. If you enter now, you will never be able to marry her again." The color of Hu Xiaotian's face fluctuated as he seethed. "I have waited 7 years. I cannot accept this outcome." Meng Xuanhuan stared blankly at Hu Xiaotian and softly said, "It has been 7 years. Perhaps we should both let go." Hu Xiaotian sneered, "You should have let go long ago." Meng Xuanhuan fell silent. Hu Xiaotian coldly asserted, "Do not stop me. I must at least find out who that scoundrel is." With that, he kicked open the courtyard gate. Meng Xuanhuan's expression shifted slightly. The lascivious sounds emanating from the inner quarters abruptly ceased. Hu Xiaotian, with a grim countenance, entered the courtyard, closely followed by Meng Xuanhuan, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Yi Yarue had also arrived near the quarters and, upon hearing Hu Xiaotian's words along with the indecent sound from within, was momentarily taken aback. The scoundrel Hu Xiaotian referred to must be that treacherous eunuch Li Sanjian, right? Could a mere eunuch truly be considered a scoundrel? Once Yi Yarue regained her composure, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she boldly approached the courtyard. Within the courtyard, as Hu Xiaotian neared the hall, a chilling female voice suddenly rang out from the right side of the hall. "Get out." Hu Xiaotian's expression changed instantly, his steps halting instinctively, before his face grew even colder. Meng Xuanhuan's countenance also shifted, and he quickly grasped Hu Xiaotian's shoulder once more. Hiding in the east chamber, Xiao Qing carefully peeked through the door crack, holding her breath. Hu Xiaotian glared towards the direction of the inner chamber, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Who is he?" Inside, Qin Lingying's icy and mocking voice responded, "Who he is has nothing to do with you. First, ask yourself who you are and what right you have to concern yourself with this matter." Hu Xiaotian's face contorted with rage as he roared, "Wretched woman." The moment these words fell, the entire Meng residence fell into a profound silence. Meng Xuanhuan's expression paled. After hurling insults, Hu Xiaotian suddenly regained clarity, his expression shifting yet again. From the inner chamber, Qin Lingying's light laughter echoed, dripping with sarcasm. "Meng Xuanhuan, are you feeling quite pleased with yourself? In your eyes, I have always been a wretched woman. Haven Ti, you marry me, yet wish to give me to your sworn brother. In your eyes, am I not merely a wretched woman to be trampled upon?" Meng Xuanhuan's face turned ashen, and he trembled as he replied, "Lingying, I merely wish for you to live better." "Lie better?" Qin Lingying laughed with disdain. "Do you believe such shameless words? Do you even believe them yourself?" Meng Xuanhuan fell silent. Qin Lingying, through gritted teeth, ordered, "Take your sworn brother and get out. If he dares to appear before me again, either he dies or I perish." Both Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Xiaotian's expression shifted. Without hesitation, Meng Xuanhuan seized Hu Xiaotian's shoulder and turned to leave. Perhaps his sudden movement was too abrupt. As he approached the gate, Yi Yarue, who had been lurking nearby, was caught off guard and stumbled into view before the gate. Meng Xuanhuan frowned and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" Yi Yarue feigned innocence, saying, "Gongya, I am Xiao Qing. Do you not remember me?" "Huh?" At that moment, a startled exclamation came from the east chamber as the real Xiao Qing pushed open the door, covering her mouth and looking bewildered at Yi Yarue. Yi Yaorui forced a smile. Meng Xuanhuan barked. Who exactly are you? Yi Yaorui, feeling helpless, gestured towards the bedroom and replied, the young master inside is my lord. I'm merely keeping watch for him. Chapter 30. Is it now permissible for me to do as I wish? Inside the inner chamber, upon hearing Yi Yaorui's voice, Ji Taichu was taken aback. Since when did I have a maid to keep watch? Qin Lingying, still atop Ji Taichu, was also puzzled and could not help but whisper, You brought someone with you? Ji Taichu remained silent, having already begun to suspect the identity of the woman impersonating Shao Qing. Yi Yaorui. It had to be her. Most likely here to stir up trouble. But could that woman also perform transformations? With that thought, Ji Taichu could no longer remain still. He whispered to Qin Lingying that he was going out to investigate, then swiftly donned his clothing, covered his face with a black cloth, and approached the entrance of the hall. In the courtyard, upon hearing Yi Yaorui claim to be keeping watch for the young master inside, both Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Shaotian's expression shifted. Their gazes turned coldly towards Yi Yaorui. Meng Xuanhuan sneered. How is it that you can mimic Shao Qing's appearance and even her voice? Yi Yaorui coughed lightly and replied, My master said this would help conceal our presence. Meng Xuanhuan frowned and coldly asked, Who is your master? Yi Yaorui caught sight of the tall figure standing at the entrance of the hall, raising her chin once more with a smile as she said, Why not ask my master directly? Both Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Shaotian turned to face the hall, where a tall figure clad in green appeared, his face obscured by a black cloth, yet exuding an air of undeniable elegance. Hu Shaotian called out, Who are you? Meng Xuanhuan furrowed his brow, keenly observing Ji Taichu, faintly detecting a sense of familiarity. Ji Taichu ignored Hu Shaotian, his gaze sweeping past Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Shaotian, landing on the impersonating Yi Yaorui as he calmly instructed, Hurry over here. Yi Yaorui's cheeks stiffened, realizing Ji Taichu had guessed her identity, and thus did not dare refuse. She lowered her head and quickly approached the hall, standing beside Ji Taichu. Upon hearing her voice, Meng Xuanhuan's expression fluctuated, intensely scrutinizing Yi Taichu. Ji Taichu returned Meng Xuanhuan's gaze, a smile peeking from beneath the black cloth as he softly said, Meng Xuanhuan, I trust you have been well. At these words, Hu Shaotian's expression shifted. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Meng Xuanhuan. Qin Lingying's expression also changed. Meng Xuanhuan steadfastly regarded Ji Taichu, slowly saying, I believe we were friends. Ji Taichu maintained his composure and replied, Though we met only recently, I believe we can indeed consider ourselves friends. Do you recall the story I shared with you? Meng Xuanhuan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly comprehending many matters. Ji Taichu continued, I remember specifically asking for your opinion, and you did not refuse at that time. At this moment, Hu Shaotian glared at Meng Xuanhuan, gritting his teeth as he asked, You know him? Meng Xuanhuan turned to Hu Shaotian and inquired, Brother, he told me you intended to assault Lingying. Is there any truth to this? Hu Shaotian's expression faltered, and he shook his head, sneering, He is the scoundrel. Can his words be trusted? Meng Xuanhuan turned to Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu looked at Hu Shaotian and asked, Where did your injury come from? Hu Shaotian frowned and coldly replied, What? You wish to claim it was you who inflicted it? Ji Taichu fixed his gaze on Hu Shaotian and suddenly stated, If raw grain can be cooked into a meal, then Xuanhuan will certainly support us. Upon hearing this, Hu Shaotian's expression changed drastically. Those words were spoken just before Qin Lingying had injured him. Meng Xuanhuan fell silent. Ji Taichu glanced at Meng Xuanhuan and remarked, I greatly admire your chivalrous spirit. Meng Xuanhuan, but you have jeopardized your wife's entire life for such a scoundrel. To my knowledge, you and your wife once had mutual affections. Your marriage was indeed a match made in heaven. If this brother of yours truly regarded you as a sibling, how could he covet his sister-in-law? If you believe that marrying your wife would harm this so-called sworn brother of yours, you could have chosen to abandon the marriage for the sake of brotherhood. Yet, what did you do? You married your wife, but it was for the sake of your sworn brother. Because your sworn brother has informed you that even if you do not marry, your wife will not belong to him. In fact, it is only upon your marriage that he may claim the right to approach your wife. During this process, Meng Xuanhuan, you must ponder whether you are deserving of your wife. How do you regard her? It is said that after your marriage, you have deliberately sullied your own reputation by frequently visiting brothels. How does this reflect on your wife's honor? As a man, when you are unwilling to confront this matter, You can elegantly walk away, traverse mountains and rivers, forge friendships with various heroes, engage in chivalrous acts at will, or indulge in a life of decadence and wine. What about your wife? She is confined within these walls, subjected not only to societal judgment, but also to the harassment from your sworn brother. I speak the truth to you in this tavern. If I do not appear, your wife may truly resort to taking her own life. Meng Xuanhuan's complexion turned pale. His lips quivered, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Ji Taichu gently remarked, "At this juncture, you must truly reflect on whether you wish to continue tormenting your wife for the sake of your sworn brother." Hu Xiaotian glared at Ji Taichu, sneering. "No amount of your words can conceal the fact that you are an adulterer." Ji Taichu gazed at Hu Xiaotian with a smile and inquired, "Do you know what distinguishes us?" Hu Xiaotian derided, "I'm not as shameless as you." Ji Taichu responded with a smile. "The distinction lies in the fact that what you truly covet is not her as an individual, but the power of her father. You care not for her suffering, nor for her thoughts. You simply believe that by marrying her, you will become the son-in-law of the general of the Jinwu Guards and subsequently ascend to great heights. Whereas I merely wish for her to live well." Hu Xiaotian retorted coldly, "Hypocrisy. Is it truly hypocritical?" Ji Taichu left nonchalantly. "Hypocritical? Indeed, it is somewhat hypocritical. I not only desire Qin Lingying to live, but also covet her beauty and the power within her, wishing for her to be obedient to me henceforth." Ji Taichu gazed at Hu Xiaotian, unabashedly reveling in his own triumph. Hu Xiaotian's expression turned frigid. Meng Xuanhuan softly stated, "Brother, we should take our leave." His voice was gentle, yet his tone brimmed with determination. Hu Xiaotian's expression shifted slightly as he gritted his teeth, demanding, "Will you just watch him brazenly lying in the bed that should rightfully be yours?" Meng Xuanhuan stared blankly at Hu Xiaotian and replied slowly, "That no longer matters. We have already caused too much harm to Lingying. It is time to let go." Hu Xiaotian coldly asserted, "You may choose to let go, but I refuse. I must have her." Meng Xuanhuan frowned, then forcefully grasped Hu Xiaotian's shoulder, disregarding his resistance, and turned to leave. Hu Xiaotian's expression changed. His glare fierce with a burning intent to kill, yet he ultimately did not retaliate. The courtyard fell silent. In the east wing, Xiao Qing gently closed the door. Before the hall, Ji Taichu cast a cold gaze towards Yi Yaorao, who still appeared as Xiao Qing. Yi Yaorao felt a chill run down her spine and awkwardly laughed. "Leave," Ji Taichu said icily. "Come see me again tomorrow morning." "Oh!" Yi Yaorao sighed in relief and hurriedly fled the hall. Ji Taichu snorted lightly and returned to his chamber. In the bedchamber, Qin Lingying had already sat up, gazing at Ji Taichu with a melancholic expression. Ji Taichu approached her and directly asked, "Do you wish for me to stay here, or do you wish to end this relationship?" Qin Lingying bit her red lips, remaining silent, but reached out to tightly embrace Ji Taichu's waist. Ji Taichu gently caressed the back of her head, saying, "The matters have been thoroughly discussed. If Meng Xuanhuan is indeed a man, then Hu Xiaotian will no longer have the opportunity to disturb you. However, I suggest that if you do not wish to continue with Meng Xuanhuan, you should return to the general's residence." Qin Lingying looked up, anxiously asking, "Will you not always be by my side?" Ji Taichu gently pinched her fair chin, stating, "Before we met, you had your life experiences, and I had mine. Our cohabitation is not a natural emotional bond. I can forsake some matters for you, but not everything." Qin Lingying's complexion paled slightly as she looked at Ji Taichu, tremblingly asking, "Do you intend to end our relationship?" Ji Taichu shook his head, clarifying, "You misunderstand. My intention is that when I have the time, I will come to find you and bring you happiness. In return, you must obey my wishes, assist me, and diligently cultivate your skills to provide me with power." Qin Lingying stared blankly at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What is it? Are you unwilling?" Qin Lingying's heart tightened, and she quickly shook her head, then nodded in agreement. After speaking, her cheeks flushed. Ji Taichu chuckled lightly, asking, "What if I desire your family fortune?" Qin Lingying shyly replied, "As long as you are willing to remain by my side, I will give you whatever you desire." Ji Taichu sat on the edge of the bed and, taking advantage of the situation, said, "Since you are willing to give me everything, then write a contract of servitude, and you shall wholly belong to me from now on." Qin Lingying bit her red lips and shot Ji Taichu a playful glare before standing up and moving to the writing desk, picking up a fine pen to begin writing. Ji Taichu observed her with a hint of intrigue, contemplating but ultimately refraining from intervening. He then glanced at the Su Shunding. Noticing that Nong Yu remained curled up on the jade platform, her breathing steady, having withstood the cold poison of the Bing Pajio. I truly am not human. Ji Taichu reflected with a sigh. He increasingly felt that after entering the palace as a false eunuch, he had indeed been influenced by the eunuchs, becoming increasingly perverse. His former self had been quite innocent. Moments later, Qin Lingying approached Ji Taichu, holding a freshly written document, her cheeks flushed. Ji Taichu took it, discovering it was indeed a contract of servitude, complete with Qin Lingying's signature and even a thumbprint. His heart raced slightly as he looked up at the blushing Qin Lingying and asked, "Can I now do as I please with you?" Qin Lingying's face turned crimson, and she lowered her head, softly affirming. Ji Taichu chuckled lightly, casually placing the contract into the Su Shunding, then took Qin Lingying's delicate hands, remarking, in public, "You must still conduct yourself as a proper lady, but in my presence, you may seek joy as you wish." Qin Lingying's cheeks grew even redder as she gently leaned in against Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu no longer held back. He surmised that his confrontation with Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Xiaotian had likely moved this woman deeply, prompting her to sign the contract just to retain him. As a greedy man, he would naturally not refuse. The more obedient Qin Lingying was, the lesser the chance she would choose to betray him upon discovering his true identity as a false eunuch. Moreover, with the general of the Jinwu guards backing her, the Emperor Liang Guang's decision to appoint Qin Lingyan as Yan Marin would likely prevent the Qin family from facing total upheaval. Having secured Qin Lingying, he could then look after Qin Lingyan in the palace, making the Qin family a sort of in-law. As the night deepened in the Hu residence, two disheartened men sat together in a corner, drinking. After Meng Xuanhuan fell asleep, the feigned drunken Hu Xiaotian delivered a palm strike directly to the back of Meng Xuanhuan's head, knocking him unconscious. "You truly are my good brother. Qin Lingying gives her favors to others, but not to me." Hu Xiaotian's face twisted with malice as he seized Meng Xuanhuan by the nape, leading him to a concealed chamber in the backyard of the Hu residence. There, he bound Meng Xuanhuan's limbs to a torture rack with chains. In the imperial palace, within the Yangxin Hall, Emperor Liang Guang inquired about the empress and the envoy of the edict before retiring for the night. Eunuch on replied softly, stating that the empress had merely sent someone to locate the envoy, conveying that the decree in the envoy's possession ordered Qin Feihu to guard the frontier. The news had already spread beyond the palace, yet remained uncertain whether various factions believed it. Additionally, the renowned detective Gongsun Xiaosheng had arrived in Chaoga City, seemingly investigating the envoy situation. Liang Guang narrowed his eyes slightly and asked if the beautiful lady had contacted Xiaojiu. Eunuch Hong shook his head, whispering that the empress had little influence outside the palace. Liang Guang paused, his brow relaxing slightly as he mused that it seemed the beautiful lady did not wish for Xiaojiu to be involved in this matter. After all, she was but a woman. Eunuch Hong glanced at Liang Guang, sensing a hint of relief in his tone, pondering that in the emperor's eyes, a powerless empress was a truly good empress. The initial decision not to elevate Zheng Guifei to empress likely stemmed from a fear of the power she wielded. Liang Guang pondered and inquired if Bai Yun had recently delivered any medicinal soup. Eunuch Hong replied that she had come once, but the emperor had not seen her at that time. Liang Guang instructed that a decree be issued allowing her to return home to visit her family. Considering her concern for him, Eunuch Hong nodded, understanding that this was not merely a reward. Once Zheng Guifei left the palace, she would likely continue to meddle in the marriage between the crown prince and Qin Lingyan, and should she visit Qin Feihu's residence during the marriage procession, it would likely require kneeling before the envoy Li Sange, especially since the former daughter-in-law had suddenly transformed into a sister. This would undoubtedly be a tremendous humiliation for Zheng Guifei, further exacerbating the rift between her and the empress. The following day, on the 4th of September, just as dawn broke, Yi Yaolao stealthily infiltrated the Meng residence, quietly entering the main hall of the sleeping quarters and deliberately producing a small vial of jade liquid. Uncorking it, the rich and fragrant aroma of the wine wafted into the adjacent boudoir. Ji Taichu, sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes and, with a slight sense, detected a familiar presence in the hall next door. Yi Yaolao had arrived. Glancing at the still blindfolded and soundly sleeping Qin Lingying, Ji Taichu calmly dressed, covered his face with a black cloth, and exited the boudoir. Upon entering the hall, he cast a glance at Yi Yaolao, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Nong Yu, then stepped outside. Yi Yaolao hurriedly followed. The two arrived at a pavilion within the Meng residence. Ji Taichu sat on a stone bench, coldly scrutinizing Yi Yaolao. Yi Yaolao's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head in silence. Ji Taichu spoke coolly, inquiring about the events of the previous night. Yi Yaolao cleared her throat and recounted that shortly after Ji Taichu returned to the Meng residence, she discovered that Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Xiaotian had also entered. Fearing Ji might be caught, she disguised herself as Xiao Qing and sneaked in, hoping to save him at a critical moment. Ji Taichu chuckled, nodding in agreement that her excuse was impeccable. Yet he questioned how she had managed to impersonate Xiao Qing so flawlessly, not only in appearance but also in voice. Yi Yaolao explained that she was known in the martial world as Qianhuan Yaorun, possessing a unique bone structure and having learned the art of body shrinking from a young age, later acquiring the skill of disguise through a fortunate encounter. Ji Taichu contemplated this, concluding that her current appearance was not her true self, and she had approached him in the guise of Nong Yu to gauge his reaction. Yi Yaolao remained silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. Ji Taichu commanded her to return to her original form. In an instant, Yi Yaolao transformed before him, her appearance and attire changing dramatically. Ji Taichu stared in astonishment, soon realizing that Yi Yaolao was remarkably beautiful yet bore a striking similarity to Qin Lingying. He regarded her with suspicion, asking if that was truly her appearance. Yi Yaolao huffed softly, remarking that in her line of work, revealing one's true identity was the gravest taboo. She was assisting him, not offering herself to him. Ji Taichu understood, scrutinizing Yi Yaolao and speculating that this must be the likeness of Qin Lingyang. Yi Yaolao nodded, revealing that she had visited General Qin's residence and discovered that Qin Lingyang was being kept under her father's control, suggesting that she did not wish to marry the crown prince. Ji Taichu did not pursue the topic further, instead questioning her abilities. Yi Yaolao shook her head, clarifying that she could only assume the likeness of those she had encountered. Ji Taichu instructed her to attempt to transform into his likeness. Yi Yaolao fixed her gaze on him, and in a flash, her appearance and clothing altered, even her height seemingly increasing by half a head. Ji Taichu observed her transformation closely, then beckoned her over. Yi Yaolao approached him with light steps. Suddenly, Ji Taichu reached out and attempted an inappropriate gesture, only to find nothing there. Yi Yaolao's face froze momentarily, then turned crimson as she retreated sharply, glaring fiercely at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu remarked that it appeared she could not achieve perfect imitation. Yi Yaolao, speechless, considered that before her stood a high-ranking eunuch, and coldly retorted that it was not necessarily true. After all, a womaness lacking trait was something he, a eunuch, also did not possess. Ji Taichu inquired about her attire. Yi Yaolao smiled lightly and simply replied, "Secret." Ji Taichu, dissatisfied, stated that he would later question Nong Yu, believing she would not dare to keep secrets from him. Yi Yaolao's expression stiffened slightly as she coldly remarked that their collaboration had delved deeply, yet he still could not release Nong Yu. Ji Taichu instinctively glanced at Nong Yu within the Su Shinding, who remained curled upon the jade platform, her lips parched and pale, clearly thirsty. She was cultivating, and by the 8th of September, her strength might astonish him. Yi Yaolao was surprised, feeling a slight sense of relief. Ji Taichu regarded Yi Yaolao once more and suggested she revert to Nong Yu's appearance, asserting that henceforth she was not to assume his likeness without his permission. Yi Yaolao pouted, her figure flickering as she transformed back into Nong Yu. Ji Taichu mused that with such abilities, it was a pity for her to merely be a petty thief. Perhaps she could work for him in the future. Yi Yaolao chuckled lightly, asserting that even as a petty thief, she was still the leader of a faction, questioning what she could gain from working for him. Ji Taichu retorted, asking what she desired. Yi Yaolao, at a loss for words, criticized him for attempting to recruit her while asking what she wanted. Ji Taichu clarified that it was not recruitment, but rather subjugation. Yi Yaolao smirked, feeling disinclined to entertain the eunuch further. Ji Taichu then asked about her dreams. Yi Yaolao's eyes flickered, and she replied nonchalantly that she had heard the palace house a legendary sword known as the Chungying sword. Ji Taichu inquired if she would be willing to work for him if he granted her the the Chungying sword. Yi Yaolao softly replied that if he could procure the Chungying sword for her, she would assist him with certain tasks, but without betraying her principles. I can assist you in pilfering, and I can help you disguise yourself as others, but I shall not aid you in taking a life. Nor shall I assist you in transforming into another beauty to accompany so-called dignitaries. Ji Taichu chuckled softly and inquired, what if it merely entails you disguising yourself as various beauties to keep me company? Upon hearing this, Yi Yaorui instinctively wanted to scoff. But upon realizing that the man before her was a mere eunuch, she raised her brows slightly and smiled at Ji Taichu, saying, if you can indeed procure the Chungying sword for me, I would be willing to be your woman, not just accompany you. Ji Taichu regarded Yi Yaorui, sensing an undercurrent of sarcasm in her words for reasons unknown. Let us settle on a 3-year term. Before I obtain the Chungying sword for you, you shall assist me for 3 years as a form of earnest. Earnest? Yi Yaorui retorted. So you mean to say that I shall be enslaved for 3 years merely by you speaking? Ji Taichu replied, I possess a cultivation method suitable for women that can preserve one's youthful appearance indefinitely. Yi Yaorui's heart raced slightly, and she responded nonchalantly, make it 3 months. Ji Taichu shook his head, stating, my circumstances are rather peculiar at the moment, and I cannot frequently show myself. After September 8th, there may not be a chance for us to meet in those 3 months, let alone for me to instruct you. I mentioned 3 years. The tasks I require of you may not even take that long. Yi Yaorui pondered, realizing that this eunuch was a messenger, likely required to serve the emperor daily, only emerging to deliver edicts. She nodded and said, very well, 3 years it is, but you must first impart the martial arts you mentioned. Ji Taichu mused, you shall assume a fixed identity and become sisters with Qin Lingying. She is currently considered mine, and I will have her teach you that cultivation method shortly. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Yi Yaorui's eyes. Your woman? Do you truly possess such means? Ji Taichu asked suspiciously, what do you mean by that look? Yi Yaorui cleared her throat and replied, I merely find you exceedingly formidable, utilizing Qin Lingying's methods to win me over. Ji Taichu continued, my identity is rather unique. She has never seen my true visage, so do not disclose my appearance to her, nor disguise yourself as me in her presence. Otherwise, Long Yu will encounter misfortune. Yi Yaorui pursed her lips, but could not suppress her curiosity. Was the commotion last night intended to provoke Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Xiaotian? Ji Taichu did not respond, but instead reflected, since you were so curious, help me investigate Hu Xiaotian. He is a captain in the Jinyue, and having witnessed your impersonation of Xiaoqing last night, you claim to be a Qianhuan Yao, likely renowned in the martial world, possibly leaving a record with the Jinyue. He may harbor suspicions about you. Yaorui's eyelids twitched, and she hastily inquired, if I discover something about him, can you take care of him directly? Ji Taichu gave a sidelong glance at Yi Yaorui. If anything is to be done, it must be at Meng Xuanhuan's behest. Do you truly believe that Hu Xiaotian would relinquish Qin Lingying? Yi Yaorui realized and retorted, you are truly cunning, contemplating using another to eliminate your enemy. Ji Taichu narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Yaorui cleared her throat and revised her words. What I mean to say is, your intellect is unparalleled, effortlessly resolving a formidable foe with mere jest. Ji Taichu instructed, change your appearance. From now on, be sisters with Qin Lingying. She is the daughter of a general in the Jinwei. Should your Huingman encounter difficulties, you may seek her assistance. Yi Yaorui's eyes flickered with intrigue as she transformed into a different guise, resembling a youthful maiden with a hint of baby fat, appearing innocent and charming. Ji Taichu beckoned her over. Yi Yaorui's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly approached Ji Taichu. Chapter 32. My torment is for your own good. Ji Taichu stood, directly reaching out to pinch Yi Yaorui's cheeks. Yi Yaorui's eyelids fluttered, and just as she sought to evade, she found her face captured by a pair of warm, substantial hands. The sensation was rather pleasant. Ji Taichu commented before turning to leave. Scoundrel! Yi Yaorui's cheeks flushed red as she glared fiercely at Ji Taichu's retreating figure, mentally cursing the eunuch. During breakfast, Ji Taichu boldly introduced Yi Yaorui to Qin Lingying. This is a Zhu, my maid. After we finish eating, you shall teach her the Mingyu Heart Sutra. Qin Lingying scrutinized Yi Yaorui with a composed demeanor. Yi Yaorui's heart raced slightly as she lowered her head, adopting a docile appearance. Ji Taichu playfully slapped Yi Yaorui lightly on the back of her head and admonished, "Why haven't you greeted the lady yet?" Yi Yaorui's face stiffened, casting a furious glance at Ji Taichu before respectfully addressing Madam. Qin Lingying's cheeks flushed, and she nodded gently. Ji Taichu continued, "In my absence, a Zhu will frequently seek you out. Should you have any matters, you may instruct a Zhu to handle them. If a Zhu encounters difficulties, do assist her as best as you can." Understood, Qin Lingying nodded. Ji Taichu did not elaborate further and covered Qin Lingying's eyes with a black cloth, removing his own as he continued to eat while affectionately feeding her. With a Zhu present, Qin Lingying's cheeks flushed, a mix of shyness and impatience. Yi Yaorui obediently consumed her meal, yet she could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. She simply could not fathom how a mere eunuch could conquer the daughter of a great general. After the meal, Ji Taichu glanced at Shaoqing, who was clearing the dishes, and suggested, "Teach Shaoqing the Mingyu Heart Sutra as well." Shaoqing blinked and replied softly, "I will." Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow, asking, "What is your level of cultivation?" Shaoqing promptly responded, "It pales in comparison to my lady S." Qin Lingying gazed at Ji Taichu with a wistful expression. Ji Taichu cleared his throat and advised, "When you have free time, make sure to practice diligently and strive to match your lady S prowess." Oh, Shaoqing nodded. Ji Taichu did not elaborate further. In the morning, he entered the Xuxinding and provided Longyu with 2 cups of Huiyuan wine and some food. After soothing her for a while, they began cultivating the Mo Ing Mitzi Bu together. Under close guidance, Longyu remained shy, her cheeks perpetually flushed. However, as she gradually became accustomed to it, most of her attention shifted to the Mo Ing Mitzi Bu. By midday, Ji Taichu brought forth a cup of Bingpa wine. Longyu's cheeks stiffened as she quickly raised her head, looking at Ji Taichu with a pitiful expression. Ji Taichu gently asked, "Do you not wish to grow stronger?" Longyu bit her lip. Naturally, she desired strength, yet she did not wish to endure the torment of cold poison again. Ji Taichu contemplated and suggested, "What if I offer you a reward?" "Reward?" Longyu queried with curiosity, though her eyes were covered, preventing her from seeing Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu drank the cup of Bingpa wine in one go, then leaned down to kiss Longyu, transferring the wine to her. Longyu was taken aback, and upon realizing what had occurred, her cheeks instantly flushed. After 1 cup, the tips of her ears burned with heat. Ji Taichu inquired, "Would you care for a second cup?" Longyu shyly bit her lip, her thoughts in disarray. Ji Taichu pressed, "Will you not drink?" Almost instinctively, Longyu murmured, "I will." Upon speaking, her cheeks turned crimson as blood. Ji Taichu smiled gently, poured another cup of Bingpa wine, drank it, and then passed it to Longyu. "To endure hardship is to rise above others," Ji Taichu stated while binding Longyu's hands and feet. "My purpose in feeding you this wine is not to torment you, but because it is the only means available to enhance your cultivation. As for covering your eyes and binding your hands and feet, it is because this place is my secret sanctuary, not to be known by outsiders. It is not my intention to deliberately torment you. In 4 or 5 days, I will restore your freedom. By then, we are unlikely to meet again. Whether you hate me or resent me, it will no longer matter." Longyu lightly bit her red lip and softly said, "I do not hate you now." Ji Taichu glanced at Longyu's crimson lips and replied, "I do not believe you." Longyu muttered, "What must I do for you to believe me?" Ji Taichu smiled and said, "If you kiss me, I will believe you." Longyu's cheeks flushed. Ji Taichu gently ruffled Longyu's hair and said, "I was just joking. Stay here well. I must take my leave." "All right," Longyu suddenly said softly, her cheeks now rosy. Ji Taichu smiled. "Next time, think it over carefully." With that, his figure vanished from the Xuxinding. Upon returning to the Meng residence, Shaoqing had already prepared a table of dishes. At the dining table, just like in the morning, Ji Taichu covered Qin Lingying's eyes and affectionately fed her. After lunch, Ji Taichu instructed Yao Rao to investigate Hu Shao Tian's situation. Once Yao Rao had departed, he directly picked up Qin Lingying and returned to the boudoir, intending to check if her abilities had improved. Originally planning to accompany Qin Lingying for the entire afternoon, he was interrupted before even 2 hours had passed. A female steward from the Qin general's residence knocked on the door of the Meng residence. After Shaoqing invited her in, She went to the living room to report that they were requesting Qin Ling Ying to return to the general's residence to help manage the marriage arrangements for the second young lady. Qin Ling Yin. In the boudoir, Qin Ling Ying furrowed her brows. Had this been the past, she would have immediately returned. Now, however, she felt a bit reluctant. Ji Taichu pondered for a moment and said softly, "You should go back, and by the way, complete a task for me." As he spoke, he covered his face with a veil and then removed the black cloth from before Qin Ling Ying's eyes. Curious, she looked at Ji Taichu and asked softly, "What task?" Ji Taichu said, "Help me ascertain the specific time and route of the eldest prince's wedding procession." Qin Ling Ying was taken aback and hesitantly asked, "Why do you want to investigate this?" Ji Taichu gently pinched her delicate chin and asked, "If I do not tell you, will you still help me investigate?" Qin Ling Ying's cheeks turned slightly red as she nodded gently. "I will." Ji Taichu smiled and said, "Then I shall not tell you. After you return to your family until your sister's wedding, I should remain here. If you miss me, you can find time to come back." Qin Ling Ying softly acknowledged, her cheeks growing even redder. Ji Taichu said no more. The two shared a tender moment before Qin Ling Ying changed into a dignified red palace dress and reluctantly left with Xiao Qing. Alone, Ji Taichu sat cross-legged on the bed, gently inhaling the fragrance in the boudoir, and began to practice the nasal inhalation technique taught by Meng Sun Huan. After a moment, he inhaled gently, faintly detecting a complex array of scents. He rose from the boudoir, and the scent belonging to Qin Ling Ying became relatively faint, yet still intricate. After leaping onto a tall pavilion in the Meng residence, he stood on the rooftop and again inhaled lightly, subtly capturing the route that Qin Ling Ying had taken. It seemed sharper than a dog's nose. Ji Taichu felt a surge of emotions. Returned to the courtyard of the boudoir, fetched a long sword, and began to practice the Meng family's Zhuang sword technique. As night fell, Yi Yao Rao returned, bringing news to Ji Taichu. Meng Sun Huan had been imprisoned by Hu Shao Tian. Ji Taichu was astonished. Yi Yao Rao spitted. "He is confined in a secret chamber beneath whose residence, and I did not dare to get close." Ji Taichu pondered briefly and glanced at Yi Yao Rao, asking, "What are your thoughts?" Yi Yao Rao hesitated. "Though Meng Sun Huan has wronged Qin Ling Ying, he has taught us both the nasal inhalation technique and the Tian-yin technique upon our first meeting." Yi Taichu nodded. Given that they had already offended Hu Shao Tian, rescuing Meng Sun Huan would be the best course of action, even if they had to kill Hu Shao Tian afterward. Meng Sun Huan could take the blame. Having made a decision, Ji Taichu instructed Yi Yao Rao to first ascertain Hu Shao Tian's precise location. He then changed into a set of dark clothing, covered his face, took up a long sword, and approached Hu's residence. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Yi Yao Rao stealthily approached, whispering he is currently in that underground secret chamber. Ji Taichu considered briefly and said softly, "Let's catch him in a trap." "Catch him in a trap?" Yi Yao Rao blinked, nodded, and then the two stealthily entered Hu's residence. Upon entering, Yi Yao Rao began to constantly change her appearance, effortlessly making her way to a 3-story pavilion. Ji Taichu, who had been silently following Yi Yao Rao, also arrived at the high pavilion under the cover of darkness. They quietly approached a study room, and Yi Yao Rao pointed to a large flower vase about half a meter high in the corner. Ji Taichu understood that this was the mechanism to open the secret chamber. He slipped over to the vase, activated the Su Shunding, enveloping himself in a state of ethereality. He then looked at Yi Yao Rao and attempted to use the Tian-yin technique, sending a subtle voice that suddenly rang in Yi Yao Rao's ear. "Create a commotion and find out where Hu Shao Tian's treasury is." Hearing the whisper, Yi Yao Rao was astonished and looked at Ji Taichu, surprised that she could already use the Tian-yin technique she had just learned last night. Ji Taichu frowned and used the Tian-yin technique again to transmit. "Can you not hear clearly?" Yi Yao Rao snapped back to reality and dashed out of the study room. Seeing this, Ji Taichu concealed himself within the Su Shinding, drawing his long sword and waiting silently. About a quarter of an hour later, a scream erupted from Hu's residence. "There is a thief! Catch him! Moments latte." The sound of mechanisms echoed. Suddenly, the floor in the center of the study sank, revealing a deep passage. Ji Taichu held his breath, staring intently at the passage. A dark axe suddenly emerged from the passage. Ji Taichu held still, knowing that Hu Shao Tian was testing the waters. The axe struck the ground with a thud. After a moment, a figure clad in black suddenly leaped from the passage, soaring to the ceiling. Ji Taichu raised his eyes, watching the figure with indifference. Confirming it was indeed Hu Xiaotian. Hu Xiaotian scanned the study room from the ceiling and, not seeing anyone, finally felt at ease and landed on the ground. He walked over to the corner where the large vase was, grasping the vase's mouth with both hands and about to turn it when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. His pupils dilated in alarm, realizing the danger, but his consciousness faded and his body crumpled to the ground. Ji Taichu revealed himself, directly tossing the unconscious Hu Xiaotian into the Sushin Ding. He then leaped lightly into the deep passage. Upon landing, he found himself in a corridor, at the end of which faintly glimmered some bright yellow phosphorescence. His figure flickered as he activated the shadow step technique, swiftly traversing the passage. Ahead, the scene opened up to reveal a torture chamber. At the top of the chamber, an irregular gemstone radiating bright yellow phosphorescence illuminated the entire room. In the innermost depths of the torture chamber, there stood a crucifix upon which Meng Xuanhuan was bound, his limbs restrained. His disheveled hair framed a face marred by the crimson marks of the whip, and he gasped for breath, barely clinging to life. Chapter 33. To amass wealth. One must plunder. Ji Taichu approached Meng Xuanhuan, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes, as he was suddenly reminded of his own memories of being imprisoned. Meng Xuanhuan slightly lifted his head, his once melancholic visage now etched with the scars of torment, his reddened eyes fixed intently upon Ji Taichu. The corners of his pale lips gradually curled into a faint smile as he rasped, "It is you." Ji Taichu removed the black cloth from his face and nodded, confirming. "It is I." Meng Xuanhuan remarked, "I never expected it would be you who came to rescue me. I believe no one would come for me in this world." Ji Taichu felt a sense of empathy and responded, "When I was imprisoned, I too harbored thoughts akin to yours at this moment." Meng Xuanhuan, taken aback, asked, "You have been imprisoned?" Ji Taichu shrugged, recounting, "I once participated in the imperial examinations, but unlike you, I was not so fortunate. As soon as I arrived at the county examination, someone impersonated me, and in my outrage, I sought to confront them, only to be thrown into prison and falsely charged." Meng Xuanhuan fell silent, and after a moment, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "This warrants a drink together." Ji Taichu inquired, "Have you now seen through the true nature of your sworn brother?" Meng Xuanhuan fell silent once more, his eyes filled with anguish. Ji Taichu continued, "I have attained a certain status now, yet your life, as a wanderer in the Jianghu, seems far more carefree. I cannot afford to bear any accusations, which is why Hu Xiaotian wishes for your hand in murder." Meng Xuanhuan furrowed his brow, gazing at Ji Taichu, hesitating to speak. Ji Taichu gently said, "If I were a wanderer like you, you might consider your past friendship and spare Hu Xiaotian. But now that I am in a position of authority, if you do not kill him tonight, it may very well be me who faces death in the future. You were once part of the court and know its darkness, especially since he is a captain of the Jinyui." Meng Xuanhuan softly replied, "I will not implicate brotherly." Ji Taichu nodded, drawing his sword and severing the chains, binding Meng Xuanhuan. With a series of cracking sounds, the chains fell away, and without their restraint, the severely injured Meng Xuanhuan collapsed to the ground. Ji Taichu quickly supported him and helped him to a stone chair adorned with tiger skin, saying, "Rest here for a moment while I attend to matters. You must not only kill Hu Xiaotian, but also bear the accusation of plundering wealth." Meng Xuanhuan, somewhat speechless, could not help but say, "Brotherly does not seem like a greedy person." Ji Taichu smiled, "That is because you do not know me well enough." Meng Xuanhuan chuckled, and as he saw Ji Taichu preparing to leave, he could not resist asking, "Brotherly, what are your intentions regarding Linging?" Ji Taichu bounced. Glancing back at Meng Xuanhuan, "My identity is rather unique. I cannot grant her a title at this time, nor can I be by her side continuously." Meng Xuanhuan fell silent, and after a while, softly said, "If there is anything you need from me, brotherly, please command me." Ji Taichu looked at him with a peculiar expression, asking, "Speak honestly, what do you truly think?" Meng Xuanhuan smiled bitterly, "What can I think? I have already harmed Ling Ying for 7 years. Should I then prevent her from seeking her own happiness?" Ji Taichu could not help but ask, "Have you never considered reclaiming her?" Meng Xuanhuan shook his head, "I am unworthy of her." Ji Taichu inquired further, "Do you mind if I am with her?" Meng Xuanhuan gently replied, "I only wish for her happiness." Ji Taichu pondered for a moment, then asked, "You just said I could command you freely?" Meng Xuanhuan's eyelids flickered. "Correcting. I meant regarding matters to assist Ling Ying." Ji Taichu nodded. "Then in your spare time, please gather for me various rare herbs and treasures that can enhance one's power, as well as different martial arts manuals or extraordinary weapons. The stronger I become, the better I can protect Ling Ying." Meng Xuanhuan's cheeks stiffened as he gazed at Ji Taichu. Now understanding the deeper meaning behind Ji Taichu's earlier words about not knowing him well enough, it was indeed insufficient. Ji Taichu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and gracefully leaped out of the underground chamber. Upon returning to the study, he glanced toward the door and immediately spotted a pair of eyes peering in through the crack. "Come in quickly," Ji Taichu said irritably. Yi Yaorao entered the study with a gentle smile, curiously observing the passageway on the floor. Ji Taichu spoke in a low voice. "I have captured Hu Xiaotian. You will disguise yourself as him and scour the Hu residence for treasures, gold, silver, jewelry, martial arts manuals, or exceptional weapons. I desire them all." Yi Yaorao blinked and nodded, then in an instant transformed into the likeness of Hu Xiaotian, boldly exiting the study to begin her search. As a master of disguise, Yi Yaorao was well acquainted with various residences and knew where the affluent typically concealed their treasures. Before long, she discovered the location of Hu Xiaotian's treasure vault and stealthily led Ji Taichu to its entrance, forcefully breaking open the grand door. Upon entering, they beheld rows of wooden shelves, neatly stacked with gold bricks and large silver ingots. On the long table at the forefront lay a dagger approximately 1 foot in length, a large golden saber, a small pile of jewels, 9 small jade vials, and 2 black books. Ji Taichu and Yi Yaorao surveyed the scene, ultimately focusing on the long table at the far end. Yi Yaorao picked up the blue dagger, unsheathing it, and felt a chill emanating from its blade. With a gentle stroke against the long table, most of the blade embedded itself into the wood. Yi Yaorao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she praised. "It slices through iron like mud." Ji Taichu seized the golden saber and similarly struck the tabletop, and in an instant, the majority of its blade also sank into the wood. Yi Yaorao, astonished, murmured, "This golden saber is equally sharp." Ji Taichu set the golden saber down and glanced at the dagger in Yi Yaorao's hand. Sensing Ji Taichu's gaze, Yi Yaorao quickly concealed the dagger behind her back. Ji Taichu, dissatisfied, asked, "Are you certain you wish to work for me in the future?" Yi Yaorao obediently nodded. Yi Taichu scoffed softly, inwardly resolved that next time he entered someone else's treasure vault, he would first venture in himself to select the best items. The two of them passed by a heap of jewels and approached the 9 small jade vials and the 2 black books. This time, Ji Taichu forbade Yi Yaorao from touching anything. Yi Yaorao protested, "I discovered this place." Ji Taichu retorted, "I am your master. Everything you find belongs to me. What I bestow upon you is yours." Yi Yaorao's expression darkened. Was he truly claiming the role of master? How could a mere eunuch be a master? While she harbored such thoughts, she leaned closer to Ji Taichu, scrutinizing the labels on the small jade vials. 4 vials contained Shui Shen Yulu pills. 2 vials contained imperial golden wound medicine. 1 vial contained Xiaohuan Dan. 1 vial contained poison scorpion pills, and 1 vial contained Ji Yuhi Huan San. After inspecting them all, Ji Taichu pondered aloud. Why does Hu Xiaotian not consume these Yulu pills and Xiaohuan Dan, which evidently enhance one's power? Yi Yaorao sipijulatit. He may have already consumed them. Many potency-enhancing elixirs are only effective when the first dose is taken. Subsequent doses are of little use and too wasteful. Ji Taichu lightly exhaled, generously handing one of the bottles containing Shui Shen Yulu pills to Yi Yaorao, declaring a reward. Afterward, he swiftly gathered the other 8 small jade bottles into his embrace and stowed them away in the Su Shinding. Yi Yaorao's cheeks stiffened slightly. Just 1 bottle out of 9? And it's a reward? Discontent brewed within her, yet she dutifully accepted the solitary bottle of Shui Shen Yulu pills. Their gazes then fell upon the final 2 black tomes. Ji Taichu picked them up for inspection. Hanbing Xinjiang and Tianlong Badao. With a face full of regret, he remarked, "What a pity. These 2 techniques seem unsuitable for your cultivation." Yi Yaorao let out a soft hum. Ji Taichu continued, "I shall not treat you unfairly. You may cultivate the Meng family's Zuo Wang Jianju." Yi Yaorao's eyes sparkled momentarily before she became somewhat speechless. Unable to refrain from retorting, "You truly are generous with the belongings of others." Ji Taichu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yaorao, stating, "I shall be magnanimous once more. You are permitted to take as much gold and silver as you can carry from this room." Yi Yaorao glanced at the gold bricks on the wooden shelves of the treasury, feeling increasingly incredulous. How many could she realistically carry with her hands? Moreover, if she took too much, the servants outside the Hu residence would undoubtedly grow suspicious. This greedy eunuch clearly had no intention of allowing her to take much. Shaking her head inwardly, Yi Yaorao refrained from being overly avaricious and simply lifted 2 gold bricks. Ji Taichu advised, "If you intend to use them, melt them down into small gold beans or ingots." Yi Yaorao nodded and curiously inquired, "What do you intend to do with the rest?" Ji Taichu, with an air of righteousness, replied, "Who said I was going to take them? These are the Hu residence's possessions. Why should I take them? We ought to leave quickly. Your mindset is misguided." As he spoke, Ji Taichu began to usher Yi Yaorao out. Yi Yaorao, bewildered, emerged with a dark expression after being expelled. In the treasury, Ji Taichu enlarged the Su Shan Ding, swiftly collecting all the gold bricks, large silver ingots, jewels, and gold blades into it. By the time he exited the treasury, nothing remained apart from the wooden shelves. Ji Taichu glanced at the disgruntled Yi Yaorao and commanded, "Search again. See if there are any other treasures within the Hu residence." Yi Yaorao retorted with a cold smile, "Didn't you just say these were the Hu residence's possessions?" Ji Taichu replied irritably, "But you are now Hu Xiaotian, and I am the master of Hu Xiaotian." Yi Yaorao fell silent, choosing to ignore him as she turned to wander further within the Hu residence. Ji Taichu returned to the study, extracting the real Hu Xiaotian, thoroughly searching his person for a token of the genie Wei and 3 visibly poisoned black needles, along with a small pouch of gold beans. Confirming there were no other valuables on Hu Xiaotian, he grabbed his body and returned to the underground chamber, unceremoniously tossing Hu Xiaotian before Meng Xuanhuan. Meng Xuanhuan remained silent, his expression a mix of complexity as he gazed at the unconscious Hu Xiaotian. Yi Taichu spoke softly, "I shall take my leave." He approached the entrance of the chamber, casting a glance at Meng Xuanhuan, who was fixated on Hu Xiaotian. Ji Taichu then manipulated the Su Shan Ding to become invisible, remaining in place, watching Meng Xuanhuan. Should Meng Xuanhuan choose not to eliminate Hu Xiaotian, Ji Taichu would take matters into his own hands. He could not allow such a future threat to exist. Moments later, Meng Xuanhuan siga soufli, extending his right hand forward to deliver a palm strike directly to Hu Xiaotian's forehead. Observing this, Ji Taichu re-emerged, stepping forward to Hu Xiaotian's body, and inquired, "How do you intend to handle his remains?" Meng Xuanhuan replied quietly, "There is a bamboo grove outside the city, south of the mountain. It is secluded and would be the most fitting burial place." Ji Taichu nodded, saying, "Then I shall not inquire further regarding matters pertaining to him. Do take care, as the genie Wei will surely investigate this incident." Meng Xuanhuan nodded slightly. Ji Taichu pondered for a moment before asking, "How is your recovery progressing?" Meng Xuanhuan softly responded, "I have regained 30% of my strength, sufficient for some tasks. Then I shall leave this in your hands. Ensure it is dealt with tonight." Upon exiting the study, Ji Taichu sought out Yi Yaorao, having also pilfered a remarkably sharp silver spear from Hu Xiaotian's training chamber. By the time he returned to the Meng residence, it was already past midnight. During his first home invasion, Ji Taichu felt a thrill, especially as he had transitioned from a pauper to a wealthy man holding vast riches. One could only say, if one wishes to grow wealthy swiftly, home invasions are the way to go. Noticing the late hour, Ji Taichu glanced at the visibly excited Yi Yaorao, suggesting, "You should stay here tonight." Yi Yaorao's cheeks flushed slightly. After glancing at Ji Taichu and recalling he was a eunuch, she nodded in agreement without refusal. Ji Taichu arranged for Yi Yaorao to stay in the eastern wing of Shao Qing's chamber, before retreating to his own quarters, sitting cross-legged on the bed. He retrieved 3 bottles of Shueshan Yulu pills and a single small huandan. Upon inspection, he found only 1 huandan. The 3 bottles of Shueshan Yulu pills contained a total of 9 pills. Without hesitation, he consumed 1 huandan. As the warm medicinal effects spread throughout his abdomen, he began to cultivate using the Jiuyang Yulong Jing. Approximately half an hour later, Ji Taichu opened his eyes, clenched his fists, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The efficacy of this huandan was quite potent, allowing him to distinctly sense an enhancement in his power. Yet it paled in comparison to the Long Xiang Dan, or even half the potency of Qin Lingying. After consuming 3 more Shui Shen Yulu pills, he practiced for a while before retiring to sleep. Since beginning his cultivation, he had significantly reduced his sleeping hours. The following day, as dawn broke, Ji Taichu sensed an unusual sensation at the tip of his nose. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Qin Lingying dressed in a red palace gown, squatting at the bedside, playfully teasing his nose with a strand of her hair. After studying her for a moment, Ji Taichu found himself unable to ascertain whether this was the genuine Qin Lingying or if Yi Yaorao had disguised herself. Contemplating, he suddenly realized, why bother distinguishing? Whether it was Qin Lingying or Yi Yaorao, it made no difference. Chapter 34. A change of place, double the fun. Without hesitation, Ji Taichu extended his right hand, wrapping it around Qin Lingying's waist and pulling her into his embrace. Qin Lingying's cheeks reddened, and she quickly placed her hands against Ji Taichu's chest. Her expression transformed into that of Nongyu, exclaiming, "It's me." Ji Taichu gazed coldly at Yi Yaorao. Smirking, "I almost revealed myself." Yi Yaorao's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she could not help but question, "Why are you afraid that Qin Lingying will see your face?" Ji Taichu replied nonchalantly, "It is only natural to fear that she may fall for me." Yi Yaorao laughed lightly. Ji Taichu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yaorao, asking, "Do you not believe me?" Yi Yaorao retorted with a forced smile, "Of course I believe you." Ji Taichu mused, "Whether you believe it or not does not alter the truth. Your Nongyu sister is already on the verge of falling for me." Yi Yaorao was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brows, muttering, "I have already agreed to help you. If you continue to target Nongyu, it would be quite inconsiderate." Ji Taichu chuckled lightly. "How am I targeting Nongyu? I am teaching her superior martial arts, providing her with rare treasures, assisting her in enhancing her power. Is that targeting her?" Yi Yaorao huffed lightly. "You've only spoken of it. I have yet to see it." Ji Taichu pondered for a moment and remarked, "I could indeed offer you a drink as a form of early compensation, but I fear you may not withstand the pain it brings." "Pain?" Yi Yaorao was taken aback and quickly responded, "I can endure it." Ji Taichu gazed at Yi Yaorao and instructed, "Fetch me 2 cups." Yi Yaorao promptly sprang from the room and returned shortly with 2 bowls, explaining, "I am not familiar with this place and could not find any cups." Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow, bemused by her choice of vessels when there were teacups readily available on the table. Shaking his head inwardly, he chose not to press the matter and commanded Yi Yaorao to close her eyes once more. Yi Yaorao obediently complied. Yet, still feeling uneasy, Ji Taichu asked her to turn her back. With a slight pout of reluctance, she did as told. Unconvinced, Ji Taichu draped a blanket over her head, ensuring she was sufficiently covered. He then retrieved 2 types of potent liquor from the Su Shinding, the Bingpa Jiao and the Huiyuan Jiao, pouring half a bowl of each. Once prepared, he called out to Yi Yaorao. She lifted the blanket, her eyes widening at the sight of the 2 bowls of liquor Ji Taichu held. Ji Taichu shook the Bingpa Jiao and explained, "Drinking this will inflict you with cold poison, necessitating the Huiyuan Jiao as an antidote. Both are immensely nourishing and will enhance your abilities, but be warned, you must endure the affliction of either cold or fire poison for a period." Yi Yaorao felt a flicker of realization regarding the origins of these liquors and cast a scrutinizing glance at Ji Taichu. This crafty eunuch certainly had some audacity. As per her knowledge, the Bingpa Jiao and Huiyuan Jiao were treasures of the Daliang royal family, consumed only during a royal wedding night as a shared ceremonial drink. Other concubines were not permitted to partake, and only with the emperor's special favor could princes savor a taste. Her suspicions grew, but outwardly, Yi Yaorao maintained an air of curiosity as she accepted the Bingpa Jiao. Looking up at Ji Taichu, she softly inquired, "Are you truly giving this to me?" Ji Taichu smiled and replied, "Once you drink it, you shall have no excuse to refuse aiding me in the future." Yi Yaorao scoffed, "As if I have ever refused you." With that, she lifted the bowl and drank heartily. The Bingpa Jiao slid down her throat, its refreshing flavor swiftly transforming into an icy sensation. At that moment, Ji Taichu, holding the Huiyuan Jiao, addressed her, "Allow me to perform a small enchantment." With a flick of his hands, the Huiyuan Jiao vanished from sight. Yi Yaorao, still savoring the effects of the Bingpa Jiao, blinked in surprise, looking at Ji Taichu with a pitiful expression. "Bear with it for a while," Ji Taichu gently advised. once the effects of the ice liquor have fully taken hold. Drinking the fire liquor will yield better results. Yi Yaorao quickly replied, then you must give me the liquor first. Ji Taichu refused, stating, you cannot govern yourself. I shall oversee it for you. Endure a while longer. Yi Yaorao's cheeks stiffened, and she muttered, if you continue this way, I shall also make you endure when I assist you in the future. Ji Taichu narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Yaorao hastily corrected herself. When I help you, it will definitely be swift. Ji Taichu chuckled lightly. Return to your room. Come to me when you can no longer bear it. With no choice, Yi Yaorao sighed and turned to leave. Aware that the Huinjiu remained in Ji Taichu's possession, she dared not speak harshly, only grumbling internally. Ji Taichu entered the Su Shanding, glancing at the pile of gold and jewels accumulating in a corner, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After years of poverty since his arrival in this realm, he no longer found himself destitute. Reaching the Yute, he found Nongyu awake. Her resistance to the cold evidently improved compared to before. Ji Taichu sat beside her, freeing her hands and feet from the binding cloth. Embracing her warmly before pouring a cup of Huiyuanjiu, drinking it himself before passing it to Nongyu. Her cheeks flushed. Nongyu received 2 cups in succession. Ji Taichu, with a smile, asked, what are your thoughts now? Flushed, Nongyu remained silent, her delicate hands reaching for Ji Taichu's head. After gauging the position of his lips, she boldly leaned in to kiss him. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow, placing a finger before her lips, smiling, I understand your feelings. But for now, it is unnecessary. Nongyu, overwhelmed with shyness, murmured, I truly am willing. I no longer hold any grudges against you. Ji Taichu replied, that is inconsequential. Whether you're willing or coerced, here it does not matter. Once you regain your freedom, should you still feel this way, I shall not refuse. Nongyu fell silent. Ji Taichu continued, earlier, I offered your sister Yi Yaorao a cup of ice liquor. How long do you think I should wait before giving her the fire liquor? Nongyu snapped back to reality, contemplating before suggesting, perhaps an hour would suffice. Ji Taichu nodded, very well, then I shall stay with you for an hour. Nongyu gasped, then quickly amended, no, let it be 2 hours, no, 3 hours or even 5 hours. Her cheeks reddened at her eagerness. Ji Taichu chuckled, continue your cultivation. All right. Throughout the morning, Ji Taichu kept Nongyu company as she practiced, observing Yi Yaorao, who appeared anxious as if she were an ant on a hot pan. He chose to ignore her, but soon noticed that the term she used most frequently when cursing him was dog eunuch, castrated dog, and yin-yang thief. It seemed this woman had already discovered his identity within the palace. Ji Taichu mused. After some thought, he decided not to dwell on it. In this endeavor to plunder Hu Xiaoyin's estate, he and Yi Yaorao were now in the same boat. Once he successfully subdued Nongyu, he would have secured his position. In the future, Yi Yaorao's remarkable skills in disguise could be of great assistance. As noon approached, Ji Taichu returned to the chamber, finding Yi Yaorao, who was buried under 6 layers of blankets, and smiled. How do you feel? Yi Yaorao opened her eyes, which were red-rimmed, and seized Ji Taichu's garment, gritting her teeth. Give it to me. Ji Taichu replied languidly. Are you certain you want now? Your sister Nongyu suggested waiting 5 hours before I give you the fire liquor. Yi Yaorao's face darkened, and taking a deep breath, she insisted, hurry, I cannot endure this any longer. Ji Taichu chuckled softly, retrieving the bowl of Huiyuanjiu and drinking it all at once, then gazing at Yi Yaorao with a grin. Yi Yaorao's expression froze, and she cursed him internally. Her face flushed as she leaned towards Ji Taichu to sip the fire liquor. A moment later, she pushed Ji Taichu away, her face crimson, glaring at him fiercely. You scoundrel! Ji Taichu remained unfazed, stating, I still have some Bingpajiu and Huiyuanjiu. If you wish to drink, now is the time to ask. Yi Yaorao inhaled deeply, ready to scold him, but felt the effects of the Huiyuanjiu spreading from her abdomen to her limbs, swiftly dispelling the cold within her. A wave of comfort washed over her entire being. As she sensed her own strength increasing, warmth began to transform into power. Without hesitation, she sat cross-legged on the bed, commencing the refinement of the liquor's effects. Ji Taichu smiled as he entered the courtyard, glancing around and realizing that he had given the Yaorao the Huiyan wine a bit too early. He should have waited until she had prepared lunch. I am about to venture out into the streets, where I will likely be recognized. Ji Taichu mused silently. Yao Rao was already aware of his status as a eunuch, indicating that news of him had undoubtedly reached the ears of high-ranking officials, such as the Crown Prince. During such a sensitive time, the Crown Prince would certainly not let him slip away easily and was likely dispatching people to search for him. The risk of being discovered on the streets was substantial. Contemplating this, Ji Taichu felt disinclined to cook and decided to wait until Yao Rao had refined the medicinal effects before instructing her to prepare or procure food. Sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, he took out the Hanbing Shenjiang and Tianlongbu, discovered in the Hu family treasury, and began to study them intently. After approximately 15 minutes, two sets of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Ji Taichu lifted his gaze and, peering through the crack of the door, faintly discerned a flash of red. "Lingying?" he whispered, quickly donning his veil. The courtyard gate swung open, revealing Qin Lingying, resplendent in a red palace dress, standing outside and gazing at Ji Taichu, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Behind her, Xiaoqing looked on with a demure expression. Ji Taichu fixed his gaze upon Qin Lingying. Then in a sudden flash, employed the Moying Mizongbu, his figure becoming ghostly as he left behind a trail of afterimages in the courtyard, swiftly arriving outside the gate, where he embraced Qin Lingying's waist and quickly departed from the sleeping quarters, retreating to a nearby pavilion. Yao Rao was currently cultivating in Qin Lingying's chamber, making it inappropriate for Qin Lingying to return. A change of scenery would surely enhance the experience. Xiaoqing blinked, watching her mistress being whisked away by a man, her cheeks reddening further. Remembering her mistress's instructions from before arriving, she entered the kitchen alone to start preparing a meal, while her mind couldn't help but wander to the imagined activities between her mistress and that gentleman, causing her own cheeks to flush even deeper. About an hour later, on the top floor of the pavilion, in a moment of leisure, Ji Taichu toyed with Qin Lingying's hair and softly inquired, "What brings you back?" Qin Lingying, her face still flushed, quietly replied, "I happened to pass nearby and took the opportunity to return for a visit." "Pass nearby?" Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow. The Qin general's residence was located in Yongxing Fong, north of the imperial city, while the Meng residence was situated in Qingping Fong, to the west of Chaoga City. It would be quite difficult to pass by. He chose not to expose her ruse and continued, "Have you clarified the matter I asked you to investigate?" Qin Lingying nodded. Speaking softly, the Crown Prince will depart from the Crown Prince's residence on the morning of September 8th at 1:15 the Qin hour, traveling along Zhuke Street, through Dongshi Street to arrive at Yongxing Fong. He is expected to arrive around the C hour, and the subsequent wedding ceremony will likely take about an hour. 1:15 the Qin hour, Ji Taichu murmured. The Qin hour corresponds to 7:15 in the modern context, while the C hour is 9 o'clock. Qin Lingying continued softly, "Today is September 5th, and the Qin residence will become increasingly busy. I will need to accompany my sister and may not have time to return." Ji Taichu regarded Qin Lingying with curiosity and asked, "What does your sister think about marrying the Crown Prince as a concubine?" Qin Lingying fell silent for a while, before quietly responding, "My sister does not like the Crown Prince, nor does she wish to become a concubine. Yet, she lacks the authority to refuse. This marriage was orchestrated by the palace's consort Zheng, and even my father does not possess the right to refuse." Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you certain your father lacks the authority to refuse?" Qin Lingying nodded, explaining, "The emperor is gravely ill, and my father, as the general of the Jinwu Guard defending Chaoga City, is under scrutiny for every action he takes. If possible, he would undoubtedly prefer to stay away from matters concerning the imperial family." Ji Taichu remarked, "However, by agreeing to this marriage, your father has, in a sense, made a choice." Qin Lingying remained silent, then softly questioned, "Do you believe this choice is right or wrong?" Ji Taichu shrugged, stating at this juncture, "Discussing right or wrong holds little significance. Your father is likely in a difficult position. If he were to refuse the Crown Prince's marriage proposal, and the Emperor were to pass away soon, given the current political landscape, the Crown Prince is the most likely to ascend the throne. Should the Crown Prince indeed take the throne while your father has rejected his union, the Qin family might find themselves in an irretrievable predicament. By consenting to the marriage, your father has established an alliance with the Crown Prince. It also places him in opposition to the other princes." Ji Taichu paused, leaving a sense of gravity in the air. Qin Lingying quickly inquired, "What then is the crux of the matter?" Ji Taichu replied thoughtfully, in the city of Chaoge. The primary concern has always revolved around the ailing emperor residing in the Yangxin Palace. Qin Lingying hesitated, but the emperor is gravely ill and is said to be paralyzed. Ji Taichu chuckled lightly. Paralysis does not imply that he cannot speak, nor does it mean he wishes to relinquish his life. There's a saying you may have heard. A new emperor brings new ministers. The new ministers await their rise, but the old ministers would not willingly vacate their positions. Within the palace, there exists a cohort of old ministers reliant on the emperor for their livelihood. Should the emperor be incapacitated, they will act as his hands and feet. Qin Lingying's heart stirred as she speculated. Are you referring to the eunuchs within the palace? Ji Taichu nodded, stating, they are not like your father. Your father must consider the greater family, while most of them only need to think of themselves. Particularly those high-ranking eunuchs in the current situation. The emperor's survival is most beneficial to them. Qin Lingying frowned, quietly asking, with the emperor gravely ill, can they truly control his life and death? Ji Taichu regarded Qin Lingying and gently replied, as long as the emperor draws breath, whether he wishes to annihilate your Qin family or depose the crown prince. All it takes is a single imperial edict. The most foolish act would be to openly switch allegiance to another prince while he still lives. Such an act would be seen as treachery. Qin Lingying's complexion shifted slightly as she quickly asked, what should my father do now? Ji Taichu replied, what I have just stated is mere conjecture. I do not grasp the true circumstances surrounding your father. Perhaps he perceives a situation beyond our understanding, or he may have his own plans. Qin Lingying pondered for a moment and continued, if you were in my father's position, what would you do? Chapter 35. You are a messenger, but you are not Li Sange. I am your father. Ji Taichu looked at Qin Lingying and said, let me tell you a story, which I have titled Fu Jingqing Zhe. A moment later, after hearing the tale of Fu Jingqing Zhe, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Qin Lingying's eyes as she softly declared, I need to return now. Ji Taichu gently grasped Qin Lingying's delicate chin, directly asking, you wouldn't betray me, would you? Qin Lingying blushed, quickly shaking her head, no. I simply wish to share this story with my father. Ji Taichu contemplated for a moment and said, you may tell the story, but do not mention my existence. Understood. Qin Lingying nodded eagerly. After Qin Lingying and Shao Qing departed, Ji Taichu returned to the hall of his quarters, discovering a table laden with a delightful array of dishes, which lifted his spirits immensely. The Yao Rao, having fully refined the effects of the Bing Sui Huyan wine, also appeared radiant as she sat opposite Ji Taichu, both of them indulging in a feast. Once they finished their meal, Yao Rao gazed at Ji Taichu with a pitiful expression. Ji Taichu inquired softly, do you still desire more? Yao Rao promptly nodded, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Ji Taichu pondered, you should discreetly gather information regarding Hu Xiaotian, as well as the matter of the crown prince's impending marriage to Qin Lingying. I shall reward you with a drink tonight. Understood, Yao Rao replied, then rose to depart from the Meng residence. In the afternoon, Ji Taichu entered the Su Shinding, attempting to cultivate the Tianlong Bideo. As she curled up on the ground, enduring the chilling poison, Nong Yu felt Ji Taichu's presence, and an inexplicable sense of safety enveloped her heart. As night fell, Yi Yaorao returned, bringing with her a meal for Ji Taichu along with 3 pieces of news. The genie Wei has sent someone to inquire about Hu Xiaotian, but no case has been filed yet. I overheard some servants at the Hu residence discussing the possibility of treating Hu Xiaotian as a runaway official. As for the crown prince, invitations have been widely distributed, with the date remaining unchanged, still set for the 8th of September. However, when I infiltrated General Qin's residence, I discovered that Qin Lingying is imprisoned by Qin Feihu. She does not wish to marry the crown prince. From my conversations with the Qin household servants, it seems she has a close acquaintance among the Jianghu heroes. Moreover, it is not just the crown prince seeking you. Qin Feihu, the second prince, the 9th prince, and the Zhong family are also on your trail. Several factions are searching for you, and even the esteemed detective Gongsun Xiaosheng has been enlisted to investigate your whereabouts. Jianghu hero? The esteemed detective Gongsun Xiaosheng? Ji Taichu exclaimed in astonishment. Curiosity piqued. Who is this Jianghu hero you speak of? Yi Yaorao replied softly, he is Yin Longcheng, known as the 3 Absolute Young Master, a renowned expert in the Jianghu, proficient in swordplay, palm techniques, and lightness skills. Ji Taichu mused, how formidable is he? Yi Yaorao contemplated for a moment before saying, I would estimate he is no less capable than Meng Xuanhuan. Ji Taichu appeared thoughtful, then continued, now, tell me about the esteemed detective Gongsun Xiaosheng. Just as Yao Rao was about to respond, a light chuckle echoed from outside. If you wish to know about Gongsun Xiaosheng, it would be better to ask me. Both Ji Taichu and Yi Yao Rao's expressions changed, and they turned simultaneously toward the hall's entrance. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in black cloth, holding a wine jug in his right hand, who stumbled in, a drunken smile gracing his face as he approached the stone table in the courtyard to sit down, casting a jovial glance at the two within the hall. Yi Yaorao whispered, it is said that the esteemed detective Gongsun Xiaosheng revels in wine. Ji Taichu frowned, stepping out of the hall to approach the stone table. Yi Yaorao followed closely behind. Ji Taichu directly asked, are you Gongsun Xiaosheng? The middle-aged man nodded slightly, gazing silently at Ji Taichu. A sense of unease crept into Ji Taichu's heart. He felt that Gongsun Xiaosheng's stare bore deeper implications. He asked nonchalantly, how did you find this place? Gongsun Xiaosheng turned his gaze to Yi Yaorao. Yi Yaorao was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyelids twitched, hastily informing Ji Taichu, I had not encountered him prior to this. Ji Taichu furrowed his brow, realizing that Gongsun Xiaosheng had followed Yi Yaorao to this location. Gongsun Xiaosheng smiled. I suggest that the night mistress take a stroll outside. Yi Yaorao frowned, snorting in annoyance, and ignored him. Ji Taichu interjected, what he wishes to discuss is not for your ears. Please step outside for a moment. Yi Yaorao understood, albeit reluctantly, but at this moment she dared not defy Ji Taichu's words and promptly walked toward the courtyard entrance. Gongsun Xiaosheng chuckled lightly. Please sit. Ji Taichu settled beside the stone table, scrutinizing Gongsun Xiaosheng at close range. The man appeared to be around 40 years old, and perhaps due to excessive drinking, his skin bore a darkish hue, looking quite weathered. Gongsun Xiaosheng observed Ji Taichu for a while before shaking his head, saying, I almost thought I had mistaken the person. Ji Taichu replied nonchalantly, who were you seeking? Gongsun Xiaosheng replied softly, the envoy of the imperial edict, Li Sanging. Ji Taichu maintained a calm demeanor. If the esteemed detective could locate this place, then revealing his identity and name was hardly astonishing. Gongsun Xiaosheng fixed his gaze on Ji Taichu and suddenly said, you're the envoy of the imperial edict, but you may not necessarily be Li Sanging. Ji Taichu's heart skipped a beat, yet he smiled lightly, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Gongsun Xiaosheng also smiled, whispering, just now you were quite astonished. You might believe your disguise is impeccable, yet you are still too young. Your ruse cannot escape my discerning eyes. Ji Taichu smiled. I was surprised because you spoke one truth. However, I am not disguised, for while you spoke a truth, you also reversed it. Oh, Gongsun Xiaosheng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what did I say correctly, and what did I reverse? Ji Taichu replied, so. The envoy of the imperial edict is indeed not necessarily Li Sanging. That is accurate. However, while I may not be the envoy of the imperial edict, I certainly am Li Sanging. Gongsun Xiaosheng chuckled, gazing intently at Ji Taichu. Do you know how I discovered your whereabouts? Without waiting for Ji Taichu's response, he continued. Someone provided me with your portrait, name, identity, and place of origin. With your portrait in hand, I ventured to your hometown to inquire about your past. Indeed, there was a youth named Li Sangong who, unable to succeed in studies, entered the palace as a eunuch, later favored by the empress and sent to the Yangxin Palace, becoming the envoy of the imperial edict. Your experiences before entering the palace were quite ordinary, and those after were simple. Tracing Li Sanging is relatively straightforward, yet curiously, those from your hometown recognize Li Sanging but do not recognize the person in the portrait. What do you think is the reason for that? As he concluded, Gongsun Xiaosheng raised his eyes to Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu's expression remained unchanged. Upon hearing the second statement, he understood what Gongsun Xiaosheng had uncovered. This was one of the two flaws in his impersonation of Li Sanging. His appearance differed from that of Li Sanging. Ji Taichu gazed at Gongsun Xiaosheng, calmly asking, do you know why the empress favored me? Gongsun Xiaosheng took a swig from the wine jug and, after swallowing, replied, I would like to hear the details. Ji Taichu touched his cheek and said leisurely, because my current appearance is rather pleasing. Gongsun Xiaosheng paused. Ji Taichu continued with a gentle smile. Not long after I had been cleansed, before I even left the silkworm room, I caught the attention of Aunt Yi from Qingning Palace. Subsequently, I worked in the reading hall of Qingning Palace, where the empress having seen me just once, invited me for a conversation. Naturally, the Empress deemed me worthy of cultivation. All of this is simply because I am currently quite good-looking. Gongsun Shaosheng scrutinized Ji Taichu's visage, slowly remarking, "You are indeed quite handsome, possessing an air of scholarly elegance. Given that the Empress has a fondness for literature, it is reasonable that she would develop some affection upon seeing you. Nonetheless, you may not necessarily be Li Sangin." Ji Taichu chuckled lightly. "Is it because my appearance does not align with your expectations?" Gongsun Shaosheng remained silent, drinking. Suddenly, Ji Taichu proposed, "Shall we make a wager? If I can prove that I am Li Sangin, you will assist me with a task." Gongsun Shaosheng regarded Ji Taichu and asked, "What task do you wish for me to assist you with?" Ji Taichu contemplated, "Help me uncover the true intentions behind General Qin Feihu's daughter's marriage." Gongsun Shaosheng expressed surprise. Fixing his gaze on Ji Taichu, regardless of his intentions, "Does it not align with what you intend to accomplish?" Ji Taichu replied coolly, "In my affairs. You are overly confident. You have no idea what I truly wish to do." Gongsun Shaosheng smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, I shall take your wager. If you can prove you are Li Sangong, I will reveal to you Qin Feihu's intentions." Yi Taichu dakin abat inuit. "You already know Qin Feihu's intentions?" Gongsun Shaosheng replied leisurely, "You all refer to me as the world's foremost divine catcher. Although I find that title somewhat exaggerated, I still possess certain skills." Ji Taichu did not press further and stepped directly in front of Gongsun Shaosheng, slightly leaning forward, and said coolly, "Feel for yourself." Chapter 36. "Surely, you do not believe I am a woman in disguise?" Gongsun Shaosheng was momentarily taken aback. Ji Taichu remarked, "Your doubt does not stem from me not being Li Sangong, but rather from your suspicion that I am a false eunuch. Proving my identity as Li Sangong may prove cumbersome, yet confirming whether I am a eunuch is quite simple. Surely, you do not think I am a woman in disguise?" Gongsun Shaosheng fell silent, staring at Ji Taichu's waist, hesitating momentarily. "Yi Taichu, go ahead and feel. You cannot possibly expect me to undress for you, can you? If you require me to take the initiative to remove my clothing, then we are at an impasse." Gongsun Shaosheng shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. Ji Taichu extended his right hand, directly grasping Gongsun Shaosheng's left hand. Gongsun Shaosheng hesitated for an instant, but did not evade, allowing Ji Taichu to guide his hand to his waist. There was nothing there. Gongsun Shaosheng furrowed his brow, a glimmer of profundity crossing his eyes. "How could there be nothing?" Ji Taichu asked. "Now, can you prove that I am indeed Li Sangong?" Gongsun Shaosheng remained silent for a while before slowly saying, "I must admit, I have misjudged you." Having investigated Li Sangong's past, he had initially thought that the rapid rise of the man before him was due to him being a false eunuch. Ji Taichu let out a light hum and seated himself across from Gongsun Shaosheng once more. Knowing that this esteemed divine catcher still harbored doubts about his identity as Li Sangong. However, that matter was no longer of importance. Whether he was Li Sangong had always been secondary. The true crux lay in whether he was a genuine eunuch. Ji Taichu calmly said, "Now tell me, what exactly is Qin Feihu scheming?" Gongsun Shaosheng regarded Ji Taichu, expressing curiosity. "What leads you to believe he harbors ulterior motives?" Yi Taichu implemented. "The emperor is merely unwell. He has not passed away. During such a time, to brazenly conspire with the crown prince would be tantamount to courting death." Gongsun Shaosheng nodded, affirming, indeed, he would not dare to pursue a marriage alliance with the crown prince. Thus, this union is unlikely to proceed smoothly. Ji Taichu gazed at Gongsun Shaosheng, knowing that with the presence of this imperial envoy, the marriage would undoubtedly face obstacles. Yet, he belonged to an external force sent by Emperor Liang, and Qin Fei, who likely had his own schemes. Gongsun Shaosheng quietly remarked, "The Lord of the Night Gate just mentioned a certain martial hero, the three unparalleled lords, Yin Longcheng. I vaguely recall that Qin Fei who once assisted him." Ji Taichu's expression shifted as he asked softly, "Are you suggesting that this Yin Longcheng could potentially disrupt the marriage?" Gongsun Shaosheng chuckled. "He might even attempt to assassinate the crown prince. Who can say for certain? But I'm quite curious about what you possess." Ji Taichu disregarded the latter statement and continued, What is the extent of Yin Longcheng's power? Gong's son, Xiao Sheng, replied. The Dragon City sword he wields ranks 19th on the list of renowned swords. However, his greatest strength lies not solely in the sword. Ji Taichu frowned and asked, then, how formidable is he? Is there no concrete classification of his power? Gong's son, Xiao Sheng, pondered. What you seek to inquire about is the division of realms. Ji Taichu nodded. Gong's son, Xiao Sheng, spoke softly. Many years ago, a prominent figure classified the powers of many individuals into realms. Subsequently, whether in the martial world or the court, people began to regard power solely by these realms. Those of higher realms could freely bully those of lower realms. The formidable generals, unwilling to submit to this classification, led to chaos in both the martial world and the court. Eventually, that figure who delineated the realms was exterminated along with his entire family by a mysterious powerhouse. Since then, the mention of realms has become scarce. When discussing an individual's power, it is generally described in broad terms such as first-rate, second-rate, or third-rate. Masters of the super first-rate caliber are widely revered as grandmasters. Ji Taichu was taken aback, surprised that the classification of realms had such a tale. After contemplating, he asked, is Yin Longcheng a grandmaster? Gong's son Xiao Sheng shook his head, stating, my assessment of him is that few can rival him beneath the grandmaster level. Ji Taichu pondered and inquired, how does he compare to Meng Sunhuan? Gong's son Xiao Sheng replied, Meng Sunhuan is also an elite expert, but his martial arts practice is unique. In direct confrontation, it would be difficult for Yin Longcheng to defeat him. However, the likelihood of Meng Sunhuan overcoming Yin Longcheng is even slimmer. Ji Taichu understood. In terms of raw power, Meng Sunhuan likely fell short of Yin Longcheng. Yet, Meng Sunhuan's practice of the Zhu Wang Jianju was rather peculiar, growing stronger when faced with formidable opponents and remaining undefeated when not contending. If he were to engage in combat with Yin Longcheng, he would likely find himself in a position of advantage. Curiously, he asked, where is Yin Longcheng now? Gong's son Xiao Sheng smiled and replied, he is hiding, just as you are. Hiding like me? Ji Taichu was momentarily bewildered. Gong's son Xiao Sheng continued, he is also concealed, quietly awaiting the wedding day on the 8th of September. Ji Taichu, deep in thought, scrutinized Gong's son Xiao Sheng, recognizing that if he could uncover his whereabouts, he likely already knew Yin Longcheng's location as well. Gong's son Xiao Sheng nodded, affirming, indeed, I'm aware of where he is. However, I cannot disclose this information to you, just as I will not reveal your whereabouts to him. Ji Taichu remained non-committal and asked, who commissioned you to investigate me? Gong's son Xiao Sheng smiled. Ji Taichu dissatisfied directly with it. What conditions must be met for you to divulge this? Gong's son Xiao Sheng pondered briefly and said softly, allow me to see the item you brought from the palace. Ji Taichu also smiled. Gong's son Xiao Sheng took a sip of wine, having grasped Ji Taichu's stance. Ji Taichu asked, should I consider changing locations? Gong's son Xiao Sheng replied, there is no need, as the individual who commissioned me to investigate you is merely curious about what you possess. Ji Taichu nodded, stating, I am uninterested in your employer, but I find you quite intriguing. I hope we may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Gong's son Xiao Sheng regarded Ji Taichu and said, answer me one question, and I shall share another piece of information related to you at no cost. Ji Taichu, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, you may ask. I shall answer if I can. Gong's son Xiao Sheng inquired, how did you transport the gold and jewels from Hu Xiao Tian's estate? Ji Taichu was taken aback, then frowned and said, Hu Xiao Tian's gold and jewels? Did I transport them? What nonsense are you speaking? Gong's son Xiao Sheng fixed his gaze on Ji Taichu, stating, Meng Sunhuan buried Hu Xiao Tian in the bamboo forest of South Mountain outside Chaoga City. The Jin Wei are yet unaware of this matter. Yet they have already searched Hu Xiao Tian's residence, and the treasures within his vault have vanished without a trace. Ji Taichu's front depended. What does this have to do with me? As he spoke, he shot a suspicious look at Gong's son Xiao Sheng. You cannot be attempting to deceive me, can you? Gong's son Xiao Sheng chuckled. You are indeed more cautious than I had anticipated. Ji Taichu shook his head. Since you can ascertain that I am the imperial envoy Li Sangong, you should understand that before the 8th of September, I will not allow anyone or anything to affect me. This is my first venture outside the palace for work, and if I fail, my future will be entirely ruined. Gong's son Xiao Sheng nodded. Choosing not to elaborate further, Ji Taichu turned to Gongsun Xiaosheng and inquired, "You just mentioned that you can freely divulge something pertinent to me?" Gongsun Xiaosheng replied softly, "The Crown Prince intends to arrive early on the evening of September 7th for the engagement banquet at the Qin residence to escort Qin Lingyan back to the Crown Prince's estate." Ji Taichu narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Gongsun Xiaosheng. "Are you certain?" Gongsun Xiaosheng smiled and said, "You should not question my certainty, but rather seek verification." Ji Taichu frowned at the thought of verifying with the Crown Prince. Gongsun Xiaosheng said no more, rising with the wine jug and drifting away in a haze of inebriation. Moments later, Yi Yaolao returned swiftly, gazing at Ji Taichu with concern, explaining, "I truly did not anticipate that he would follow me." Ji Taichu shook his head and remarked, "That is no longer important. We cannot remain here. You must devise a plan to smuggle me into the residence of General Qin." "Into the residence of General Qin?" A flicker of unease crossed Yi Yaolao's eyes as she pondered briefly, then whispered, "The guards at General Qin's estate are far more formidable than here. I could easily blend in, but if you wish to accompany me, you will need to disguise yourself." Ji Taichu directly asked, "Can you drive a carriage in?" Yi Yaolao considered and nodded. "It is possible, but the guards at the gate will undoubtedly inspect the carriage." Ji Taichu reassured her, "There is no need for concern. I will hide, and you should first find a carriage." Yi Yaolao furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Ji Taichu for a moment before nodding and turning to leave. About half an hour later, in the deep of night, all was silent. A splendid carriage approached a rear gate of General Qin's estate, driven by Yi Yaolao, who had disguised herself as a young girl named Xiao Qing, with the carriage filled with Qin Lingying's garments. Upon reaching the gate, Yi Yaolao addressed the 4 guards stationed there, saying softly, "The young lady will be staying here for a while. The carriage is filled with her clothing." One guard on the right, with an apologetic expression, replied, "The general has ordered that all vehicles entering and exiting must be inspected." Yi Yaolao nodded, though a wave of nervousness washed over her. 2 guards approached, lifting the curtain of the carriage and scanning the interior. One crouched to inspect underneath, while the other leaped lightly to examine the roof. After a thorough inspection, amidst the guards' apologies, Yi Yaolao successfully drove the carriage into General Qin's estate. She felt a surge of admiration. The guards had refrained from touching Qin Lingying's clothes during their inspection, as she had personally ensured that Ji Taichu remained hidden within. They proceeded directly to Qin Lingying's courtyard. Ji Taichu's voice suddenly emerged from the carriage, low and hushed. Yi Yaolao's heart quickened, and she subtly nodded before steering the carriage towards the back courtyard of the estate. Prior to this, she had already circled the estate several times to investigate Ji Taichu's situation and was quite familiar with the various courtyards. Arriving at a sleeping quarter, Yi Yaolao swiftly transformed from her Xiao Qing guise into that of a female steward within the estate, beckoning 2 maidservants clad in green who were stationed in the hall. The maidservants hurried to the carriage. Yi Yaolao instructed, "These are the young lady's clothes. Take them to her room, but do not disturb her." Understood, they nodded in unison, carefully carrying the garments into the hall. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Taichu quickly employed the shadow step technique, his figure merging with the night, swiftly leaving behind a silhouette in black as he traversed the courtyard and entered the hall. Yi Yaolao felt a flicker of anxiety, but dared not linger. Leading the carriage back outside. Inside the hall, Ji Taichu concealed himself within the Su Shinding and gazed towards the adjacent sleeping quarters. As he retracted the Su Shinding, he swiftly moved forward 5 paces, and the Su Shinding reappeared to cloak his figure, rendering him invisible. After repeating this process thrice, he silently arrived at the center of the room where Qin Lingying resided, discovering 2 women lying beneath the covers on the inner bed. One was Qin Lingying, and the other was a girl strikingly similar to her, Qin Lingyan, Qin Lingying's younger sister. Did she not face confinement? Ji Taichu pondered, choosing to remain in place, watching Qin Lingyan, ensuring he would not miss the crown prince's arrival. Within the Su Shanding, Ji Taichu ascended the J platform, continuing to impart martial skills to Nongyu. Enshrouded in darkness and deprived of sight, Nongyu had lost track of day and night, but upon sensing Ji Taichu's arrival, a glimmer of joy graced her features. Through their interaction over the past few days, she had memorized Ji Taichu's essence and scent. Ji Taichu lifted Nongyu, releasing her from her restraints, gently stating, "The 6th day is approaching. In 2 days, you shall be free." Nongyu bit her lip, leaning her head against Ji Taichu's chest. Observing the expression on her face, Ji Taichu felt a stir of peculiarity. Could it be that she felt reluctant? He shook his head inwardly. Ji Taichu cradled Nongyu, continuing to practice the shadow step technique. While teaching her this light-footed skill, he gleaned insights into its unique aspects through her experience. The next morning, Xiao Qing arrived at the quarters to assist Qin Lingying in rising. Qin Lingyan remained nestled in bed, her cheeks faintly flushed, gazing at Qin Lingying with longing, whispering, "Sister, I feel a bit urgent." Qin Lingying inquired, "Is it a large need or a small one?" Qin Lingyan, blushing, muttered both. With no other choice, Qin Lingying approached the bedside, helping Qin Lingyan up as they made their way outside. In the quarters, Ji Taichu observed this unfold, gradually understanding why Qin Feihu had ceased to confine Qin Lingyan. It was evident that she had been administered a sedative, rendering her limbs weak and incapable of even basic needs, thus thwarting any attempts to escape marriage. How ruthless! Ji Taichu mused, intrigued by the nature of the sedative, given that Qin Feihu dared to administer such a drug to his own daughter. It suggested that its physical repercussions were likely minimal. Throughout the day, Qin Lingying and Xiao Qing remained in the quarters, keeping Qin Lingyan company. At night, Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan lay together, sharing intimate whispers. Qin Lingyan, curious about Qin Lingying's life with Meng Xuanhuan, pressed her sister for details. Though Qin Lingying was reluctant to elaborate, Qin Lingyan persistently steered the conversation towards romantic matters. Growing weary of the inquiries, Qin Lingying suddenly retorted, "Are you truly involved with Yin Longchen?" "Huh?" Qin Lingyan froze, her cheeks flushing as she quickly shook her head, mumbling, "Not at all. I've always regarded him as a brother." Qin Lingying replied softly, "If there are no romantic feelings, then marrying the crown prince is not such a bad thing." While she articulated this, she secretly hoped her sister would not wed the crown prince. Qin Lingyan pouted defiantly, huffing, "I absolutely will not marry him. I refuse to be trapped in the palace for a lifetime. The man I wish to marry must be a hero of unparalleled stature." Qin Lingying chuckled and inquired, "And who might that hero be?" Qin Lingyan's cheeks flushed as she mumbled, "He has yet to appear." Qin Lingying smiled and said, "Then tell me, what characteristics must a great hero possess?" Qin Lingyan blinked and softly replied, "Firstly, one must have a tall and robust physique." Qin Lingying pondered for a moment, and the image of Ji Taichu's masked visage inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Though he was not exceptionally large, he exuded an extraordinary aura of grandeur. Qin Lingyan continued, "Moreover, one must possess formidable strength." Qin Lingying's gaze flickered slightly. The man's unquenchable thirst for power would undoubtedly lead him to become a true powerhouse in the future. Qin Lingyan added, "One must also be eloquent." Once again, Qin Lingying's mind conjured the image of Ji Taichu's masked face. Meng Xuanhuan, who had once achieved the rank of the third place in the imperial examinations, found himself speechless in the presence of this man. His literary prowess was certainly on par with Meng Xuanhuan. Qin Lingyan quietly remarked, "Additionally, one should frequently uphold justice and possess a benevolent heart." Qin Lingying recalled their first encounter, during which Ji Taichu had intervened to rescue her, compelled to reveal himself. Qin Lingyan continued, "Lastly, one must maintain good health." Upon reaching this point, Qin Lingyan's cheeks flushed. Qin Lingying contemplated briefly, realizing what her sister meant by good health. Her own face also turned slightly red as she cast a playful glare at Qin Lingyan, her mind uncontrollably drifting to Ji Taichu's impressive physique, causing her entire being to feel somewhat weak. Qin Lingyan leaned closer to her sister, stifling her shyness, and whispered, "Is brother-in-law's physique good?" Qin Lingying gritted her teeth and replied, "How would I know if it's good or not?" Qin Lingyan blinked, assuming her sister was unsure how to compare, and immediately murmured, "I heard that the sizes depicted in the illustrations are exaggerated." Qin Lingying felt her body heat up, recognizing that this topic couldn't continue, and lightly chided, "If you want to know, you'll find out naturally after you get married." Qin Lingyan pouted and muttered, "Don't mention him, it's disheartening. That's exactly to dampen your spirits." Qin Lingying silently thought, gently reaching out to tease Qin Lingyan's pert nose, playfully saying, "Sleep now, stop overthinking." Qin Lingyan blinked and asked, "Then tell me, is brother-in-law's physique really good?" Qin Lingying frowned and muttered, "Don't mention him again." Qin Lingyan softly acknowledged, refraining from further inquiry. aware that her sister's relationship with Meng Xuanhuan was not particularly strong. Observing Qin Lingyan's obedient demeanor, Qin Lingying felt a pang of compassion and pondered for a moment before shyly saying, "Do you remember the steeds of the envoys sent by the southern Peacock Kingdom a few years ago?" Qin Lingyan thought for a moment and replied, "The white elephants." Qin Lingying's gaze drifted. "Do you recall the trunk of the white elephant?" "The trunk?" Qin Lingyan instinctively nodded. Qin Lingying cleared her throat, refraining from elaborating further. Her cheeks already flushed crimson. Qin Lingyan, confused, asked, "What about the trunk?" Qin Lingying urged, "Sleep, I'll tell you tomorrow night." Qin Lingyan pouted. In the room, Ji Taichu, who had been secretly eavesdropping on the intimate conversation between the sisters with great interest, could not help but glance down at his waist upon hearing the last part. In certain respects, it indeed bore a resemblance to an elephant's trunk. However, hearing it from Qin Lingying's lips felt rather inappropriate. This woman was a bit suggestive. In the stillness of the night, while Ji Taichu was meditating on the Su Shun Ding Jade platform, he suddenly sensed something amiss with the Su Shin Ding. Instinctively turning around, he noticed a figure in black attire had stealthily entered the chamber, silently approaching the bed. An assassin? Ji Taichu narrowed his eyes, glancing at the already slumbering Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan. Qin Lingyan was poisoned and utterly weakened. Regardless of her previous strength, she was incapable of resistance. Although Qin Lingying was powerful, she lacked experience in the martial world and, being in the Grand General's residence, likely never anticipated someone daring enough to attempt assassination. Thus her vigilance was low. "If I were not here, wouldn't they be in peril?" Ji Taichu furrowed his brow and, in a flash, concealed the Su Shan Ding while striking the black-clad figure's neck with a palm strike. Without pausing, he swiftly manipulated the Su Shan Ding to envelop both himself and the assailant in its concealment. In the next moment, a tall figure swiftly approached the bed. Ji Taichu held his breath. With just one glance, he recognized the person. General Qin Feihu of the Jinwu Guard. He had seen this general in many portraits presented by Yi Hongyu. Qin Feihu furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings before turning to leave. "It seems that if I do not intervene, these two sisters will remain safe," Ji Taichu thought to himself. The fact that Qin Feihu arrived so quickly likely indicated he had prior knowledge of the black-clad figure's arrival. It was even highly probable that this assassin had infiltrated under Qin Feihu's very watch. Glancing at the unconscious black-clad figure lying on the jade platform, Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow, unable to resist stealing a glance at the sleeping Nongyu beside him. This black-clad figure, like Nongyu, was also a woman. The scene tonight bore a striking resemblance to the night he first encountered Nongyu. Ji Taichu crouched down and directly removed the black-clad woman's face covering, revealing a mature and beautiful visage. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, radiating an alluring and mature charm, much like a ripe grape. Gazing at this enchanting beauty, Ji Taichu suddenly felt a twinge of regret for neglecting to confiscate the torture devices from that underground chamber when he was at Hu Xiaoyan's estate, being too preoccupied with seizing gold and jewels. This woman had likely infiltrated the chamber with strength surpassing that of Nongyu. Merely using her clothing to bind her would be insufficient. After pondering for a moment, Ji Taichu extended his hand to remove the woman's night attire. Within the Sushin Ding, he could accomplish many tasks, able to muffle the sound within its space, ensuring that neither Qin Lingying nor Qin Lingyan outside, nor Nongyu within, would notice, as long as he wished. Even if Nongyu and the black-clad woman stood face to face, neither would be aware of the other's existence. However, he could not conjure up torture devices out of thin air. He could only rely on his formidable physical strength to restrain her limbs and use his increasingly twisted mind to interrogate her. Chapter 38. It is time to offer everything for your esteemed royal consort. After stripping the black-clad woman of her garments, Ji Taichu bound her limbs, blindfolded her eyes, and drew the golden dagger obtained from Hu Xiaoyan's treasury, positioning it against her throat. During this process, he discovered that the black-clad woman concealed 112 fine needles on her person, most of which were gold and silver needles, along with 3 black needles, one being a half-foot-long deep green needle. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of 3 firm slaps echoed. The previously unconscious black-clad woman slowly regained consciousness. In the darkness, feeling the unmistakable sensation of being bound, her face changed dramatically, especially as she quickly realized her wrists and ankles were tied and felt a chilling sensation at her neck. Lying helplessly in someone's embrace. Her expression turned utterly ashen, her voice trembling. "Who are you?" Ji Taichu leaned closer to her ear, feigning a deep tone as he said, "That question should be directed at you. Who are you? Why did you attempt to ambush the young lady of the Qin residence?" The black-clad woman, stripped of her garments, trembled slightly before tightly pursing her lips, remaining silent. Ji Taichu remarked, "The veil upon your face has been lifted by me. You possess commendable looks and strength, which should categorize you as a person of significance. A mere inquiry would surely reveal your background. If I were you, I would refrain from inviting humiliation upon myself." The woman tightened her lips, a flicker of resoluteness passing across her face, and she tilted her head towards the golden dagger, seemingly intent on taking her own life. Ji Taichu reacted swiftly, discreetly moving the dagger aside, and then coldly chuckled. "Do you believe that suicide would conclude matters? You are mistaken. If you take your own life, I shall strip you bare and cast you upon Juke Street. I refuse to believe that no one would recognize you." The woman gritted her teeth and cursed. "You are shameless." Ji Taichu grasped her cheeks with his right hand and calmly said, "Reveal your identity, and perhaps we may find grounds for collaboration. Judging by your earlier reaction, you are certainly not a nameless figure. Should you remain silent, even in death, you will undoubtedly implicate those behind you." The woman's complexion paled. Ji Taichu softly continued, "Very well, I shall hand you over to Qin Feihu. Had I not intervened just now, he would have arrived without delay." As he spoke, he lifted the woman and stood up. Her expression shifted slightly, and she hastily inquired, "Why were you in the quarters of the Qin sisters?" She had realized that she had lost consciousness upon entering their chambers. Ji Taichu pondered for a moment and replied, "Our objectives may differ, yet the outcomes may be the same. You have come here to disrupt Qin Lingyan's marriage, have you not?" The woman frowned and asked, "Which faction do you belong to?" Ji Taichu laughed, lightly patting her cheek, and teased, "Is it you interrogating me, or am I questioning you?" The woman's cheeks flushed, and she bit her red lip. Ji Taichu stated, "You are already in my grasp. Regardless of your intentions, your efforts have failed. Whether or not you wish to betray your allies or faction is now beyond your control. The only option left for you is to place your trust in me. I can assure you that I am but a solitary individual. Even if you divulge your information, no third party will be privy to it. However, should you choose silence, I will have to investigate you, and at that point, the situation will spiral beyond control." The woman, her complexion a mix of pallor and green, finally muttered, "My surname is Mu, and I hail from the Grand Prince's estate." The Grand Prince's estate? Ji Taichu was taken aback, scrutinizing the woman with suspicion. "What is your purpose for coming here?" The woman coldly replied, "To kill Qin Lingyan. Once she is dead, she shall no longer be able to wed the Grand Prince." Ji Taichu frowned in confusion. Does the Grand Prince not wish to marry Qin Lingyan? If he could ally with the general of the Jinwu guard stationed in Chaoga City, his chances of ascending the throne would increase by at least 20%. Moreover, with Qin Feihu's backing, even a coup led by the Grand Prince would have a considerable chance of success. In such circumstances, Qin Feihu may be reluctant to marry off his daughter, but the Grand Prince should surely desire to wed Qin Lingyan. The woman coldly remarked, "The Grand Prince indeed wishes to marry her." Ji Taichu grew increasingly perplexed and queried, "Then what is your aim?" The woman fell silent for a time before muttering, "My surname is Mu, and I serve the Grand Prince's consort." Serving the Grand Prince's consort? Ji Taichu suddenly understood. The Grand Prince indeed wished to take Qin Lingyan as a secondary consort, yet the consort herself would surely oppose such a union. "How can I be certain you are not deceiving me?" Ji Taichu asked, fixating his gaze upon her. The woman coldly replied, "You have already stated that many may recognize me." Ji Taichu examined her mature and exquisite visage and inquired, "If Qin Lingyan cannot marry the Grand Prince, will you still wish to kill her?" The woman frowned and quietly responded, "If she cannot marry, then there would be no need to kill her." Ji Taichu contemplated. "Let's strike a bargain." The woman was taken aback, asking, "What sort of bargain?" Ji Taichu replied, "I can assist you in thwarting this marriage." The woman frowned, then realized, and coldly laughed, "You originally intended to prevent this marriage." Ji Taichu neither confirmed nor denied, asking, "So, do you wish to make this deal?" The woman remained silent, then finally asked, "What must I offer?" Ji Taichu stated, I have a keen interest in martial arts. You dare to come alone to assassinate Qin Lingyan. Your abilities must be formidable. The woman hesitated. You wish to learn my martial arts? Ji Taichu affirmed. That would be my reward for helping you prevent Qin Lingyan's marriage to the Grand Prince. The woman cautioned. You were able to capture me silently. Your strength must surpass mine. Ji Taichu remarked, you speak too much. The woman felt a tightening in her chest and calmly replied, the martial arts I know are not many. I primarily practice three: Fei Bu, Rogu Shou, and Huaning Zhen. Ji Taichu nodded. I wish to learn all three. Furthermore, since I have captured you and uncovered your scheme with the Grand Prince's consort, this matter also requires negotiation. The woman frowned and muttered, what else do you desire? Ji Taichu pondered, then asked, what more do you have? The woman, initially deep in thought, suddenly felt a warm breath from him, causing her heart to skip a beat. She instantly understood his intention. Her cheeks flushed. She tightly pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yet her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Ji Taichu remarked, you dared to attempt to assassinate Qin Lingyan. You must be prepared to sacrifice everything. The woman bit her red lip, and after a long pause, she gritted her teeth. If you dare deceive me, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow. If you refer to my promise to help you thwart Qin Lingyan's marriage, rest assured, as long as I am here, she will not wed your Grand Prince. The woman ceased her protests. Yet Ji Taichu pressed on, asking, with your apparent disregard for life, what exactly do you wish to barter with me? The woman's cheeks flushed, and she cursed under her breath, bastard. Ji Taichu gently lifted her delicate chin. If you are not willing, there is no need to force it. The woman fell silent, and after a moment, she took a deep breath and slowly declared, I am willing. Ji Taichu replied, then prove it to me. The woman silently cursed his shamelessness, but reluctantly leaned closer to him. Ji Taichu chuckled softly, extending a finger to block her lips. What I meant was, teach me your martial arts. Did you misunderstand? The woman's face instantly turned crimson, and she gritted her teeth. You bastard. Ji Taichu left gently. This enchanting woman in his arms was clearly no pushover, even if they were to share a night together. It was imperative to first understand her capabilities to ensure all would go flawlessly. Subsequently, at Ji Taichu's behest, the black-clad woman willingly divulged the teachings of the three martial arts she practiced: Fei Bu, Rogu Shou, and Huaning Zhen. Fei Bu is a light-footed martial art, executed with the swiftness and grace of a flying crane. Rogu Shou is a technique that, when mastered, allows one's hands to become as pliable as if boneless, serving as a complementary method for practicing Huaning Zhen. Huaning Zhen is a needle technique that can be employed for acupuncture or as a concealed weapon for assassination. When executed, the needles appear like phantoms, silent and undetectable. After listening to Phantom Needle, Ji Taichu proceeded with utmost caution, thoroughly inspecting the black-clad woman named Mu Shui Ro from head to toe, leaving no stone unturned. Even examining her mouth, only after confirming that no needles were concealed did he finally set his mind at ease. Mu Shui Ro's cheeks flushed crimson as she continuously muttered under her breath, cursing Ji Taichu as a scoundrel. Ji Taichu replied with a faint smile. Now, it is time for you to offer everything for your Grand Prince consort. After a pause, he added silently to himself, when I meet your Grand Prince consort, I shall persuade her as well to see if she is willing to offer everything for you. Chapter 39. A gentleman, such as I am. Mu Shui Ro's face turned a deeper shade of red, her composure completely shattered. Ji Taichu spoke softly. If you are unwilling, however. The previously bashful Mu Shui Ro immediately interrupted him, her tone resolute. I am willing. As long as I can assist the Grand Prince consort, I will do whatever it takes. Ji Taichu found himself at a loss for words and ceased to be polite. Since this mature beauty was determined to help the Grand Prince consort, how could he undermine her efforts? He could only strive to fulfill her wishes. Does this count as saving her? Ji Taichu pondered. Even in the Liang Dynasty, taking a life is a crime. By preventing this beauty from committing murder, was this not a form of salvation? Moreover, he would continue to assist her in fulfilling her desire to prevent Qin Lingyan from marrying the Grand Prince. Not only saving a life from peril, but also alleviating urgent worries, ultimately supporting this beauty in her dedication to the Grand Prince consort. Is that not what it means to be a gentleman, to be a sage? As night deepened, many found it difficult to sleep. In the Grand Prince's residence, The Grand Prince Consort Su Yi lay awake through the night, transitioning from anxiety to fear, and finally to despair, worrying about the palace and Qingning Palace. The Empress felt a pang of guilt. Ji Taichu was her man, enduring danger outside the palace, yet she could offer no assistance, which left her feeling a deep sense of inadequacy. Yi Hongyu also struggled to find rest, occasionally recalling Ji Taichu's past words, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The maid Shrue was also plagued by uncertainty. Having not seen Ji Taichu since they became partners, she could not help but worry that he might have regretted their arrangement. In Zhongxiu Palace, concubine Zhong tossed and turned in sleeplessness, her dreams filled with the events of that night, inwardly blaming Emperor Liang Guang for sending him away from the palace. On the morning of the 7th day of September, the General Qin's residence was bustling with joy, as it was the day of the marriage banquet. In the chamber shared by sisters Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan, after a night of trials, Mu Shui Ro experienced the flavor of intimacy with a man for the first time, which filled her heart with boundless shame, yet also awakened a profound sense of something new within her. Her thoughts began to shift subtly. Initially, she had contemplated seeking a mutual demise with the man. Now, she felt that if it was merely a matter of this intimacy, the risk might not be necessary. For the Grand Prince Consort, she was willing to endure such humiliation. Ji Taichu gently lifted Mu Shui Ro's chin, whispering, "The dawn has arrived." The next 2 days are critical moments for disrupting the marriage between the Grand Prince and Qin Lingyan. I must undertake some tasks. For safety's sake, I will need to bind your hands and feet. Do you have any objections? The blush on Mu Shui Ro's face had yet to fade, and upon hearing Ji Taichu's voice, she hesitated for a moment before shaking her head lightly. At that moment, she lacked the strength to move and needed a rest. Ji Taichu cautioned, "Our collaboration has been established. If you act recklessly, it may implicate your Grand Prince Consort." Mu Shui Ro muttered, "I will not act out of line." Ji Taichu nodded, said no more, and used Mu Shui Ro's night clothes to bind her, then offered her some food and water. After ensuring the well-being of both women, Ji Taichu turned his gaze toward the direction of the bridal chamber, where the head maid of the general's residence had delivered the bridal attire. Although Qin Lingyan was reluctant to marry Grand Prince Liang Qingyuan, she found it difficult to resist the allure of the red satin robe and 3 phoenix crowns. With a little persuasion from her sister Qin Lingying, she donned the wedding attire. Before the dressing mirror, Qin Lingyan gazed at the beautiful reflection before her, her cheeks involuntarily flushing with shame. Beside her, Qin Lingying placed her hands on Qin Lingyan's shoulders and softly praised, "Sister, you are truly beautiful." Qin Lingyan blushed and playfully retorted, "We look quite similar. If I'm beautiful, then so are you." Qin Lingying chuckled, yet her mind wandered to the image of herself in a bright red bridal gown, facing Ji Taichu, causing her heart to race. In the virtual divine cauldron, Ji Taichu gazed at Qin Lingyan, adorned in her bridal attire, his eyes flashing with astonishment. In that resplendent red phoenix robe, Qin Lingyan appeared exceptionally alluring. Alas, she would soon be destined to live a widow's life in the palace, he mused. The master Xuanji had once remarked that the emperor had little hope for recovery. Without extraordinary treasures, even if he lived on, his vitality could never be restored. Though his essence remained, he was akin to a eunuch, devoid of distinction. If Qin Lingyan were to marry into the palace, she would be left to endure a widow's life unless, like concubine Zhong, she secretly sought out a lover. In the morning, General Qin personally delivered a small jade vial to Qin Lingyan. He looked at her solemnly, saying, "This is the antidote for the soft fragrance powder. After taking it, you must not wander off." The Grand Prince's mother, concubine Zhong, has been granted permission to leave the palace and is expected to arrive at the general's residence by evening. You must accompany her. Once your wedding banquet concludes, the Grand Prince will take you directly back to the Grand Prince's residence. Upon hearing this, both Qin Lingyan and Qin Lingying's expressions changed. Qin Lingying hesitated and asked, "Sister, do you have to go to the Grand Prince's residence tonight?" General Qin nodded slightly, explaining, "The Grand Prince fears unforeseen events and wishes to bring Lingyan home early." Qin Lingyan bit her lip and muttered, "I will not marry." No one responded to her. Qin Lingying furrowed her brow and inquired, "What does father mean by unforeseen events?" General Qin replied softly, "The eunuch delivering the imperial edict from the Yangxin Palace has gone missing for some time. There are rumors that he left the palace with a decree. It is said that the content of the decree concerns my reassignment to the frontier. Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan were taken aback. Ji Taichu, hidden within the virtual divine cauldron, also began to ponder. He summoned the sacred edict box, hidden within, opened it, and retrieved the edict, confirming its content. It appointed Qin Lingyan as Yin Meiren, which bore little relevance to General Qin. In the chamber, Qin Lingying remarked, "If the decree is to reassign father, then even if the Grand Prince takes sister away early, it will not change anything." General Qin replied nonchalantly, "That is merely a rumor. No one can ascertain its truth or the content of the decree besides His Majesty. Even if His Majesty truly intends to assign me to the frontier, the Grand Prince must still form an alliance with our Qin family. This is an attitude he must clarify. As long as our Qin family remains close to him, more forces will naturally lean in his favor." Qin Lingying, Qin Lingyan, and Ji Taichu understood this well. One must pay a high price to obtain a valuable horse. Qin Feihu is a trusted confidant of His Majesty, the Emperor. Should he choose to ally with the Crown Prince, it is highly probable that other loyalists of the Emperor will follow suit. Qin Lingyan murmured, "But I do not wish to marry." Qin Lingying softly added, "His Majesty is still alive, albeit unwell. At this juncture, father, if you were to unite with the Crown Prince, it would surely displease His Majesty. The Emperor has the authority to issue a decree transferring you to the frontier. Likewise, as long as he draws breath, a mere edict could lead to our Qin family facing annihilation." She had reiterated similar sentiments on numerous occasions, yet faced with the reality, she could not restrain her pleas, hoping her father might reconsider. Qin Feihu responded, "Rest assured, I have considered all that you have. I still choose for Lingyan to marry the Crown Prince. This is the only option, and indeed, the best one." Qin Lingying furrowed her brow. Qin Lingyan gritted her teeth, repeating her earlier declaration, "I do not want to marry him." Qin Feihu replied nonchalantly, "Whether you desire to marry or not, within the General S residence, you must comply. Once you leave the General S residence, even if you choose to flee from the wedding, it would be of no concern to the Qin family." Qin Lingyan frowned and quietly questioned, "Am I still not your daughter?" Qin Feihu chuckled coldly, "Had I not regarded you as my daughter, I would have sent you to the Crown Prince's residence long ago." Qin Lingyan's face twitched slightly. Qin Feihu said no more and turned to leave. At that moment, Xiao Qing approached and whispered to Qin Lingying, "There are 900 Jinwu guards stationed around this residence." Qin Lingyan's complexion paled slightly as she muttered, "Has father firmly resolved to marry me off to Liang Qingyuan?" Qin Lingying found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to console her sister. She could perceive the precarious situation of the Qin family. A single misstep could lead to utter disaster. In such times, she dared not offer her sister any reckless advice. The atmosphere in the chamber grew somber. Within the Su Shan Ding, Ji Taichu vaguely comprehended the implications of Qin Feihu's recent statements. Within the general's residence, compliance with marriage is mandated. Outside of the general's residence, even fleeing from the wedding would no longer be the general's concern. Was he insinuating that San Julang, Jun, Yin, Longqing might attempt to abduct her outside the general's residence? If the abduction were to occur within the general's residence, the Qin family would bear responsibility. However, outside, the blame would rest solely with the Crown Prince. If an abduction were to transpire outside the general's residence, Qin Feihu would possess a legitimate reason to shift the blame onto the Crown Prince, thereby extricating himself from this marriage alliance. Thereafter, whether to foster enmity with the Crown Prince or maintain a tenuous connection would depend entirely on Qin Feihu's inclinations. This is the true embodiment of offense and defense in perfect balance. After I convey the imperial decree, if Qin Lingyan is taken away, it should not implicate me. The decree messenger, should it? Ji Taichu pondered. As noon approached, many relatives and friends of the Qin family began to arrive in advance. Numerous ladies visited the chamber where Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan resided, engaging in conversation with the two sisters. The general's residence had become exceedingly lively. Yi Yaorao seized the opportunity to blend in, disguising herself as a Zhu and entering the chamber to chat with Xiao Qing. Noticing Yi Yaorao's a Zhu guise, Ji Taichu's gaze flitskeret. As she approached him, he discreetly employed the Tian Yin technique to convey, "Stand still and listen to me." Chapter 40. A red-eye encounter? Or a flushed face? Yi Yaorao's heart raced as she stood before the dressing table. instinctively halting her steps while maintaining her facade of conversing softly with Xiaoqing. Ji Taichu transmitted, "Draw me a map of the general's residence and procure 3 carriages. Prepare a set of women's clothing in 2 of the carriages, and have all 3 parked near the general's residence. Additionally, I suggest that your Huingmen take the opportunity to leave Chaoga City while the city gates remain open." Yi Yaorao bit her lip, imperceptibly nodding before continuing her conversation with Xiaoqing for a while before departing the chamber. Ji Taichu's gaze fell upon the 2 bound fair maidens within the Su Shinding, gradually fixating on Nong Yu, feeling a pang of regret. He wondered if, upon their next meeting, this enchanting maiden would still be as obedient and compliant as she was now. As for Mu Shui-ro, he felt little regret, having already indulged in 3 delightful encounters the previous night. Yet, he harbored a certain inexplicable curiosity about the crown prince's consort, whom he had yet to meet. If he could remain outside the palace after delivering the imperial edict, he would not mind using Mu Shui-ro to test the waters with the crown prince's consort, to observe the nature of their master-servant relationship. Should the crown prince's consort be willing to sacrifice everything for Mu Shui-ro, he would not hesitate to facilitate her wishes. I seem to have truly been influenced by the palace eunuchs. Ji Taichu secretly shook his head, his gaze lingering at the exit of the chamber, contemplating the opportune moment to depart. In the afternoon, Yi Yaorao, disguised as a Zhu, returned to the chamber of Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan, and upon discovering Xiaoqing absent, approached Qin Lingying directly. As she crossed the center of the room, she suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in her chest. Instinctively, she reached to investigate, only to find that the map of the general's residence concealed within her clothing had vanished. Her heart raced, realizing that Ji Taichu was nearby. Within the Su Shunding, Ji Taichu examined the map in his hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When Yi Yaorao had passed by moments ago, he had briefly revealed himself, and, using Nong Yu's technique, swiftly extracted the neatly folded map from her chest. Observing Yi Yaorao engaged in conversation with Qin Lingying, Ji Taichu pondered momentarily before softly conveying, "In a while, go wait by the carriage. When you see the crown prince's procession arriving for the wedding, if I have not yet emerged, use the fragrance of your Yuya wine to alert me." Yi Yaorao imperceptible nodded, continuing to chat with Qin Lingying for a spell before turning to leave. Sitting upon the bed, Qin Lingyan could not help but whisper, "Sister, who is she? She doesn't seem to be a relative of our family." Qin Lingying's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied in a hushed tone, "Her name is Zhu. She's a good friend I have recently made." "Good friend?" Qin Lingyan blinked, scrutinizing Qin Lingying with a look of skepticism. "How did you come to know her?" Qin Lingying cleared her throat and swiftly changed the subject. "That is not important. What matters now is that you are about to be married." Qin Lingyan's expression stiffened, and she muttered, "Regardless, I will not marry." Despite her words, her heart was filled with confusion. This time, if she did not marry, it would implicate the entire Qin family. This was precisely why, despite having regained her strength and freedom, she dared not directly flee from the wedding. Yet, if she did not escape, when the time came, she would inevitably find herself in the crown prince's palanquin. Qin Lingying sighed softly, uncertain how to console her sister during such a sensitive time. Given the involvement of the royal family, even the slightest misstep could lead to their ruin. As evening descended, a grand procession comprising 300 imperial guards, 60 palace maids, and 20 eunuchs encircled a splendid carriage, arriving at the gates of the Qin general's residence. The Empress Zheng had arrived. All members of the Qin family, including Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan, gathered outside the estate to welcome Empress Zheng. As one of the 4 esteemed concubines in the palace and the mother of the crown prince, she wielded considerable power both within and outside the palace. Within the chamber, as Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan departed, the room fell silent, providing Ji Taichu with the perfect opportunity to slip away. In the hall, 2 maidservants remained, yet their attention was entirely captivated by the commotion outside. Ji Taichu employed the mysterious technique of moxing Mizongbu, departing with an air of nonchalance. Traversing the corridor to the right, after a brief moment, he elegantly leaped over the courtyard wall of this residence. Approaching a cool terrace, he observed a procession of ceremonial guards slowly entering the general's residence, his gaze fixated on the solitary figure of Zheng Gufei, seated in her palanquin. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow slightly. Considering the age of the crown prince, Zheng Guifei must be at least 45 or 46 years old. Yet, she exuded the allure of a 35 or 36-year-old beauty. Her exquisite features and voluptuous figure were complemented by a mature aura that was even more pronounced than that of Mu Shui-ro, while her skin appeared remarkably supple. As pristine as congealed fat, this youthful radiance seemed not to be the result of makeup, but rather an innate quality. It must be acknowledged that in this realm conducive to cultivation, the disparity in age seemed significantly diminished compared to the previous life. In addition to her mature charm, Zheng Guifei emanated an unmistakable air of nobility. After glancing at her a couple of times, Ji Taichu refrained from further observation, aware that despite the distance, many skilled practitioners possessed remarkably keen senses and would undoubtedly notice if he continued to stare. Seizing the moment as Zheng Guifei entered the general's residence, with the majority's attention fixed on the ceremonial procession, Ji Taichu discreetly made his exit. Upon emerging from the general's estate, he surveyed the surroundings, which were nearly filled with all manner of splendid carriages, truly a sight of grandeur and bustling activity. As he turned slightly, he soon heard a soft call from Yi Yaro here. Ji Taichu glanced to his right and saw a girl clad in green, seated at the driver's seat of a carriage, waving at him. He promptly approached, inquiring, "What is the purpose of your spring intoxication?" The girl in green blinked and whispered, "3 spoonfuls of sugar." Ji Taichu nodded, confirming that this green-clad maiden was indeed Yi Yaro. He then leaped into the carriage, retrieving a set of red women's garments, and with a thought, he transported himself to the Su Shunding, personally assisting Nongyu in donning the attire. Nongyu's cheeks flushed crimson, a sense of indescribable anxiety stirring within her as she softly asked, "Is it time?" Ji Taichu gently affirmed, stating soon, "I will take you to meet your sister Yi Yaro. From this moment forth, no one shall confine you. As for the Mingyu Heart Sutra I promised to impart, you shall learn it from your sister. I have already passed it on to her." Nongyu bit her lip. Ji Taichu queried, "Do you harbor resentment towards me?" Nongyu subtly shook her head. Ji Taichu softly instructed, "Shortly, I will place you in a carriage. You must hold your breath and silently count from 0 to 100 before unveiling the black cloth before your eyes." Nongyu's heart tightened, and she asked quietly, "Will I be able to see you again?" Ji Taichu replied, "Stay close to your sister. Between her and me, along with others, there will surely be future encounters. However, I hope you contemplate whether, upon our next meeting, you seek vengeance or wish to offer yourself to me." Upon hearing this, Nongyu's delicate face flushed, and she fell silent, biting her lip gently. Ji Taichu smiled softly, then exited the Su Shunding, glancing at Iyaro seated at the front of the carriage, asking, "Where are the other 2 carriages?" Iyaro replied quietly, "Those 2 at the back." Ji Taichu nodded, instructing, "You shall drive this carriage to Wangxian Tower, to the room I once rented. Your sister Nongyu is currently resting there." Yi Yaro's heart raced slightly as she asked in a hushed tone, "Will I return?" Ji Taichu replied nonchalantly, "There is no need. Remember our matters. If I require your assistance in the future, I will have a Zhu notify you." Yi Yaro's heart stirred as she comprehended Ji Taichu's implication. A Zhu represented her connection with Qin Lingying, so seeking a Zhu meant reaching out to Qin Lingying. Ji Taichu commanded, "Let us depart." With that, he discreetly transported Nongyu from the Su Shunding and placed a finger before her rosy lips. Understanding his cue, Nongyu began to count silently in her heart. Ji Taichu leaped from the carriage. Yi Yaro guided the carriage away slowly. Ji Taichu watched the departing carriage, feeling a wave of emotion, before turning to the carriage behind him. Inside this carriage lay another set of women's garments. Ji Taichu retrieved the attire, returning once more to the Su Shunding, where he beheld Mu Shui-ro in her undraped state, admiring her briefly before bending to help her into the garments. Mu Shui-ro's cheeks flushed, and she gently bit her lip, offering no resistance. Resistance seemed futile now. After last night, she had already become this man's woman, despite not yet having seen his visage. After assisting Mu Shui-ro into her clothing, Ji Taichu delicately grasped her alabaster chin, asking, "If I were to release you now, would you not owe me a favor?" Chapter 41. The Crown Prince arrives, donning the crimson-purple Donyo robe. Mu Shui-ro remained silent, but her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Ji Taichu's tone grew slightly firmer. "Speak." Mu Shui-ro's heart raced, responding instinctively with a soft hum. Ji Taichu continued. Zhang Guifei has already entered the residence of General Qin. Your crown prince is likely to arrive soon. Can you guess how your crown prince's consort feels at this moment? Mu Shui's expression shifted slightly. She understood that her crown prince's consort was undoubtedly filled with worry and apprehension. Ji Taichu queried, if I were to set you free now, would that not also save your crown prince's consort? Mu Shui furrowed her brows slightly, again responding with a quiet hum. Ji Taichu leaned closer to her ear, whispering, let me share a signal with you. In our future encounters, should you doubt my identity, allow me to state this signal. Mu Shui's cheeks flushed, instinctively holding her breath as her heart raced faster. Ji Taichu's right hand gently brushed against her cheek as he invoked the Tianin technique. Softly transmitting, the belt grows loose, yet I have no regrets, for you have consumed my vitality. Mu Shui's face deepened in hue, gently biting her lip. Unable to utter a word, Ji Taichu instructed softly, soon, I will place you in a carriage. After you count silently from 0 to 100, unveil your blindfold and drive the carriage back to your crown prince's residence. Mu Shui nodded softly. Ji Taichu, slightly dissatisfied, remarked, I am about to release you. And you do not express gratitude? Mu Shui's cheeks flushed, and she remained silent. Ji Taichu stated, my face is located 3 inches directly before you. Mu Shui's heartbeat quickened. After a moment's hesitation, her face aglow, she leaned forward. Ji Taichu, pleased, took no offense. After a long kiss, he swiftly vanished from the carriage, reappearing instantly in the rear carriage's compartment, concealed within the Su Shinding. Realizing the man before her had vanished, Mu Shui pondered briefly before silently commencing her count, revealing her blindfold upon reaching 100. She found herself within a carriage, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. He truly has released me. Mu Shui's eyes flickered. After being captured last night, she had believed her fate was sealed. Even now, she had anticipated continued confinement and humiliation by that man. Yet, she had not expected him to genuinely let her go. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Mu Shui bit her lip gently, her cheeks once again flushing uncontrollably. Why not leave quickly? A delicate voice suddenly pierced her thoughts, causing her face to turn crimson as she hurried to the driver's seat of the carriage and drove away. Within the compartment of the rear carriage, after bidding farewell to Mu Shui, Ji Taichu returned to the Su Shinding, shedding his garments and donning a deep purple robe adorned with golden thread, complemented by gilded boots and a black silk embroidered hat. Subsequently, he grasped the golden decree box. Once prepared, Ji Taichu peered through the curtains of the carriage, observing the guests arriving at the general's residence. He noted that before entering the grand doors, each visitor presented either a golden or red invitation to the steward of the general's estate, while their attendants offered gifts of congratulation. Congratulatory gifts, Ji Taichu murmured. Gazing intently for a time, from his Su Shinding, he retrieved paper and brush, hesitating briefly before inscribing 4 characters. He then settled into a serene wait, focusing intently, straining to hear the myriad sound around him. With the continuous enhancement of his powers, his auditory, visual, and olfactory senses had seen remarkable improvement. At that moment, the faintest sound from all directions wove together like delicate threads, entering his ears, including the distinct sounds of patrons consuming drinks at a nearby Huji tavern. Meanwhile, Yao Rao, driving her carriage away, soon sensed something amiss. She turned to glance into the carriage, spotting a familiar silhouette seated within, her heartbeat quickening. Tentatively, she called out, Long Yu? The figure in the carriage, Long Yu, appeared momentarily frozen, before quickly counting silently to 100 in her mind. She then lifted the black veil from her eyes. Having been blinded during her stay at the Su Shinding, she found the sudden exposure to light somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, as dusk fell, she quickly acclimated to the outside brightness. Raising her gaze to the front window of the carriage, she saw Zhu and tentatively called out, Sister Rao? Yao Rao's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly inquired, Are you all right? Did that scoundrel harm you? Long Yu bit her red lip, reflecting on her recent experiences, struggling to articulate her feelings. After a moment, she softly replied, I'm fine. He treated me well afterward. Afterward? Yao Rao asked nervously. What about before? Long Yu fell silent, murmuring, At first, I stole from him and was captured. He had interrogated me. Yao Rao's face filled with sympathy, understanding that the interrogation must have been a painful ordeal. That scoundrel deserves to be a eunuch for life, she muttered in disdain. A eunuch? Long Yu pondered, looking at Yao Rao, hesitantly asking, what does that mean? Yao Rao pulled the carriage to a secluded corner, whispering, you still don't know? He's a eunuch from the palace. A eunuch from the palace? Long Yu gasped, recalling the moments Ji Taichu had taught her lightness and movement. Her cheeks flushing and heart racing. How could that man possibly be a eunuch? It was utterly inconceivable. Long Yu turned to Yao Rao, quietly asking, are you sure we are speaking of the same person? Yao Rao paused, then retrieved a folded piece of paper from her bosom, unfolding it and presenting it to Long Yu. Isn't this the one who captured you? Long Yu glanced at the image and immediately recognized Ji Taichu, nodding slightly as she said, that's him. Yao Rao tucked away the image, scoffing lightly. Then it is confirmed. He is indeed a eunuch. A palace eunuch named Li Sangong, a decree messenger. When he captured and interrogated you, he likely thought you had ulterior motives. Long Yu bit her lip, inwardly certain that Ji Taichu could not possibly be a eunuch. A fake eunuch? Such audacity, Long Yu thought, casting a sidelong glance at Yao Rao. Contemplating her next words, Yao Rao whispered, he is likely planning something significant next. Something significant? Long Yu queried, intrigued. What sort of undertaking? It doesn't concern us. While the city gates remain open, I will escort you out of Chaoga City. I have been assisting him recently, and the entire Hua Ingmen may be implicated. Long Yu hesitated, suggesting, shall we not first discover what he intends to do before departing? Yao Rao scrutinized Long Yu and suddenly asked, are you hoping to take the opportunity to kill him? Huh? Long Yu appeared bewildered, hastily shaking her head and clarifying. No, I have reconciled with him. I'm merely curious about what he plans. As she spoke, Long Yu's heart raced slightly, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. In truth, she merely wished to see Ji Taichu once more. During her confinement, she had initially harbored a desire to kill him, but gradually, her feelings had transformed unknowingly. Yao Rao nodded, stating, in the future, if the opportunity arises, I shall help you teach him a lesson, allowing you to vent your frustrations. Long Yu softly acquiesced, saying, let us observe what he intends to do, with your skills in disguise, Sister Rao. Even if we are implicated, evading pursuit should not pose a problem. Yao Rao's eyes glimmered. Originally, her plan had been to escort Long Yu away and then return to investigate the vicinity of the Qin general's estate. Given her recent assistance to Ji Taichu, her curiosity was piqued. Very well, but you must not wander off. You must heed my instructions. Long Yu exhaled in relief. Subsequently, the two women did not immediately return to the vicinity of the general's estate, but first visited the Zijin Lu to change their attire before heading back to the general's residence. Outside the general's estate, Qin Fei, who was bustling about, welcoming the dignitaries of Chaoga City. Within the estate, in the main hall of the rear courtyard, Zhengguei Fei held Qin Ling Yan's jade hand, smiling gently as she lavished praise upon her. Qin Ling Yan forced a smile, feeling her heart sink. She sensed she was being placed upon a fiery rack, struggling in vain to escape. Beside her, Qin Ling Ying bit her red lip, fully understanding her sister's predicament, but feeling utterly helpless to assist. As the sound of gongs resonated, jubilant music filled the air. The wedding banquet officially commenced. The guests had taken their seats, indulging in the delightful feast. The entire general's estate radiated with joyous festivity. Even the common folk gathered outside were showered with sweet confections and treats tossed by the estate's servants. The servants of the guests also congregated in the side courtyards, enjoying the sumptuous offerings. The coachmen were similarly rewarded with pastries and candies from the general servants. A green-clad maid carrying a basket of treats approached Ji Taichu's carriage, circling it, and upon seeing no coachman, was about to leave when an arm extended from the right window of the carriage. The green-clad maid's heart raced, and she promptly approached the window respectfully. Ji Taichu stated, just a piece of flaky pastry will suffice. The green-clad maid quickly retrieved a palm-sized pastry from the basket and handed it to Ji Taichu. Catching a glimpse of his appearance and the black silk embroidered hat atop his head, her heart began to race. This person was certainly not a mere coachman. Ji Taichu accepted the pastry and casually inquired, has His Majesty sent anyone to congratulate your second young lady? The green-clad maid replied softly, Zhengguei Fei has arrived. Ji Taichu did not pursue the matter further. The green-clad maid lowered her head and departed, continuing to distribute sweets and pastries to other coachmen. In the palace, within the Yang Hall, Emperor Liang Guang, having just finished his evening meal, inquired about the situation at the general's estate from General Qin Fei Hu. Eunuch on whispered. Zhang Gui Fei has already gone over. At this hour, the wedding banquet should be underway. Liang Guang inquired, "Where's the eldest?" Gong replied. The royal entourage is fully prepared at the side of the crown prince, and should soon set off to receive the bride. Liang Guang let out a cold chuckle and continued, "What of the imperial envoy? Has he still not made an appearance?" Gong Hong nodded and said, "Indeed, he is yet to show himself. However, it can be confirmed that he is alive and is suspected to have been located by the renowned divine constable, Gong's son, Xiao Sheng. He should not delay his majesty's affairs." After a moment of contemplation, Liang Guang commanded, "Discreetly send some personnel to escort Qin Ling Yan into the palace when the time comes." Understood. The empress in Qingning Palace and the favored concubine, Zhang Gui Fei, in Zhongxiu Palace, were both closely monitoring the marriage between the crown prince and Qin Ling Yan. Unfortunately, their information lagged significantly behind that of the Emperor Liang Guang. They could only ascertain that Gui Fei Zhang had gone to the residence of General Qin Fei Hu. As for other matters, no further news had been received. In Chaoga City, at the residence of General Qin, the night had deepened. As the banquet celebrating Qin Ling Yan's departure approached its conclusion, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed in the distance. Ji Taichu, who had been seated in the carriage, experienced a sudden jolt of energy and swiftly concealed himself within the Su Shinding. Through the window at the front of the carriage, he quietly observed the grand gates of the general's estate. 36 soldiers clad in golden armor rode forth to the entrance of the general's residence. Behind them, a ceremonial procession comprised of 600 soldiers, some wielding long spears and others brandishing grand banners, gracefully escorted an opulent crimson palanquin. Before the lavish palanquin rode a man in his 30s, of average height and slender build, with dark hair. He donned a red robe adorned with intricate patterns and sat astride a deep red steed. His rugged features bore a hint of a smile, yet exuded an air of authority. This was Crown Prince Liang Chengyuan. Ji Taichu fixed his gaze upon Liang Chengyuan, his heart involuntarily quickening. It was about to commence. Chapter 42. It is him. It is him. Indeed, it is him. Soon, General Qin Fei Hu arrived with a retinue to welcome Crown Prince Liang Chengyuan. The Crown Prince, with a smile upon his lips, dismounted and, alongside the 36 golden-armored guards and General Qin Fei Hu, entered the general's residence. The ceremonial procession of 600 soldiers remained outside the estate. After a brief pause, Ji Taichu gestured with his right hand, silently channeling a surge of energy towards the horse in front of the carriage. This was an ordinary horse, yet upon receiving the energy, it sprang into action, pulling the carriage forward. Ji Taichu continued to exert his energy, deftly guiding the horse's direction. The crisp sound of hooves outside the general's estate rang out, resonating particularly loudly. Many onlookers among the common folk began to notice the unusual carriage. "It is him." Among the crowd, Yi Yao Rao's heartbeat quickened. This carriage was specially prepared for Ji Taichu, and she could not be mistaken. As the carriage approached the grand gates of the general's estate, the head of the ceremonial procession furrowed his brow, casting a keen glance toward the approaching carriage before shifting his gaze back to the general's residence. At the gates, a guard hurriedly approached the carriage, intending to take the reins of the horse, when a series of knocking sounds emanated from within the carriage. He looked up to see a golden wooden box gently tapping against the window. Through the partially drawn curtain, a figure clad in deep purple caught his eye. The guard's expression changed abruptly. Before he could react, a folded piece of paper was handed out from the window. The guard stared blankly at the figure within. Ji Taichu lightly instructed, "Once you have read it, deliver it to your general." The guard hesitated for a moment, then reached out to accept the note, glancing at it briefly before his expression shifted dramatically. He could not help but steal another glance at the figure in deep purple. Ji Taichu, with a sidelong glance, queried, "What? Do I need to repeat myself?" "And no, I dare not," the guard stammered, his face paling, and he respectfully declared, "I shall report this immediately." He then turned and hurried back into the estate, first delivering the note to the steward and whispering about his recent encounter. The steward, over 50 years of age. Upon reading the note, felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids. He glanced toward the carriage before rushing into the estate. Outside the estate, the head of the welcoming entourage narrowed his eyes, fixating on the carriage that had halted before him. Approaching the carriage, he was about to inquire when he noticed the corner of the golden decree box leaning against the window. His eyelids involuntarily twitched. Inside the carriage, Ji Taichu spoke languidly. "Since you have seen me ahead of time, you may as well kneel." As he spoke, Ji Taichu gently lifted half of the window curtain, revealing his deep purple robe and the black embroidered cap atop his head. The head of the ceremonial procession's expression shifted, and he respectfully inquired, "I am Zhao Jinzhong. May I ask who the esteemed personage is?" Ji Taichu lightly tapped the golden decree box against the carriage window and softly stated, "Failure to kneel before a decree is deemed disloyal." Zhao Jinzhong's expression changed, and he quickly knelt on one knee, responding earnestly, "I would not dare." Ji Taichu surveyed the 600 soldiers forming the welcoming entourage and then glanced at Zhao Jinzhong. The latter's heart raced as he swiftly turned to the ceremonial procession, extending his right hand downward, signaling for everyone to kneel. The soldiers in the front, quick to catch on, immediately followed Zhao Jinzhong's example, kneeling on one knee. The soldiers behind them, seeing their leaders kneel, also began to do the same. Ji Taichu smiled gently, cradling the golden decree box, and stepped out of the carriage. Concealed near the general's estate, Yao Rao and Nong Yu held their breath as they witnessed Ji Taichu emerge from the carriage. This dog-like eunuch truly possesses a decree. Yao Rao said. Her heart stirred as she beheld Ji Taichu in his deep purple robe, unable to suppress a smirk. She had surmised early on that this man likely carried a decree, yet she had not anticipated that he would don a bullfighting robe. At this moment, Ji Taichu appeared not only strikingly handsome, but also exuded an indescribable air of languid nobility, enhanced by the robe, the embroidered cap, and the gilded boots. Nong Yu's gaze was fixed intently on Ji Taichu, the recent darkness of her days seemingly coalescing into a vivid image in that moment. "It is him. It is him. Indeed, it is him." Nong Yu's eyes burned with fervor, her cheeks flushed with shyness, her heart racing uncontrollably. The other onlookers, upon seeing Ji Taichu, were mostly astonished and held their breath in awe. Outside the residence of the general, an unexpected silence descended. All eyes were drawn to Ji Taichu. The hundreds of soldiers kneeling on the ground, many of them stole glances at Ji Taichu, their expressions shifting to one of reverence upon witnessing him clad in deep purple and holding the golden decree box. Ji Taichu stood before the gates of the general's residence, observing the guards within, who had already knelt in respect. He scanned the ceremonial entourage of the crown prince, where hundreds of soldiers also knelt in deference. Turning to the gathered common folk who had not knelt, Ji Taichu contemplated for a moment, let out a soft huff, and chose not to engage with them. He once again directed his gaze toward the general's residence and stepped forward. A true gentleman ought to conduct himself thus. Among the onlookers, a voice murmured in quiet astonishment. Another whispered a reminder. "He is a eunuch." A cough interrupted, followed by a jest. "Ah, he could be replaced." Chuckled a bystander. "Just a joke, do not take offense." Ji Taichu entered the gates of the residence, glanced back, and then moved leisurely inside. The crowd outside erupted in a fervor, animatedly discussing Ji Taichu. In a nearby tavern, the renowned detective Gongsun Shaosheng sat by the window, observing the commotion at the general's residence. He chuckled softly, remarking, "This eunuch is quite the character." Opposite him sat a tall man, approximately in his 30s, known as Yin Longcheng, the illustrious Sanju Lang Junyan Longcheng. Withdrawing his gaze, turned to Gongsun Shaosheng and inquired, "What makes him so remarkable?" Gongsun Shaosheng smiled, stating, "His brilliance lies in the fact that he is a genuine eunuch." Yin Longcheng was taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication, asking in surprise, "Did you suspect he was a false eunuch?" Gongsun Shaosheng sighed. "Indeed, I misjudged him. It would be normal for a false eunuch to win the affection of Her Majesty the Empress and earn the admiration of the esteemed Qin family's young lady, Qin Lingying. Yet, he is genuinely a eunuch, which renders the situation utterly extraordinary." Yin Longcheng quietly questioned, "Are you now certain of his authenticity?" Gongsun Shaosheng replied with a smile, "I have personally verified." After a brief pause, Yin Longcheng asked, "Is there a martial art that can retract one's masculinity?" Gongsun Shaosheng pondered. Perhaps such a malevolent skill exists, yet the aura emanating from him is undeniably vigorous, reminiscent of the youthful skills practiced within the palace. Yin, Longcheng remarked. Then he must possess exceptional qualities. At the general's residence, the chief steward, aged over 50, hurriedly ran through the courtyard filled with guests, clutching a piece of paper. He arrived at the hall, where General Qin Feihu conversed with the crown prince and the favored consort. The steward raised the paper, his expression a mixture of urgency and hesitation. Inside the hall, General Qin Feihu, the crown prince, consort Zheng, Lady Qin, and the three young masters of the Qin family, along with Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan, all turned their gazes toward the steward at the entrance. General Qin Feihu asked, "What is it?" The steward respectfully replied, "A significant figure outside has requested this old servant to deliver a message to you." Qin Feihu furrowed his brow, extending his right hand to summon the paper, which flew into his grasp. Upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically, and he rose abruptly, staring at the note with a mixture of disbelief and suspicion. Crown Prince Liang Qingyuan frowned and inquired, "What is the matter?" Qin Feihu's gaze flickered, but he remained silent, tossing the note to the crown prince. After glancing at it, the crown prince's expression also transformed slightly, followed by a derisive laugh as he turned to the steward and coldly questioned, "Who is the messenger?" The steward hurriedly explained, "He remains in the carriage. I do not know his exact identity, but he claims to represent our family." Qin Feihu speculated, "It must be the imperial envoy, Li Sanjian." The crown prince scanned the 4 characters on the note and sneered. "To deliver such a message, is he attempting to intimidate me?" Beside him, consort Zheng frowned and asked, "What does the note say?" The crown prince remained silent, and instead tossed the note to consort Zheng. Chapter 43. The imperial edict has arrived. Who dares not to bow? Consort Zheng received the note, glanced at it, and her expression immediately turned icy. She gritted her teeth and said, "Such audacity! Does he not realize I am present?" The bride, Qin Lingyan, could not contain her curiosity and asked, "What does it say?" Consort Zheng frowned and casually tossed the note toward Qin Lingyan, who caught it deftly. Qin Lingying, standing beside her, leaned in to see. Upon reading the 4 characters inscribed on the note, both women's eyelids involuntarily twitched. The note boldly proclaimed, "The imperial edict has arrived. Kneel." General Qin Feihu declared, "Since the edict has arrived, regardless of its content, as subjects, we must go forth to receive it." With that, he stepped toward the hall's exit, followed closely by Lady Qin and the 3 young masters of the Qin family. Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan exchanged glances before trailing after Lady Qin. Crown Prince Liang Qingyuan and consort Zheng furrowed their brows, exchanging glances. Consort Zheng murmured, "Li Sanjian is likely aligned with the empress. He previously delivered a decree to Zheng Shuzhen, resulting in her enduring an hour of torment before sending a gift to the empress as an apology." Liang Qingyuan frowned and quietly asked, "Are you suggesting he has come specifically for us?" Consort Zheng replied with a cold laugh, "He is the empress's envoy, tasked with delivering the edict. He will surely embellish the message." Liang Qingyuan inquired softly, "What do you think the content of the edict entails?" Consort Zheng frowned, shaking her head. This edict was orchestrated by Gong Hong. Aside from the emperor and Hong, perhaps only Li Sanjian is privy to its contents. Liang Qingyuan fell silent, gazing toward the hall's entrance, and asked quietly, "Shall we proceed to receive the edict?" Consort Zheng contemplated, "Let us wait and see. This edict is likely meant for Qin Feihu." Understood. Liang Qingyuan nodded, remaining in the hall. In the courtyard outside, as the Qin family emerged, the guests looked on with curiosity. Qin Feihu paid them no heed, just as he was about to step out. He caught sight of a tall figure draped in deep purple, walking leisurely toward them. He halted in his tracks, fixated on the approaching figure. From mere glance, the resemblance to Li Sanjian in the portrait was uncanny. Yet what astonished Qin Feihu was the remarkable aura emanating from this individual, far surpassing that depicted in the image. Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan also gazed at the approaching Ji Taichu from a distance. "This eunuch is truly handsome," Qin Lingyan thought to herself. Qin Lingying, entranced by the sight of Ji Taichu, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, her heart racing uncontrollably. "It cannot be him," she internally chastised. "That man's stature resembles an elephant's trunk. How could he possibly be a eunuch? No, absolutely not." In a fleeting moment, Ji Taichu arrived at the entrance of the expansive courtyard, halting his steps and surveying the gathered crowd. In an instant, the entire courtyard fell silent. The guests turned their attention to Ji Taichu, and many, upon noticing his attire and the golden edict box he carried, changed countenance. Ji Taichu's gaze finally settled on Qin Lingyan's hands, and he spoke. "Miss Qin Air, might I inquire what the note you hold states? Perhaps you could read it aloud for everyone?" As his voice resonated, Qin Lingyang's heart raced, her eyes fixated on Ji Taichu, her lips trembling slightly. The crowd collectively turned their gaze toward Qin Lingyan. Her cheeks flushed, she glanced at the note, then at her father, Qin Feihu. Qin Feihu, with a furrowed brow, maintained a stoic expression as he fixed his gaze on Ji Taichu, giving a slight nod. Qin Lingyan released a breath of relief and softly stated, "It reads, the imperial edict has arrived, kneel." Ji Taichu responded with an inquisitive "oh," then feigned curiosity, asking, "What are you all waiting for?" As he spoke, he opened the golden edict box. Qin Feihu, expressionless, was the first to kneel. Witnessing this, Lady Qin, the three young masters of the Qin family, Qin Lingyang, and Qin Lingyan all followed suit, kneeling in unison. Ji Taichu surveyed the assembly of guests. The attendees exchanged glances, and the officials among them promptly knelt before Ji Taichu. The rest, not daring to delay, followed suit and knelt in unison. Even the children were pressed to the ground by their parents. Ji Taichu scanned the kneeling crowd and softly remarked, "It seems we are still missing some individuals." He then turned his gaze toward Qin Feihu and inquired, "The imperial edict has arrived. Why does your General-S residence still harbor those who dare not come to receive it? Do you believe His Majesty is diminished by his presence in the palace?" Qin Feihu's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily replied in a grave tone, "Your Excellency thinks too highly of himself. My loyalty to His Majesty is as steadfast as the heavens and the earth can attest." Ji Taichu scoffed. "Do not spout such lofty words. You, of the Qin family, know how many members you have and how many guests have arrived. We are well aware. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour. I expect to see everyone kneeling before the imperial edict, or I will report truthfully to His Majesty regarding your leniency towards treachery or ulterior motives. It will depend on what sort of individuals you harbor in your general's residence who dare to disregard the edict." Qin Feihu's face turned a frosty shade, and he said tersely, "I shall fetch everyone immediately." Rising, he turned astride towards the hall. He understood that Ji Taichu's mention of leniency referred specifically to Zheng Guifei and the crown prince present in the hall. Though his expression was one of iron resolve, he remained preoccupied with the question of whether Ji Taichu's scrutiny was aimed at him or at Zheng Guifei and the crown prince. Upon entering the hall, Qin Feihu glanced at the crown prince and Zheng Guifei. Both wore similarly cold expressions, acutely aware of the voices from the courtyard. Qin Feihu spoke softly. "The imperial edict has arrived. Your Highness and the Empress should accompany me to receive it." Zheng Guifei sneered. "Is it specifically for me that he comes?" Qin Feihu remained silent, uncertain of the true purpose of this envoy. Yet one thing was clear. The envoy intended to show no deference to anyone. Crown Prince Liang Qingyuan coldly regarded Ji Taichu outside the hall, disdainfully remarking, "Does this dog of a eunuch think that merely possessing an imperial edict grants him the right to act as he pleases?" Qin Feihu quietly stated, "I can sense that many from the palace have arrived surrounding the Qin residence." The crown prince's expression shifted, grasping the implication. Besides this envoy, the emperor had dispatched other formidable figures. Zheng Guifei rose, slowly articulating, "As members of the royal family, we must show respect for the imperial edict." With that, she was the first to step outside. The crown prince, fists clenched, ultimately rose with a stern countenance and left the hall. Qin Feihu exhaled in relief. Had they been unwilling to kneel and welcome the edict, he would have been at a loss for how to persuade them. In the courtyard, surrounded by 8 palace maidens, Zheng Guifei advanced to the center, casting a cold glare at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu spoke, "Your Majesty, I must convey the imperial edict on behalf of heaven and am unable to perform the customary salutations." Zheng Guifei scoffed. "Do you still regard me as your empress?" Ji Taichu clarified, "Your Majesty has misunderstood. It is precisely because we hold you in esteem that we awaited your arrival before declaring the edict." Zheng Guifei coldly retorted, "Then what are you waiting for? Ji Taichu surveyed the approaching crown prince and Qin Feihu. Qin Feihu swiftly knelt on one knee. The crown prince, Liang Qingyuan, glared at Ji Taichu, refraining from immediate submission. Ji Taichu paid him no mind and turned to Qin Feihu, calmly inquiring, "General Qin, are you certain everyone is present?" Qin Feihu furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings until his gaze settled on Qin Lingying, softly asking, "Has Meng Xuanhuan not arrived?" Qin Lingying bit her lip and gently shook her head, her eyes dim as they turned towards Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu maintained his composure, stating, "Not only your son-in-law Meng Xuanhuan, but also the renowned detective Gongsun Shaosheng you summoned to investigate our house. If he wishes to see the content of the edict, why has he not come?" Qin Feihu frowned, replying solemnly, "I have not summoned any renowned detective, let alone to investigate you." Ji Taichu coolly remarked, "That is your concern. If you are certain everyone is present, I shall not speak further, but you must bear the consequences." The crown prince sneered. What consequences could there possibly be? Ji Taichu turned to the crown prince, gently stating, "Your Highness, you are His Majesty's most favored offspring. In this moment, it is your duty to kneel." The crown prince's expression faltered slightly as he coldly fixed his gaze on Ji Taichu, his murderous intent unmistakable. Ji Taichu questioned, "What? Does His Highness believe it is no longer necessary to kneel and welcome the imperial edict?" As he spoke, he withdrew the bright yellow scroll from the gilded edict box and raised it aloft. The expressions of both the crown prince and Zheng Guifei shifted dramatically. Ji Taichu continued, "Subject to encounter an imperial edict and do not bow are deemed disloyal. Members of the royal family who do not bow are considered treasonous." As he uttered the final two words, his voice softened to a whisper. The faces of the crown prince and Zheng Guifei paled in shock. Almost instantaneously, Zheng Guifei knelt on both knees, without even a mat beneath her. The crown prince shot Ji Taichu a venomous glare before also kneeling, his expression contorted in rage. The entire courtyard fell silent, every breath held. Even Qin Feihu, who had faced many storms, felt a chill creeping into his heart. Realizing the gravity of offending Zheng Guifei and the crown prince, Ji Taichu remarked nonchalantly, "General, you need not kneel just yet. The quarter hour is nearly up. If everyone is not present, I may have to declare the edict." Qin Feihu's cheeks tightened, and he steeled himself to rise, lifting his head towards the sky and bellowing, "Meng Xuanhuan and Gongsun Shaosheng, come to the Qin residence at once to hear the edict, or you shall be treated as traitors according to the law." His voice boomed, echoing throughout the entirety of Chaogu City. Outside the general's residence, at the Huji Tavern, Gongsun Shaosheng, intently listening to the unfolding situation, felt his face stiffen. Yin Longcheng, with a peculiar glimmer in his eyes, muttered, "Has Gongsun Xiansheng offended him?" Gongsun Shaosheng fell silent. Recalling the moment Ji Taichu had proven his status as a eunuch, his gaze momentarily unfocused. Had he truly offended him? Was that even offense? He had held my hand and touched his lower body. Could that be considered an offense? Gongsun Shaosheng rose, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Had anything actually happened, it likely wouldn't have counted as an offense. Alas, nothing occurred. Yin Longcheng appeared bewildered, watching as Gongsun Shaosheng departed. Gongsun Shaosheng swiftly arrived at the general's residence, and, without uttering a word, knelt resolutely before Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu's expression remained impassive, not sparing Gongsun Shaosheng a glance, instead lowering his gaze, fixated on the knees of Zheng Guifei and the crown prince as he patiently awaited their actions. In recent days, he had been contemplating the words of Gonggong Hong prior to his departure from the palace. Ultimately, he discerned that the emphasis on not favoring one over the other implied that the crown prince, Zheng Guifei, and Qin Feihu, among others, were to be made to kneel just as they had when the edict was conveyed to Zheng Guifei initially, ensuring they felt the weight of humiliation. After all, the content of the imperial edict was inherently meant to humiliate the crown prince, regardless of whether he had objectively humiliated the crown prince. As long as the edict was read aloud and he was recognized as a person of the empress, the crown prince's faction would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him. Since resentment was inevitable, why not relish the moment first? I, on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, convey imperial edicts and also sow the seeds of the dragon. Shall I, in due course, also take a seat upon the dragon throne? Ji Taichu ponder the languidly. Before long, a despondent figure swiftly entered this courtyard, accompanied by a strong scent of liquor. Meng Shu and Huan had arrived. Upon seeing Ji Taichu, adorned in a deep purple robe, standing alone in the courtyard, he was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Ji Taichu. Qin Feihu bellowed, "Why do you not come forth to kneel and welcome the imperial decree?" Meng Shu and Huan regained his senses and hurried over to Qin Feihu's side, kneeling on both knees, facing Ji Taichu, this time observing more clearly. At that moment, the eunuch in purple holding the imperial edict was none other than Ji Taichu. How could he be a eunuch? Meng Shu and Huan's expression was one of utter bewilderment, and the remnants of his drunkenness evaporated in an instant. Just then, the crown prince coldly remarked, "Now that everyone is present, why do you not proceed with the proclamation?" Ji Taichu nodded, glanced around, and finally fixed his gaze on Qin Feihu, saying, "General Qin, our envoy for the decree has yet to arrive. Would you take this golden edict box on my behalf?" Qin Feihu furrowed his brow, then rose to Ji Taichu's side, accepting the golden edict box, before returning to his original position, kneeling on one knee in reverence for the decree. Ji Taichu slowly opened the edict, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembly. And upon seeing everyone kneeling respectfully, he finally focused on the edict and pronounced with clarity, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. I find that the virtue of the heavens and the earth converge, and the court flourishes under the accomplishments of Feihu. Thus to you, General Qin Feihu of the Golden Armored Guard, who guards the palace with both loyalty and courage, distinguished by your meritorious service. There is a daughter of the Qin family, Ling Yan, a lady of the military, well-educated and gracious, possessing the qualities of an orchid. Henceforth, she is ennobled as Yan Marin, granted residence in Yanqing Palace, and shall enter the imperial court forthwith. Thus it is decreed." As the words fell, the entire courtyard plunged into an eerie silence. The Qin family, Qin Feihu, Qin Lingying, and Qin Lingyan were all aghast. The crown prince and Zheng Guifei's expressions shifted dramatically. Zheng Guifei's face turned an unhealthy shade, finally reddening her eyes as she glared fiercely at Ji Taichu. The crown prince wore a look of disbelief, coldly glaring at Ji Taichu. Gongsun Shaosheng lowered his head, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. He had contemplated the possibility that the edict in Ji Taichu's hands might disrupt the marriage. Yet he never anticipated that the emperor would seek to contest the crown prince for a woman. Meng Shu and Huan also appeared bewildered, staring blankly at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu closed the edict and gazed at the Qin family, stating calmly, "What? Does your family not intend to accept the decree?" Qin Feihu, regaining his composure, immediately raised his hands and solemnly declared, "This humble servant accepts the decree." Qin Lingyan's complexion paled, her eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment. Ji Taichu stepped towards Qin Feihu, but before he could approach, he caught sight of the crown prince, Liang Qingyuan, suddenly rising. He halted, casting a mild gaze towards the crown prince. The crown prince's face darkened, fixing his stare on Ji Taichu, his figure flashing as he appeared before Ji Taichu, reaching out to seize the edict. Ji Taichu's brow furrowed slightly as he deftly evaded the crown prince's grasp. The crown prince, missing his target, turned icy, kicking out with force towards Ji Taichu. In an instant, Qin Feihu intervened, placing his foot atop the crown prince's, instantly positioning himself in front of the crown prince. He spoke in a deep voice, "Your Highness, do not be disrespectful to the envoy of the decree." The crown prince scoffed, "A mere dog eunuch. Does he dare to disrespect me?" Standing behind Qin Feihu, Ji Taichu calmly replied, "I am sent by His Majesty. All that transpires here will be known to him." The crown prince's expression grew cold as he glared at Ji Taichu through Qin Feihu, sternly demanding, "Are you threatening me?" Ji Taichu shook his head, stating, "I merely wish to convey, whether within the palace or beyond, in the court or the martial world, as long as one stands on the land of Daliang, no one may show disrespect to His Majesty the Emperor." Qin Feihu spoke firmly, "Your Highness, the Emperor's decree has been issued, and your marriage to Ling Yan is hereby null and void. We must obey His Majesty's will." The crown prince's expression shifted slightly as he coldly glared at Qin Feihu. Qin Feihu ignored the crown prince and turned to Ji Taichu, taking the edict, glancing at it to verify its contents before casting a cold look at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu's demeanor remained unchanged as he leaned closer to Qin Feihu's ear, whispering, "The edict states that she must enter the palace immediately." I hastily left, and the eunuch department has yet to arrange the ceremonial escort. Perhaps, General, you might discuss with His Highness the Crown Prince about escorting Yin Marin to the palace? Chapter 45. Will the Dog Emperor not protect me? My Empress will. To have the Crown Prince escort her? Qin Feihu's eyelids twitched. This is courting death. The Crown Prince's face turned icy as he suddenly thrust a palm towards Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu remained unfazed, standing still. Qin Lingying, who had been kneeling beside Qin Lingyan, noticed the shift and was about to act, only to see a familiar figure blocking Ji Taichu. Meng Xuanhuan appeared before Ji Taichu, lightly pressing down with his right hand, successfully stopping the Crown Prince's assault. Enraged, the Crown Prince bellowed, "Get away." As he shouted, he continued to strike at both Meng Xuanhuan and Ji Taichu, but Meng Xuanhuan easily countered each attack. Ji Taichu stepped back 2 paces, subtly glancing at Qin Feihu. Qin Feihu furrowed his brow, unsure of what Ji Taichu's glance implied. Ji Taichu spoke. "The edict states that after the proclamation, she must enter the palace immediately. Is there any doubt regarding His Majesty's will, General Qin?" Qin Feihu's heart raced at the inquiry. Shaking his head solemnly, he declared, "This humble servant will arrange for Ling Yan to enter the palace at once." With that, he swiftly moved to the Crown Prince's side, grabbing his shoulder firmly, stating, "Your Highness, you must remain calm. I believe His Majesty wishes to see you. Do not keep him waiting." The Crown Prince's expression froze. Zhang Fei, who had been kneeling, could no longer contain herself, standing swiftly to address the Crown Prince. "Let us return to the palace." The Crown Prince's face fluctuated between hues of blue and white, ultimately glaring fiercely at Ji Taichu, hissing, "Your name is Li Sanjian, isn't it? I will remember you." Ji Taichu's expression remained composed as he kindly suggested, "Your Highness, I advise you to change your attire. It is rather inappropriate for you to escort Yin Marin to the palace in such clothing." The Crown Prince erupted with a violent aura, unleashing another palm strike towards Ji Taichu, the force slicing through the air, menacingly aimed at Ji Taichu. This time, Ji Taichu still did not evade. Qin Feihu was already positioned before Ji Taichu, effortlessly neutralizing the force of the strike. Ji Taichu smiled gently, stepping around Qin Feihu and the Crown Prince, moving to assist the still kneeling Qin Lingyan, tenderly saying, "Your Highness, let us escort you to the carriage." Qin Lingyan's cheeks flushed as she obediently rose. Supported by Ji Taichu as they walked toward the courtyard's exit, the others gradually stood up as well. Qin Lingying bit her lip, silently trailing behind Ji Taichu and Qin Lingyan. Qin Feihu and Meng Xuanhuan flanked Ji Taichu and Qin Lingyan. The Crown Prince and Zheng Guifei wore expressions of deep discontent, particularly the Crown Prince, whose eyes burned with fury. Zheng Guifei spoke in a low voice, "You must change your attire." The eldest prince inhaled deeply and strode out of the courtyard, followed closely by the cold-faced Zheng Guifei. The remaining guests exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, whispers began to circulate. Gongsun Shaosheng, who had already risen, felt a flicker of emotion in his eyes and chuckled softly before exiting the courtyard. Outside the residence, night was falling, yet the onlookers did not disperse. Many gazed eagerly towards the grand entrance, having witnessed Ji Taichu's arrival and heard Qin Feihu's earlier outburst. Their curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. Some among the crowd, possessing martial skills and keen hearing, had already caught Ji Taichu's proclamation, their expressions revealing shock and disbelief. The decree to confer Qin Lingyan the title of Yin Marin, the emperor competing with his son for a woman. Yi Yaolao and Nong Yu exchanged astonished glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. This treacherous eunuch had indeed urged them to flee first, for he had undoubtedly offended the eldest prince gravely. Yi Yaolao Musit, certain that after this night, the eldest prince and Zheng Guifei would harbor intense hatred for Ji Taichu. Even Qin Feihu would not look kindly upon him. Soon, Ji Taichu assisted Qin Lingyan out of the mansion and approached the resplendent sedan chair, flanked by a retinue of soldiers. "Your Highness, please board the carriage," he urged. Qin Lingyan bit her red lip, glancing at the chair ahead, unable to resist casting a backward glance at her father, Qin Feihu, and her sister, Qin Lingying. Her eyes filled with confusion and trepidation. "Get in the carriage," Qin Feihu instructed in a deep voice. Qin Lingying discreetly glanced at Ji Taichu, then turned to Qin Lingyan, gently advising, "You should board first." Reluctantly, Qin Lingyan lifted her skirt and ascended the carriage step by step. At that moment, the eldest prince and Zheng Guifei approached in succession. The prince, his face icy, sought out Zhao Jinzong, the captain of the guard, and donned the golden armor he wore. Zheng Guifei stepped before Ji Taichu. He felt a slight tremor in his eyelids and subtly took a step back, quietly reminding her, "I'm currently clad in my ceremonial robes, still representing His Majesty." Zheng Guifei scoffed, "I do not believe you can remain in that attire indefinitely." Ji Taichu coughed lightly and explained, "I am merely a messenger. The content of the decree have no bearing on me." Zheng Guifei replied coolly, "I am but a woman, and I must express my grievances. If I keep them bottled inside, I risk turning gray. You have conveyed His Majesty's will. Return to the palace with me." Ji Taichu countered, "I must escort Yin Marin and subsequently report to Yangxin Palace." Zheng Guifei fixed him with a steely gaze, retorting, "I shall also go to Yangxin Palace. I do not believe His Majesty will continue to protect you." Ji Taichu fell silent, unperturbed within. The Dog Emperor would not safeguard him. His Empress would. Having donned the golden armor, the eldest prince, Liang Qingyuan, nimbly leaped onto his steed, casting a cold glance at Ji Taichu before turning his horse's head and grimly ordering, "Escort Yin Marin back to the palace." Outside the general's residence, silence reigned, save for the rhythmic sound of hooves. Ji Taichu cast one last glance at Qin Feihu, Qin Lingying, and Meng Xuanhuan, nodding slightly. "I am entrusted with a special mission and may have inadvertently caused offense tonight. I hope for your understanding." Qin Feihu remained expressionless, silent. Meng Xuanhuan scrutinized Ji Taichu without a word. Qin Lingying, biting her lip, wore a complex expression, and as Ji Taichu turned to leave, she could no longer contain herself, calling out, "Hey!" Ji Taichu's heart skipped a beat as he calmly turned towards her. To avoid suspicion, he had deliberately chosen not to engage with her. Qin Lingying whispered, "Please take care of my sister. She is naive, and if I have offended you in any way, I hope you will overlook it." Ji Taichu smiled, of course. After exchanging a glance with Meng Xuanhuan, he turned and hastened to catch up with the bridal sedan. Qin Lingying's gaze remained fixed on Ji Taichu, her heart resolute. This decree messenger was the man who had been by her side for days. Yet, why was he a decree messenger? That she could not fathom. Meng Xuanhuan glanced at Qin Lingying before shifting her focus to Qin Feihu, her eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. Qin Feihu squinted slightly, observing the retreating retinue. After a long moment, his expression turned stern as he subtly shook his head. Meng Xuanhuan understood and quietly departed. Among the onlookers, Yi Yaolao and Nong Yu watched the receding procession, both feeling a pang of loss. Will they meet again? Nong Yu murmured softly. Yi Yaolao glanced at her, contemplating, yet chose not to speak further. Surely, they would meet again. But a eunuch remained a eunuch. No matter how splendidly adorned or handsome, the essence of their status remained unchanged. About 15 minutes later, the retinue of the eldest prince and that of Zheng Guifei proceeded along Zhuke Street. Zhuke Street, the main thoroughfare of Chaoge City, spanned 100 paces in width and was revered as the lifeblood and backbone of the Daliang Dynasty. Following closely beside the bridal sedan, Ji Taichu noticed that the procession was not centered on Zhuke Street, stirring a sense of reflection within him. Even the eldest prince's or Zheng Guifei's sedan lacked the privilege to traverse the very heart of Zhuke Street. Only the emperor's imperial carriage was worthy of that honor. The entire Chaoge City and the palace exhibited a stark hierarchy, with only the emperor free to act as he pleased in every conceivable sense. Even seizing his son's bride was merely a matter of a decree. Yet, alas, the current emperor, though his dragon might still commanded respect, was frail in health. Health was indeed the foundation. Without it, what use was it to usurp a son's intended bride? What significance did 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines hold? Asmila involuntarily graced Ji Taichu's lips. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Ji Taichu's eyelids twitched as a shadowy projectile appeared in his line of sight. A dark arrow flew straight toward the eldest prince, Liang Qingyuan, who was mounted on his steed. Assassination. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Jinzong, who had been at the prince's side, changed countenance, swiftly drawing his sword and lunging forward to intercept the dark arrow. With a clang, the arrow was cleaved in two, releasing a cloud of thick black mist. Liang Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. "Assassins!" he bellowed. The sound of arrows whistling through the air filled the space as a barrage of dark arrows rained down around the eldest prince, the black mist swiftly enveloping the retinue. The golden-armored guards dismounted, forming a protective circle around Liang Qingyuan, swords drawn, vigilant against any threat. Ji Taichu, standing beside the bridal sedan, immediately activated the Su Shunding, enveloping the area in an ethereal shroud of safety against unforeseen peril. In a flash, a figure clad in black leaped from the rooftop of a high pavilion on the right side of Zhuke Street, sword poised menacingly at Liang Qingyuan. Where did this rogue come from? Zhao Jinzong let out a thunderous roar, positioning himself directly in front of the crown prince. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he launched himself into the air, charging towards the approaching figure clad in black. The clash of swords echoed as Zhao Jinzong and the dark figure's blades collided, forcing Zhao to retreat back in front of the crown prince, while the black-clad assailant veered eerily to the right. A sense of dread washed over Zhao as he realized the target was Qin Lingyan. His expression shifted slightly. The thick black mist obscured his view of the assailant, yet he could discern the general direction and intent of the dark figure. Ji Taichu, standing beside the wedding carriage, hesitated for a moment upon witnessing the black-clad figure's advance. Instead of intervening, he crouched down as if gripped by fear. He understood that this individual most likely hailed from Yanlong City and intended to rescue Qin Lingyan. As the imperial envoy, his mission had been fulfilled, and now the responsibility of protection lay with the crown prince, being the true partner of Qin Lingyan. He had no justification to obstruct her abduction. Ultimately, the imperial palace was a predatory place for many women, especially at this juncture. With Emperor Liang Guang gravely injured and uncertain of his remaining lifespan, Qin Lingyan's entry into the palace meant more than mere widowhood. It could very well lead to her being buried alongside him. Within Chaoga City, no one had managed to abduct someone right beneath their noses. A sharp, aged voice echoed dispassionately. Ji Taichu's heart raced as he looked up, spotting a figure in a black robe seemingly materialize within the carriage, standing protectively before Qin Lingyan. With two fingers extended, the elder effortlessly pinched the blade of the black-clad assassin's sword, rendering it immobile. Chapter 46. Returning to the palace. What I have given you is yours. The sword remained firmly held between his fingers, a humiliation for any swordsman. The black-clad assassin, having charged in with force, momentarily froze as his weapon was trapped. In the next instant, a flurry of silver sword light erupted from the blade, akin to a swarm of venomous serpents, wildly surging towards the elder in black. The elder scoffed, and a radiant barrier of energy enveloped him, rendering the sword light ineffective. The assassin retreated, landing atop a noble steed directly in front of the wedding carriage. With a powerful leap, he released his sword, which transformed into a rushing stream of silver light, aimed squarely at the distant Zhang Guifei. The elder's expression remained impassive, yet a glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. Another piercing, aged voice emerged, steadfastly blocking Zhang Guifei's carriage. A gentle wave of the hand redirected the incoming blade off its course. The black-clad assassin landed on the ground and once more gazed at the wedding carriage of Qin Lingyan, taking a deep breath as he charged forward again. A series of fierce and vigorous palm strikes surged forth, sending the soldiers of the honor guard tumbling aside, creating further chaos. The elder furrowed his brow and stepped forward, directly seizing Qin Lingyan's shoulder, leaping high and swiftly exiting the dense shroud of black mist. Witnessing this, the black-clad assassin, like a specter, darted towards the elder with incredible speed. Beside the carriage, Ji Taichu frowned slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness. In this situation, he could only watch. Unsure of his own strength and whether he was qualified to partake in such combat, he was acutely aware that his current status precluded him from involvement. Suddenly, a black sword pierced through the ethereal state of the Shu Shunding, hurtling towards him with the speed of lightning and immense force. Ji Taichu instinctively leaned back, the black sword narrowly missing a mere inch above his shoulder, striking the carriage wheel instead. The impact shattered the wheel, and a significant portion of the sword embedded itself into the ground. As the wheels splintered, the wedding carriage swayed violently. Fortunately, it was a carriage with 8 large wheels, preventing it from toppling over due to the loss of just one. Ji Taichu's expression turned icy as he focused on the direction for which the black sword had come. A tall man clad in golden armor emerged from the black mist, striding purposefully towards him, wielding a silver great sword. Did he intend to slay me amidst the turmoil? Ji Taichu instantly grasped the situation, and without hesitation, he slipped beneath the carriage, grasping the hilt of the black sword, drawing it forth with great force. He then emerged from beneath the carriage, standing tall and gazing coldly at the advancing armored man. Previously, he had determined that the black-clad assassin sought to abduct Qin Lingyan. Thus, he had merely activated the Shushan Ding to envelop himself in an ethereal state as a precaution, without initiating true defense. Now, however, with someone attempting to take advantage of the chaos to kill him amidst the thick black mist, he would not remain passive any longer. Almost instantaneously, the golden armored man rushed to the side of the carriage, locking onto Ji Taichu's figure. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, aiming for Ji Taichu's neck. In an instant, Ji Taichu vanished from sight. The armored man's pupils constricted in disbelief. In the next moment, Ji Taichu reappeared, his black sword already slicing towards the man's neck. It penetrated without resistance, and the man's head rolled to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. With a stoic expression, Ji Taichu returned the black sword to the Shushan Ding and crouched near the carriage, vigilant of his surroundings. The black mist gradually dissipated. Soon, Ji Taichu's eyes flickered as he keenly noticed that the elder in black and Qin Lingyan had returned to the wedding carriage. The elder observed that one of the right side wheels had been shattered alongside a soldier's corpse and was momentarily taken aback. Spotting Ji Taichu in his crimson robe, he quickly deduced that the crown prince had intended to send someone to eliminate the envoy amidst the confusion, only to be countered by the envoy himself. How intriguing! The elder mused with a light chuckle, turning to the crown prince Liang Chengyuan. Your Highness, the assassin has retreated. Let us proceed back to the palace. The crown prince furrowed his brow, glancing at Ji Taichu, who had just risen to his feet. His expression turned cold as he scrutinized Ji Taichu intensely before commanding. Let us depart. The wedding carriage resumed its forward motion. Ji Taichu lowered his head slightly, concealing the chill in his eyes. Now merely a low-ranking eunuch. Despite his inner resentment towards the crown prince, he could not afford to display it openly. Otherwise, the only one who would suffer would be himself. As night deepened, the wedding procession halted at the Chengtian gate of the palace. The crown prince dismounted, unsheathing his sword as he led the wedding carriage into the palace, while Zheng Guifei's retinue remained outside, with only the palace maids and eunuchs accompanying her carriage inside. Ji Taichu closely followed the wedding carriage, and as they returned to the palace, he breathed a sigh of relief, though a hint of anxiety lingered. He was uncertain whether the manner in which he proclaimed the edict would satisfy Gongong Hong and Emperor Liangguang. Upon reaching Yangxin Palace, within the inner chamber, Emperor Liangguang was already aware of everything that had transpired and had witnessed Ji Taichu's proclamation. Reclining on the dragon bed, he observed a scroll unfurling before him. The scroll depicted a young eunuch clad in a crimson robe, holding the imperial edict in both hands as he read aloud. The edict obscured half of the young eunuch's face, leaving only his eyes and forehead visible. Before the youthful eunuch, all those attending the nuptial banquet of Qin Lingyan knelt upon the ground, including Qin Feihu, Qin Lingying, Qin Lingyan, Meng Xuanhuan, the crown prince, and Zheng Guifei, along with Gongsu and Xiaoxing and others. Within the scroll, the crown prince's visage twisted with malice, while Zheng Guifei exuded an icy demeanor. Emperor Liangguang lamented, "The artistry of the esteemed eunuch has reached an unparalleled zenith." Gongong Hong murmured, "He is quite diligent in serving your majesty." Liangguang chuckled softly and commanded, "Let the eldest come in first." Acknowledged. Moments later, the crown prince Liang Chengyuan, clad in resplendent golden armor, entered the chamber. Halting a distance of 10 paces from the dragon couch, bowing deeply and proclaiming, "Your son pays his respects to the emperor." Liangguang scrutinized the crown prince with a chilling glare. Cold sweat beaded upon the crown prince's brow as he maintained his bow, too fearful to stand upright. After a prolonged silence, Liangguang inquired, "I have heard you harbor significant objections to my decree?" Thud. The crown prince fell to his knees, hastily declaring, "I would not dare, your majesty." I merely did not anticipate that you would take a liking to the beauty Yin. Had I known, I would have ensured her presence in the palace at the earliest, never daring to harbor covetous thoughts. Liang Guang's gaze remained fixed on the crown prince as he retorted coldly. Do you presume I brought Qin Lingyan into the palace out of infatuation? The crown prince, drenched in cold sweat, muttered, I would not presume to speculate on your majesty's intentions. I only know that whatever you desire, I shall present with both hands. Liang Guang's voice turned icy. This realm belongs to me. Whatever I desire does not require your offering. Yet you seem to have forgotten who bestowed everything upon you. The crown prince lowered his head and respectfully stated, I have always remembered that all I possess is granted by your majesty. I owe my existence solely to being your son. Liang Guang replied gently, as long as you remember, what I give you is rightfully yours. I understand. The crown prince hastily affirmed. Liang Guang scrutinized him. I have heard you wish to slay the messenger? The crown prince's expression shifted, and he quickly shook his head. I would not dare. Liang Guang's voice turned frigid. He is my voice. To wish him dead is akin to desiring to silence me. The crown prince lowered his head once more, trembling as he replied, I would not dare. I merely chastised him for disrespecting my mother. Liang Guang remarked coolly, why would your mother be disrespected? If she had not gone to the Qin family, who would dare insult her? The crown prince fell silent, his forehead pressed firmly against the floor, not daring to show any hint of disrespect. Liang Guang shook his head. Return and reflect on where you have erred. Acknowledged. The crown prince replied respectfully, breathing a sigh of relief inwardly as he exited the chamber. Liang Guang then summoned Zheng Guifei. Soon, Zheng Guifei stepped into the chamber, advancing slowly before the dragon couch, pursing her lips and casting a lingering gaze upon Liang Guang. Liang Guang chuckled in disbelief. What? Are you placing blame on me? Zheng Guifei replied in a muffled tone, I would never dare to blame your majesty. It is merely that I find it unjust. Liang Guang inquired blandly. What do you find unjust? Zheng Guifei responded, I do not understand why your majesty would send those associated with the beauty Xiao to humiliate me. I have accompanied your majesty since before your ascension. These decades, though I may lack merit, I have endured hardship. When you established the new empress, though I yearned for the position, I did not oppose your choice of Xiao. I recall, when you were still a prince, you took me as a concubine, and your mother even visited my family to converse with me. Now, as Qing Yuan takes a concubine, I, emulating your mother, sought to speak with Qin Lingyan. Does your majesty believe I have erred? Liang Guang furrowed his brow and coldly replied, do you truly not comprehend what your son desires? Zheng Guifei lightly bit her lip and responded, I know Qin Feihu remains loyal only to you. Liang Guang smirked, yet you still wish to assist your son. Zheng Guifei raised her gaze to Liang Guang, stating, is my son not also your majesty's son? Liang Guang retorted, it is precisely because he is my son that you cling to such illusions. Zheng Guifei fell silent, and after a moment, she quietly asked, does your majesty wish to continue humiliating me? Liang Guang frowned and coldly declared, in the future, do not involve yourself in matters outside the palace. Zheng Guifei felt a sense of relief wash over her, lowering her head to gaze at her knees, softly stating, wherever I may be, I am willing to kneel before you, your majesty. I merely hope that next time, I may place a mat beneath my knees, lest my garments become soiled and offend your eyes. At her words, Liang Guang instinctively glanced at Zheng Guifei's knees, indeed, noticing the dust that adorned them. He turned his attention to the scroll before him, recognizing that when Zheng Guifei knelt to receive the decree, there had been no mat beneath her. In the palace, concubines are usually permitted to kneel upon mats when receiving decrees. Liang Guang glanced at Zheng Guifei once more, aware that she sought to discipline the messenger. He fell silent, hesitating. The messenger was an emissary of the Empress Xiao. Should he hand him over to Zheng Guifei, Xiao would likely stir trouble afterward. Zheng Guifei, keeping her head bowed, murmured, it seems in your majesty's eyes, I am far inferior to Guifei Zhong. Liang Guang replied curtly, I have fallen ill. Shuzhen knew to bring me medicine. Yet you only concern yourself with your son. Do you still have the audacity to reproach me? Have you ever cared for me? Zheng Guifei stared blankly at Liang Guang, her expression transforming into one of palpable grievance and sorrow. She pointed at Gonggong Hong, coldly stating, why do you not inquire of Gonggong Hong? Have I not visited you often? When have you ever wished to see me? Liang Guang frowned and cast a sidelong glance at Gonggong Hong. Gong Gong Hong replied softly. The Gui Fei does indeed visit you frequently, but at that time, you were not well and required solitude. I took it upon myself to prevent her from seeing you. Liang Guang pondered, recalling past events. During his initial severe injury, Zheng Gui Fei and the other concubines had indeed come to visit, but his thoughts were consumed with schemes to obtain Xuanji Junren's favor, and he had not met with any concubines. Silently shaking his head, Liang Guang turned to Zheng Gui Fei, contemplating, "Very well, I shall have the messenger escort you back to the palace. However, do not harm him. He is a representative of Xiao, and I must show her this courtesy." Zheng Gui Fei's eyebrows relaxed, and she gazed at Liang Guang with a soft expression, gently inquiring, "When might your majesty's health improve?" Liang Guang paused, glancing at the alluring Zheng Gui Fei, instantly comprehending her intent, and said with a hint of resignation, "It will require some time. Should I recover, I will come to keep you company." Zheng Gui Fei's complexion brightened, and she nodded, "Then I shall await your majesty at Bijun Palace." Liang Guang nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Zheng Gui Fei, displaying her understanding, inclined her body and then turned to depart. Gong Gong Hong observed Liang Guang, hesitating for a moment before refraining from speaking, feeling a mix of emotions. It was evident that the true humiliation of Zheng Gui Fei and the crown prince stemmed from this emperor, yet both would ultimately express gratitude for his clemency. In the side hall, Ji Taichu, now donning the customary attire of a eunuch, sat upon a wooden bench to the right, his cheeks rigid as he inwardly extended a heartfelt greeting to the ancestress of the Dog Emperor. The sounds from the inner chamber had reached his ears, and Zheng Gui Fei's mere few words had led the Dog Emperor to relinquish him without hesitation. Ji Taichu's complexion darkened as he observed Zheng Gui Fei exiting the palace. With an air of nonchalance, he retrieved a butterfly wing from the Bai Su Shu manual, which had been gifted to him by Meng Xuanhuan. This technique was acquired by Meng Xuanhuan from the Piamiao Palace specifically to track the notorious lecher, Ouyang Yunhe. Upon their initial meeting, Meng Xuanhuan generously bestowed this knowledge upon Ji Taichu. The butterfly wing carried the fragrance of Dai Xiang by Risan, enabling Ji Taichu to trace Ouyang Yunhe's whereabouts through the Bai Su Shu. His ability to extricate himself from this encounter with Zheng Gui Fei hinged on the efficacy of this technique. As Zheng Gui Fei approached, a cryptic smile graced her lips as she scrutinized Ji Taichu. He rose respectfully, addressing her as Gui Fei Nyang Yang. Zheng Gui Fei replied coolly, instructing him to accompany her back to the Biyun Palace, as the emperor had specifically requested his presence. Ji Taichu's expression shifted to one of reluctance. He stated that he had crucial intelligence to report to the emperor. Zheng Gui Fei's laughter was icy as she declared that the emperor was already aware of what he knew, and insisted he follow her immediately, threatening dire consequences if he did not comply. Ji Taichu, glancing at Zheng Gui Fei, inquired softly whether the matter he wished to report was indeed known to the emperor. "Less chatter," she retorted, turning to exit the hall. Ji Taichu shrugged and followed her. Noticing his submissive demeanor, Zheng Gui Fei furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Upon exiting the Yangxin Hall, they spotted the crown prince, Liang Chengyuan, still lingering. Zheng Gui Fei halted, and the crown prince approached, smirking at Ji Taichu, remarking on the emperor's affection for his mother. Zheng Gui Fei, frowning, urged him to return to the crown prince's residence and to cease any association with Qin Feihu, as it had provoked the emperor's ire. The crown prince's expression stiffened, but he nodded, casting one last cold glare at Ji Taichu before departing. Zheng Gui Fei took her seat in the carriage. As they journeyed towards Biyun Palace, she glanced at Ji Taichu, who had been dutifully following the carriage, and inquired about the important matter he had mentioned to the emperor. Ji Taichu replied with deference, stating that the matter was of great significance and not to be discussed lightly. He suggested that if Zheng Gui Fei truly wished to know, he could elaborate once they arrived at Biyun Palace. Zheng Gui Fei, arching an eyebrow, coldly remarked that he was attempting to bargain for his life. Ji Taichu shook his head, asserting that he had done nothing wrong, and thus there was no need for forgiveness. Zheng Gui Fei merely scoffed, knowing the emperor had commanded that this dog, a eunuch, was not to be killed. Even if he possessed critical information, as long as he could speak, he could be subjected to any torment. With his head lowered, Ji Taichu discreetly employed the Bai Su Shu, inhaling the faint traces of Dai Xiang by Ri Sen lingering in the palace, which would lead him to Ouyang Yunhe. Soon, he detected the delicate scents remnants within the palace, confirming that Ouyang Yunhe was concealed in a courtyard to the east of Biyun Palace. The notion that the infamous lecher was hiding within Zhang Guifei's chambers struck him as a substantial leverage. He pondered whether he might exploit this situation to his advantage. Suddenly, Zhang Guifei extended her right hand, requesting Ji Taichu's assistance. He respectfully stepped forward, offering his arm to support her as they entered Biyun Palace. Contemplating how to maximize his benefit from this unfolding scenario. Had he not been betrayed by the emperor, he might have considered informing the empress of this discovery, which could potentially topple Zhang Guifei and implicate the crown prince Liang Chengyuan as well. However, he was now in the emperor's service, and self-preservation was paramount. He needed to find a way to turn the tables. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, Zhang Guifei settled onto the bed and instructed a female attendant to fetch her glass whip. Ji Taichu's expression stiffened as memories of concubine Zhong's jade whip surfaced. While concubine Zhong had wielded her whip for amusement, Zhang Guifei's intentions were clearly far more serious. Yet, there remained a potential for amusement. Zhang Guifei, now with no one else around, pressed Ji Taichu for the so-called important intelligence he had alluded to. Ji Taichu raised his gaze, asking if she truly wished to hear it. Zhang Guifei's cold laughter warned him against further delay, threatening another castration if he hesitated. Clearing his throat, Ji Taichu quietly revealed that the infamous lecher Ouyang Yunhe had been pursued and had vanished in a Chaoga city. Zhang Guifei was momentarily taken aback, incredulous as she questioned whether this was indeed the significant intelligence he had promised. Ji Taichu, maintaining his gaze on her, clarified that Ouyang Yunhe had inexplicably disappeared upon reaching Chaoga city. Zhang Guifei's brow furrowed as she demanded to know what he meant by that. Ji Taichu explained that there existed only one location in Chaoga city where one could vanish without a trace. Realization dawned on Zhang Guifei as she grasped his implication. He had hidden within the palace. Ji Taichu nodded, smiling as he asked whether she deemed this information of importance. Zhang Guifei, maintaining her composure, remarked that even if it were significant, it was not urgent. Furthermore, since he had disclosed this intelligence to her, she could simply inform Gonggong Han directly. Ji Taichu regarded her with a knowing smile, prompting Zhang Guifei to scrutinize him with suspicion, inquiring if he had any further information to share. Even in her questioning, her tone conveyed certainty. Ji Taichu, si migli pondrik alod. Expressed curiosity about where Ouyang Yunhe might be hiding. Zhang Guifei, considering the implications, felt a twitch in her eyelid as she fixed her gaze on Ji Taichu, demanding to know what he meant. Ji Taichu calmly analyzed. If I were Ouyang Yunhe, after hiding in the palace, I would certainly keep a low profile, first finding a secret place to conceal myself. I would thoroughly ascertain the situation within the imperial palace before making any plans. Of course, this scenario assumes that Ouyang Yunhe is unaware of the palace's circumstances. If he had been assigned by someone to enter the palace, the situation would be quite different. However, regardless of whether it is the first or second scenario, there exists a palace that is quite suitable for concealment. Can you guess which palace would be most appropriate for the notorious scoundrel to hide in? Zhang Guifei's expression fluctuated, her gaze coldly fixed on Ji Taichu as she commanded, "Continue." Ji Taichu continued his analysis. In the first scenario, once Ouyang Yunhe infiltrated the palace, there is only one palace with relatively weak defenses, providing him with an opportunity to slip in and hide there. In the second scenario, if someone outside intended to rely on this notorious scoundrel to target a certain noble within the palace, it would likely be due to the recent peculiarity surrounding that noble. Noticing Zhang Guifei's complexion had turned pale, he no longer withheld information and stated plainly, "Your Highness, today you left the palace for the residence of General Qin. Most of the attendants from Biyun Palace likely accompanied you, leaving the palace understaffed. If Ouyang Yunhe were to notice this situation, choosing to hide here would be entirely reasonable. Furthermore, if Ouyang Yunhe was indeed under someone's orders when he entered the palace, the likelihood of him infiltrating Biyun Palace to frame you is significantly high. After all, the crown prince is currently regent and is on the verge of marrying Qin Lingyan, the daughter of General Qin Feihu, a time of great triumph for him. With the crown prince enjoying such success, it is only natural that someone who is envious would seek to harm him, perhaps by employing a scoundrel to infiltrate the palace and undermine the crown princess mother. thereby striking at the crown prince himself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifei's lips trembled slightly, her heart sinking. She coldly stared at Ji Taichu and remarked with a sardonic smile, "These are merely your conjectures. Even the existence of the so-called scoundrel Ouyang Yunhe in the palace is uncertain, let alone his presence in Biyun Palace." Ji Taichu shook his head and smiled. "Your Highness, it seems you have misunderstood something." Zhang Guifei furrowed her brows, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu softly stated, "I am not a detective investigating a case, but rather a messenger. Everything I have just mentioned is based on the certainty that Ouyang Yunhe is indeed in Biyun Palace, from which I have drawn reasonable inferences. I arrived at the answer before the deductive process." Zhang Guifei's expression shifted dramatically, and she abruptly stood up, gazing at Ji Taichu with uncertainty. At that moment, a female official from Biyun Palace approached the beaded curtain of the sleeping chamber, holding a translucent white glass whip, and softly announced, "Your Highness, the glass whip has been retrieved." Zhang Guifei coldly replied, "Dismissed." The official respectfully exited the chamber. Zhang Guifei fixed her gaze on Ji Taichu, asking each word with precision. "You just said you were sure that the scoundrel Ouyang Yunhe is in Biyun Palace?" Ji Taichu gently nodded and responded, "It was confirmed on the way here. The person tracking Ouyang Yunhe transmitted to me a method of scent detection. This method originates from Piaomiao Palace, where Ouyang Yunhe once committed heinous acts against 3 female disciples, becoming tainted with the lingering scent of Piaomiao Palace's butterfly fragrance, which cannot be cleansed and dissipates only after 100 days. I am quite certain that Ouyang Yunhe is in Biyun Palace." Zhang Guifei could no longer maintain her composure. If it were known that a notorious scoundrel was hiding in Biyun Palace, not only would her son be unable to ascend the throne, but she herself would face the dire consequences of poison or a hanging. Impossible. How could he come to Biyun Palace? Zhang Guifei found it utterly unbelievable, baffled. Ji Taichu remained silent, feeling somewhat at a loss himself. The 2 reasons he had just provided were merely fabricated and lacked firm grounding. Nonetheless, the fact remained that Ouyang Yunhe was in Biyun Palace. One could only say that Zhang Guifei was rather unfortunate. Once Zhang Guifei regained her composure, she cast a cold and penetrating glance at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu's eyelids flickered, and he hastily reminded, "Your Highness, if you were to silence me, the Empress would undoubtedly not stand by idly. At that point, many eyes would be drawn to your palace. And if it were discovered that the notorious scoundrel Ouyang Yunhe was hiding within your chambers, there would be no words to defend yourself, even with 9 mouths. At that moment, not only would the crown prince's aspirations be in jeopardy, but even your family could face repercussions." Zhang Guifei coldly laughed. "Even if I do not kill you, you will certainly inform Xiao Meili." Ji Taichu raised his gaze and patiently replied, "Your Highness, you have misunderstood. If I truly intended to inform the Empress of this matter, I would not have mentioned it to you at all. If I were to remain silent and inform the Empress after leaving, what do you think would happen then?" Zhang Guifei was taken aback, her complexion subtly changing. If this treacherous eunuch had said nothing and had waited to inform that vile woman after leaving, the thought of such consequences sent a chill through her entire being. "What do you mean?" Zhang Guifei slowly sat on the edge of the bed, staring at Ji Taichu as she questioned. Ji Taichu smiled and suddenly countered, "Your Highness, why did you have someone fetch the glass whip?" Chapter 49. The chilling whip strikes recklessly the glass whip. Zhang Guifei was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending Ji Taichu's implication, and tentatively asked, "Do you desire this whip?" Ji Taichu shook his head and replied, "Your Highness, you summoned the attendants for the whip, presumably to strike me, correct?" At such a moment, Zhang Guifei would naturally not admit it, maintaining a calm facade as she denied, "You are overthinking it." Ji Taichu regarded Zhang Guifei with indifference, asserting that regardless of her intentions, he indeed had a desire to accomplish something. Zhang Guifei frowned and inquired, "What is it?" Ji Taichu grinned and lightly uttered 2 words, "To strike you." Zhang Guifei was momentarily astonished, her expression swiftly turning icy and grim, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the entire chamber. Ji Taichu remained unfazed, casually continuing, "Your Highness must understand my position. Once I capture the notorious scoundrel Ouyang Yunhe and dispose of the evidence, I will have no means to hold anything over you. Should you choose to deny our acquaintance then, I would be utterly powerless. Thus, Before that moment, our family must naturally seize every opportunity to gain the upper hand. Zhang Guofei fixed her icy gaze on Ji Taichu, gradually regaining her composure, and coldly remarked, "Would you not leave yourself an escape route?" Ji Taichu smiled at Zhang Guofei and replied, "Our route of retreat lies with your highness." Zhang Guofei scoffed, "If you consider me a means of escape, you should be kneeling at my feet right now." Ji Taichu shrugged and said, "I have always preferred to act contrary to expectations. Since your highness wishes for me to kneel before you, it seems you may indeed need to kneel before me to satisfy my desires." Zhang Guofei's expression darkened as she glared at Ji Taichu, wishing she could strike him dead with a single blow, yet she dared not. The mere thought of Ji Taichu's earlier words sent chills down her spine. In the palace, no matter how esteemed a woman may be, any association with a lecherous man spells disaster. If it were revealed that a notorious libertine was hidden within Biyun Palace, she would have no way to justify it. Should the emperor harbor even the slightest suspicion, it would spell catastrophe for both her and her son, the crown prince. This cannot be allowed to happen. Yet, must she truly satisfy the perverse demands of this eunuch? Zhang Guofei furrowed her brow, her heart engulfed in turmoil. She had a strong premonition that if she acquiesced to this man's demands, she would inevitably find herself with new weaknesses in his grasp. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Guofei finally spoke. "First, go find Ouyang Yunhe. Once I am certain you have not deceived me, I shall be willing to atone for Cheng Yuan. In whatever torment you wish to inflict upon me, I shall not utter a word in protest." Ji Taichu regarded Zhang Guofei, inquiring, "Are you certain of this course of action?" Zhang Guofei frowned, asking in a hushed tone, "What do you mean?" Ji Taichu explained, "If we were to locate Ouyang Yunhe first, and then you offered your atonement, once we find him, we might very well call for help. After all, this chamber is different from the outer halls. Inside, the sound is well contained, and no one dares eavesdrop. However, outside, a mere shout from us would likely attract the attention of the old eunuchs." Zhang Guofei's heart trembled slightly, yet she maintained her cold demeanor, saying, "Even if I were to offer atonement first, could you not still call out?" Ji Taichu shook his head, explaining, "If we were to strike your highness first, there would undoubtedly be marks left upon you, and should we dare to shout while capturing Ouyang Yunhe, you could retaliate fiercely against us." Zhang Guofei furrowed her brow, and after a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "We could sit down and discuss this calmly, without escalating the tension." Ji Taichu nodded, responding, "You first summoned that lady official to bring in the riding whip." Zhang Guofei's cheeks stiffened slightly as she coldly fixed her gaze on Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu continued, "Moreover, your highness must also bring forth your seal." Zhang Guofei frowned, asking in a hushed tone, "What do you need my seal for?" Ji Taichu replied gently, "One must always leave oneself a path of retreat. Rest assured, I shall also leave you with something to hold against me. Only when we both possess leverage over one another can we ensure our safety." Zhang Guofei's eyes flickered with a hint of understanding, saying, "If we are to exchange leverage, then the riding whip is unnecessary." Ji Taichu smiled softly, remarking, "To have summoned me here, your highness must have persuaded the emperor. I imagine your intentions extend beyond merely wielding the whip against me. If I were to do nothing, would that not waste your good intentions?" Zhang Guofei replied calmly, "You misunderstand. I specifically sought you out to win you over. After all, you are the imperial envoy, and you will likely be of great use to me in the future." Ji Taichu shook his head, advising, "I suggest you make your decision soon. You must know that I am under the favor of the empress, and should she learn of my presence in Biyun Palace, she may very well come here herself to retrieve me. Once I encounter Her Majesty, whether I choose to continue cooperating with you may be uncertain. It would be prudent for you to decide swiftly." Zhang Guofei's expression shifted, and after a moment's deliberation, she grit her teeth and commanded, "Xiaolon, bring in the riding whip." A smile graced Ji Taichu's lips as he slightly lowered his head. It should prove quite amusing to strike the Guofei, should it not? Moments later, a lady official named Xiaolon delivered the riding whip. After accepting it, Zhang Guofei coldly instructed, "No one is to approach the chambers without my decree." Xiaolon bowed respectfully and retreated. Ji Taichu straightened his posture and stepped toward Zhang Guofei. Zhang Guofei's heart raced as she expressionlessly watched Ji Taichu approach. Upon reaching her, Ji Taichu boldly seized the riding whip from her hands and casually sat at the edge of the bed, softly commanding, "Kneel." Zhang Guifei's complexion shifted as she took a deep breath, suppressing her fury before promptly kneeling at Ji Taichu's feet, pressing her lips together in silence. At that moment, she felt as if all her strength had drained away. Ji Taichu, holding the riding whip, gently tapped it against Zhang Guifei's delicate cheek. Though it appeared to be a whip, it was actually a jade rod shaped like a whip, translucent and cool to the touch. Zhang Guifei's cheeks flushed, and though the tap did not hurt, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Throughout her life, she had never endured such disgrace. What made it even more unbearable was that this humiliation was merely the beginning. The striking of the jade whip was indeed just the prelude. Chapter 50. The crumbling line of defense. The Empress approaches. Ji Taichu vividly recalled how he had been ambushed by this woman's son, the crown prince, betrayed by this woman's husband, Emperor Liang Wang, and how he had been brought into this palace by her. Had he not grasped the whereabouts of the notorious libertine Ouyang Yunhe, had Ouyang Yunhe not fortuitously hidden within this palace, he would surely have been the one subjected to torment that night. With such causality in mind, he naturally felt no obligation to show this woman any courtesy. What the Guifei? What the mother of the crown prince? Would she not still kneel obediently at my feet? Ji Taichu felt a surge of satisfaction, his violent emotions ebbing and flowing. Yet he maintained a semblance of composure, knowing he could not reveal his true identity as a man before her for the time being. After all, the primary leverage he held over Zhang Guifei lay in the knowledge of the notorious libertine concealed within Biyun Palace. If he were indeed a libertine himself, he would likely fall victim to Zhang Guifei's retaliation. In this situation, he could only perform the actions permissible for a eunuch. It was during this moment that he vaguely began to understand the impotence eunuchs felt when confronting women. Desire existed, yet the means to fulfill it did not. Ultimately, all torment pointed toward that singular aim, yet nothing could be done. At most, he could merely indulge in fleeting pleasures. Eunuchs were helpless, even if they wished to resist. It was futile, and he, as a false eunuch, needed to endure genuinely. This tested his willpower further. Meanwhile, in Qingning Palace, the Empress had swiftly learned of Ji Taichu's return to the palace and was already aware of the content of his edicts. This revelation left her utterly astonished. Upon discovering that Ji Taichu had accompanied Zhang Guifei to Biyun Palace, her composure shattered. It was evident that Ji Taichu was not there of his own volition, and Zhang Guifei would certainly not let him go easily. After a brief discussion with Yi Hongyu, the Empress rose and took her carriage to Yangqing Palace. Last time, Ji Taichu was left in Zhongxiu Palace by Zhang Guifei, and she refrained from intervening, ultimately leading to Ji Taichu being tormented for an hour. This time, she vowed to rescue Ji Taichu at all costs. Otherwise, she feared that her status as empress would significantly diminish in Ji Taichu's eyes. Upon arriving at Yangqing Palace, the empress was unable to meet Emperor Liang Wang. Eunuch Hong emerged from the inner chamber holding a scroll and looked at the empress, softly stating, "Your Majesty has already retired for the night." The empress furrowed her brow, casting a cold gaze at Eunuch Hong, and said slowly, "You should know why I am here." Eunuch Hong slightly nodded, presenting the scroll to the empress, and continued, "Zhang Guifei has suffered grievances and needs someone to bear the burden. His Majesty has made it clear that Zhang Guifei must not kill anyone. There is no need for you to worry about Li Sangjing's safety." The empress took the scroll, slowly unfurling it from left to right, discovering that it depicted Ji Taichu issuing an edict. She gazed intently at the full scroll, her eyes lingering on Ji Taichu's imposing figure as he pronounced the edict, before shifting her gaze to the kneeling Zhang Guifei, assessing her briefly and inquiring, "What did Zhang Guifei say?" Eunuch Hong replied in a hushed tone. When kneeling to receive the edict, there was no mat beneath her knees. The empress frowned, observing the bare floor beneath Zhang Guifei's kneeling form, confirming the absence of a mat. Eunuch Hong then produced a small golden-yellow vial from his robe and offered it to the empress, continuing, "This contains 3 golden essence pills awarded by His Majesty to Li Sangjing, which you may present on his behalf." The empress accepted the vial and replied nonchalantly, "I intend to go to Biyun Palace to fetch someone." Eunuch Hong contemplated for a moment and cautioned, "If you go directly, it may provoke Zhang Guifei, and in that case, only Li Sangjing will suffer." The empress frowned and looked up at Eunuch Hong, directly asking, "What do you suggest I should do?" Eunuch Hong responded quietly. Zhang Guifei, apart from caring for the first prince, is also very concerned about her appearance. The empress was taken aback, and the next moment, she saw Eunuch Hong produce a pure white jade vial and present it to her. This is a snow mushroom beauty pill, a gift from His Majesty to you. The empress took it without showing any emotion, nodding as she said, I appreciate your assistance, Eunuch Hong. Eunuch Hong nodded slightly and refrained from saying more. The empress, recognizing the hint, turned and departed. As night deepened within Biyun Palace, Zhang Guifei's resolve was gradually crumbling under Ji Taichu's manipulation. From a moment she knelt. She had lost all power to resist. In addition to the usual torment, Ji Taichu had done two particularly noteworthy things. Firstly, he made Zhang Guifei sign her name on 9 blank sheets of paper and 1 imperial silk cloth, impressing her seal upon them. Secondly, he personally painted a nude portrait of Zhang Guifei. Of course, to placate the nearly broken Zhang Guifei, he left her with a leverage. He stamped a large footprint on a yellow robe belonging to Emperor Liangguang. Eventually, an announcement from outside interrupted this exchange. Your Highness, the Empress has sent a snow mushroom beauty pill. Outside the chamber, the lady-in-waiting, Xiaolan, reported respectfully. Already numbed by her circumstances, Zhang Guifei slowly regained her composure and cast a cold glance at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu grinned, taking 3 steps back, placing one end of the glass whip against his nose, balancing it with his nostrils. Zhang Guifei frowned, realizing that this insolent eunuch was performing an act of mockery. And after hastily dressing, she lowered the bed curtain and commanded, bring it in. Xiaolan entered respectfully, catching sight of Ji Taichu's ridiculous display with the glass whip. Her eyes momentarily flashing with an odd expression. Zhang Guifei instructed, place it on the mirror stand. Yes, Xiaolan complied, setting the small white jade vial containing the snow mushroom beauty pill on the left side of the mirror stand before quietly exiting. As soon as she left, Ji Taichu approached the mirror stand and picked up the vial. Zhang Guifei, still on the bed, furrowed her brows and coldly scrutinized Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu turned to her and raised an eyebrow, asking, under normal circumstances, would you accept this pill? Zhang Guifei replied coolly, perhaps. Ji Taichu chuckled, what? You dare to consume a pill sent by the Empress? Zhang Guifei shot him a glance and retorted with a sneer. You should ask why she dares to deliver a pill to me. Ji Taichu was taken aback, but quickly realized the implication. If Zhang Guifei insisted that the pill was poisoned, it would be challenging for the Empress to prove her innocence. Zhang Guifei stated matter-of-factly, the time is nearing. Since I have accepted the pill from Xiaomei, I must show her some respect. With that, her expression remained impassive, but her heart raced slightly, fearing that this audacious eunuch would continue his antics. Ji Taichu examined the vial in his hand, uncorked it, and poured out the snow mushroom beauty pill. It was a crystal-clear white pill, about the size of a longan, emitting an exquisite fragrance. He looked at Zhang Guifei and instructed, close your eyes. I shall feed it to you. Zhang Guifei's eyelids fluttered, and just as she was about to refuse, she saw Ji Taichu already sitting beside the bed. This insolent eunuch. Zhang Guifei cursed inwardly, reluctantly closed her eyes. Ji Taichu chuckled, biting the snow mushroom beauty pill and leaning down to offer half to Zhang Guifei. Moments later. Her cheeks flushed with color. She wiped her lips and glared coldly at Ji Taichu, her heart filled with a desire to skewer this insolent eunuch. Ji Taichu pondered and said, I will capture Ouyang Yunhe. You must have some pills in the palace that can enhance martial prowess. Fetch me some. To prove the truth of my claims, you will need to personally verify Ouyang Yunhe's identity shortly. Chapter 51. The Jade Buddha on Ouyang Yunhe. Zhang Guifei furrowed her brow, staring at Ji Taichu's back, her expression fluctuating. After a considerable pause, she rose and exited the chamber. The night was profound, and silence enveloped the surroundings. To the east of Biyun Palace lay Yin Feng Courtyard, the residence for the palace eunuchs. Dressed in eunuch attire, Ji Taichu emerged from the inner chamber and made his way straight to Yin Feng Courtyard. Upon entering, he glanced around before stealthily approaching a door on the west side of the courtyard. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dark, devoid of any light. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Ji Taichu feigned a long sigh, muttering under his breath before closing the door securely and walking toward the bed without lighting a lamp. As he neared the bed, A flash of golden sword light surged toward him with lightning speed. Just as the tip of the golden sword was half a foot away from Ji Taichu's neck, it suddenly met resistance, producing a sharp clang. The figure sitting up on the bed appeared momentarily stunned. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically. Ji Taichu conjured a pitch-black great sword seemingly from thin air, bringing it directly to the neck of the figure on the bed. "Do not move, do not scream, or you shall die," Ji Taichu whispered, simultaneously manipulating the virtual divine cauldron to envelop both individuals. The figure on the bed, realizing the drastic change in surroundings, was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity while the person was in shock, Ji Taichu swiftly struck with his left hand, delivering a heavy blow to the back of the person's head. The person's complexion shifted again, and soon their pupils dilated, collapsing to the ground. Ji Taichu let out a sigh of relief, but still felt a twinge of unease. With a swift motion of his left hand, he unleashed a formidable Tian-gang palm strike, striking the man in the abdomen and incapacitating his dantian. Observing the man's face, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, yet he remained unconscious, which eased Ji Taichu's worries. He then crouched down and began to search the man, first confirming his identity. There was evidence that he was not a eunuch. The notorious libertine Ouyang Yunhe. Upon confirming the identity, Ji Taichu swiftly uncovered 7 items from Ouyang Yunhe: a small pouch of golden beans, a night pearl the size of a ping-pong ball, 2 pink vials without labels, a parchment map, a jade Buddha the size of his fists holding a delicate jade sculpture of a woman, a translucent thread as fine as a hair and over 100 meters long, and a white iron folding fan with concealed gold needles within its ribs. Once assured that no other items remained on Ouyang Yunhe, Ji Taichu concealed the Shushan Ding and sat at the bedside, gripping Ouyang Yunhe's golden sword against his neck, awaiting silently. After a moment, a faintly cool cough echoed from outside the room. Ji Taichu whispered, "In here." Zhang Guofei, clad in a purple robe, swiftly entered the chamber, secured the door, and approached the bed. Without revealing his intentions, Ji Taichu tossed Ouyang Yunhe at Zhang Guofei's feet and discreetly manipulated the Shushan Ding, enveloping himself in its protective aura, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, he tightly held the golden sword, his gaze fixed on Zhang Guofei, saying, "Please verify his identity." Zhang Guofei cast a glance at Ouyang Yunhe, then stepped forward to confirm his masculinity, a chill creeping across her face. The dog-like eunuch had spoken nothing but the truth. The notorious libertine Ouyang Yunhe had indeed hidden himself within the Biyun Palace. Ji Taichu remarked, "He is still alive. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to interrogate him." Zhang Guofei remained silent, retrieving a small black vial from her sleeve, uncorking it to release a foul odor. Ji Taichu instinctively held his breath, observing intently. Zhang Guofei tilted the jade vial, allowing a stream of black liquid to cascade onto Ouyang Yunhe's head. A hissing sound arose. Ji Taichu's expression shifted slightly as he watched the black liquid, akin to molten lava, instantly incinerate Ouyang Yunhe's head. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Yunhe's entire body was corroded by the black liquid, leaving only tattered remnants of clothing that emitted hissing sounds. Zhang Guofei raised her gaze to Ji Taichu, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Ji Taichu maintained his composure, swiftly manipulating the Shushan Ding to guard against the woman before him. Zhang Guofei asked coolly, "If I were to kill you now, what recourse would you have?" Ji Taichu replied calmly, "You may attempt it. Zhang Guofei softly urged, "Doing ligging me. Let me broaden my horizons so we may coexist peacefully in the future." Ji Taichu subtly reminded her, "This is not a private chamber. If things get too loud, some of the old eunuchs might overhear. Additionally, I neglected to inform you, Your Highness, that I too have been contaminated with Diexiang berry sand. When you struck me earlier, your hands may have inadvertently come into contact with it as well." Zhang Guofei's expression darkened, grasping Ji Taichu's implication. If Ouyang Yunhe bore traces of Diexiang berry sand, and if she, the royal consort, also bore traces, any investigation could lead to irrevocable consequences. No wonder that wretched eunuch had been so cautious. Cursing internally, Zhang Guofei, her face pallid, retrieved a pure white vial from her sleeve and tossed it to Ji Taichu, coldly stating, "Inside is a Huangting Dan from the Zhenwu sect. Consuming it can enhance your power by 20 years. Ji Taichu accepted it and tucked it away, secretly storing it in the Xuxinding, then said, "Should I encounter any issues after consuming it, the Empress will be informed of everything I have obtained from you." Zheng Guifei replied icily, "Remember your words. Know the consequences should you fail to heed them." Ji Taichu nodded, rising to ask, "May I take my leave now?" Zheng Guifei snorted disdainfully and turned to depart. Ji Taichu exhaled softly. Had Zheng Guifei acted against him, the Xuxinding would have shielded him, but it would likely have been exposed, jeopardizing his safety within the palace and inviting pursuit from the Dalian court. The present circumstances were indeed the best outcome. The only regret remained that he had played the role of a true eunuch. Lost in thought, Ji Taichu stored the golden sword within the Xuxinding, exited the room, glanced around, and made his way out of the Yanfeng courtyard, proceeding unobstructed to the entrance of the Biyun Palace. At that moment, the maid Xiaolan approached, instructing the guards at the door to open it. The grand door swung open to reveal an opulent palanquin, surrounded by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs. By the palanquin, Yi Hongyu and Chu Rui's eyes brightened upon seeing Ji Taichu emerge. On the palanquin, the Empress, spotting Ji Taichu, felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was late into the night, and the world had plunged into darkness. Ji Taichu felt warmth in his heart upon seeing the Empress waiting outside the Biyun Palace, a shy smile gracing his lips as he affectionately called out, "Empress." The Empress appraised Ji Taichu with a steady gaze, nodding slightly, and said, "Come with me to Qingming Palace." "Certainly," Ji Taichu replied, moving closer to Yi Hongyu and Chu Rui. Yi Hongyu maintained an impassive expression, though her heartbeat quickened slightly. Chu Rui's cheeks flushed as she secretly glanced at Ji Taichu. The magnificent palanquin began to move. Ji Taichu walked alongside it, reflecting on the events that had transpired in the Biyun Palace, reassured that no flaws had been left behind. As he relaxed, he intended to converse with Chu Rui and Yi Hongyu when he suddenly felt a warmth emanating from his palms. Lowering his gaze, he discerned a faint pink hue on his palms, causing his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Chapter 52. This poison seems rather unorthodox. Poisoned? Zheng Guifei poisoned me? No. If it were Zheng Guifei, she would never employ a slow-acting poison. Ji Taichu steadied himself, meticulously recalling the recent events. The image of searching Ouyang Yunhe's body flickering in his mind, slowly understanding the source of the poison in his palms. The poison must have originated from Ouyang Yunhe's clothing. What kind of poison could it be? Ji Taichu carefully assessed his hands. Aside from the subtle warmth, there were no other reactions. To be safe, he resolved to refine it with Wandu Guizong later. Ji Taichu thought to himself. Wandu Guizong was one of 3 manuals he had acquired from Qin Lingying, divided into 3 sections: an introduction to various poisons, methods of detoxifying through counterpoison, and the cultivation techniques of Wandu Guizong. The cultivation method emphasized forging the body with poison, drawing poison into the meridians during initial training, condensing true essence, breaking through barriers, storing it in the dantian, and transforming it into poison seeds. At present, Ji Taichu was unaware of the exact nature of the poison he had contracted. Even if he wished to counter it with poison, he could not. For the time being, he could only cultivate Wandu Guizong, drawing poison into his meridians and condensing true essence on the way back to Qingming Palace. The attention of the Empress, Yi Hongyu, and Chu Rui remained steadfastly focused on Ji Taichu. They observed his expressions, noting the moments of furrowed brows and the subsequent relaxation of his features, which inevitably led to their flights of fancy. Chu Rui, lacking understanding of Ji Taichu's circumstances, could not help but wonder if he was displeased with her. The Empress and Yi Hongyu, however, were aware that Ji Taichu had offended Zheng Guifei, and they feared he might suffer greatly at her hands. A flicker of concern passed through their eyes. Upon their return to Qingming Palace, the Empress and Yi Hongyu guided Ji Taichu to the sleeping quarters. Shuhui, biting her red lip, remained outside, as a mere palace maid without the Empress's summons had no right to enter, leaving her to wait in silence. Inside the chamber, the Empress and Yi Hongyu regarded Ji Taichu with evident concern. The Empress stepped forward and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Ji Taichu recognized that lamenting his plight could elicit sympathy from the 2 women, potentially even leading to the acquisition of powerful restorative elixirs. However, such an act would likely require him to shed his garments for treatment, significantly increasing the risk of exposing his true identity as a man. It was not a wise trade-off. He shook his head and replied softly, I am fine. Zhang Guifei intended to torment me and even brandished the Lioli whip. But an unexpected situation arose on her end. What situation? The Empress and Yi Hongyu asked with curiosity. Ji Taichu continued in a hushed tone. I can share this with you, but you must promise not to use this information against Zhang Guifei for the time being. I have given her my word. The Empress, taken aback, nodded discreetly and assured him, I promise, whatever you reveal next, I shall not use it against Zhang Guifei. Ji Taichu glanced at Yi Hongyu, who calmly affirmed, I will heed the Empress's word. Ji Taichu began, this matter dates back to when I was still outside the palace. One evening, I encountered Meng Xuanhuan, who was indulging in wine. Meng Xuanhuan was the husband of Qin Lingying, the eldest daughter of Qin Feihu. During his travels in the western regions, he had come across the notorious rogue Ouyang Yunhe. Ji Taichu recounted the tale of Ouyang Yunhe's desperate flight into the palace and his discovery of Ouyang hiding in Biyun Palace, detailing the transaction he made with Zhang Guifei. Naturally, he omitted the more torturous aspects of the encounter. The Empress and Yi Hongyu were left in stunned silence. A notorious rogue concealed within Biyun Palace? The revelation was staggering. Once they processed the information, the Empress scrutinized Ji Taichu and skeptically asked, after you destroyed Ouyang Yunhe's body, did Zhang Guifei not contemplate silencing you? Ji Taichu clarified, I informed her that she too was contaminated with Jixiang 100-day powder, and she was unaware of the identity of the person who divulged Ouyang Yunhe's whereabouts to me. The Empress appeared enlightened, nodding as she remarked, I disdain to engage in any form of framing or deceit. As for the matter of Ouyang Yunhe, this is where it ends. A sense of relief washed over Ji Taichu, though he could not shake the feeling that this was not the conclusion of the matter. The Empress produced a small golden vial from her sleeve and handed it to Ji Taichu, softly stating, inside are 3 gene sway pills, which can enhance your abilities and strengthen your physique. Consider it a compensation from His Majesty. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow, accepted the vial, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Empress then took a seat on the bed, gazing at Ji Taichu, and requested, share your experiences from outside the palace. Ye Hongyu, equally curious, looked at Ji Taichu, having spent days inquiring about his time beyond the palace walls to no avail. Ji Taichu nodded, taking a moment to ponder before he began his narrative. He primarily recounted his experiences at the Meng residence, elucidating the complex relationships between Meng Xuanhuan, Qin Lingying, and Hu Shaotian, while also mentioning his assistance to Qin Lingying in provoking Meng Xuanhuan. Naturally, he omitted the details of their intimate encounters, stating only that he disguised himself as a man. The Empress and Yi Hongyu listened intently, surprised by the extraordinary events that had transpired in Ji Taichu's life. They critiqued Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Shaotian, particularly condemning Hu Shaotian for failing to regard Meng Xuanhuan as a true brother, instead viewing him as a mere pawn. Subsequently, Ji Taichu briefly described the process of delivering the imperial edict. Upon hearing it, both women deemed Ji Taichu exceedingly audacious. After about an hour, Ji Taichu exited the sleeping quarters, only to find Chu Rui standing alone in a corner of the palace corridor. Sister Chu Rui, he called softly. She looked up, her expression lighting up at the sight of him, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she slightly lowered her head and approached him. Ji Taichu smiled and suggested, shall we return together? Yes, Chu Rui replied in a soft voice. The two departed side by side. As they walked beneath the corridor of the sleeping quarters, Yi Hongyu quietly observed their retreating figures, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Moments later, they arrived at the west side of Qingning Palace, where the maids resided in the Zixuan courtyard. With a blush, Chu Rui quietly remarked, after we became bonded, Aunt Yi arranged a private courtyard for me, saying that if you return, you could stay here. Ji Taichu nodded and followed Chu Rui into a small courtyard within Zixuan. Upon entering the hall, Chu Rui lit an oil lamp with a fire stick and, holding the lamp, led Ji Taichu to the bedroom on the right side of the hall. Ji Taichu sat at the edge of the bed, examining his hands and vaguely feeling a warmth in his arms, realizing he could not delay any longer. He glanced at Chu Rui and noticed that, bathed in the warm glow of the oil lamp, her delicate face was flushed, rendering her exceptionally alluring. An inexplicable impulse surged within him. Looking down at his hands, he sensed a revelation. This poison seemed rather unseemly. Chapter 53. Prove to me that you miss me. Chu Rui was inherently beautiful, and in Qingming Palace, apart from the Empress and Yi Hongyu, it was unlikely to find a woman more captivating than her. Especially now, with her cheeks flushed and appearing shy, she was irresistibly enticing. However, Ji Taichu was acutely aware that his relationship with Chu Rui had yet to endure any trials. He could not yet reveal his true identity as a man. Thus, despite their bond, he had no intention of disclosing this truth to her. Initially, he had planned to proceed gradually, waiting until Chu Rui fell completely in love with him before making any physical advances. Yet now, the overwhelming urge was becoming increasingly potent. Ji Taichu understood that this was not normal, most likely a consequence of the poison, especially considering that the poison was sourced from the infamous rogue Ouyang Yunhe. Everything fell into place. A rogue, after all, would possess either an aphrodisiac or narcotic. It was evident that the toxin he had encountered was likely related to the latter. Observing Chu Rui, Ji Taichu appraised her for a moment and softly stated, "I have sustained some injuries and require a period of quietude. You may sleep beside me, and we shall converse in the morning." Chu Rui responded with a soft "oh," unable to suppress her concern as she asked, "Are you truly all right?" Ji Taichu smiled and reassured her, "As long as you remain by my side, Sister Chu Rui, I shall be fine." Chu Rui's cheeks flushed once more as she playfully chided him. Then, blushing, she stepped closer to Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu longed to take Chu Rui's delicate hand in his own. However, due to the poison coursing through his veins, he refrained from such contact. Instead, he spoke softly, "Let us retire to bed. We are already bonded as a pair, so there is no need for formality in my presence." With a blush adorning her cheeks, Chu Rui settled beside Ji Taichu, gently removing her shoes before nestling into the bed, her face resembling a ripe peach. Ji Taichu glanced at her flushed cheeks and chuckled. "Rest well for now. Once I have regained my composure, there is much I wish to discuss with you." Chu Rui's cheeks reddened further as she, suppressing her shyness, shed her outer garments and nestled beneath the covers, softly closing her eyes. Ji Taichu smiled gently, then sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes shut as he meticulously recalled the essence of Wandu Guizhong. After a brief moment, he commenced his cultivation. Beside the bed, Chui stealthily opened her eyes, gazing at Ji Taichu, who sat in meditation, her eyes brimming with shyness and joy. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, warm currents surged from his palms into the Sanyang and San Yin meridians, as the Wandu Guizhong technique guided the flow of qi, merging it with authentic energy and refining it into true essence. This energy surged forth, breaking barriers and clearing points, eventually converging in his dantian. After accumulating 19 threads of true essence, the warmth emanating from Ji Taichu's hands dissipated entirely. He opened his eyes, fixating on his palms, his brow slightly furrowed. It was insufficient. The poison within his palms, after being refined through Wandu Guizhong, had transformed into true essence, yet was wholly inadequate for solidifying a poison seed. Contemplating his next step, Ji Taichu's attention shifted to the virtual divine cauldron. If both Bingpa Jiao and Huiyuan Jiao could be classified as poisons, then within the cauldron, 5 kinds of toxins were present. The gifts from Xuanji Jinren, Bingpa Jiao, and Huiyuan Jiao, 2 from Hu Xiaoyan's treasury, a vial of scorpion pills, and a vial of extreme desire He Huan San, and 1 from Ouyang Yunhe, 2 small pink vials. After examining these 5 poisons, Ji Taichu pondered briefly before retrieving one of the pink vials originally belonging to Ouyang Yunhe. He surmised that the toxin contained within was likely the same as that in his palm, a rather lewd aphrodisiac. Upon uncorking the vial, Ji Taichu pressed his palm against the opening, shaking the vial before continuing his practice of Wandu Gong. Moments later, he confirmed that the powder within the pink vial was indeed the poison from his palm. As time passed, threads of true essence, formed from the unique toxins and authentic energy, continuously gathered in his dantian. The powder in the vial was soon depleted, losing its potency. Ji Taichu then took out the second pink vial and resumed his cultivation. Once this vial was also emptied, the true essence accumulating in his dantian had subtly begun to take shape as a poison seed, though it had yet to solidify. Ji Taichu retrieved the extreme desire, He Huan, belonging to Hu Xiaotian, and began refining it in his palm. After a quarter of an hour, he glanced at the peacefully sleeping Chu Rui, discreetly taking out a cup of Bingpajio and a cup of Huinjio, mixing them together to drink before continuing his cultivation. Meanwhile, newly entered into the palace, Qin Lingyan was attended to by more than 10 palace maids for a bath, after which she was examined by the female official Wan Biyu to confirm her maiden status. Following the examination, she was assigned to Emperor Liang Guang's chambers. Initially, she was filled with indignation, contemplating the possibility of taking her own life. However, upon entering the chamber, she discovered that rather than being forced to serve the emperor, Wan Biyu had instead laid out a mat beneath the dragon bed for her, leaving her utterly bewildered. As she turned to inquire, Wan Biyu promptly sealed her acupoints, rendering her motionless, and she could only lie quietly on the mat. 2 hours later, she was bundled into the bedding by Wan Biyu and carried by 4 palace maids to Yinqing Palace. Throughout the entire process, she remained utterly perplexed, failing to comprehend the significance of sleeping on a mat in the emperor's chambers. As dawn approached, Ji Taichu's dantian brimmed with an immense amount of true essence, ultimately refining into a peculiar poison seed. Upon closer inspection, he realized that with a mere thought, he could mobilize the toxic true essence contained within the seed and integrate it into his qi. The poison within him could also be swiftly refined and absorbed into this seed. Normally, a poison seed would harm the true qi, but fortunately, his initial power stemmed from Xuanji Zhenren, and he cultivated the Jiuyang Yulong Jing, which could suppress the poison seed effectively. Ji Taichu mused that Wandu Vizong was fundamentally a technique focused on toxins. For an ordinary person, it would be challenging to suppress the poison seed with their true qi, leading to an overwhelming toxic assimilation throughout their body. Ji Taichu, however, was different. His foundational power came from Xuanji Zhenren, and he had cultivated the Jiuyang Yulong Jing, which endowed his true qi with a masculine vigor. During his time at the Meng residence, he absorbed a significant amount of Mingyu Heart Sutra true qi from Qin Lingying, which possessed innate detoxifying properties. His true qi exerted a crushing dominance over the poison seed's true essence, allowing for its easy assimilation. Once assimilated, even if the poison seed grew stronger, it would pose no threat to his body and would instead serve his purposes. Having confirmed that cultivating Wandu Guizong would be beneficial and harmless to him, Ji Taichu exhaled softly and retrieved the Huang Ting Dan gifted to him by the favored concubine Zheng. According to Zheng, this pill could enhance his power by 20 years. Initially, he harbored concerns that Zheng might have poisoned the pill, but now that he had successfully cultivated Wandu Guizong and refined a poison seed, he no longer feared toxicity. Poison? It could be refined away. As dawn broke, Ji Taichu's cheeks flushed, and upon opening his eyes, a spark of brilliance flickered within them, swiftly vanishing. He sighed deeply, feeling an extraordinary sense of refreshment, before turning to the still, slumbering Chirue. With a gentle smile, he slipped beneath the covers. Chirue awoke with a start, and upon seeing Ji Taichu's face, her cheeks flushed anew. Ji Taichu gazed at her lovely visage, leaning in to tease. "Have you missed me during my absence from the palace?" Chirue's cheeks reddened as she shot him a playful glare, offering no reply. Dissatisfied, Ji Taichu playfully nudged the tip of her nose with his own. Chirue's face grew warmer, and she dared not meet his gaze. Ji Taichu lowered his voice, asking, "Do you regret it?" Startled, Chirue quickly shook her head. Ji Taichu huffed lightly. "Then why do you not think of me?" Chirue's cheeks flushed again as she murmured, "I do miss you." After speaking, her face deepened in color, her shyness preventing her from looking Ji Taichu in the eye. Ji Taichu replied languidly, "Then show me." Chirue blinked, pondering how to prove such a sentiment. Ji Taichu commanded directly, "Close your eyes." Chapter 54. The reward from the Empress Dowager. Chirue's cheeks flushed, having an inkling of the man's intentions, obediently closing her eyes, her ears turning crimson. Ji Taichu chuckled softly, proceeding without reservation. After a kiss, he gazed at Chirue's rosy cheeks, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. In her presence, he could only assume a role of restraint, yet here he was, teasing her mercilessly. Without the means to fulfill her desires, what was the purpose of such teasing? Was he not leaving her in a state of unfulfilled longing? Ji Taichu reflected, ultimately allowing reason to triumph over impulse. There must be more to joy than this. Ji Taichu gazed at the bashful True and suddenly felt that embarking on a pure emotional journey might not be such a bad idea after all. A relationship based merely on actions and words could also be deemed pure, couldn't it? On a serene morning, the two of them arrived at the dining hall together, seated closely like glue, drawing envious glances from the palace maids and eunuchs around them. They were well aware that Ji Taichu had not only become a favored figure by the empress, but had also been assigned duties at the Yangqing Palace. With a promising future ahead, no one dared to sabotage Ji Taichu and True anymore, even if they harbored secret animosities. Outwardly, they had to feign admiration. After their meal, Ji Taichu accompanied True to the outer courtyard of the Qingning Palace. During his absence from the palace, True had already been transferred to serve in the empress's quarters. As True stepped into the palace courtyard, Yi Hongyu emerged, holding a delicate wooden box. Ji Taichu's eyes lit up, realizing that the reward from the empress had arrived. Yi Hongyu tossed the small wooden box to Ji Taichu and remarked as she walked out, "In addition to this Qi Jing by Ling Dan, the empress has also granted you a martial art technique. I will take you to the Wanzong Pavilion, where you can choose whatever you like." Ji Taichu received the wooden box and curiously inquired, "What are the effects of this Qi Jing by Ling Dan?" "Ye Hongyu explain it." The Qi Jing by Ling Dan originates from the Kunlun sect and is crafted using a millennium-old Qi Jing mushroom as its main ingredient. It is said that consuming one can enhance one's martial prowess by 30 years. However, this is merely a rumor. Given that you have already consumed the Longxiang Dan and received 3 Jin Sui pills last night, this Qi Jing by Ling Dan will undoubtedly bolster your abilities. But it is unlikely to grant a full 30 years of power. Ji Taichu understood. The concept of enhancing 30 years of prowess for an ordinary person differed vastly from that of a master. It was akin to comparing the income of an average individual earning $6,000 a month to that of a millionaire earning $10 million annually. The total income increase for the former over 30 years might not even surpass the latter's annual earnings. Upon reaching the southern side of the palace, they arrived at the Wanzong Pavilion. Ji Taichu gazed upward at the pavilion and ascended the stone steps, following Yi Hongyu inside. She whispered, "The Wanzong Pavilion is divided into 5 levels. The first and second levels house various texts, encompassing Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, military strategy, medicine, agriculture, hydraulics, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The third level contains orthodox martial arts, while the fourth level contains those of the demonic sections. As for the fifth level, it holds unparalleled secret texts, and even the Empress requires the Emperor's decree to access it. This time, you may choose from the third and fourth levels. And if you achieve great merit in the future, the Empress can personally request the Emperor's permission for you to select from the fifth level." As they spoke, the two climbed the stairs, moving ever upward. Ji Taichu glanced around with curiosity and quietly asked, "Yigu, do you have any recommendations?" "Ye Hongyu replied, that depends on what you wish to learn." "What I want to learn?" Ji Taichu pondered deeply. He had already acquired and practiced numerous martial arts. The Yin Long Ju, which conceals one's power, the Juyang Yulong Jing that cultivates Juyang true energy, the Tiangang 36 palms, the magical movement technique known as the Mo Ingmi Zongbu from the Nine Abyss Palace, the Mingyu Heart Sutra for eternal youth, along with the Sit Wang Sword technique and Wan Du Gue Zhong, not to mention the Tianlong 8 Blades and Hanbing Divine Palm obtained from Hu Xiaoyan's treasury, the Fuyan hand learned from Nong Yu, and the Rogu hand from Mu Shui Ro. What more did he need to learn? After contemplating, Ji Taichu once again turned to Yi Hongyu and softly asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" By this time, they had arrived at the third level of the Wanzong Pavilion. Yi Hongyu gently advised, "Take some time to explore on your own. If you remain indecisive, I shall assist you in making a choice." "Understood." Ji Taichu nodded and stepped toward the grand hall, where shelves were filled with books, scrolls, and jade slips. Surrounding the hall were numerous rooms with cabinets full of literature. As he wandered through the hall, he observed that the martial arts manuals were categorized by weapon types, hand-to-hand combat, movement techniques, and mental cultivation methods. The surrounding rooms contained texts organized by sex: Lu Yang Palm, by Hua Kuo Fist, Zhan Hun Finger, Sun Lei Nine Swords, Sui Xuan Knife, Gu Hong Luing Spear, Fei He Step, and Hung Shan, Su Xian Jing. As Ji Taichu perused the titles, he gradually felt overwhelmed by the multitude of choices. After examining the third level, Yi Hongyu guided him to the fourth level. she whispered. When I first visited this place, I felt similarly lost in my selection. Curiously, Ji Taichu asked, "What did you choose back then, Yigu?" Yi Hongyu did not respond directly, but said, "Focus on observing and expanding your horizons." All right. Ji Taichu refrained from further questioning and entered the fourth level, which was dimly lit, with dark shelves and covers of the manuals mirroring the somber atmosphere of the demonic sect. He began to explore Shi Gu Ji, Fu Shi Claw, Bloodshot Demonic Technique, Duoming's Soul-Snatching Sword, Zi Wu Tu Gu Ding, and Wu Du Palm. Ji Taichu examined each room according to their sex, until he arrived at a chamber marked as Xiuyu Valley. Inside, there were no cabinets, only a table holding a black manual. Yi Hongyu stood beside Ji Taichu and glanced at the manual. Introducing Xiuyu Valley is a mysterious sect from Yinzhou. For centuries, the Daliang Dynasty has only acquired one technique from them, the Xian Yuji. Ji Taichu focused on the Xian Yuji manual. He could only examine the cover without handling it. How effective was this technique? Ye Hongyu pondered it. It is said that the Xian Yuji is one of the Xiuyu Valley's ultimate techniques, reserved for the most core disciples. The requirements for practicing it are stringent, demanding exceptional comprehension and substantial power for successful cultivation. This technique is characterized by its swift and subtle finger movements. Ji Taichu studied the Xian Yuji but did not immediately grasp it. Instead, he continued to explore other rooms. In the end, he returned to the Xiuyu Valley chamber and, picking up the Xian Yuji, quietly declared, "I will choose this one." In truth, there were many martial arts he desired, but after careful consideration, he felt that the Xian Yuji was the most fitting for his current stage. Ye Hongyu remarked it softly. "I thought you might select a technique for body tempering." Body tempering? Ji Taichu's eyes glimmered. With the Su Shinding, there was no need to rush. He indeed needed to cultivate such a technique in the future. "Will I have the opportunity to return here again?" he asked, gazing eagerly at Yi Hongyu. She replied with a light scoff, "That depends on your performance." Ji Taichu smiled. "I will certainly strive to assist the Empress and you, Yigu, to ensure I can return soon." Yi Hongyu shot Ji Taichu a playful glare, saying no more, and led him down the stairs. Before departing from the fourth floor, Ji Taichu glanced up at the fifth level, his heartbeat quickening slightly. He pondered whether the ancient formation disc related to the mystery of longevity, as mentioned by Xuanji Jinren, might be housed within that very fifth level. He resolved to explore it whenever the opportunity arose. After completing the registration, the two exited Wan Sangge. Ji Taichu examined the Xian Yuji manual in his hands and inquired curiously, "Is there no backup kept at Wan Sangge?" Yi Hongyu glanced at Ji Taichu and replied, "What you hold is the backup." Understanding dawned on Ji Taichu. Yi Hongyu softly added, "When I first entered, I chose the Amei Sex die Yin Xin Yin Palm." Ji Taichu, taken aback, asked with curiosity, "Is this die Yin Xin Yin Palm particularly special?" Chapter 55, Matters the Emperor Cannot Undertake, I Shall Assist. Yi Hongyu explained, "This palm technique conceals the yin and yang of heaven and earth, with its power fluctuating unpredictably. At times gentle, like a wisp of smoke, and at times fierce and rapid, like the force of a mountain, containing latent strength. I initially chose this technique because it is quite suitable for massaging Her Majesty the Empress." Upon hearing this, Ji Taichu was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded with a hint of regret, "It's a pity I cannot assist. Otherwise, I could help you with your massages, Aunt Yi." Yi Hongyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly retorted, "The martial arts selected from Wan Sangge cannot be shared indiscriminately. However, should you wish to experience it, I could offer you a massage on another occasion." Ji Taichu eagerly nodded and turned to Yi Hongyu, whispering, "Has no one told you, Aunt Yi, that you are truly beautiful?" Yi Hongyu's face reddened further, and she playfully chided Ji Taichu, "You should go to the Yangxin Hall." Just as Yi Hongyu was about to leave, Ji Taichu quickly called her back. Yi Hongyu's heart raced slightly as she maintained a seemingly calm demeanor, though a hint of nervousness stirred within her. Ji Taichu produced a small golden vial from his robes, uncapped it, and poured out 3 golden pills. He picked one up and handed it to Yi Hongyu, whispering, "This is the Jin Sui pill that Her Majesty bestowed upon me last night. Here's one for you." Yi Hongyu felt a warmth in her heart, but gently shook her head, saying, "You should keep it for yourself." Yi Taichu insisted, placing the Jin Sui pill in her hand. "This is not a gift. You must speak well of me before Her Majesty in the future." Yi Hongyu shot him a playful glare, accepting the pill while softly saying, "In the future, you should keep any rewards for yourself. I have no shortage of resources at Her Majesty's side." Curious, Ji Taichu asked, "Are there particularly many experts within our imperial palace?" Yi Hongyu replied as she walked. "That depends on how you define an expert. His Majesty is the son of Heaven of Daliang, ruling over the 9 provinces. And various rare treasures are sent from each province annually, allowing many within the palace to benefit. However, mere resources do not create true power. Ultimately, no matter how excellent the elixirs, overindulgence will diminish their efficacy." Ji Taichu contemplated and queried, "Would someone like you, Aunt Yi, be considered a top-tier expert?" Yi Hongyu shook her head, softly stating, "I am far from it. I merely have the favor of Her Majesty and have received a bit more training." Ji Taichu noticed a peculiar glint in her eyes. Though her words were humble, he sensed a hint of pride. "If you have Her Majesty's favor, then having your support will suffice for me," Ji Taichu muttered. Yi Hongyu's cheeks flushed once more, and her pace quickened slightly. After parting ways, Ji Taichu carefully stored the Xianyuji and proceeded directly towards the Yangshin Hall. Upon entering, before reaching the decree chamber, he encountered Wan Biyu, a female official of the Yangshin Hall. Ji Taichu promptly approached her, greeting warmly, "Aunt Wan." Wan Biyu appraised Ji Taichu and instructed, "First go see Gong Hong." "Understood." Ji Taichu nodded, following her closely while whispering, "Our family borrowed some golden beans from you, Aunt Wan. It will take some time to repay." Wan Biyu replied nonchalantly, "No ruse." Ji Taichu quickly assured, "We will certainly repay. It's just that we are currently a bit strained." In truth, he could repay instantly. Melting down a gold brick from the Su Shending would suffice. However, establishing a relationship with Wan Biyu after repayment might prove challenging. By owing her money, he could gradually repay 10 golden beans, fostering a closer bond over time. Wan Biyu cautioned, "When you meet Gong Hong, refrain from speaking out of turn. Just because he doesn't say much doesn't mean he is unaware." Hearing this, Ji Taichu felt a shiver of apprehension and nodded promptly. Upon arriving at the side hall, where Gong Hong resided, Ji Taichu approached the center, bowing slightly, and respectfully gazing at the soft couch at the far end of the hall. An elderly man with white hair sat there, eyes closed in meditation. "Gong Hong," he addressed. Gong Hong opened his mouth. "Last night on your way back, someone attempted to assassinate you?" Ji Taichu nodded and truthfully replied, "Indeed. A tall man clad in golden armor sought to kill me." Gong Hong remarked softly, "Your ability to counterattack suggests your skills are commendable." Ji Taichu clarified, "It was primarily due to the dense black mist at that time. I had the advantage of hiding within it." Gong Hong stated, "There is no need for modesty. The stronger you are, the more tasks you can accomplish." Ji Taichu fell silent. Gong Hong inquired, "Where have you been hiding these past few days?" Ji Taichu responded directly, "At the residence of General Qin Feihu's son-in-law, Meng Xuanhuan." He then recounted the complex relationships involving Meng Xuanhuan, Hu Xiaotian, and Qin Lingying, as well as how he rescued Meng Xuanhuan from Hu Xiaotian. Gong Hong opened his eyes, a flicker of intrigue crossing them. No wonder there are recent rumors that a certain Hu from the Jinyui has fled in fear of punishment. Ji Taichu feigned concern, asking, "Since I subdued Hu Xiaotian to save someone, it shouldn't lead back to me, right?" Gong Hong reassured, "Matters outside the palace no longer concern you." Ji Taichu breathed a sigh of relief. Gong Hong regarded Ji Taichu, querying, "Last night, did His Majesty ask you to accompany concubine Zheng? Do you harbor any resentment towards His Majesty?" Ji Taichu was taken aback momentarily before hastily shaking his head. "I am grateful. How could I resent His Majesty?" Gong Hong replied coolly, "Regardless of your thoughts, remember this. For those of us serving in the palace, whatever His Majesty does or says is always right." Ji Taichu understood, promptly stating, "I not only understand but will also strive to assist His Majesty to the best of my ability. The matters that the Emperor cannot undertake, I shall help with sewing." Gong Hong retrieved a small white vial from his sleeve and tossed it to Ji Taichu, saying, "Having offended the Crown Prince and concubine Zheng, His Majesty cannot reward you directly. I shall act on His Majesty's behalf and grant you a small pill." Ji Taichu accepted it, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Gong Hong observed Ji Taichu, advising, "Since you have acquainted yourself with Qin Feihu's eldest daughter, Qin Lingying, and her sister has now entered the palace. Ensure to maintain connections. If Yan Marin requires assistance, do what you can. Ji Taichu felt a surge of understanding and nodded. I comprehend. Gong Gong Hong closed his eyes. Wait in the side hall. His Majesty may wish to see you. Yes, Ji Taichu respectfully acknowledged, retreating from the side hall. Swallowing the small pill he had just received, and with lightened steps, made his way to the adjoining chambers of Emperor Liang Guang. Upon observing one of the summoned deputy envoys, Xiao Zhaozi, in this side hall, Ji Taichu raised his eyebrows slightly. Noticing Ji Taichu, Xiao Zhaozi hurriedly stood up, exuding a sycophantic demeanor, yet uttered not a single word. Ji Taichu inclined his head slightly and seated himself on a bench beside Xiao Zhaozi. Casting a glance around the hall, he discerned that compared to the past, a middle-aged official clad in crimson robes now occupied the chamber, clutching a ledger and pen. Soon, he perceived that the palace maids, eunuchs, and court physicians were surreptitiously observing him. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that news of his decree outside the palace had likely spread to the Yangxin Palace. Not dwelling on it, he closed his eyes and strained to listen to the sounds emanating from the adjacent sleeping quarters. In the morning, 4 palace maids entered the side hall, carrying a rolled-up bedding into the emperor's chamber. Ji Taichu squinted slightly, quickly discerning that a woman was enveloped within the bedding, causing him to perk up his ears and attentively listen to the noises from the adjoining chamber. Inside the sleeping quarters, Qin Lingyan stood before the dragon couch, her head bowed, nervously biting her lip, her eyes filled with trepidation. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of confusion, unable to comprehend why she needed to be wrapped in bedding to meet His Majesty. Last night, inexplicably, she had also been made to sleep on the floor of this chamber for 2 hours. Emperor Liang Guang, reclining on the dragon couch, scrutinized Qin Lingyan with a smile and said, "There is no need to be anxious. Since you have entered the palace, I shall not treat you poorly." Qin Lingyan kept her head down in silence, at a loss for words. Upon hearing Emperor Liang Guang's voice, Ji Taichu instantly confirmed that the woman wrapped in the bedding was indeed the newly admitted Qin Lingyan. Realizing that Qin Lingyan had become one of Emperor Liang Guang's consorts, he furrowed his brow, but then recalled Liang Guang's incapacitated state, which eased his furrowed brow. Inside the chamber, Liang Guang smiled at Qin Lingyan and inquired, "I have heard you enjoy the life of the rivers and lakes?" Qin Lingyan's gaze flickered, and she gently nodded, responding honestly, "I have heard many tales of the rivers and lakes, and thus I have long yearned for that life." Liang Guang smiled, saying, "Being my consort does not mean you will remain in the palace forever. Once my health improves, I can take you on a journey across the world." A journey across the world? Qin Lingyan was taken aback, unable to suppress her gaze towards Liang Guang. He chuckled, "What? Do you not believe me?" Qin Lingyan quickly shook her head, believing him, yet surprised to hear such news for the first time. Liang Guang continued with a light laugh. "The dragon boat is nearly complete. We shall first sail south to Jiangnan, then to the East Sea, ride white elephants through Yunzhou, traverse Shuzhou, pass through Guangzhou, and venture into the northern deserts." Qin Lingyan pondered for a moment and replied, "This must indeed be a matter of great significance for the world." Liang Guang replied leisurely, "Every action of mine has the potential to impact the world." Qin Lingyan nodded, recognizing that the actions of the great Liang Emperor could indeed influence the realm. Liang Guang regarded Qin Lingyan and stated, "If you have an interest in martial arts, you may visit the 5th floor of Wanzhong Pavilion, where many martial arts secrets are stored. You can practice during your leisure time." Qin Lingyan's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. As their conversation continued, Ji Taichu observed with a hint of admiration. This emperor, if nothing else, had a silver tongue. He skillfully steered the dialogue towards Qin Lingyan's aspirations for the rivers and lakes, often painting grand visions for her, such as embarking on journeys across the world, vanquishing evil sects, and slaying corrupt officials. Initially reserved, Qin Lingyan visibly relaxed, responding more frequently, her voice growing lighter with each exchange. Eventually, silence enveloped the sleeping quarters, and after a considerable time, Qin Lingyan had yet to emerge. Ji Taichu, perplexed, focused intently, confirming that the distance between Emperor Liang Guang's presence and Qin Lingyan's was approximately 1.5 zhang. This distance suggested that no impropriety could occur. As midday approached, the 4 palace maids emerged from the emperor's chamber, carrying the rolled-up bedding. Ji Taichu discreetly observed, employing a subtle technique to ascertain the scent, confirming that only Qin Lingyan's fragrance lingered within the bedding. Why must she be wrapped in bedding? Ji Taichu pondered, suddenly noticing the female official, Wan Biyu, quietly entering the side hall, approaching the middle-aged official. He keenly listened, catching Wan Biyu's deliberately lowered voice as she instructed. Record this. On the 9th day of the 9th month, from the 2nd watch to the 1st watch, Yin Marin attended to the emperor in the Yangxin Palace. Ji Taichu was momentarily stunned. Had she just served the emperor? How had he been unaware? Was it possible that the canine emperor possessed some rare treasure akin to the Su Xinding? Yet, Qin Lingyan did not appear to have the demeanor of someone who had just served. No, the canine emperor was utterly incapable. Even if Qin Lingyan wished to serve, it would be impossible. Considering the emperor's physical condition, Ji Taichu calmed himself, certain that Wan Biyu was lying. He continued to observe Wan Biyu and the middle-aged official. The official nodded and began to write in the ledger he held. Is this man the record-keeper of the emperor's daily affairs? Ji Taichu speculated discreetly. After reviewing the middle-aged official's written content, Wan Biyu nodded and turned her gaze towards Ji Taichu, tilting her chin slightly outward towards the hall. Understanding her cue, Ji Taichu promptly stood and walked towards the hall's exit. Moments later, the two arrived in an elegantly classical chamber. Wan Biyu reclined on a soft couch within the room, regarding Ji Taichu's handsome visage and inquired, "Were you just eavesdropping on my conversation?" Ji Taichu shook his head, denying, "No, Xiao Lizzie would not dare to eavesdrop casually." Wan Biyu replied nonchalantly, "I have been watching you. Just now, your ears were perked up, and yet you claim you did not listen?" Perked ears? Ji Taichu was taken aback, quickly realizing she was attempting to deceive him, and promptly explained, "I truly did not eavesdrop. I was merely curious about that gentleman's identity." Wan Biyu responded, "He is the record keeper Guo Qian of the 6th rank, responsible for documenting His Majesty's daily activities. I was just informing him that Yin Marin attended to the emperor in the sleeping quarters." Ji Taichu cleared his throat and stated, "You need to mention this to Xiao Lizzie." Wan Biyu regarded Ji Taichu and said, "Since I have confided in you, naturally, there's a task I require you to undertake." Ji Taichu promptly replied, "Please, Wan Gu, do instruct me." Wan Biyu softly said, "This matter is not my directive, but rather a command from Gongong Hong." Ji Taichu quietly affirmed, "I shall diligently follow Gongong Hong's orders. I will also take Wan Gu's instructions seriously." Wan Biyu observed Ji Taichu and inquired, "I have heard you are quite familiar with Yin Marin's sister, Qin Lingying?" Ji Taichu's heart stirred, realizing that Gongong Hong had likely communicated with Wan Biyu, and he nodded in acknowledgement, confirming their acquaintance. Wan Biyu softly remarked, "Then this task is perfectly suited for you." With that, Wan Biyu beckoned Ji Taichu closer. Ji Taichu understood the implication, stepping forward, bowing slightly, and leaning in to bring his ear near Wan Biyu's lips. Wan Biyu hesitated, slightly leaning back, creating some distance between them, before she began to whisper, "His Majesty's health is compromised, and many factions have developed ulterior motives. The state of His Majesty's health is a matter of absolute confidentiality, and it must not be discerned by others. Yin Marin is a newly entered beauty in the palace, and some might deduce His Majesty's physical condition from her situation. Thus, I previously informed the attendant Guo Qian that Yin Marin had spent the night in His Majesty's chamber, not only this morning, but also last night. However, Yin Marin remains a maiden, which presents a flaw. Some experts can discern at a glance whether a woman is a maiden or a married woman. Your task is to assist Yin Marin in transforming from a girl into a true woman, while ensuring she remains tight-lipped about His Majesty's actual circumstances." Ji Taichu, initially filled with curiosity, felt a sudden jolt of realization. Am I to help Yin Marin transition from girlhood to womanhood? Has my status as a true man been exposed? No, that cannot be the case. I must have misunderstood. Ji Taichu calmed himself, knowing that Lady Wan, the palace maid, could not possibly be aware of his true nature. Otherwise, how could he stand here unscathed? After speaking, Wan Biyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently pushed Ji Taichu back. He regained his composure, stepping back a couple of paces, and hesitantly inquired, "How am I to assist Yin Marin in becoming a true woman?" Wan Biyu, her cheeks still tinged with color, beckoning closer. Ji Taichu quickly stepped forward again, leaning in to hear her whispered words. Wan Biyu spoke a few hushed sentences, her face becoming even more flushed before she could finish. Ji Taichu suppressed a cough, his eyes filled with an odd glint. This task seems rather inappropriate. Simply put, to affirm that His Majesty's vigor remains intact, it is insufficient to merely spend time with Qin Lingyan. It is necessary for others to recognize that Qin Lingyan has indeed transitioned from a girl to a young woman. Thus, his mission is to persuade Qin Lingyan to facilitate her own transformation. Does a woman require a man to transition from girlhood to womanhood? Typically, one would assume so. Yet, strictly speaking, to transition from maiden to woman, a man may not necessarily be required. Just as a virgin boy need only release his essence to no longer be considered a true virgin. A virgin can become a non-virgin even in the absence of a woman. Once Ji Taichu comprehended the essence of the task, he understood why there had been a period of silence when Qin Lingyan was in the emperor's chamber. Initially, he had thought something had transpired. However, it appears that nothing happened at all. It was merely to extend the duration of presence. Wanbiyu cleared her throat and asked, "Do you understand?" Ji Taichu snapped back to reality, also clearing his throat, and softly replied, "I do understand, though I still have some doubts." "Speak," Wanbiyu instructed directly. Ji Taichu hesitated before asking, "Shouldn't it be more convenient for you to handle this matter?" Wanbiyu nodded and said, "If it were merely to turn her into a woman, it would indeed be easier for me. However, that would be a profound humiliation for her, especially since she is a true noblewoman. Should I proceed in such a manner, she might be driven to despair. You have a good relationship with her sister, so if you were to persuade her, her resistance would likely be much less." Ji Taichu pondered for a moment, realizing that transforming a traditional noblewoman in such a way would be exceedingly shameful. In truth, it would be a tremendous affront. If you successfully complete this task, Gong Gong Hong will surely reward you handsomely, Wanbiyu whispered. "A reward?" Ji Taichu's eyes sparkled, though his expression remained earnest as he stated, "Regardless of any reward. As long as it is a command from Gong Gong Hong and Lady Wan, I, Xiao Li, shall do my utmost to fulfill it." Wanbiyu observed Ji Taichu thoughtfully and asked, "Before your castration, did you ever have contact with a woman?" Ji Taichu hesitated, murmuring, "When I was 6, I held a girl's hand. Does that count?" Wanbiyu was taken aback, staring at Ji Taichu with suspicion. "You are quite handsome," before entering the palace. "Did no women attempt to court you?" Ji Taichu cleared his throat, a bashful expression crossing his face as he replied, "I was merely a poor scholar, too humble to impose on others." Wanbiyu's eyes glimmered with an odd expression as she questioned, "If you've never seen a woman's body, are you certain you know how to accomplish this task?" Ji Taichu appeared flustered as he murmured, "Did you not say that she should transform herself into a woman?" Wanbiyu replied with concern, "I worry she may not understand." Ji Taichu's mind raced back to the conversation he overheard in Qin Lingyan and Qin Lingyang's chamber the previous night, realizing that Qin Lingyan must know. After all, having seen illustrations of such nature, even those exaggerated in size, how could she possibly be oblivious to the matters of intimacy? Wanbiyu scrutinized Ji Taichu. "I heard the Empress personally selected a match for you. You did not return to the Yangxin Palace last night. You must have spent the night with this match, yes?" Ji Taichu quickly affirmed, "Yes, we did spend the night together." Wanbiyu pressed, "Did you do nothing?" Ji Taichu paused, hesitating. "Are you referring to sleeping together?" Wanbiyu coughed lightly, her cheeks tinged with red as she nodded slightly. Ji Taichu, feeling shy, confessed, "We did sleep together. She was on the bed while I practiced on the edge." "Practiced?" Wanbiyu was taken aback, staring at Ji Taichu in disbelief. Noticing her astonishment, Ji Taichu quickly added, "Rest assured, Lady Yi, although I did not sleep, I was fully committed and it will not affect my task." Wanbiyu fell silent, scrutinizing Ji Taichu's face, suddenly realizing something was amiss. If this young man were truly so innocent, how could he manage the task of conveying a decree to General Qin's household? Wanbiyu discreetly waved Ji Taichu closer once more. He complied, leaning in. Wanbiyu, suppressing her embarrassment, began to explain quietly. Ji Taichu listened attentively, an unusual glint in his eyes. After a considerable time, Wanbiyu's face was flushed as she shot Ji Taichu a reproachful glance and asked, "Do you still not understand?" Ji Taichu mumbled, "I understand, but I have never seen it myself." Wanbiyu's cheeks grew even redder, and she felt a slight tingling sensation at her temples. If it were not for the secrecy surrounding this task, she would have certainly sought a palace made to demonstrate to this young man. Taking a deep breath, Wan Biyu turned her gaze to Ji Taichu's cheek and said through gritted teeth, "What transpired today must not reach a third ear. Otherwise, I shall personally castrate you once more." Ji Taichu felt a stir within, understanding that Wan Biyu intended to give him a personal demonstration, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Ji Taichu exited the exquisitely classical chamber, his expression as usual. Yet his mind was filled with the vivid scenes he had just witnessed. Upon returning to the proclamation chamber, he donned a scarlet-purple robe, adorned himself with a black gauze hat embroidered with a python motif, slipped into gilded boots, and accompanied by two summons aides, Xiao Fengzi and Xiao Zhaozi, made his way to the Jinzhao Hall to receive the emperor's decree and list of rewards for Yan Marin. Just as he obtained the decree and list, he spotted Wan Biyu approaching from another direction, followed by 36 palace maids bearing various precious gifts. Ji Taichu hurried to greet her, warmly exclaiming, "Aunt Wan." Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fengzi promptly flanked Ji Taichu, respectfully echoing, "Aunt Wan." Wan Biyu, maintaining a stoic expression, cast a sidelong glance at Ji Taichu and said coldly, "Let us conduct an inspection." Xiao Zhaozi quickly interjected, "There is no need, Aunt Wan. What you personally delivered could not possibly be false." Wan Biyu shot him a glance, admonishing, "Less chatter, ensure a thorough check." Xiao Zhaozi shrank back, glancing at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu pondered, "Let us check as we walk." As he spoke, he handed the list to Xiao Zhaozi. Wan Biyu chose not to say more and led the assembly of palace maids out of the Yangxin Palace. Ji Taichu promptly followed closely beside her. Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fengzi exchanged glances before trailing behind the group of palace maids, comparing the list while scrutinizing the treasures they carried. Upon arriving outside Yinqing Palace, Ji Taichu observed that this palace was merely a modest courtyard with 3 entrances, significantly smaller than the magnificent Zhong Xiugong of concubine Zhong. Before long, Qin Lingyan arrived outside Yinqing Palace, accompanied by 2 young palace maids and a young eunuch. Ji Taichu opened the decree. Qin Lingyan, the 2 palace maids, and the young eunuch knelt in unison to receive the edict. Ji Taichu proclaimed, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Yan Marin is virtuous and gentle, her character pure and kind, deeply favored by the emperor. Therefore, she is bestowed with 100 pearls, 1,000 taels of gold, 10 phoenix hairpins, 10 pairs of jade bracelets, a pair of jade rui, 1 ice jade whip, 10 sets of embroidered garments, 3 snow white beauty pills, 10 small returning pills, and 10 snow ginseng jade dew pills as a demonstration of the emperor's grace. Thus it is decreed." After reading the edict, Ji Taichu glanced at Qin Lingyan. She softly replied, "This servant receives the edict." Ji Taichu stepped forward 6 paces, presenting the decree to Qin Lingyan, then assisted her to her feet, gently saying, "I hope the empress will forgive any offense caused by Shaoli last night." Qin Lingyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at Ji Taichu, remaining silent. Wan Biyu interjected, "Let us return to the palace." Qin Lingyan nodded slightly, intending to evade Ji Taichu's assistance, but found him persistently guiding her into Yinqing Palace, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. After a brief consideration, she chose not to resist his support and allowed him to lead her inside. Outside Yinqing Palace, the group of palace maids transported the gifts into the palace. Wan Biyu cast a glance at the summons aides, Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fengzi, instructing, "You may return now. Later, Li Sange will require my assistance with another matter." "Understood," they replied respectfully, turning to leave without further inquiry. Inside Yinqing Palace, Ji Taichu guided Qin Lingyan to the innermost chamber. As they entered, Qin Lingyan's brows tightened further, and she evaded Ji Taichu's support, regarding him with an icy demeanor. Were it not for her knowledge of his status as a eunuch, she might have suspected him of harboring ulterior motives. Ji Taichu spoke softly, "I am acquainted with your brother-in-law, Meng Xuanhuan, and your sister Qin Lingying. Our relationship is quite amicable." Qin Lingyan paused, her brow knitting in doubt as she asked, "You know my sister?" Ji Taichu nodded, explaining, "Before I delivered the decree to the Grand General's residence, I had been away from the palace for several days, residing in the Meng residence. However, I had my face concealed in her presence. She likely only recognized me when I went to deliver the decree at the general's residence and heard my voice. Meng Xuanhuan had seen my face. Think back to the incident at the general's residence when a crown prince sought to harm me. What transpired then? Qin Lingyan's gaze flickered as she recalled the scene following the decree's announcement at the general's residence, where the crown prince, in a fit of rage, nearly resorted to killing the messenger, thwarted by her father and brother-in-law's timely intervention. Ji Taichu continued, "Before I departed, your sister specifically called out to me, requesting that I take care of you. If you still doubt me, I can share something about your sister." Qin Lingyan inquired, maintaining her composure. "What is it?" Ji Taichu gently uttered 5 words. "The elephant's trunk." Qin Lingyan was taken aback, her eyelids twitching as she scrutinized Ji Taichu. Her sister had indeed mentioned the elephant's trunk, but that had been a private conversation the night before her entry into the palace. How could this messenger know? Ji Taichu, contemplating, utilized the Tianyin technique to convey. Your brother-in-law's Tianyin technique. You must be aware of it, correct? Tianyin technique? Qin Lingyan, astonished, gazed at Ji Taichu and hesitantly asked, "Is this a form of sound transmission?" Ji Taichu, feeling somewhat exasperated, noted her apparent lack of understanding regarding her brother-in-law, glanced around, and inquired, "Do you have a sword here?" Qin Lingyan shook her head. "Then please wait a moment." With that, she turned and exited the chamber. Moments later, she returned, holding a translucent white ice jade whip, one of the recently bestowed treasures. "You must be familiar with your brother-in-law's ancestral Zhuo Wang sword technique," Ji Taichu stated, utilizing the whip as a sword to demonstrate the technique. After observing in silence for a while, Qin Lingyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, confirming that Ji Taichu was indeed practicing her brother-in-law, Meng Xuanhuan's Zhuo Wang sword technique. However, the Wanzhong Pavilion within the palace housed a vast collection of martial arts texts, including likely the Zhuo Wang sword technique. Even if this messenger understood it, it did not serve as conclusive proof. Qin Lingyan contemplated silently. After completing the demonstration, Ji Taichu turned to Qin Lingyan, who remained silent for a moment before asking, "Even if you can prove your acquaintance with my sister and brother-in-law, what does that signify? What do you intend?" Ji Taichu pondered briefly before employing the Tianyin technique once more to convey, "There are matters regarding your sister and brother-in-law that you likely remain unaware of. Before I delivered the decree to your family, I had been residing at the Meng residence, involved in a matter concerning your sister and brother-in-law. Allow me to recount it to you." He proceeded to relay, selectively narrating the intricate relationships among Qin Lingyan, Meng Xuanhuan, and Hu Xiaotian, as well as the events that transpired at the Meng residence. Qin Lingyan's brows gradually furrowed, her gaze fixated on Ji Taichu, a hint of cold amusement glimmering in her eyes. After Ji Taichu concluded his account, he looked at Qin Lingyan, expressing helplessness. "Do you not believe me?" Qin Lingyan retorted coldly, "If you were in my position, would you believe it?" Ji Taichu fell silent, and after a considerable pause, quietly remarked, "I possess a means of proof, but I am concerned it may tarnish your sister's image in your eyes." Qin Lingyan replied indifferently, "There is no need for proof. Please proceed directly to the matter at hand." Ji Taichu shook his head and said, "I must provide proof." He then transmitted a message, inquiring, "Did your sister ever teach you the Mingyu Heart Sutra?" "Mingyu Heart Sutra?" Qin Lingyan furrowed her brows and shook her head, replying, "My sister has never discussed cultivation with me." Ji Taichu sighed softly and murmured, "It seems that only one particular item can confirm my relationship with your sister." He looked again at Qin Lingyan and asked, "You must recognize your sister's handwriting, don't you?" "Her handwriting?" Qin Lingyan was taken aback, but nodded, saying, "Of course. I recognize it." Ji Taichu spoke gently, "I possess a piece of her handwriting. I can show it to you, but you must promise not to be surprised by its content, nor to shout in astonishment." Qin Lingyan's heart raced with confusion, yet her expression remained composed as she nodded. Ji Taichu reached into his robe and retrieved a contract of servitude, written by Qin Lingyan herself. Previously, after a stern confrontation with Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Xiaotian, he had casually asked Qin Lingyan to write such a contract, never expecting her to actually comply, complete with her signature and thumbprint. When Qin Lingyan received the paper from Ji Taichu and glanced at it, she was instantly rendered speechless. A contract of servitude? Her sister's handwriting? Qin Lingyan struggled to maintain her composure as she quickly read through it. eventually fixing her gaze intently on the signature of Qin Lingying, her expression shifting dramatically. Ji Taichu said, "Surely, you do not believe this handwriting is forged?" Qin Lingyan abruptly raised her head, glaring icily at Ji Taichu, gritting her teeth. "What have you done to my sister?" Ji Taichu smiled and replied, "It appears you have recognized your sister's handwriting." As he spoke, he swiftly snatched the contract from Qin Lingyan's hands and returned it to his robe. Qin Lingyan's expression darkened, and her gaze towards Ji Taichu grew increasingly frigid. This vile eunuch had undoubtedly done something terrible to her sister. Otherwise, how could her sister have written such a contract? Ji Taichu transmitted a message that night. "I reprimanded Meng Xuanhuan and Hu Xiaotian on your sister's behalf. She was deeply moved and told me she was willing to give me everything. I casually suggested that she write a contract of servitude, and to my surprise, she actually did." Qin Lingyan scoffed. "Do you truly believe such words?" Ji Taichu maintained his composure and transmitted, "Has your sister recently befriended someone named Zhu?" Qin Lingyan was taken aback. Ji Taichu continued, "Zhu is an informant of mine outside the palace. I entrusted your sister with her care." Qin Lingyan frowned and murmured, "This proves nothing." Ji Taichu pondered for a moment and transmitted, "Before you entered the palace, your sister accompanied you for 2 or 3 nights. Did you notice any changes in her behavior compared to the past?" Chapter 59. What does this vile eunuch think of me? Qin Lingyan's eyes flickered, momentarily at a loss for words. Ji Taichu spoke softly. "I surmise that aside from her concern for you, her complexion has significantly improved, and she seems to smile more often. You may not know this, but your sister has been married to Meng Xuanhuan for 7 years, and they have never consummated their marriage." Qin Lingyan stood in shock, staring blankly at Ji Taichu. Her sister and brother-in-law have never been intimate? How could this be possible? Ji Taichu transmitted, "Your brother-in-law, Meng Xuanhuan, is a true hero in the eyes of others, but to your sister, he is nothing but a scoundrel. He may love your sister, but his marriage to her was not out of love, but rather because of Hu Xiaotian. Hu Xiaotian knew that even if Meng Xuanhuan did not marry your sister, she would never marry him. However, once Meng Xuanhuan wed your sister, she could no longer marry another man, giving Hu Xiaotian an opportunity. For the past 7 years, your brother-in-law has spent most of his time wandering the world, creating opportunities for Hu Xiaotian and your sister to be alone together. Yet, your sister has long seen through Hu Xiaotian's true nature and has largely ignored him." Ji Taichu recounted the circumstances surrounding his encounter with Qin Lingying that fateful night. Qin Lingyan's brow furrowed tightly, her heart in turmoil. Initially, she had thought Ji Taichu was merely speaking nonsense and did not believe him. However, she was now feeling a flicker of doubt. The contract of servitude she had just seen was undeniably her sister Qin Lingying's handwriting. Moreover, she felt an inexplicable change in her sister's demeanor over the past few days. After a long silence, she looked up at Ji Taichu and asked, "Do you have any other evidence?" "Other evidence?" Ji Taichu considered for a moment and replied softly, "There is indeed more, but I am uncertain if you are aware of it." Qin Lingyan urged, "Please go on." Ji Taichu transmitted, "Have you ever bathed with your sister?" "Bathed together?" Qin Lingyan was momentarily stunned. Ji Taichu continued, "Your sister has no birthmarks. Her skin is exquisite, truly like ice and jade." Qin Lingyan stared at Ji Taichu, her cheeks slowly flushing red, and finally, she glared fiercely at him. Ji Taichu maintained his composure and continued to transmit details about Qin Lingying's physique. By the end, Qin Lingyan's chest was rising and falling erratically, unsure whether it was out of anger or embarrassment, her face already flushed. Eventually, Ji Taichu, feeling somewhat helpless, said, "After all this, you still don't believe me?" Qin Lingyan fixed her gaze on Ji Taichu and hissed under her breath, "How could my sister allow you to see her?" She trailed off, her face burning as she glared intensely at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu cleared his throat and transmitted, "Surely you're not suspecting that I spied on your sister while she was bathing?" Qin Lingyan scoffed, "What do you think?" Ji Taichu chuckled softly, observing Qin Lingyan's rosy lips, and suddenly felt inspired. "You and your sister are blood sisters. Thus, what she can do, you should also be capable of, correct?" "What?" Qin Lingyan frowned and inquired. "Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Ji Taichu turned and left. Qin Lingyan bit her lip, her thoughts in disarray. She did not wish to believe Ji Taichu, yet he seemed to understand her sister Qin Lingying better than she did. Why would her sister write such a contract for him? Moments later, Ji Taichu returned, holding a celadon bowl filled with water. He approached the mirror stand in the chamber and gestured for Qin Lingyan to sit. Qin Lingyan hesitated briefly, but then took a seat at the mirror stand. Ji Taichu placed the celadon bowl on the stand and said, "Your sister's tongue is quite unique. It can curl upwards like a cat's or retract downwards like a dog's. You may try it. I suspect you can do as well." Curling the tongue? Retracting it? Qin Lingyan looked at Ji Taichu bewildered. Ji Taichu pointed to the celadon bowl and said, "Try extending your tongue like a cat and see if you can curl the tip to lift the water from the bowl." Qin Lingyan glanced at the clear water in the bowl, her delicate brows knitting together as she shot an icy glare at Ji Taichu. What does this vile eunuch take her for? A cat or a dog? After pondering, Ji Taichu remarked, "Forget it. I shall demonstrate for you first." He leaned down, his lips touching the rim of the bowl, extending his tongue to glide through the clear water, curling it to lift a small amount onto the surface. Qin Lingyan's lips twitched slightly. Ji Taichu took a sip of water and said, "Your sister's tongue can curl upwards just as easily as it can roll downwards. You and your sister are the Qin sisters and bear a striking resemblance. What she can achieve, you certainly can as well. I share this to demonstrate that my relationship with your sister is indeed quite profound." Qin Lingyan fell silent, her heart beginning to subtly believe. As she gazed into the Qingci bowl filled with clear water, she softly inquired, "Even if I believe that you and my sister share a strong bond, what does that mean? What exactly do you wish to convey to me?" Ji Taichu replied softly, "The matter I wish to discuss is of great significance. I must ascertain that you genuinely trust me before I can proceed." Qin Lingyan looked at Ji Taichu, nodded, and said, "I trust you now. Please proceed." Ji Taichu smiled, observing Qin Lingyan for a moment before nodding in agreement. He then began to outline the current situation. His Majesty the Emperor is gravely ill, and various factions are stirring with intent. For instance, the Crown Prince's desire to take you as a concubine is aimed at winning over your father, General Qin Feihu of the Jinwu Guard. In this precarious situation, the Emperor's every action could dramatically influence the course of the realm. Therefore, the state of His Majesty's health must remain concealed from outsiders. However, certain individuals with ulterior motives could deduce the Emperor's condition through you. Through me? Qin Lingyan was taken aback. Ji Taichu nodded, gently explaining, "You are the newly favored Yin beauty in the palace and the daughter of General Qin Feihu. Ordinarily, His Majesty would be inclined to bestow his affection upon you." Upon hearing this, Qin Lingyan's cheeks stiffened slightly. Ji Taichu continued in a hushed tone, "If the Emperor does not favor you, those with ulterior motives would interpret this as evidence of His Majesty's serious ailment. You may wonder why your visits to His Majesty are not by your own accord, but rather carried by palace maids wrapped in bedding. Furthermore, despite the Emperor's silence, you remain inexplicably in his chamber for an extended period." Qin Lingyan paused, nodding in acknowledgement. "I do feel a bit puzzled." Ji Taichu quietly conveyed, "This is because the Emperor needs to create the illusion of favoring you." Qin Lingyan was momentarily stunned. Upon understanding, her cheeks flushed crimson. Ji Taichu continued, "The reason for wrapping you in bedding is not solely due to palace rules, but primarily to prevent those with ulterior motives from determining your status through observation of your demeanor and gait, thus deducing the Emperor's health condition." Qin Lingyan's expression shifted, alternating between hues of red and green. After a prolonged silence, she gazed intently at Ji Taichu. "So, what is your purpose?" Ji Taichu softly responded, "You cannot remain perpetually wrapped in bedding." Qin Lingyan, momentarily perplexed, furrowed her brow at Ji Taichu. After a brief silence, Ji Taichu gently conveyed, "What they mean is that I should persuade you to transform yourself into a true woman, to feign being favored by His Majesty." Chapter 60. This dog eunuch is a man? Qin Lingyan's choice. Transform myself into a true woman? Qin Lingyan was stunned. Upon grasping the implication, her cheeks froze, turning scarlet as she shot Ji Taichu a fierce glare. Gritting her teeth, "You are shameless." Ji Taichu feigned innocence, softly stating, "This is their directive. I am merely the messenger." Qin Lingyan glared at Ji Taichu, a cold smile gracing her lips. Ji Taichu, appearing helpless, remarked, "Now you understand why I needed to prove my strong relationship with your sister?" Qin Lingyan retorted, "If your relationship with my sister were truly strong, you would not utter such revolting words." Ji Taichu regarded Qin Lingyan, speaking gently. I have heard that you yearn for the life of a wanderer. I wonder if you have heard the saying associated with such a life. In the rivers and lakes, one is not free. Qin Lingyan frowned, her expression cold and silent. Ji Taichu continued, the palace, in many ways, resembles a small river and lake. Within its confines, the constraints are even greater. For example, your marriage into the palace was certainly not your desire. Yet, you have no opportunity to choose, and you dare not even attempt to flee, fearing that your family, the Qin clan, might face dire consequences. Qin Lingyan pressed her lips together, a complex expression crossing her features. It was indeed her concern for the Qin family that had deterred her from escaping the marriage. Ji Taichu softly stated, I do not wish to lecture you with grand theories. I only hope you understand that you could defy anyone's command, but the Qin family behind you cannot. This matter is at the behest of His Majesty. I had no choice but to share this with you, and neither do you, for you are not truly yourself. Qin Lingyan's lips trembled, her fists clenched tightly, her face flashing with resentment, her eyes betraying a mix of shame and despair. Ji Taichu observed her and experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if he were gazing upon Qin Lingyan. He closed his eyes and made a decision. When he opened them again, his gaze burned with intensity as he discreetly conveyed, Do you wish to resist? Caught in her shame and despair, Qin Lingyan paused, lifting her eyes to meet Ji Taichu's. Ji Taichu communicated, What they have ordered you to do is deeply humiliating. They do not regard you as a person. I currently cannot rescue you from this place, but I can assist you in resisting them on a mental level. Qin Lingyan furrowed her brow, a glimmer of inquiry flashing in her eyes. Ji Taichu then asked, Did you find it strange that I seem to know your sister's situation so well? Qin Lingyan's gaze flickered, and she nodded slightly, indeed puzzled. Ji Taichu continued, That is because your sister has fallen in love with me. Qin Lingyan looked at Ji Taichu in shock. My sister loves you? Loves a eunuch? The corners of her mouth twitched. This eunuch's claims were becoming increasingly absurd. Ji Taichu fixed his gaze upon Qin Lingyan, conveying, If I can prove it, would you be willing to trust me completely? After pondering, Qin Lingyan nodded. Ji Taichu skillfully manipulated the Shushan Ding, enveloping them in a void-like state, isolating the sounds within. He then softly stated, The reason your sister loves me is that I am not a eunuch, but a real man. Qin Lingyan froze, instinctively glancing at Ji Taichu's lower body. Ji Taichu stood tall. At this moment, without the Shushan Ding's concealment, his physical form was rather evident. One could ascertain his masculinity without the need to disrobe. Qin Lingyan's eyelids twitched violently, her face a canvas of astonishment as she stared incredulously at Ji Taichu's lower body. Is there truly something there? Ji Taichu, maintaining his composure, manipulated the Shushan Ding once more, obscuring his physical form. In an instant, the evidence of his masculinity vanished. It disappeared. Qin Lingyan was bewildered, shaking her head in disbelief as she focused on Ji Taichu again, noting his now flat appearance resembling that of a woman. How could it vanish again? Did I see it wrong? Qin Lingyan furrowed her brow, lifting her gaze to Ji Taichu, her eyes brimming with skepticism. Is this eunuch truly a man? Ji Taichu softly conveyed, This is my greatest secret. I choose to share it with you because of my unique relationship with your sister, and I wish to help you as much as I can. Qin Lingyan gradually regained her composure, glancing at Ji Taichu, and softly inquired, How do you intend to assist me? Ji Taichu did not respond directly. Instead, she continued to convey telepathically, The task entrusted to me is to remain in your chamber until it is confirmed that you have transitioned from a maiden to a woman. Regardless of their true intentions, the actions they have compelled us to undertake serve only to humiliate you. The only assistance I can offer is to alleviate this humiliation. If you are willing, we can together humiliate that lofty emperor. Qin Lingyan comprehended the implication of the final statement, biting her red lip, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. After a considerable pause, she softly inquired, What if we are discovered? Upon uttering these words, her cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shame. Ji Taichu reassured her through thought. There is no risk of discovery. The chamber is soundproof, and I possess other means to ensure that no one can witness what transpires within. The only question you must ponder is whether you are willing to trust me. Qin Lingyan's eyes flickered with uncertainty, leaving her momentarily speechless. Ji Taichu did not press her. He was prepared to accept whatever choice she made. Trusting in Qin Lingyan's character, he was willing to take a gamble, believing she would not betray him. After a long silence, Qin Lingyan glanced at Ji Taichu and whispered, "I am willing to trust you." Her cheeks flushed once more as she spoke. Ji Taichu exhaled in relief and said softly, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." He then turned and departed from the chamber. Qin Lingyan gazed at the reflection of her blushing face in the silver mirror atop the dressing table, her heart racing with anticipation. "Sister, have you truly fallen for him?" Outside the chamber, Ji Taichu approached Wan Biyu, who had remained nearby. Wan Biyu quietly asked, "How did it go?" Ji Taichu replied softly, "Leave the next steps to me. You should take your people away for now. Once I confirm she has become a woman, you may return to check. Otherwise, if you linger here, her resistance may intensify." Wan Biyu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Ji Taichu. "Are you certain you can handle this?" Ji Taichu nodded slightly and replied, "I am indeed capable, though it seems she is rather naive, requiring me to exert additional effort. She may not understand, but neither do you seem particularly knowledgeable." Wan Biyu silently scoffed but nodded in agreement, saying softly, "Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Should you successfully complete this task, I will personally advocate for your reward with Gong Hong." Ji Taichu's eyes brightened at this promise, and he nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, he requested Wan Biyu to dismiss the eunuchs and maidservants from Yinqing Palace. Once everyone had departed, Ji Taichu returned to the chamber, moving quietly to the dressing table. He gently placed his hands on Qin Lingyan's shoulders, looking into the mirror at her bashful countenance, and asked softly, "Would you like to know why? On that particular night, your sister suddenly mentioned the elephant's trunk?" Chapter 61. The Humiliated Emperor, the Elephant's Trunk? Qin Lingyan blinked, gazing at Ji Taichu's reflection in the silver mirror, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "The answer shall soon be revealed, and it will not disappoint you." Ji Taichu smiled and, bending slightly, lifted Qin Lingyan into his arms, carrying her toward the bed. Simultaneously, he had already activated the Su Shending, enveloping the chamber in an ethereal form to ensure that no one could perceive or hear the events taking place inside. Qin Lingyan bit her red lip, her head slightly lowered, her cheeks as flushed as a ripe peach. She was acutely aware of what was about to occur. It was nothing like the romantic night she had envisioned. However, she recognized that it was far preferable to the choices offered by that vile emperor. She could only hope that she had not misplaced her trust and that this man was indeed a friend of her sister. Meanwhile, in the Yangxin Palace, the Emperor Liang Guang remained unable to move, reclining on the soft couch with the support of Gong Hong. He glanced down at his unresponsive lower half and thought of the newly arrived beauty, Qin Lingyan, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. He cast a glance at Gong Hong and remarked, "Is there no potent medicine that could restore my vitality for an entire night?" Gong Hong replied softly, "The palace does not possess such a remedy. The only substance that could potentially stimulate His Majesty's condition is the Ice Soul Fire Essence wine. However, both jars of it have already been stolen by General Xuanji." Liang Guang retorted coldly, "If it is not available in the palace, then seek it outside. Do you not understand that for a man, allowing his woman to engage in such acts is a profound humiliation?" Gong Hong replied quietly, "We are already searching. Recently, the Eastern Bureau has been collaborating with Tang Qingwei, the leader of the Tianshan sect. If all goes well, we may obtain the Tianshan sect's sacred medicine, the Tianxiang Lingru Dan, from the esteemed elder Zhang Qingfeng." "Tianxiang Lingru Dan?" Liang Guang inquired eagerly. "Is this medicine beneficial to me?" Gong Hong responded softly, "It is said that this Tianxiang Lingru Dan can rejuvenate a person, renewing their flesh, blood, and bones. According to legends of the Tianshan sect, this miraculous Dan is not artificially concocted, but rather a natural treasure, of which there are 7. It is said that the founding ancestor of the Tianshan sect, on the brink of death, consumed one and subsequently became immensely powerful, establishing the Tianshan sect and instilling fear throughout the western regions." Liang Guang expressed astonishment. "If this medicine is so extraordinary, why has no one sought it before?" Gong Hong elucidated, "Historically, it has been merely a legend, and although the Tianshan sect was once formidable, it has weakened over the past century, yet it has produced a great master, Zhang Qingfeng. There is also a rumor that the Tianxiang Lingru Dan is concealed within a special chest, and even the Tianshan sect has no means to unlock it. Liang Guang frowned and asked, "Are you certain that the Tianshan sect truly possesses this Qianxiang Lingru Dan?" Gong Gong Hong assured him softly, "I can confirm that the chest is indeed in Zhang Qingfeng's possession." After contemplating for a moment, Liang Guang commanded, "Go once more to the imperial tomb and summon those 4 great supervisors to assist the Eastern Bureau in secretly acquiring the Dan from the chest." Understood. The entire afternoon passed in silence at Yinqing Palace. However, within the chamber of Yinqing Palace, a different scene unfolded. With Ji Taichu's assistance, Qin Lingyan had transformed into a true woman, and she comprehended fully what the elephant's trunk referred to, leaving her feeling both shy and oddly amused. "Sister, how lewd." As evening approached, Ji Taichu paused to remind Qin Lingyan of certain matters, instructing her to learn the art of disguise within the palace. In the future, when she saw him, she must not display any signs of surprise. She could deliberately ignore him, maintain a cold demeanor, or even mock him. In any case, they must not allow outsiders to perceive their closeness. Qin Lingyan's face flushed as she looked at the handsome face so near to her, whispering, "Did you not say before that they all know of your good relationship with my sister?" Ji Taichu replied softly, "That is an entirely different matter. In their eyes, I have forced you to endure actions that would leave you humiliated. You should loathe me. Even if you do not harbor hatred, you would not feel close to me. After all, in their view, I have witnessed your most disgraceful moments." Qin Lingyan frowned and huffed. "If you are so fearful, why do you?" At this point, her cheeks turned a deep shade of red, and she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Ji Taichu reached out and gently grasped Qin Lingyan's chin, gazing into her eyes. "While I too wish to flirt with you within the palace, we must exercise restraint. They know of my good rapport with your sister, and I will use this to frequently visit you." Qin Lingyan's cheeks flushed even more. "Who wants to flirt with you? We are only doing this because I wish to take revenge on that vile emperor. Do not read too much into it." As she spoke, she added, "There will be no next time." Ji Taichu smiled gently and whispered, "In the future, when my strength is greater and my position is higher, I will find a way to restore your freedom, at least allowing you to live with your sister." Qin Lingyan's eyes flickered, and she softly said, "You should be leaving." Ji Taichu looked at Qin Lingyan and smiled, saying, "There are still some final tasks to complete." "Final tasks?" Qin Lingyan gazed at Ji Taichu with curiosity. Ji Taichu leisurely reminded her, "You are entirely marked by my scent. Anyone with a keen nose would immediately discern what has transpired between us." Qin Lingyan's cheeks flushed, and she playfully glared at Ji Taichu. As dusk approached, Ji Taichu returned to the Yangxin Palace and immediately sought out the female officer Wan Biyu. He took out a blood-stained silvery brocade cloth from his bosom and presented it to Wan Biyu, stating, "Xiao Lizi has fulfilled his mission. The beautiful Yin has agreed that if anyone inquires, she will respond according to your instructions, Wan Gugu." Wan Biyu glanced at the deep red stain on the brocade. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She looked at Ji Taichu and asked, "What reward do you desire?" "Once I have confirmed the state of Yan's body, I will request your reward." Ji Taichu pondered for a moment and quietly asked, "What would you like, Wan Gugu?" Wan Biyu was taken aback and reminded him, "It is I who will be requesting your reward." Ji Taichu gazed at Wan Biyu and said, "I wish to present you with a gift as a gesture of gratitude." Wan Biyu stared at Ji Taichu in surprise and then chuckled lightly. "Are you attempting to curry favor with me?" Ji Taichu nodded and openly admitted, "I hope to establish a deeper connection with you, Wan Gugu." Wan Biyu's cheeks reddened slightly. She playfully chided Ji Taichu with a glance and waved her hand, indicating he could leave. Ji Taichu fixated on Wan Biyu's crimson lips for a moment before turning to depart. This young man, Wan Biyu thought, her cheeks warming. Could she not perceive the implication in Ji Taichu's final glance? After dinner, while on duty in the emperor's side chamber, Ji Taichu noticed the beautiful Yin, Qin Lingyan, appear at the door. His heart skipped a beat as Qin Lingyan entered the chamber and caught sight of Ji Taichu. Her gaze lingered for a fleeting moment before her expression turned icy. Ji Taichu lowered his head slightly, straining to hear the sounds from the emperor's chamber next door. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, worried that Qin Lingyan, being so young, might inadvertently reveal their secret. In the emperor's chamber, Emperor Liang Guang lay down. Turning his head to observe Qin Lingyan standing in the grand hall, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He could easily discern that at this moment, Qin Lingyan had transformed into a true woman. After a prolonged gaze, he spoke softly, "In a few days my health should be restored, and I will ensure that you become a genuine woman." Qin Lingyan bit her red lips. If she were to comply with the emperor's wishes and become a woman, she would undoubtedly feel a deep sense of shame and anger. Yet, at this moment, she found herself flooded with a sense of exhilaration, coupled with a lingering worry that the emperor's health might indeed recover. Liang Guang inquired, "Are you familiar with the Tianshan sect?" "The Tianshan sect?" Qin Lingyan was taken aback and, after a moment's thought, replied softly, "I have heard of the Tianshan sect." Liang Guang smiled and encouraged, "Do tell me what you know about the Tianshan sect." Qin Lingyan pondered briefly and responded, "The Tianshan sect resides in the Tianshan Mountains, beyond the northwestern borders of Daliang, adjacent to the western regions. I am aware of 3 renowned techniques: the Tianshan Aoshueju, the Ice River 13 Swords, and the Snow Floating in the World. The most famous figure in the Tianshan sect currently is the Grand Elder Zhang Qingfeng, who is said to possess mastery of the highest level. Following him is the sect leader Tang Qingyue, known as the Gentleman's Sword, a renowned hero across the land. His wife, Ning Bingning, is also a woman of great prowess, and his sister, Tang Fei, is called the Ice Flame Fairy, rumored to possess bloodlines from the western regions, and is extraordinarily beautiful." After listening, Liang Guang chuckled softly and remarked, "What you have mentioned are likely just rumors from the martial world." Qin Lingyan nodded, acknowledging that they were indeed rumors. Liang Guang mused, "Rumors and facts often diverge significantly. For instance, the gentleman's sword you mentioned, Tang Qingyue, may not be as unblemished as you think." Qin Lingyan frowned, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction arise within her. Yet recognizing Liang Guang's status, she refrained from arguing. Liang Guang smiled gently. "It seems you do not believe what I say." Qin Lingyan quickly denied it, stating, "No, whatever your majesty says, I believe." Liang Guang chuckled, "In a few days you shall see. In this world, ultimately, few can escape the grip of power." Qin Lingyan felt a surge of curiosity, wondering why this emperor would bring up the Tianshan sect, though she felt too shy to inquire further. After a moment of silence, noticing Liang Guang had turned his head and closed his eyes, she found herself perplexed, considering the implications of continuing to feign attendance. An hour later, the night deepened. As Qin Lingyan departed, passing the side chamber, she noticed Ji Taichu still present, warming her heart as she left quietly. In the emperor's chamber, just after Qin Lingyan's exit, Liang Guang opened his eyes, a brooding expression flickering within. The ever-watchful Hong Gonggong quietly asked, "Your Majesty, are you unwell?" Liang Guang sighed. For a man to have a beauty by his side, yet remain unmoved, is a cruel fate. Hong Gonggong paused, then Liang Guang inquired, "You previously mentioned it was that envoy who persuaded the beautiful Yin?" Hong Gonggong nodded, saying, "This afternoon, he remained in the Yinqing Palace." Before Yin arrived, Wan Biu had already inspected her, and the current Yin is indeed a woman. Liang Guang's gaze shifted, asking, "What time is it now?" Hong Gonggong replied softly, "It is past the 3rd watch." Liang Guang murmured, "At this hour, Shuzhen should be asleep." Hong Gonggong remained silent, knowing Shuzhen referred to concubine Zhong. Liang Guang commanded, "Send this envoy to deliver a bowl of ginseng soup to Shuzhen, ensuring he watches her finish it." "Ginseng soup?" Hong Gonggong was taken aback and hesitantly asked, "Which kind of ginseng soup?" Liang Guang replied nonchalantly, "Snow ginseng soup will suffice." He added, "First, let him deliver my edict." Hong Gonggong understood and softly said, "This old servant will make the arrangements." With that, he exited the emperor's chamber, approached the side chamber, and signaled Ji Taichu to follow him outside. Ji Taichu understood, rising to accompany Hong Gonggong, having stealthily listened to every word exchanged in the emperor's chamber, which left him with a growing sense of unease. Once outside the side chamber, Hong Gonggong whispered, "The emperor has summoned you to the Zhongxiu Palace to relay his edict, granting concubine Zhong a bowl of snow ginseng soup. And you must ensure she drinks it all while watching." Ji Taichu appeared hesitant and quietly said, "Xiao Lizi does not quite understand." Hong Gonggong calmely replied, "It matters not if you do not understand. Simply convey the message, as usual. Regardless of what concubine Zhong does, do not resist. Sometimes, enduring hardship is not necessarily a misfortune. Do not overthink it." Ji Taichu pondered this and said, "Then Xiao Lizi will go change clothes first." Hong Gonggong nodded. Saying no more, Ji Taichu made his way to the proclamation room, mentally cursing the dog emperor's ancestors. It is evident that the dog emperor, in a fit of anger over the matter concerning Qin Lingyan, has unjustly turned his ire upon him, deliberately seeking a pretext to provoke concubine Zhong, thus subjecting him to her torment. You wish for concubine Zhong to torment me? Humph, I would rather confront the clock. Ji Taichu silently scoffed, resolving that upon arriving at Zhongshu Palace, he would ensure to attend to concubine Zhong on behalf of this dog emperor. Upon reaching the proclamation chamber, he donned a deep purple ceremonial robe, adorned himself with a black silk hat embroidered with a python design, and slipped into gilded boots. The duty officer, the heralding deputy Xiao Zhao, bent slightly and approached Ji Taichu with curiosity, inquiring, "What is the purpose of your visit, my lord?" With a sigh, Ji Taichu replied, "His Majesty has specifically commanded me to deliver a verbal decree to concubine Zhong, bestowing upon her a bowl of snow ginseng soup, and has instructed me to personally oversee her consumption." Ah! Xiao Zhao appeared slightly bewildered. Ji Taichu lowered his voice, asking, "Do you possess anything to protect my knees?" Xiao Zhao thought for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps you could place a couple of cloths?" Ji Taichu shook his head, deciding against it, as it seemed the nobility relished witnessing our suffering. Xiao Zhao was taken aback, glancing at Ji Taichu with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Ji Taichu cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Zhao. "Aren't you going to change your attire?" Xiao Zhao paused and promptly began to undress and change. Ji Taichu scrutinized him. "In this endeavor to deliver the decree, it is unlikely I shall receive a reward. Should anyone in Zhongshu Palace bestow gold tokens upon you, do ensure to share half with me." Xiao Zhao's cheeks stiffened slightly, and he cleared his throat, saying, "If any are given, you can be assured of your share, my lord." Soon, the snow ginseng soup was brought forth. Ji Taichu, carrying the food box, led Xiao Zhao to the entrance of Zhongshu Palace. After the gatekeeper announced their arrival, Liu Jin approached. Upon seeing Ji Taichu, a glimmer of scrutiny flickered in his eyes. Ji Taichu spoke softly. "His Majesty has a verbal decree for concubine Zhong." Liu Jin hesitated. The Empress has already retired for the night. Ji Taichu maintained an impassive expression, then awakened her. With that, he strode directly into Zhongshu Palace, with Xiao Zhao silently trailing behind. Liu Jin furrowed his brow, swiftly moving past Ji Taichu to reach the entrance of the sleeping quarters, where he cleared his throat discreetly. The restless concubine Zhong, hearing the cough, sat upright, furrowing her brow as she gazed toward the beaded curtain outside, coldly questioning, "What is it?" Liu Jin quietly informed her, "The decree messenger, Li Sangong, has arrived, stating that His Majesty has a verbal decree for you, and he bears a food box." Chapter 63. Will you kneel or not? Is that not Ji Taichu? Concubine Zhong's eyes brightened, and she hastily commanded, "Then why not invite him in at once?" With that, she rose from her bed, slipped on her shoes, and approached the mirror to prepare herself. Liu Jin hesitated. "I fear his demeanor does not seem overly amiable, and His Majesty ought to be aware that you have already retired at this hour. Sending him with a decree feels rather amiss." Concubine Zhong furrowed her brow, gazing at Liu Jin, asking, "Are you implying?" Liu Jin shook his head. "I dare not speculate recklessly, but I sense a hint of firmness in Li Sangong's demeanor." "Firmness?" Concubine Zhong raised an eyebrow, recalling the events of that night, her cheeks slightly flushing. That man was indeed rather assertive. She commanded, "You may summon him in first." "Understood." Moments later, Ji Taichu and Xiao Zhao arrived at the outer chamber. Concubine Zhong sat at the edge of the bed, her gaze intensely fixed on Ji Taichu beyond the curtain. Ji Taichu cleared his throat and announced, "His Majesty has a verbal decree to convey to you." Concubine Zhong scoffed. "What? Must I kneel before you?" Ji Taichu remained silent for a moment before responding, "One must not break the established rules." Concubine Zhong chuckled, rising gracefully and stepping towards the curtain, eyeing Ji Taichu as she bent her legs. Just as her knees neared the ground, Liu Jin, with impeccable timing, presented a bright yellow cushion to soften her descent. Ji Taichu declared, "His Majesty's decree bestows upon concubine Zhong a bowl of ginseng soup, and I'm tasked to ensure she consumes it." He then extended the food box he had been holding towards concubine Zhong. With a furrowed brow, she lifted her gaze to Ji Taichu, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Ji Taichu employed the Tian-yin technique to convey silently, do not ponder excessively. I have offended His Majesty elsewhere. He has sent me to deliver this soup primarily to have you chastise me. Express your anger. Rise and kick me, claiming I disrupted your sweet slumber. The more furious you are, the better. Concubine Zhong's eyebrows arched in amusement, and with a cold smile, she stood up, casting a glance at Xiao Zhao beside Ji Taichu before swiftly extending her leg to kick him in the waist. Bang! Ji Taichu did not resist, allowing the force of her kick to send him tumbling into the chamber. Your Highness, please remain calm. I am still clad in ceremonial robes, he called out after falling. Concubine Zhong retorted with a cold laugh. This attire cannot intimidate me. If you truly possess the ability, bring forth His Majesty's edict. Otherwise, each time I see you, I shall strike you. Kneeling once is already lenient. Do you dare to make me kneel a second time? Who grants you such audacity? With that, she approached Ji Taichu once more, directly kicking him in the abdomen. Bang! 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 Concubine Zhong continued to kick, appearing forceful, yet when her feet made contact, the blows were softened. Ji Taichu could only feign agony and plead for mercy while pounding the floor with his fists to simulate the sounds of being struck. Outside the chamber, Xiao Zhao was startled, nearly unable to contain himself. Liu Jin, with keen perception, promptly guided Xiao Zhao away to a nearby pavilion. Inside the chamber, once they confirmed Xiao Zhao had departed, they paused. Concubine Zhong pulled up Ji Taichu, inquiring with curiosity, what provoked His Majesty's anger? Ji Taichu seated himself on the edge of the bed, glancing at Concubine Zhong standing before him. With a gentle, downward motion of his right hand, he signaled her to sit. Concubine Zhong instantly understood his intent, and with a cold smirk, she declared, You would do well to remember your station. You are my consort, not my master. Gazing at Concubine Zhong's exquisite visage, Ji Taichu asked, Will you kneel or not? Concubine Zhong frowned, glaring at him as she coldly replied, This is a singular occasion. It shall not be repeated. With that, her cheeks flushed, and she knelt at Ji Taichu's feet, lifting her head to gaze at him with an alluring expression, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Ji Taichu gently lifted her chin, chuckling, It seems you have not forgotten that night. Concubine Zhong's cheeks turned crimson, and she quickly rose, softly asking, Shall I fetch the jade whip? Ji Taichu pondered, Let us complete the performance in full. Bring it here. I shall strike you 10 times, and you shall return the favor with 1. Concubine Zhong playfully glared at Ji Taichu before turning to depart. Moments later, she returned, holding a whip glistening with a vibrant green hue. Ji Taichu accepted the whip, gently tapping it against Concubine Zhong's delicate cheek. Her cheeks flushed. Concubine Zhong willingly settled into Ji Taichu's embrace. Her curiosity piqued. You have yet to tell me how you incurred His Majesty's wrath. Ji Taichu murmured, I did not directly offend him. It is merely that he is overly sensitive. What was instructed by him? I executed well, yet he chose to direct his anger towards me. Concubine Zhong appeared contemplative, softly asking, Is this regarding your task of delivering the decree? Ji Taichu neither confirmed nor denied, as the bond between them did not warrant the sharing of details concerning Qin Lingyan. Moreover, his opportunities to visit Zhong Xiugong are few and far between. Thus, he must cherish the time and not squander the emperor's goodwill. As the night deepens, Liu Jin accompanies the young Zhaozi in drinking. After presenting a small bag of golden beans, he receives a piece of news from Zhaozi. This afternoon, Ji Taichu visited Yinxingong and lingered there for an extended period. Has that lad become entangled with the general of the Jinwu Wei, Qin Feihu? Liu Jin speculates silently. Approximately an hour later, the contented Zhong Guifei, following Ji Taichu's request, strikes her emerald whip across his cheek. After the strike, a faint red mark appears, but it quickly vanishes without a trace. Zhong Guifei, astonished, cannot help but inquire, What cultivation technique do you practice? Ji Taichu, seated naked before the mirror, gazes intently at his handsome visage, his brow furrowed. His current abilities are remarkably formidable, with his internal energy composed of both Jiuyang Jinqi and Mingyu Jinqi, granting him a recovery capacity far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. The mark left by the whip dissipated almost instantaneously, unable to leave a true imprint. Conversely, the same force applied to Zhong Guifei's skin would remain evident. In a normal context, Possessing such recovery prowess would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, the present circumstances are anything but ordinary. That wretched emperor sent him to Zhong Guifei to be reprimanded through her. If he were to return unscathed, it might provoke the emperor's displeasure, leading to further complications. I desire my face to swell a bit. Do you have any suggestions? Ji Taichu whispers. Zhong Guifei blinks. Chuckling softly, there are generally two methods. One is to land a few hundred punches on your face, or we could procure some venomous bees for a few stings, which would surely cause swelling. Venomous bees? Ji Taichu's interest peaks, and he quietly inquires, do you have venomous bees or other poisons at your disposal? Zhong Guifei contemplates, then replies, I must consult Liu Jin about that. Ji Taichu instructs, dress appropriately and go find Liu Jin. If Zhaozi is still present, inform Liu Jin that you have knocked me unconscious and bring him here. Zhong Guifei nods, obediently donning her garments and hastily tying her hair before exiting the chamber to locate Liu Jin. Upon spotting Zhaozi, who is sprawled across the table, she is about to speak when she notices Liu Jin gently shaking his head. Realizing Zhaozi is feigning drunkenness, she discreetly alters her statement. The young eunuch has been rendered a pig's head by me. Please check if he is still alive. Understood, Liu Jin respectfully replies, casually following Zhong Guifei back to the chamber. Inside the pavilion, the pretending Zhaozi, with his eyelids twitching, hears the footsteps fade away. He cautiously lifts his head to sneak a glance, seeing that both Zhong Guifei and Liu Jin have departed. He dares not linger for Ji Taichu any longer and immediately flees. He is deeply concerned that if Zhong Guifei accidentally kills Ji Taichu, he, as the errand eunuch, might also face dire consequences. Chapter 64, Ji Taichu, change my clothes. In the chamber, Liu Jin is taken aback upon seeing Ji Taichu sitting boldly before the mirror in the nude. His eyelids involuntarily twitch. This lad truly does not regard himself as an outsider. Ji Taichu glances at Liu Jin and states directly, I require visible external injuries on my face, ideally evident signs that I have been struck. Can you achieve that? Liu Jin, taken aback, instinctively looks at Zhong Guifei. Do as he says, she instructs. Liu Jin nods, stroking his chin as he considers Ji Taichu, suggesting, shall we simply give you a good beating? Ji Taichu shakes his head, replying, I have recently indulged in nourishing meals. My recovery is too rapid. Just moments ago, the empress struck me, and not a mark remains. Zhong Guifei, observing Ji Taichu's naked form, feels her cheeks flush slightly and softly comments, his physique is indeed formidable. Liu Jin's eyes redden. How long has this lad been in the palace to have matured so rapidly? If there is no other way, gather all the poisons you have, Ji Taichu insists. Liu Jin's gaze flickers, glancing again at Zhong Guifei. She nods, affirming, proceed as he instructed. After a brief moment, Liu Jin returns with 9 small vials of varying colors, presenting them one by one. Here we possess 9 types of poisons. Bingpa Hanju Du, Chilian Wangshu Du, Shixiang Ruanga San, Jinxia Wei Du, Kunlun Huchan Du, Nanjiang Wudu San, Yinyang Hahuan San, Zueran Feng Du, and Zuexian Lingfufan. He quickly elaborates on the effects of these poisons. Ji Taichu listens intently, his gaze sweeping over the 9 vials, ultimately resting on the Jinxia Wei Du and Zueran Feng Du. Compared to the others, these 2 poisons, when applied to a needle and pricked into the skin, would elicit a notable reaction, making them suitable for the current situation. Are you certain about these 2? Liu Jin inquires, reaching to remove the other vials. Ji Taichu halts him, asserting, I want all of these poisons. Liu Jin is taken aback, looking up at Ji Taichu. Your good fortune lies in the fact that you have led me into the palace without providing me any means of self-defense. These poisons are your compensation. Liu Jin's face stiffens, though he forces a smile, saying, these poisons are quite expensive. They are valuable and hard to come by. Ji Taichu's eyes gleam, his smile broadening as he responds, since you are by the empress's side, if you need anything, just let her know. She cannot refuse you. Zhong Guifei, her cheeks flushed, generously adds, since you like them, take them all. But remember, these are given to you by me, and you must come to accompany me more often. Ji Taichu grins widely, picking up the vial containing the Zueran Feng Du and glancing at Liu Jin. Fetch me a golden needle. Liu Jin glares coldly at Ji Taichu. Zhong Guifei frowns, urging, Why are you still hesitating? Go. Yes, Liu Jin quickly agrees. Moments later, under Liu Jin's watchful gaze, Zhong Guifei sits in Ji Taichu's embrace, wielding the poison needle as she repeatedly pricks it against his face. Liu Jin cannot help but ask, could it be that you are overthinking this? In the Xin Yingong, you should be merely a minor figure, right? How could the emperor pay special attention to you? Ji Taichu replies, this was directly hinted at by Gong Gong Hong. It cannot be mere conjecture. Gong Gong Hong? Liu Jin is momentarily stunned, his eyes reddening once more. What extraordinary luck does this lad possess? First, he had the empress, and now he has Gong Gong Hong, though he does not hold an official position in the palace. He is currently the emperor's most trusted confidant. Even the East Factory's supervisor or the head eunuch of the imperial sacrifices must show utmost respect when encountering Gong Gong Hong. Being associated with him is a surefire path to success. Your fortune is indeed remarkable, Liu Jin remarks enviously, feeling a surge of jealousy. Ji Taichu glances at him, stating, my good fortune comes from our empress. If you serve her well, opportunities will surely come your way. Liu Jin feels a stir in his heart, but refrains from speaking further. Zhong Guifei, her cheeks rosy, attentively pricks a few more needles into Ji Taichu's face. As Ji Taichu gazes at his reflection in the silver mirror, his cheeks begin to swell, albeit with numerous blemishes, the blood-stained needle marks. Unfazed, Ji Taichu channels Mingyu Jinqi, gently sweeping it toward each blood-stained puncture on his cheek. Almost visibly to the naked eye, the needle marks vanish one by one, leaving only the swelling resulting from the poison. Ji Taichu continued to operate, Wandu Guizhou, commencing the absorption of the intoxicating venom of the honeybee that adorned his face. Instead of directly channeling the venom into his meridians, he concentrated it into several larger, swollen areas, resembling those formed by a powerful fist strike. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Ji Taichu gazed into the silver mirror at his swollen cheeks, nodding in satisfaction. Consort Zhong observed Ji Taichu's current visage and chuckled softly. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Ji Taichu cast a sidelong glance at her, and then stood up, spreading his arms and commanding, assist me in changing. Liu Jin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Consort Zhong. Her cheeks flushed, and with a playful reproach toward Ji Taichu, she obediently approached the bedside to retrieve Ji Taichu's trousers and began to assist him in dressing. Liu Jin's eyelids twitched. Hastily stepping forward, it is better if a servant attends to this. Ji Taichu cleared his throat and replied, there is no need for you. Kindly exit for now. Allowing the consort to serve him was a matter of intimacy. Having a eunuch do so, however, would be decidedly peculiar. Liu Jin disregarded Ji Taichu's words. Consort Zhong cleared her throat and stated, you may leave. Without my command, you are not permitted to enter. Understood. Liu Jin had no choice but to cast a glance at Ji Taichu before silently exiting the chamber, feeling a mix of jealousy and admiration. He could not comprehend why the matters between men and women could be so delightful. The typically domineering consort was, in this young man's presence, more compliant than the palace maids. It was a revelation that reshaped his understanding. Within the chamber, Ji Taichu lingered for almost another hour before finally departing, impeccably dressed. Liu Jin, who had been waiting with impatience, cast a cold glare at Ji Taichu, knowing full well that he had likely taken advantage of the consort once again. Ji Taichu, while rubbing his cheeks, feigned a limp as he walked. Liu Jin found himself at a loss for words, wanting to say something but refraining from doing so. The chamber was soundproof, and no one dared to eavesdrop. However, outside the chamber, many old courtiers were far less restrained. Should they accidentally let something slip, it could cost them dearly. Ji Taichu, grinning mischievously, whispered, is Consort Zhong always this temperamental? Liu Jin shot him a sidelong glance, snorted disdainfully, and ignored him, thinking, this fellow, having gained an advantage, is now putting on airs. Suddenly, Ji Taichu transmitted a thought. We are from the same hometown, and I was personally invited by you. Even if I were to achieve great success in the future, I would certainly not forget you. If there is wealth and honor, we shall enjoy it together. Chapter 65. The Dog Emperor Who Rejoices in Misfortune summons Ji Taichu. Upon hearing the transmitted thought, Liu Jin was astonished. Once he had finished listening, his brow relaxed slightly, yet he could not help but glance repeatedly at Ji Taichu, eager to inquire about the art of thought transmission. Ji Taichu understood instantly and transmitted again. Do you wish to learn this method of thought transmission? Lu Jin's eyes brightened, and he subtly nodded. Ji Taichu continued, perhaps next time. I will prepare a manual for you. However, be aware that this method will accompany fluctuations of true energy, and you must never attempt it in the presence of a true expert. Lu Jin nodded imperceptibly. Ji Taichu transmitted once more. Please remind consort Zhong to refrain from being infatuated. The palace is quite complex, particularly near the Yangxin Hall. A moment's carelessness could lead to detection. Lu Jin nodded gently again. Ji Taichu did not elaborate further, as their fates were intertwined for the time being. If Lu Jin betrayed him, he would also suffer dire consequences. After leaving Zhongxiu Palace, it was already the latter half of the night. Ji Taichu walked alone, and upon encountering the patrolling eunuch guards, many cast curious glances his way. Reluctantly, he produced the imperial decree tablet to prove his identity. Upon returning to the Yangxin Hall and arriving at the decree room, he spotted the female official Wan Biyu seated within. He hurried over, greeting her softly, Aunt Wan. Upon seeing Ji Taichu's swollen cheeks, Wan Biyu was momentarily taken aback and, after a moment, inquired, Did you deliberately seek a beating? Ji Taichu shrugged, approached Wan Biyu from behind, placing his hands on her shoulders and gently kneading, whispering, The emperor should enjoy seeing me beaten. Wan Biyu fell silent, having awaited his arrival because she was already aware of the emperor's intentions. The palace often operated this way. One could perform excellently, yet receive no rewards, and might even incur the emperor's displeasure. Such was the case with Ji Taichu at this moment. Although he had successfully persuaded Yin Meiren on the emperor's behalf, he found himself despised in the end. Wan Biyu murmured, You are assisting his majesty. He will not allow you to suffer continuously. Ji Taichu inwardly scoffed but maintained a smile, saying, Aunt Wan, your waiting here signifies no suffering for me. I am more than pleased. Wan Biyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she produced a delicate wooden box from her sleeve and handed it to Ji Taichu. This is a Qi Jing Huxin Dan, a reward from Gonggong Hong, which can enhance your power and improve your constitution, far superior to the Jin Sui Wan. Ji Taichu did not take it, softly stating, I have mentioned before, this reward is for you, Aunt Wan. Wan Biyu gently shook her head. I have consumed it before. It will be of no use to me now. Ji Taichu discreetly wielded the void divine cauldron, enveloping the two of them in an ethereal state, then leaned closer to Wan Biyu's ear, whispering, Given how severely I have been beaten, might you grant me a request? The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Wan Biyu's heart to flutter. She asked nonchalantly, What is it? Ji Taichu whispered, I would like you to feed me. Wan Biyu's face flushed red as she turned her head to glare at Ji Taichu, quietly hissing, You have quite the audacity. Ji Taichu muttered, In all my life, I have never kissed anyone. Wan Biyu's cheeks deepened in color as she retorted, What does that have to do with me? Ji Taichu replied, Just once will suffice. Dream on. Wan Biyu huffed, her face growing warmer and her heart racing uncontrollably, her body subtly weakening. Ji Taichu, eyes twinkling with mirth, detected a hint of playful charm in Wan Biyu's voice, especially as her cheeks flushed. If she truly wished to refuse, she would have pushed him away or simply left. Yet neither occurred, indicating that Wan Biyu was not averse to his touch and might even harbor some feelings for him. In such a situation, he felt encouraged to advance further. Ji Taichu feigned dejection and softly said, If you are unwilling, then you may as well consume this Huang Jing Huxin Dan as an apology for my earlier indiscretion. Wan Biyu pursed her lips in contemplation, remaining silent for a moment before huffing. This is a one-time exception. It shall not happen again. With that, her cheeks were already a deep crimson, akin to ripe cherries. Exquisite and alluring. Ji Taichu smiled slightly as he accepted the Huangjing Huxin Dan from Wan Biyu's fingertips and then placed it between her lovely lips. Subsequently, he bent down to take the medicine. After a lengthy pause, Wan Biyu shot Ji Taichu a fierce glare, then, after a while, left with an expressionless demeanor. Ji Taichu chuckled softly, closed the door, and turned to sit cross-legged in the depths of the room. It was already the latter half of the night, and dawn would soon arrive. He had no desire to return and planned to make do for the night right there. Ji Taichu carefully examined the 9 varieties of poisons obtained from Lu Jin, ultimately fixating his gaze upon a small vial containing Yin Yang Huan San. A flicker of intrigue stirred within him, for within the toxic seeds he had coalesced in his dantian lay similar properties. He pondered whether the isolated control of this particular toxin, if introduced into another's body, might yield effects akin to an aphrodisiac. How had he not considered this while attending to consort Zhong? Surely, an experiment upon her would have been prudent. Regrettably, Ji Taichu shook his head, commencing the operation of the Wan Du Gue Zong Heart technique to absorb and refine the powder within the vial. The following morning, Vice Envoy Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fangzi arrived at the decree room, only to be taken aback by Ji Taichu's swollen visage. Xiao Zhaozi's eyelids twitched nervously. He dared not linger or approach, feeling guilty for having slipped away prematurely the previous night, not waiting for Ji Taichu to emerge from Zhongshu Palace. Ji Taichu, with an impassive countenance, instructed Xiao Zhaozi, "You are to stand guard at the side hall of the sleeping quarters today." "Yes," Xiao Zhaozi replied respectfully, about to turn to leave when he abruptly returned, producing a small pouch of golden beans from his robes and presenting it to Ji Taichu in a hushed tone. "This is what Lord Lu Jin gifted me yesterday. All for you, my lord." With that, he hastily departed. Xiao Fangzi, astonished, glanced at Ji Taichu's cheek but refrained from inquiring further. Ji Taichu lifted the pouch of golden beans, remarking coldly, "These golden beans are indeed hard to come by." Later that morning, in the emperor's sleeping quarters, Qin Lingyan was summoned once more. As before, she engaged in conversation with Emperor Liang Wang, remaining silent for an hour before taking her leave. Once she had departed, Emperor Liang Wang, who had kept his eyes shut, opened them and glanced at the nearby eunuch Hong, casually inquiring, "Did Shuzhen enjoy the ginseng soup I bestowed upon her last night?" Eunuch Hong replied softly, "Your Majesty." Consort Zhong naturally relished the ginseng soup. However, when the decree envoy Li Sanger delivered the oral command, Consort Zhong had already retired for the night. Li Sanji, lacking discretion, forcibly awakened Consort Zhong, inciting her wrath, leading to a violent reprimand directed at him. Liang Guang raised an eyebrow, chuckling, "I trust he was not harmed?" Eunuch on responded. As for internal injuries, this old servant cannot say. However, he certainly sustained external injuries, as his entire face is swollen. "Is that so?" Liang Guang mused. A smile playing on his lips summoned him to me. I have matters for him to attend to. As Ji Taichu traversed the path from the decree room to the emperor's quarters, numerous palace attendants regarded him with curious glances. His swollen face, more pronounced than his usual handsome features, drew attention. Upon reaching the side hall and standing before the entrance to the emperor's quarters, Ji Taichu inhaled deeply, taking his first step inside the imperial chamber. With his head slightly bowed, he approached the center of the hall, suppressing the urge to steal a glance at Emperor Liang Guang, who lay on the dragon bed, surveying Ji Taichu with a smirk as he noted the extensive swelling on his face. "What befell your visage?" he inquired playfully. Ji Taichu respectfully replied, Xioli was careless while walking at night and accidentally suffered several stings from bees. Liang Guang jested. "It appears those bees were rather formidable." Ji Taichu remained silent, offering no response. Liang Guang continued to admire Ji Taichu's puffy cheeks before thoughtfully suggesting, "Go to Yinqing Palace and inquire if Yin Marin wishes to visit her family. I recall that when women marry, they typically return to their familial home, a custom known as Hui Min, correct?" Eunuch Hong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is referred to as Hui Min, generally occurring on the 3rd day after marriage or on the 6th, 9th, or 10th day, with some returning after a month. Liang Guang added, "If Yin Marin is inclined, she may stay at her family home a few extra days." Eunuch Hong pondered silently, recalling that brides usually return home before sunset on the same day. However, palace customs naturally differ from those of the common folk. Ji Taichu quietly withdrew, casting a seemingly casual glance at Liang Guang before exiting the chamber. The emperor clearly wished to witness the extent of his injuries, and sending him to find Qin Lingyan likely served the purpose of flaunting his authority and affection towards her. As Ji Taichu walked, he reflected on the emperor's intent in suggesting Qin Lingyan's visit to her family, along with the insinuation that she could remain longer. Surmising that he aimed for others to ascertain Qin Lingyan's status as a woman who had truly consummated her marriage. Upon arriving outside Yinqing Palace, Ji Taichu noticed an increase in guards compared to the previous day. 2 familiar eunuchs from Yangxin Palace stood watch. The 2 guards were momentarily taken aback by Ji Taichu's appearance. Captivated by his swollen cheeks, Ji Taichu stated indifferently, "I am Li Sanger." The guards quickly regained their composure, respectfully greeting him, "Li Gonggong." Ji Taichu nodded. "The emperor has sent me to inquire about Yan Marin. Please do come in." Ji Taichu did not linger, proceeding directly toward the inner chamber, ignoring the two palace maids and another eunuch he encountered along the way. Upon reaching the entrance of the inner chamber, Qin Lingyan, who had been meditating on her bed, opened her eyes and furrowed her brow at the figure outside. Recognizing him through his swollen visage, she was momentarily taken aback. Ji Taichu walked through the beaded curtain and stepped into the inner chamber. Qin Lingyan's expression hardened. As Ji Taichu approached the bed, he announced, "It is I, Li Sanger." Qin Lingyan, momentarily stunned, fixed her gaze on his swollen face, a peculiar glint in her eyes as she queried, "What happened to you?" Ji Taichu stepped forward, grasping Qin Lingyan's cheek, and quipped, "Is this not your doing?" Her cheeks flushed. Qin Lingyan suppressed the urge to swat his hand away, continuing her inquiry with curiosity. "What does this have to do with me?" Employing the Tian-Yin technique, Ji Taichu conveyed the circumstances surrounding his swollen face. Qin Lingyan, understanding, found it somewhat amusing that it indeed related to her. Ji Taichu continued, "The dog emperor wishes for you to see my pitiful state, demonstrating his absolute power and affection for you." "Affection?" Qin Lingyan scoffed, shaking her head, choosing not to elaborate. Ji Taichu added, "Moreover, he wishes to know if you would like to visit your family." Qin Lingyan, taken aback, then brightened, eagerly asking, "Is that possible?" Ji Taichu nodded softly. "He has invited you to your family home and hopes you can stay a few extra days, primarily to allow others to witness that you have indeed consummated the marriage and become a true woman." Qin Lingyan furrowed her brow, contemplating, and soon grasped the underlying motive, whispering, "To prove that he is in good health." Ji Taichu nodded gently, acknowledging the significance of this matter. "I suspect that shortly, someone will instruct me to keep a close eye on you and prevent you from speaking recklessly outside the palace." Qin Lingyan pouted, gazing at Ji Taichu, and warned softly, "Should I discover upon seeing my sister that you have deceived me, you shall face the consequences." Ji Taichu, with an impassive demeanor, skillfully manipulated the Shushan Ding, enveloping the two of them in an ethereal aura. He inquired softly, "Do you wish for your sister to be aware of our relationship?" Qin Lingyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "What relationship do we have? We have no relationship at all." Ji Taichu nodded slightly and replied, "It is perhaps for the best that she remains unaware. The intrigues within and outside the palace are intricate, and although your sister is older than you, she lacks experience in worldly matters. It would be wise not to trouble her with palace affairs. However," he continued, "there is one matter to consider. Your sister will likely pose some intimate questions. How will you respond?" Qin Lingyan's gaze flickered as she countered, "What do you hope my response will be?" Ji Taichu regarded her thoughtfully and gently asked, "Before anything else, might I inquire if there is a gentleman outside the palace whom you hold in esteem or regard?" Qin Lingyan's face grew warmer as she shot him a playful glare. Ji Taichu then pinched her cheek, emphasizing the importance of this question that required a candid answer. "Embarrassed," Qin Lingyan retorted, "given our current situation, is it even relevant to ask such questions?" Ji Taichu chuckled softly, his tone tender. "I merely wish to preserve your reputation." A warmth spread through Qin Lingyan's heart as she huffed, "My reputation has already been tarnished by you." Ji Taichu nodded and revisited the previous question. "I wish to ascertain whether I have wronged anyone." Qin Lingyan's cheeks reddened further as she replied brusquely, "No. Are you satisfied now?" Ji Taichu affectionately tousled her hair, speaking gently, "Since there is no gentleman you fancy, should your family inquire about your circumstances in the palace, you may choose to remain silent. They will instinctively assume that you have already served in the emperor's chambers, and in their eyes, this would mean you have endured hardships for the Qin family." Qin Lingyan frowned, murmuring, "I do not wish for them to think I have suffered." Ji Taichu spoke softly, "The dog emperor's lifespan is uncertain. Should your father ever choose the wrong side, your entire Qin family may face dire consequences." Chapter 67. The Empress's Concern. Hong Yu applying medicine. Qin Lingyan's expression shifted. Ji Taichu continued, "If you allow your father and others to believe you have suffered for the Qin family, your influence within the family will grow, and your opinions may sway your father's decisions. If the tides of change truly sweep through Chaoga City, you may find the opportunity to save the Qin family from disaster. Gradually, Qin Lingyan composed herself, gazing at Ji Taichu with uncertainty. What opportunity do I have to save the Qin family? Ji Taichu cradled her face, smiling. You are no longer alone in this palace. I will assist you. Though I am currently but a mere messenger, sometimes the course of great events hinges upon individuals like me. Furthermore, I cannot remain merely a messenger forever. I will gradually cultivate power within the palace. As long as you are willing to trust me, the Qin family will not make erroneous choices. Qin Lingyan's brow softened as she whispered, I am willing to trust you. Upon saying this, her cheeks flushed once more. She recalled having expressed the same sentiment the previous day, only to find herself swept into his embrace shortly thereafter. Ji Taichu nodded. Then I shall return to report. And you should prepare yourself. It will likely be today or tomorrow that you can return to your family. Upon returning to the Yangxin Palace, Ji Taichu visited the emperor's chambers once more to inform Emperor Liang Guang of Qin Lingyan's intention to stay at her family home for a few days. Liang Guang instructed, make the arrangements. Yes. Eunuch Hong nodded slightly and then exited the emperor's chambers. Ji Taichu insightfully followed behind Eunuch Hong. Moments later, they arrived at the palace where Eunuch Hong frequently resided. Sitting on a soft couch, Eunuch Hong observed Ji Taichu and remarked, your face does not appear to have suffered a beating. Ji Taichu cleared his throat, explaining, indeed, consort Zhong struck me, and the whip left marks that are not too pronounced. However, I sought to apply some Zue Ren foam poison to my face to enhance the effect. Eunuch Hong commented, you are not foolish, but it is best not to overestimate your own cleverness. Ji Taichu promptly replied, I assure you, I would not dare to deceive in front of our ancestors. Eunuch Hong inquired, do you know why His Majesty has granted the beauty Yin permission to leave the palace this time? Ji Taichu pondered briefly, responding, I would not dare to speculate recklessly. Eunuch Hong stated plainly, His Majesty wishes to demonstrate to the world that his health is robust and his vigor remains intact. Ji Taichu acknowledged, I understand now. Eunuch Hong scrutinized Ji Taichu, asking, what have you understood? Ji Taichu replied softly, I will earnestly persuade Yin to understand that His Majesty's health is indeed sound. Eunuch Hong remarked, beauty, Yin is not an ordinary consort. Maintaining a good relationship with her is crucial for your future. Ji Taichu felt a shift in his heart, grasping the implications behind Eunuch Hong's words. Behind Yin is the formidable General Qin Feihu of the Jinwu Guard, a coveted ally that both the Crown Prince Liang Qingyuan and Eunuch Hong desire, just as Ji Taichu himself yearns to consolidate the Qin family for his own purposes. Eunuch Hong continued softly, if you can manage this matter well, our family will consider assigning you additional responsibilities. Ji Taichu's eyes brightened as he eagerly responded, I shall not disappoint our ancestors. Go find Wan Biyu. She will arrange everything for you. Understood. Exiting the grand hall, Ji Taichu rubbed his swollen cheek, suddenly realizing that he had unwittingly become a crucial link in connecting with General Qin Feihu of the Jinwu Guard. Eunuch Hong could leverage him to mobilize Qin Feihu at critical junctures. Moments later, Ji Taichu sought out Wan Biyu, discovering she had already begun preparations for Qin Lingyan's return to her family. Upon seeing Ji Taichu, Wan Biyu recalled the embarrassing scene from the previous night when she administered medicine, casting a reproachful glance at Ji Taichu, and said directly, we shall depart at the hour of Shun this afternoon. Beauty Yin will stay at General Qin's residence for 7 days, and you are to accompany her throughout. Since there is still some time, you may return to Qingning Palace for a brief visit. Return to Qingning Palace? Ji Taichu's heart stirred as he exchanged a knowing glance with Wan Biyu, nodding in agreement without further comment, and turned to leave the Yangxin Palace. Back at Qingning Palace, he soon received a summons from the Empress. In the Empress's chambers, Yi Hongyu was taken aback upon seeing Ji Taichu's swollen face. Ji Taichu cleared his throat and quietly recounted his intention to accompany Beauty Yin back to her family. The Empress, seated on a soft couch, scrutinized Ji Taichu's face and directly asked, what happened to your face? Ji Taichu met the Empress's gaze and quietly replied, to prevent eavesdropping, I hope your Majesty would allow me to speak more closely. The Empress paused, glancing at Yi Hongyu, and chuckled lightly, who would be eavesdropping? Are you doubting your Aunt Yi? Yi Hongyu's expression remained impassive as she coldly regarded Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu cleared his throat and said, I would never dare to doubt Aunt Yi. Rather, I mean to suggest that Aunt Yi may listen as well. The Empress shook her head, instructing, "Come closer." Ji Taichu approached the side of the couch, casting a glance at the Empress's pristine ears, feeling regretful for not leaning in closer, and softly recounted the events surrounding Qin Lingyan, as well as the circumstances leading to his intentional punishment by consort Joan. He had a strong premonition that the Empress might already be aware of the situation concerning Qin Lingyan through Wan Biyu. Previously, Wan Biyu specifically summoned him back to Qingning Palace, which seemed to serve as a subtle hint. After listening, both the Empress and Yi Hongyu remained remarkably composed. Ji Taichu quietly sighed in relief, confirming his suspicions that the Empress had indeed been aware of the matters concerning Qin Lingyan beforehand. Should he choose to remain silent this time, it would likely create a rift between him and the Empress in the future. The Empress regarded Ji Taichu and pondered, stating, "Since you have sought this confrontation, one cannot blame concubine Joan. I shall provide her with a gentle warning. However, your relationship with Yin Marin should not have soured, correct?" Ji Taichu replied softly, "Some believe I have strained relations, but in truth, it remains amicable, primarily because I am acquainted with Yin Marin's sister and have rendered her sister significant assistance." The Empress nodded, saying, "You are quite astute. You should understand the implications of befriending Yin Marin." Ji Taichu hastily added, "I have only befriended her for your sake, for in my eyes, you alone are the true Empress." The Empress chuckled lightly, glancing at Yi Hongyu, and commanded, "Fetch some Bingshan ointment and apply it to him." Then, turning to Ji Taichu, she remarked, "Since His Majesty has already seen your face, he will not pursue the matter further." Understood. Yi Hongyu cast a glance at Ji Taichu's cheek before departing. Ji Taichu expressed his gratitude, thanking the Empress for the medicine. Moments later, Yi Hongyu returned and, in the presence of the Empress, personally applied the Bingshan ointment to Ji Taichu. As her fingers brushed against his cheek, her expression remained calm, though her heart raced uncontrollably. "Chapter Altmusikis, Aontje. How did you fall?" The icy sensation on his face prompted Ji Taichu to discreetly circulate the Wandu Guizhong technique, combining it with Yi Hongyu's application to absorb and refine the intoxicating bee venom into his poison seed. After approximately 15 minutes, Ji Taichu's cheek returned to its former state. The Empress observed Ji Taichu's restored handsome visage and mused, "I have heard from Hongyu that you have chosen the Xianyuji at Wanzhong Pavilion." Ji Taichu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is the Xianyuji." The Empress inquired, "Have you begun your training?" Ji Taichu shook his head, explaining, "I've been quite busy lately, and I haven't found the time to practice." The Empress chuckled softly, suggesting, "Then let Hongyu teach you here." Ji Taichu's eyes lit up as he turned towards Yi Hongyu. She approached the table beside the soft couch, retrieved a black manual from her bosom, and placed it upon the table. Ji Taichu quickly leaned closer to Yi Hongyu, examining the manual, realizing it was indeed the Xianyuji, and immediately speculated that the Empress might have anticipated his visit today. Yi Hongyu opened the Xianyuji and began to explain it to Ji Taichu, sentence by sentence. Ji Taichu listened intently. The Xianyuji, in simpler terms, is an exceptionally refined acupoint striking technique, wherein the energy generated from the fingertips can strike a target from a distance. The manual not only outlines the circulation routes of the technique, but also delves deeper into the intricacies of striking acupoints. The efficacy of the technique varies depending on the method employed. Thus, the strength of the energy exerted is also different. Acupoints sealed by the Xianyuji are exceedingly challenging to unblock using ordinary methods. In terms of technique, the Xianyuji can be categorized into 9 tiers. The higher the level of training, the greater the finger strength. Upon reaching the 9th tier's perfection, one can manipulate the strength of their finger strikes at will, allowing even the emitted energy to move according to their desires. At this moment, Ji Taichu was particularly intrigued by the concept of striking acupoints. He was curious whether the energy could truly immobilize a person. Yi Hongyu softly explained, if one is struck at the Dafu acupoint, their entire skeletal structure, including the spine, will be affected, rendering them immobile until the energy dissipates. She further elaborated on other acupoints, detailing the effects of being struck. Ji Taichu listened with keen curiosity and, by the end, comprehended the essence of acupoint striking. It primarily relies on the strength of the energy, requiring both significant power and precise targeting of the acupoints. Ji Taichu curiously inquired, Are there methods to avoid being immobilized by acupoint strikes? He had no desire to experience the sensation of being rendered motionless. However, he was eager to experiment with striking others. Yi Hongyu nodded, saying, "Indeed, there are numerous methods." Ji Taichu's eyes brightened as he urged, "Please share them with me." Yi Hongyu replied nonchalantly, "The first method is to avoid being struck altogether, which naturally means you will not be immobilized." Ji Taichu paused and praised, "Aunt Yi, how clever of you to think of such a method." The Empress, seated nearby on the soft couch, chuckled lightly. Yi Hongyu's cheeks flushed, casting a reproachful glance at Ji Taichu before continuing. "The second method involves practicing a form of hard defense technique. As long as your defenses are robust enough, others' energy cannot penetrate your acupoints." She went on to enumerate 8 methods of defense against acupoint strikes. Ji Taichu understood that fundamentally, it all boiled down to blocking others' energy from lingering within one's acupoints. Whether by sealing one's own acupoints, repelling another's energy, or relocating acupoints. As long as one's acupoints remain untouched, they would not be affected. The simplest, yet most challenging, method of defense is to cultivate sufficient internal energy to form a protective barrier. When an opponent's energy approaches, it would be repelled before it could even touch the acupoints. The Empress softly remarked, "If you're concerned about being struck at acupoints upon your return from this mission, I shall have Hongyu assist you in selecting an appropriate technique at Wanzhong Pavilion." Ji Taichu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to the Empress, expressing his gratitude. The Empress smiled, saying, "Continue practicing the Xian Yuji." "Certainly." Ji Taichu nodded, then turned to Yi Hongyu, suggesting, "How about you let me try striking you a couple of times?" Yi Hongyu glanced at Ji Taichu and responded coolly, "That is acceptable, but if you strike me once, I shall strike you 10 times. Ji Taichu pouted in response. At that moment, the Empress stood up, smiling. "I am also quite curious about the sensation of being struck in acupoint. Do strike me." Ji Taichu blinked, turning to the Empress. Suddenly, Yi Hongyu darted in front of the Empress, fixing Ji Taichu with a cold glare, and sternly warned, "If you dare to disrespect the Empress, I shall end you with a single strike." Ji Taichu grinned, understanding Yi Hongyu's stance, and without hesitation, activated the Xian Yuji, extending his right index finger directly toward the Dafu acupoint on the left side of her chest. Before he could land the strike, Yi Hongyu's face flushed as she felt the energy penetrate her skin and enter the Dafu acupoint, causing her to involuntarily gasp, her cheeks reddening as she glared fiercely at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu inquired curiously, "How does it feel?" Yi Hongyu huffed, "It feels like nothing at all." Ji Taichu inquired, "Are you able to move now?" Yi Hongyu attempted to do so, only to discover that her Dafu acupoint was sealed, causing a subtle stagnation throughout her bones, rendering her temporarily immobile. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she retorted with annoyance, "Hurry and release me." Ji Taichu nodded and replied affirmatively, then pointed decisively at Yi Hongyu's Dafu acupoint once more. Yi Hongyu sighed in relief, but had no chance to speak before she caught a glimpse of Ji Taichu's finger approaching again, causing her eyelids to flicker. With a sudden thud, Ji Taichu struck Yi Hongyu's axilla, targeting the Longmen acupoint at her waist. In an instant, Yi Hongyu's body became limp and powerless, and she collapsed. Ji Taichu swiftly caught her as she was about to fall. Feigning ignorance, he asked, "Aunt Yi, what is wrong?" Yi Hongyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Ji Taichu, gritting her teeth. "Release me at once." Ji Taichu let out a soft "oh," and once again targeted Yi Hongyu's Longmen acupoint, dissipating the previous force. She regained her strength, pushed Ji Taichu away, and glared at him coldly, her ample bosom rising and falling with agitation. How audacious of this eunuch to dare tease her in front of the Empress. Ji Taichu wore an innocent expression and remarked, "I had no idea that acupoint striking was so miraculous." The Empress chuckled lightly, saying, "It is not miraculous. In a proper confrontation, you would not easily strike another's acupoint. Moreover, the location of acupoints varies with different body types, making them challenging to discern. Most importantly, not everyone practices Xian Yuji. If you can successfully strike someone's acupoint, you could likely capture them without needing to do so. The human body possesses numerous weaknesses, not merely certain acupoints, areas such as the eyes, nose, ears, throat, vital organs, and lower regions are all vulnerabilities. If you truly fear being struck at your acupoints, you might consider learning a form of external martial arts. Understood, Ji Taichu nodded. He continued his training, but refrained from striking Yi Hongyu again. About half an hour later, Ji Taichu and Yi Hongyu departed from the empress's chambers. Upon exiting the palace, Yi Hongyu shot Ji Taichu a fierce glare. Ji Taichu, appearing innocent, murmured, "It was the empress who instructed me to practice Xianyu Ji. I must train diligently." Yi Hongyu clenched her teeth, retorting, "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions." Ji Taichu looked at her earnestly, stating, "I will diligently assist the empress." Yi Hongyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she grasped the implication behind Ji Taichu's words, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Ji Taichu inquired, "Do you have anything you wish to give me?" Yi Hongyu huffed, "What do you lack?" Just as Ji Taichu was about to mention his dry lips, his gaze caught sight of a charming figure in green nearby, peeking over. He swiftly changed his request. "Could you perhaps help me find some herbs to enhance my strength? I feel rather lacking." Yi Hongyu was speechless, retorting, "You have already consumed the Longxiang Dan, and you still lack strength?" Ji Taichu replied, "If you assist me in finding the herbs, I will bring back a gift for you upon my return, one that I assure you will delight you." Yi Hongyu's eyes flickered as she glanced at the figure in green and said, "Go and keep Chirui company." With that, she turned and returned to the empress's chambers. Ji Taichu looked towards Chirui, a smile gracing his face as he stepped closer. Chapter 69. Perhaps you could lend me some more golden beans? Chirui's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, remaining motionless. Ji Taichu approached her side and chuckled softly. "Let us return home." "Oh," Chirui shyly replied, following Ji Taichu back to the secluded courtyard of Zixin. Once in the bedroom, Ji Taichu sat at the edge of the bed, gently grasping Chirui's delicate hand while discussing his imminent departure from the palace. Chirui pouted her rosy lips, gazing at Ji Taichu with a glimmer of reluctance in her eyes. Ji Taichu spoke tenderly, "When I return, I will bring you a gift." Chirui's eyes brightened slightly as she bashfully replied, "As long as you return safely. That is all that matters." Ji Taichu nodded, taking advantage of the remaining time to spend with her. Chirui's cheeks reddened, having spent a night together. She understood the meaning behind his words. Observing her bashful demeanor, Ji Taichu realized that he could act freely at this moment. He refrained from any overly audacious actions. Whispering sweetly to Chirui while circulating the Mingyu Heart Sutra, channeling Mingyu true energy into her body. The true energy flowed through Chirui's meridians and acupoints, completing a cycle before returning to Ji Taichu's body. This continuous circulation aided in nourishing Chirui's health. As the afternoon approached, Ji Taichu bid farewell to Chirui. She sat before the dressing mirror, admiring her rosy cheeks reflected in the bronze glass, her eyes filled with delight. Outside Yinhang Palace, a procession of 72 palace maids and eunuchs awaited. Among them was a splendid carriage drawn by 3 fine steeds, dressed in a deep purple ceremonial robe. Ji Taichu arrived outside Yinhang Palace and smiled at Wan Biyu, noticing that Ji Taichu's complexion had returned to normal. She pondered briefly before leading him before the assembled palace maids and eunuchs, introducing him. "This is the imperial envoy Li Sang. During our time away from the palace, he will be your superior. Greetings, Master Li." The assembly of maids and eunuchs respectfully chorused. Ji Taichu nodded, observing that the 2 foremost eunuchs were Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fangzi, with Xiao Zhaozi carrying the golden imperial edict box and Xiao Fangzi holding the dragon-patterned sandalwood table. He turned to Wan Biyu and quietly asked, "Is there an imperial edict?" Wan Biyu nodded slightly, whispering, "There's a commendatory edict for General Qin's household. Furthermore, upon leaving the palace, there will be 100 Dongchang guards and 200 Jinui at your disposal, tasked with protecting Yin Marin." As she spoke, Wan Biyu handed Ji Taichu a palm-sized golden token, murmuring, "This is the Xianlong imperial token. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the palace city at any hour." The Jinui, Dongchang, and Jinwu guards all recognize this token, allowing you to summon 300 Jinui, Dongchang guards, and Jinwu guards for your use when necessary. However, it is best not to use it lightly. Each time you do, it will be recorded. Ji Taichu nodded, accepting the golden token, his heartbeat quickening. The Xianlong imperial token bore a carved golden dragon on one side, forming a character for prohibition, while the other side was adorned with 4 grand characters. As if I were present, Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fangzi exchanged glances upon seeing the token in Ji Taichu's hand. their eyes tinged with jealousy. Wan Biyu whispered, Lord Hong granted you this to ensure Yin Marin's safety. Understood, Ji Taichu quickly replied, aware of the significance of this golden token. Wan Biyu chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, Ji Taichu lowered his voice. Perhaps you could lend me some more golden beans? Wan Biyu paused in surprise. Then her expression turned slightly stern. Ji Taichu sheepishly explained, I promised to buy some gifts for people in Qingning Palace. But I rushed over and forgot to bring money. Wan Biyu gazed at Ji Taichu with resignation, then retrieved a small purple pouch from her waist. Handing it to him with a huff, no one has ever borrowed gold from me twice. You're the first. Here are 30 golden beans. Make do with them. Ji Taichu accepted the pouch, murmuring, I will bring you a gift in return. Wan Biyu's cheeks flushed slightly, ignoring the previous remark, and said, Please summon Yin Marin. We are ready to depart. Understood. Ji Taichu arrived at Yinqing Palace's sleeping quarters and found Qin Lingyan seated before the bed. Adorned with a crown of 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, clad in a resplendent palace gown of gold and crimson interwoven fabrics, embroidered with soaring golden cloudbirds. Her cheeks were rosy, exuding an extraordinary grace and allure. Upon noticing Ji Taichu's entrance, a fleeting look of joy crossed Qin Lingyan's face, only to vanish instantly. Though her heart raced uncontrollably, Your Highness, it's time to leave. Ji Taichu approached Qin Lingyan, extending his right arm in a gesture of support. Qin Lingyan's face reddened. As she rose, her left hand lightly rested on Ji Taichu's right arm, and together they exited the sleeping quarters. Following them were 2 palace maids from Yinqing Palace, while the palace eunuchs remained behind to oversee the premises. Upon reaching the palace's exterior, Qin Lingyan entered the carriage. Ji Taichu walked beside the carriage, glancing at Wan Biyu, and then followed the retinue as they departed the imperial palace. Within the inner palace, only the emperor, consorts, and princesses were entitled to sit in carriages. The rest of the palace staff were obliged to walk, even the powerful head eunuch of the Office of Rights, who had to comply with the same rules as the other servants. When shall I be able to ride in the imperial carriage with dignity? Ji Taichu pondered wistfully. Upon exiting the palace through the Chengtian gate, the ceremonial procession halted. A guard unit consisting of 100 Eastern Depot guards and 200 imperial guards had taken position. A eunuch clad in a black embroidered robe and a commander of the imperial guards in a flying fish robe approached the carriage respectfully. Greeting. I am Wei Gao from the Eastern Depot, paying my respects to Lady Yin. I am Shun Quan, a commander of the imperial guards, also paying my respects to Lady Yin. Qin Lingyan's gaze flickered, but she remained silent, instead looking at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu spoke. We are not very acquainted with you both, yet that should not hinder our collaboration ahead. The route's vigilance is entrusted to you. Wei Gao and Shun Quan instinctively turned their eyes to Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu introduced himself. I am Li Sanjian. Li Gonggong. Wei Gao and Shun Quan promptly acknowledged. Ji Taichu nodded, instructing, Let us proceed. We must not delay. Understood. They replied before returning to their respective ranks. The carriage resumed its journey. This time, a contingent of Eastern Depot guards and Imperial Guard accompanied the procession on all sides. Wei Gao, showing keen insight, quickly brought forth a splendid red steed for Ji Taichu and respectfully remarked, Li Gonggong, the journey is quite long. Please mount the horse. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow. Inquired, At my rank, am I permitted to ride? Wei Gao quickly replied, As the imperial envoy by the emperor's side, you certainly qualify. Ji Taichu remained non-committal, glancing at his companions, Xiao Zhao and Xiao Fong, who eagerly chimed in, Gonggong, with the Qianlong Imperial Order, you are outside the palace now. You are definitely allowed to ride. Xiao Fong nodded vigorously in agreement. Qianlong Imperial Order? Wei Gao inhaled sharply, his expression shifting dramatically. Shun Quan, who had not approached, also reacted with surprise upon hearing the term, casting a bewildered look at Ji Taichu. Ji Taichu shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Zhao, sensing that this cunning eunuch had intentionally mentioned the Qianlong Imperial Order. I must be cautious of these 2 deputy envoys. Ji Taichu mused silently, moving alongside the red steed, nimbly leaping onto its back. With his feet in the stirrups and reins in hand, he proceeded forward leisurely. Xiao Zhao and Xiao Fong gazed at him with envy. As the ceremonial procession traversed through Zhuke Street, the onlookers expressed curiosity. Wei Gao and Shun Quan rode near Ji Taichu, engaging him in pleasantries. Upon learning of Ji Taichu's possession of the Qianlong imperial order, their demeanor noticeably shifted to one of eagerness, bordering on flattery. In their conversation, Ji Taichu discerned their official titles. Wei Gao was the chief eunuch of the Eastern Depot, while Shen Quan was a commander of the Northern Patrol of the Imperial Guards, both holding equal rank. As dusk approached, the procession arrived at the southeastern corner of Yangtze, where the residence of General Qin awaited. The Qin family, led by General Qin Feihu, had been waiting at the entrance for some time, including the married Qin Lingying. Ji Taichu dismounted and, accompanied by the envoys Xiao Zhao and Xiao Fong, approached the general's estate. Xiao Zhao opened the golden embroidered decree box he had carried. Ji Taichu retrieved the imperial edict and presented it to the Qin family. Qin Feihu knelt on one knee, followed by the rest of the Qin family, who all bowed in reverence. Xiao Fong whispered, "Li Gonggong, you may now proclaim the edict." Chapter 70. It turns out we are all kindred spirits. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's decree, I, the emperor, decree that the harmony of the universe and the peace of Chaoga rely upon the merits of Feihu. Henceforth, the lady enters the palace, elevated to the rank of Yen Marin. Yen Marin is virtuous and gentle, possessing a pure character, deeply favored by me. In recognition of these merits, I bestow upon the Qin family 1,000 taels of gold, 500 bolts of silk, 100 pearls, and 10 jars of the finest wine from the palace. This decree is to be executed. After reading, Ji Taichu closed the edict and turned to Qin Feihu. Qin Feihu solemnly replied, "I humbly accept the decree with gratitude." Ji Taichu stepped forward 5 paces, handing the edict to Qin Feihu while gently assisting him to rise. Softly articulating, "I apologize for my previous offenses. I hope the general will be magnanimous." Qin Feihu calmly responded, "My daughter will require your continued care, Gonggong." "No need for concern," Ji Taichu assured. The ceremonial procession, accompanied by the resplendent carriage, entered the general's estate. Prior to this, someone from the palace had already informed General Qin to prepare an independent courtyard. During the palace visits of consorts, there are a series of regulations. The most critical being, no private audience with any man is permitted. Even fathers, brothers, or male relatives cannot meet alone. They must be accompanied by a retinue of palace maids and eunuchs. Arriving at an independent courtyard situated to the east of the general's estate, 72 palace maids and eunuchs were gathered to prevent any suspicious individuals from approaching. Once everything was securely arranged, night enveloped the surroundings. At dinner, Madame Qin, Qin Lingying, and the 2 young ladies of the elder and younger sons of the Qin family gathered in this courtyard to dine with Qin Lingyan. Ji Taichu did not join them, instead dining in the eastern wing of the courtyard with Xiao Zhao and Xiao Fong. "We will be staying here for 7 or 8 days. During this time, if the emperor wishes to issue a decree, whom should we approach?" Ji Taichu inquired curiously while eating. Xiao Zhao, with an envious expression, replied, "Gonggong, you can remain here. The rest of us must return to the palace tomorrow morning to report." Xiao Fong nodded in agreement, his face also reflecting envy. Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow, realizing that normally he would have to return to the palace immediately after delivering the decree. This time, however, was evidently an unusual circumstance. Whether it be the cunning emperor or the scheming Gonggong Hong, they likely feared that Qin Lingyan might speak out of turn. His role as the imperial envoy, coupled with the possession of the Qianlong imperial order, was undoubtedly a precaution against such an eventuality. After dinner, Ji Taichu began to contemplate whether to seize the opportunity to accompany Qin Lingying or to seek out Qin Lingyan directly. Seeking Qin Lingyan was evidently more convenient, yet he harbored a strong desire for Qin Lingying, especially after several days of absence, during which her prowess must have significantly increased. It was indeed a difficult choice. Ji Taichu mused. "Your Highness," at that moment, Xiao Zhaozi suddenly called out. Ji Taichu snapped back to reality and glanced at Xiao Zhaozi, who appeared somewhat shy as he softly suggested, "We have gone through much trouble to come out. If we do not indulge ourselves a little, who knows when the next opportunity will arise?" "Indulge ourselves?" Ji Taichu asked in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Zhaozi explained. "It means visiting a gambling house or a pleasure district." Ji Taichu acknowledged with an O and turned his gaze to Xiao Fongzi. Xiao Fongzi cleared his throat and quietly remarked, "In the past, whenever the previous envoy issued a decree, they would take us out for some leisure." "Curious?" Ji Taichu inquired. Do you prefer visiting gambling houses or pleasure districts? In the Daliang Dynasty, pleasure districts were venues for music, drama, and dance, often intertwined with the attributes of brothels. Xiao Zhaozi smiled. I have always had good fortune at the tables. Xiao Fangzi, with a slight blush, added, the cards are often too stiff for me. I can only dabble with softer pursuits to satisfy my cravings. Ji Taichu chuckled and said, if you wish to enjoy yourselves, then go ahead. Just be sure to return by morning. Are you not coming with us? Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fangzi looked at Ji Taichu with eager eyes. Ji Taichu felt a stir within. They were attempting to drag him into their escapades. However, he had no interest in gambling when beautiful women like Qin Lingying and Qin Lingyan awaited his affection. Ji Taichu shrugged and replied, neither of those places appeals to me. What I truly enjoy is drinking. Do you know where one can find the finest wine in Chaoga City? Drinking? Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fangzi both sighed in relief. Xiao Fangzi explained, aside from the imperial wine in our palace, the best wine in the entire Chaoga City is at Furongzui, Xianju. The exquisite wines can be quite expensive. Some cost a fortune. Ji Taichu nodded, casually stating, I shall go there tonight. No sooner had he spoken than he caught a familiar, rich aroma of wine wafting through the air, realizing that it was intentionally released by the woman known as Yi Yaorao. Do you smell that wine? Ji Taichu asked, looking at Xiao Fangzi and Xiao Zhaozi. The two exchanged glances and inhaled deeply. After a moment, Xiao Fangzi exclaimed, it does seem there's a scent of wine. Ji Taichu immediately stood up, declaring, we shall not go to Furongzui Xianju. We're going to have this wine. He then turned and walked towards the door. Wait, you need to change your clothes first, Xiao Fangzi hurriedly reminded him. Ji Taichu paused, turning back to the two. Did you bring clothes for this occasion? Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fangzi nodded in unison. Ji Taichu chuckled lightly, reaching into his robe to retrieve a set of azure garments from the Sushin Ding, saying leisurely, I brought some as well. Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fangzi's eyes lit up, a look of surprise dawning upon them as they realized they were all of the same mind. The three quickly changed attire and departed from the courtyard together. Once outside the general's residence, Ji Taichu took a gentle sniff and headed directly towards the nearby Huji Tavern. Xiao Zhaozi and Xiao Fangzi exchanged glances before choosing their own paths. These two eunuchs likely had their own masters outside the palace, Ji Taichu thought. The decree room and the Jinzhao Hall were both situated close to the imperial edict, heavily monitored by various factions, particularly by the princes, making it nearly impossible for ordinary eunuchs to secure positions there. Just like Ji Taichu himself, who had been placed in Yangxin Palace by the Empress. Arriving outside the Huji Tavern's main hall, Ji Taichu surveyed the interior, noting only a handsome young scholar in white robes seated by the window, sipping wine. Upon noticing Ji Taichu, the young scholar smiled and said, Brother, why not come over and share a drink? Ji Taichu approached, taking a seat across from the young scholar, and instructed, change to a beautiful female form, but do not alter the attire. The young scholar smirked, and with a flicker of movement, transformed from a handsome young man into a seemingly graceful beauty, still clad in the same white robes, yet her bosom was now notably accentuated. Ji Taichu was taken aback, gazing at this beauty, and curiously asked, who is she? Yi Yaorao chuckled softly. She is a renowned heroine of the martial world. How does her appearance compare to the concubines in the palace? Ji Taichu carefully examined Yi Yaorao, her skin as delicate as jade, her lips cherry red, and her bright eyes sparkling, exuding both grace and allure, a captivating presence indeed. Comparing her to the palace concubines was challenging. Concubine Zhong radiated a bright beauty, yet occasionally revealed an innocent charm that was enticing. Concubine Zheng was mature and coldly elegant, akin to a ripe cherry, seemingly ready to burst with sweetness at the slightest touch. The Empress possessed yet another aura, one of exquisite beauty and regal grace, emanating a maternal quality that deterred any thoughts of impropriety. After a thorough appraisal, Ji Taichu concluded, each has its merits. There are many beauties in the martial world, yet none can compare to those in the palace. Ji Taichu nodded and remarked, in the future, I shall bring all the beautiful heroines you admire from the martial world into the palace, and you can compare them to see which beauties truly reign supreme. Yi Yaorao smirked, teasingly replying, even if you capture them, what will you do? Ji Taichu narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating on Yi Yaorao. Are you mocking me? Though phrased as a question, it bore an undeniable certainty. He was also reassured of one thing. Neither Qin Lingying nor Nong Yu had disclosed to Yi Yaorao that he was a false eunuch. Although he and Nong Yu had not engaged in any intimate relations, their close proximity during their training in the Su Shanding had made it evident to Nong Yu that he was indeed a real man. Yi Yaorao denied it, asserting, "No, I was merely stating that you are a gentleman, who would remain indifferent even if a true beauty were to bathe before you." She silently added in her heart, "Even if you wish to act, you lack the means." Ji Taichu poured himself a cup of wine from the jug on the table and inquired while drinking, "Where is Nong Yu? Why hasn't she come?" Yi Yaorao casually replied, "She has been hiding away in her room to cultivate and is unaware of your return." Ji Taichu regarded Yi Yaorao with a gentle smile. "Since you knew I had returned, why did you not inform her?" Yi Yaorao's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing. Yet she maintained a facade of indifference as she replied, "Why should I tell her? You have tormented her and even imprisoned her. If she were to learn of your return, she would surely seek vengeance." Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow and asked, "And you? Knowing I have tormented your dear sister, do you still wish to assist me?" Yi Yaorao lifted her chin slightly, retorting, "As the leader of Huaying's sect, I am quite a person of my word. Since we have reached an agreement, I shall not go back on it. As for your torment of Nong Yu, I will seek retribution when the opportunity arises." Ji Taichu nodded and poured himself another cup of wine, inquiring, "Has anything significant occurred in Chaoge City these past few days?" Yi Yaorao regarded Ji Taichu and replied, "The most noteworthy event is that the emperor has taken the first prince's woman, leading many to secretly mock him for seizing his son as beloved. Additionally, the Dongchong and the Jinyui are scouring Daliang for various miraculous herbs, inciting discontent among many martial factions. The 8th prince, Liang Tiantai, has sustained injuries, reportedly related to this matter." "Wounded the 8th prince?" Ji Taichu exclaimed, curiosity piqued. "How did he come to be injured?" He added, "And who is his mother?" Yi Yaorao softly explained, "It is said that the 8th prince ventured alone to Lingshan Temple to procure a Jinwen Yangling Dan for his father. But on his return to Chaoge City, he was ambushed and gravely wounded, barely escaping." She continued, "As for his mother, she seems to have passed away when the 8th prince was quite young. I am not well acquainted with her name." "Jinwen Yangling Dan?" Ji Taichu mused, then asked, "Was this precious elixir taken from him?" Yi Yaorao replied quietly, "It is said to have been stolen, but I suspect that the 8th prince may have consumed it himself." Ji Taichu was taken aback. Yi Yaorao continued, "Consider it. If you had a life-saving elixir in hand and were on the brink of death, would you not consume it? If you were near death, surely you'd take it immediately." Despite his thoughts, Ji Taichu maintained a facade of righteousness, asserting, "That is the emperor's medicine. I, Li Bai, would never partake of it." Yi Yaorao chuckled, retorting, "Your name is Li Sangeng." Ji Taichu calmly replied, "Li Sangeng would also never consume it." Yi Yaorao was speechless. She was certain that this scheming eunuch would indeed partake. Ji Taichu took another sip of wine and, employing the Tianyin technique, transmitted softly, "I shall remain at the general's residence for a few more days. Find a way to infiltrate the general's estate, should I require assistance. I may ask you to undertake certain tasks." Yi Yaorao observed Ji Taichu, transmitting in a nonchalant manner, "What will be my reward?" Ji Taichu, displeased, thought her expectations rather presumptuous, responding discreetly, "Tomorrow evening, I shall treat you to a drink." Yi Yaorao protested, "But you are currently enjoying my wine." Ji Taichu clarified, "I mean to invite you to Furong Zue, Xianju. It is said that the wine there is of the finest quality." Yi Yaorao raised an eyebrow, smiling, "Then we can go tonight." Ji Taichu shook his head, transmitting, "Tonight is not possible. I must return shortly to accompany Qin Lingying." Yi Yaorao bilinkit, her cheeks flushing as she grasped the implication of accompany. She quickly realized something was amiss. How could a eunuch accompany? As her thoughts deepened, her cheeks grew increasingly warm. Ji Taichu noticed her reaction and, without further comment, drank another cup of wine before rising to depart. Yi Yaorao stared at his retreating figure, her mind racing. Furong Sui Xianyu. It seemed you'll need to spend lavishly. A smile graced her lips, exuding an alluring charm. The night had deepened, the moon shining brightly among sparse stars. At the residence of General Qin, in the independent courtyard where Qin Lingyan resided, the evening banquet had concluded. By the time Ji Taichu returned, Madame Qin and the 2 young mistresses of the Qin family had already departed. Initially, Qin Lingying had wished to remain and keep Qin Lingyan company, but Ji Taichu had declined her offer. His reasoning was sound. Your Highness has endured a long journey and requires rest. I implore you, miss, do not put us in a difficult position. He then discreetly transmitted to Qin Lingying, if you stay here, who will accompany me tonight? Upon hearing the transmission, Qin Lingying felt a jolt in her heart. Her beautiful cheeks flushed rapidly, and she lowered her head, her heartbeat quickening. Ji Taichu turned to Qin Lingying, respectfully stating, I shall escort Miss away first. Afterward, he transmitted, I have matters to discuss with your sister, so I shall not accompany you tonight. Chapter 72. In a moment of inspiration, forgetting all caution, Qin Lingying's cheeks stiffened slightly as she discreetly glanced at her sister, Qin Lingying, and saw her face flushed with embarrassment. She instantly understood that this rogue had likely also transmitted to her sister. Cursing him silently, she felt helpless. It was clear that her sister and this man indeed shared an intimate connection. After Ji Taichu and Qin Lingying departed together, Qin Lingying sat at the bedside, brooding alone. The thought that Ji Taichu might be spending the night with her sister made her feel uncomfortable, as though a delectable treat had been snatched away by Qin Lingying. In the courtyard, Ji Taichu escorted Qin Lingying to the entrance. Noticing her steel glances at him, he discreetly transmitted, keep the door ajar for me. I will find a chance to visit you. Qin Lingying's heart raced even faster. She dared not reply and silently departed. Ji Taichu returned to the chamber occupied by Qin Lingying. Upon seeing him, the previously sullen Qin Lingying's eyes lit up, only to quickly revert to her usual demeanor. A hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes, Ji Taichu approached Qin Lingying directly, enveloping them both with a virtual divine cauldron, and then gently pinched her cheeks, whispering, it would be too conspicuous to go directly to your sister's room. He added, when you have your late-night snack, please ask me to send a portion to your sister as well. Qin Lingying's cheeks stiffened, casting a glare at Ji Taichu, and asked quietly, aren't you afraid of being overheard? Ji Taichu assured her, not now. As long as I hold your cheeks, you need not worry about those around us. I see. Qin Lingying sighed in relief. Ji Taichu then inquired, have you discussed me with your sister? Qin Lingying's cheeks flushed as she replied softly, just now. Mother and my sisters were here, so I didn't dare mention you. Ji Taichu contemplated briefly and said, tomorrow morning, when you see your sister, you will notice she will be wearing a white Dao robe with 3 strands of hair on her forehead. Qin Lingying was taken aback, looking up at Ji Taichu. He added, if you don't believe me, we can wager on it. Qin Lingying vaguely understood that he intended to prove how obedient her sister would be to him, leaving her momentarily speechless. She could hardly imagine what her sister was like in front of him. After a pause, she admonished softly, you are truly a rogue. Ji Taichu gently lifted her chin, raising an eyebrow as he asked, would you prefer I continue to be a rogue in front of your sister, or behave as a virtuous gentleman? Qin Lingying's cheeks reddened further as she clenched her teeth and replied, I hope you will be a true eunuch. Ji Taichu chuckled. If I were a true eunuch, you would truly be left to mourn your widowhood. Qin Lingying's cheeks grew warmer as she playfully glared at Ji Taichu, her heart racing. Observing Qin Lingying's entrancing demeanor, Ji Taichu understood that if he were to leave now, this beauty would likely be upset for the entire night. He chose to remain. Elsewhere, in the courtyard of Qin Lingying's quarters, upon returning, Qin Lingying immediately bathed and then sat before her mirror, carefully applying her makeup, patiently waiting. Throughout the waiting period, her mind was filled with memories of her time with Ji Taichu, causing her cheeks to remain flushed. An hour later, growing anxious, she rose and approached the hall's entrance, peering through the crack in the door to see the quiet courtyard, devoid of any figures. What could have delayed him? Qin Lingying lightly bit her crimson lips, settling beside her bed in the boudoir, savoring the abundant power coursing through her body, her heart finding a modicum of solace. That man, so enamored with Mingyu Jinqi, would undoubtedly come, if only for the sake of his cultivation. An hour slipped by, and it was already the latter half of the night. Qin Lingying felt restless and could no longer remain still. Silently, she donned a black robe and slipped out of her chambers. Just as she approached the independent courtyard where her sister Qin Lingying resided, a tall figure abruptly obstructed her path. Upon recognizing the figure, Qin Lingying instinctively recoiled, softly calling out father. The imposing figure was none other than Qin Feihu. Qin Feihu furrowed his brow as he regarded Qin Lingying, inquiring in a hushed tone, What are you doing here? Qin Lingying's cheeks flushed crimson as she fought to suppress her embarrassment, murmuring, I wanted to keep my sister company. Qin Feihu retorted with irritation, why didn't you go earlier? What hour is it now? If you venture out at this time and are caught by someone from the palace, you could be treated as a lecher, and you would have no grounds for defense. The term lecher made Qin Lingying's cheeks burn with shame. Qin Feihu waved his hand dismissively, return at once. This is a sensitive period, do not wander about at night. Unless your sister invites you, do not sneak into her small courtyard. It is for your sister's own good. Every action she takes after leaving the palace is meticulously recorded, and even the slightest breach of decorum could be exaggerated. Qin Lingying let out a soft "oh," casting a furtive glance at the nearby independent courtyard, finally understanding why Ji Taichu had yet to seek her out. With her father guarding the surroundings, it seemed unlikely that anyone could sneak in or out. As dawn approached, in the independent courtyard, Ji Taichu practiced the hidden dragon technique, concealing his power, vitality, and breath with ease, effortlessly evading the watchful eyes of the palace eunuchs and maidservants. The hidden dragon technique was the first martial art imparted to him by Xuanji Fairy, and as his power continued to grow, his mastery of it was nearing completion. Returning to the eastern chamber, Ji Taichu sighed softly. Plans often falter in the face of change. He had intended to accompany Qin Lingying tonight, but had, in a moment of whimsy, lost himself in the company of Qin Lingyang. With dawn approaching, he realized he would no longer have the opportunity to fully accompany Qin Lingying. As the sky lightened, Xiao Zhao and Xiao Fong returned one after another, both clearly having spent the night awake, exhibiting an exuberant energy. Dressed in a deep purple robe, Ji Taichu personally escorted the two deputies out of the general's residence. Shortly after exiting the independent courtyard, he spotted the imposing Qin Feihu seated in meditation at a nearby pavilion, causing his heart to quicken slightly. Surely, the general of the Golden Guard had not spent the entire night here? After bidding farewell to Xiao Zhao and Xiao Fong, Ji Taichu approached the pavilion where Qin Feihu sat, leaning against a red pillar and observing him. Qin Feihu opened his eyes and asked, Do you have something to say to me? Ji Taichu replied, Meng Xuanhuan has rendered our family a significant service, and we would like to invite him for a drink, though I'm unaware of his current whereabouts. Qin Feihu replied coolly, He remains in Chaosong City. As for his specific location, if he wishes to see you, you will naturally be able to meet him. Ji Taichu scrutinized Qin Feihu, pondering why the general was not curious about what favor Meng Xuanhuan had done for them. Qin Feihu stated, If you wish to speak of it, you will. If you do not wish to divulge, I shall inquire with Meng Xuanhuan myself. With a light chuckle, Ji Taichu remarked, It seems the general is not particularly fond of me. Qin Feihu cast a sidelong glance at Ji Taichu, replying, You turned the Qin family into the laughingstock of Chaosong City last time. Should I like you? Ji Taichu feigned innocence, saying, I am merely a decree messenger. The imperial edict has already been issued. Even if I do not convey it, others will. Moreover, the general should comprehend that my true target was the crown prince, not you. Qin Feihu scoffed. Do you truly believe your focus is solely on the crown prince? Ji Taichu paused, suddenly recalling the events of that night in Yanlong City, when two powerful old eunuchs had appeared. Clearly, that was orchestrated by the Dog Emperor. The plan to snatch a bride was Qin Feihu's strategy. However, the Dog Emperor was evidently countering this, which was clearly aimed at Qin Feihu. Ji Taichu shook his head, saying, I am but a humble decree messenger with limited capabilities. However, if Princess Yan requires my assistance while in the palace, I shall certainly do my utmost. Qin Feihu directly inquired, Are you attempting to leverage Ling Yan to connect with me? Ji Taichu chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, but rather stated, The general must have investigated our family. We hail from Qingming Palace, where the empress has no children. For her, the emperor's continued life is paramount. Our family also hopes for the emperor's longevity. Qin Feihu replied coolly, I am a general elevated by the emperor himself, and I too wish for the emperor to live long. Ji Taichu nodded, straightening his posture, and said, Last time I issued the edict from the palace, I owe much to Miss Qin's care, allowing me to safely present the edict at the general's residence. I wish to express my gratitude to her. Qin Feihu frowned and asked, That is Zhu. Is she one of yours? Ji Taichu's gaze flickered slightly as he responded, We indeed have some collaboration, but prior to the last decree, neither Miss Qin nor Zhu knew of my identity. Qin Feihu chose not to press further. A warning, Perhaps? Ji Taichu mused silently, then departed directly towards the direction of Qin Lingying's chambers. Qin Feihu watched Ji Taichu's retreating figure, recalling some words from the renowned detective Gongsun Xiaosheng, his eyes deepening as he murmured, "Indeed, he is quite a character." Until now, he had not met this decree messenger alone, but the unfolding circumstances had forged an inextricable connection between them. To gain the support of this general of the Golden Guard, certain forces within the palace must have already drawn near to this decree messenger, seizing the opportunity, whether willingly or not. This decree messenger had already leveraged the Qin family's influence, and for the sake of Ling Yan, he had no choice but to acquiesce to this leverage. Within the chambers where Qin Lingying resided, Ji Taichu strode through the courtyard unimpeded. The maidservant Xiao Qing in the kitchen hesitated momentarily, but dared not impede him. She had witnessed Ji Taichu presenting the edict at the general's residence that night. The young lady had specifically instructed her not to speak indiscriminately. Upon reaching the hall, Ji Taichu cleared his throat softly and walked directly into Qin Lingying's chamber. On the bed, Qin Lingying had already propped herself up. Upon seeing Ji Taichu approach, the flush on her face became impossible to conceal. She gently bit her lip, gazing at Ji Taichu with a mix of sorrow and joy. Ji Taichu approached the bedside, manipulating the void divine cauldron to envelop the two of them in an ethereal aura before cradling Qin Lingying's face and leaning down. Qin Lingying's heart raced, instantly confirming that this man was indeed the one. After a long while, Ji Taichu released her lips, murmuring, "There was an unforeseen situation last night, and I was unable to extricate myself." Qin Lingying softly responded, "I understand. I tried to find you, but was halted by father." Ji Taichu blinked, noting her boldness, and nonchalantly remarked, "I just met your father." Qin Lingying froze, her cheeks flushing anew. Ji Taichu continued, "He seemed a bit cold towards me." Qin Lingying replied softly, "Father is unaware of our relationship. He likely perceives you merely as a palace eunuch." Ji Taichu lightly huffed, expressing her discontent with his indifference, stating, "I do not care. He is cold towards me, and it vexes me. As my daughter, you must show me more warmth and provide sufficient emotional value." Qin Lingying's cheeks flushed as she gently embraced Ji Taichu's waist. Ji Taichu tenderly brushed aside Qin Lingying's long hair, lamenting, "Alas, time is insufficient." The blush deepened on Qin Lingying's face as she understood the unspoken implications of Ji Taichu's words. Ji Taichu suggested softly, "Why not return to the Meng residence this afternoon?" Qin Lingying quickly grasped the meaning and shyly nodded in agreement. Ji Taichu inquired, "I heard from your father that Meng Xuanhuan is still in Chaoge City. Do you know his current whereabouts?" With a furrowed brow, Qin Lingying muttered, "Why do you ask about him?" Ji Taichu explained, "He has rendered me significant assistance, and I wish to invite him for a drink. Moreover, I have also aided him and need to inform him." She then recounted how Meng Xuanhuan had pursued the notorious rogue Ouyang Yunhe, and how she had turned peril into safety by defeating Ouyang Yunhe, sharing this with Qin Lingying. "I see," Qin Lingying replied softly. "I have not kept track of him, but when he was in Chaoge City, he typically frequented places where there was wine." Ji Taichu refrained from probing further and spent a few more tender moments with Qin Lingying, instructing her to wear a white Taoist robe that day and to let 3 strands of hair fall across her forehead. Though slightly bewildered, Qin Lingying obediently nodded without further inquiry. "There's one more thing I must tell you," Ji Taichu whispered. "In the palace, to gain your sister's trust, I showed her the contract of servitude you wrote for me." "Huh?" Qin Lingying's face froze, instantly turning crimson. Ji Taichu cleared his throat and advised, "If she brings this matter up with you, find a suitable excuse to handle it." Qin Lingying felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her expression torn as she asked, "How should I handle this?" Ji Taichu gently lifted her delicate chin, raising an eyebrow as he queried, "Do you regret writing the contract of servitude for me?" Qin Lingying shook her head, her face flushed as she playfully chided, "I do not regret writing it. But I never anticipated you would show it to my sister. It is too humiliating." Ji Taichu contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "If you sense her inquiring about this matter, take the initiative and ask her about her experiences in the palace." After pondering, Qin Lingying could only nod helplessly. Ji Taichu added, "This afternoon, I shall present you with a gift." Qin Lingying's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked up at Ji Taichu and asked, "What gift?" "I have not decided yet." You may anticipate it when we meet this afternoon. Ji Taichu did not linger further. In the estate of the Grand General, his position was rather unique. Staying longer in Qin Lingyan's chamber could be justified, but lingering too long in Qin Lingyang's boudoir would raise suspicions. This was one of the reasons he arranged for Qin Lingyang to return to the Meng residence in the afternoon, where there would be no restrictions. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard, Ji Taichu entered Qin Lingyan's chamber, gently sniffing the air by the bedside to ensure there were no unpleasant odors before instructing 8 palace maids to assist Qin Lingyan with dressing and personal grooming. Having slept for less than an hour, Qin Lingyan showed no signs of fatigue. Her cheeks were rosy, and her spirits were unusually high. She playfully glared at Ji Taichu, who stood at the door, and then graciously accepted the maid's assistance. Ji Taichu inquired, "Your Highness, where do you plan to go today? We should make arrangements in advance." Qin Lingyan's gaze flickered as she softly replied, "I wish to discuss something with my sister. Please summon her when breakfast is ready." Understood, Ji Taichu nodded. During breakfast, Qin Lingyang and Shao Qing approached gracefully. Upon seeing her sister dressed in a flowing white Taoist robe with 3 strands of hair framing her forehead, Qin Lingyan's heart raced, and she discreetly shot a glare at Ji Taichu. At that moment, she was convinced that her sister Qin Lingyang was indeed entangled with a man. As Qin Lingyang entered the hall, she deliberately avoided looking at Ji Taichu, yet her cheeks betrayed her as they flushed slightly upon seeing her sister. The thought that her sister was aware of the contract she had written for Ji Taichu filled her with shame. Ji Taichu stood at the door, respectfully stating, "Your Highness, Miss, we will remain in the eastern wing. Should you find the food unsatisfactory, please feel free to call upon us." Qin Lingyan nodded, feigning calmness as she said, "You may leave." "Yes," Ji Taichu replied respectfully, and before leaving, he exchanged a knowing glance with Shao Qing. Shao Qing's cheeks turned slightly pink as she glanced at Qin Lingyang, who was seated with her sister Qin Lingyan, and quietly exited the hall. Following Ji Taichu into the eastern wing, both sisters were attentive to Ji Taichu and noticed Shao Qing leaving with him, causing their brows to furrow in concern. Particularly for Qin Lingyang, the thought that Shao Qing had also practiced the Mingyu Xianjing made her feel anxious, as she was aware that men were often intrigued by the power of others. Qin Lingyan, observing Qin Lingyang, subtly inquired, "Sister, do you know Li Gonggong?" Chapter 74. Sisters Reconcile. Accept what you are given. Qin Lingyang's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded calmly, replying softly, "I do know him. He was hiding in a Meng residence before he came to our Qin family to deliver the edict. However, he was masked at the time, and I only recognized him by his voice when he delivered the edict. Just an acquaintance?" Qin Lingyan scoffed inwardly, yet feigned curiosity as she asked, "He was hiding in the Meng residence? How could he be there? You mentioned he was masked, so he must not have revealed his identity as a palace eunuch, correct? To you, he must have seemed like just a man. Sister, how could you hide a man in your home?" As she spoke, Qin Lingyan lowered her voice deliberately, her eyes filled with teasing mischief. Qin Lingyang's cheeks flushed as she whispered, "At that time, I truly believed he was a man, but I thought him a gentleman. Due to certain circumstances, I nearly took my own life, and he saved me, then helped me out." Her tone softened as she recounted the last part. Qin Lingyan's gaze shifted, recalling what Ji Taichu had told her, and she began to understand. It appeared that her sister and brother-in-law Meng Xuanhuan had, as Ji Taichu had said, never truly shared a marital bond. Qin Lingyan gently remarked, "It is all in the past." Qin Lingyang turned to Qin Lingyan, softly asking, "And you? How have you fared in the palace?" Qin Lingyan's cheeks reddened as she replied with a slight huff, "It's just as it is." Qin Lingyang observed her sister, hesitating for a moment before ultimately refraining from asking whether she had shared bed. The two shifted topics, conversing as they ate, but inevitably found themselves discussing Ji Taichu once more. In the eastern wing, a sumptuous breakfast awaited. Ji Taichu sat at the table, observing the maid Shao Qing standing beside him, subtly manipulating the Su Shun Ding to envelop them in an ethereal aura. "You recognize me?" he inquired directly. Shao Qing's cheeks flushed as she nodded gently. Ji Taichu asked, "What are your thoughts?" Shao Qing quickly responded, "I dare not have any thoughts, and I will never speak of this outside. You need not concern yourself with me. I shall remain faithfully by the young lady's side for all my days." Ji Taichu regarded Shao Qing's charming visage thoughtfully and asked, "Do you have a favorite gentleman?" Shao Qing was taken aback. her cheeks instantly turning crimson as she shook her head vigorously. Ji Taichu softly remarked, "Opportunities are rare. If you have a favored gentleman, I can act on behalf of your young lady to unite you and present you with a generous dowry." Xiao Qing's cheeks flushed deeper, and she quietly replied, "There is truly no one. I have accompanied my lady since childhood and have had no interactions with any gentleman." "I see." Ji Taichu nodded, then inquired, "To what level have you cultivated your Mingyu Heart Sutra?" Xiao Qing whispered, "The 6th level. My aptitude is rather ordinary, and despite consuming many treasures bestowed by my lady, I have not managed to cultivate well." Ji Taichu extended his hand and commanded, "Give me your hand." Xiao Qing's face turned crimson. She dared not refuse and obediently offered both hands. Ji Taichu took her delicate right hand and placed it palm to palm, fingers entwined. Xiao Qing's face reddened further, her body feeling faint. Ji Taichu, seemingly oblivious, began to channel his true energy into her, assessing her internal condition. After a moment, he grasped her power level. It was significantly stronger than that of Nongyu, who had trained alongside him, but still not suitable for immediate enhancement. She required further nurturing. Besides the Mingyu Heart Sutra, what else can you do? Ji Taichu pondered aloud. Xiao Qing shook her head and replied softly, "I have only learned this." Ji Taichu grasped Xiao Qing's jade-like hand, gazing at her face, and gently asked, "Would you be interested in learning more?" Xiao Qing blinked, replying quietly, "If my lady wishes for me to learn, I will." Ji Taichu chuckled lightly. "You should be aware of my relationship with your lady." Xiao Qing's cheeks flushed as she softly acknowledged, "Indeed knowing." Ji Taichu raised an eyebrow and asked, "So what should you call me now?" Xiao Qing's eyes sparkled as she tentatively called out, "Gonya?" Ji Taichu inquired, "Does that give me the right to command you?" Xiao Qing nodded eagerly. Ji Taichu continued, "If I wish for you to learn more martial arts, what would you do?" Xiao Qing blinked and softly replied, "I will listen to Gonya." Ji Taichu remarked, "Gonya does not sound quite right. Let us choose another title." Xiao Qing cautiously suggested, "Xiaoya?" Ji Taichu shook his head, stating, "When we are alone together, call me master." Xiao Qing's cheeks flushed, softly responding with a gentle "O." Ji Taichu instructed, "Call me that a few times to see how it sounds." Xiao Qing's face deepened in color as she whispered, "Master, master." Ji Taichu smiled, softly playing with her slender fingers. "Your talent is not lacking. I intend to cultivate you well. In the future, on the surface, you shall remain your lady's maid. But secretly, you will belong to me. You are mine. Do you understand?" Xiao Qing bit her lip gently, whispering, "I will not betray my lady." Ji Taichu chuckled lightly, "I do not ask you to betray her. Your lady is also mine." Xiao Qing softly acknowledged. Ji Taichu continued, "You have yet to answer my question. Are you willing to be mine?" Xiao Qing's cheeks reddened, her lips gently biting down as she hesitated to respond. Ji Taichu remained patient, continuously toying with her small hand. After a moment, Xiao Qing lowered her head, softly murmuring in agreement, her cheeks now flushed to the roots of her ears. Ji Taichu smiled gently, pulling Xiao Qing into his embrace, and softly asked, "I currently have sword techniques, knife techniques, lightness skills, hand techniques, and finger techniques. Which martial art do you wish to learn?" Xiao Qing's face turned crimson, her entire body feeling soft. This was her first time sitting in a man's embrace, rendering her utterly incapable of thought and consequently unable to respond. Ji Taichu leaned closer to her ear, softly stating, "Since you do not choose, I shall assist you. Let's begin with lightness skills." Xiao Qing suppressed her shyness, softly agreeing. Ji Taichu continued, "Cultivate diligently. I hope that when I require your assistance in the future, you can descend like an immortal and appear at my side to help me solve difficulties." Xiao Qing's gaze flickered, envisioning such a descent, her heart racing slightly. Ji Taichu whispered further, painting a picture of her as an unparalleled master in the future. Then retrieved the Mo Ingmi Zongbu manual and a small pouch of golden bean from the Xushinding, handing them to Xiao Qing. "I do not yet know your specific preferences, so for now, I can only offer you these golden beans. Once we understand each other better, whatever you desire, I shall provide." Xiao Qing's cheeks flushed as she shook her head repeatedly. "I cannot accept." Ji Taichu assertively grasped her fair chin, declaring, "As my person, one of the rules is that you cannot refuse me. Whether it is a task I assign or a reward I give, you must accept. Do you understand?" Chapter 75. The assassination of Liang Wang. I did it, Shaoqing obediently murmured, not daring to refuse. Ji Taichu commanded, feed me. Shaoqing's face flushed as she attempted to rise, but found her waist held by Ji Taichu, leaving her seated on his lap. Picking up chopsticks and feeding him bite by bite. After breakfast, Ji Taichu entered the hall. Hearing Qin Lingyan express her desire to visit a certain temple, to make wishes and pray for blessings. Mentioning that the Guanyin Hall there was particularly effective for wishes regarding offspring. A peculiar glimmer crossed his eyes. Wishing for offspring? Quite effective? Qin Lingyan immediately discerned Ji Taichu's thoughts and lightly huffed. What do you know? The Lingxin Temple we're going to is presided over by Master Huiming, who hails from Lingshan Temple. He is not only a monk with profound Buddhist teachings, but also a powerful master. If we can receive his guidance, it would equate to a decade of arduous cultivation. A master from Lingshan Temple, Ji Taichu was astonished. Just last night, Yi Yaorao had mentioned that the 8th prince, Liang Tiantai, had visited Lingshan Temple to seek a gold pattern Yang spirit pill. Qin Lingying softly added, Lingxin Temple is indeed quite miraculous. Master Huiming is a genuine enlightened being. Ji Taichu pondered, does this Master Huiming have ties to His Highness the 8th Prince? Qin Lingyan raised an eyebrow, looking at Ji Taichu, and nodded. The 8th Prince is a registered disciple of Master Huiming. It is said that all the engagements on the 8th Prince were arranged by him. Ji Taichu understood, deducing that the 8th Prince's visit to Lingshan Temple for the elixir was likely related to Master Huiming. Can we go? Qin Lingyan asked softly. Ji Taichu regained his focus and nodded. Wait a moment. I will make arrangements. He turned and left the hall, first finding the female official responsible for Yin Marin's daily needs, explaining the upcoming itinerary, and then exited the general's residence to meet Wei Gao from the Eastern Depot and Shun Quan from the Jinyui. Soon, a route to Lingxin Temple was laid out before Ji Taichu. Shun Quan quietly mentioned, the Jinwu Guard will assist in monitoring all intersections to ensure that no one or nothing disturbs the princess. Wei Gao added, the arrangements at Lingxin Temple have also been made. No other pilgrims will disturb Her Highness. Ji Taichu nodded, feeling somewhat moved. It was no wonder that throughout history, many became enamored with power. Every move was supported by countless individuals, and this sensation was indeed intoxicating. A quarter of an hour later, 200 Jinyui and 100 Eastern Depot guards surrounded the ceremonial procession, composed of 72 palace maids and eunuchs, escorting Yin Marin's magnificent palanquin along Zhuke Street. Lingxin Temple was established in the southern part of the city, in Xinchangfang, with a flourishing incense presence. The temple featured a striking 7-story Qinglong pagoda, clearly visible from a distance. Upon arrival at Lingxin Temple, the 200 Jinyui and 100 Eastern Depot guards immediately surrounded the area to prevent any unforeseen events. The abbot of Lingxin